Chapter 101. The operators followed orders and fired their compound rifles at full power. Cheyenne had just fired at normal mode. If normal mode didn't work against this door, they would have to resort to something more drastic. While everyone had explosives like grenades, considering the relatively sealed environment, it would be better to use beam weapons for point-to-point burning. If one gun isn't enough, then use 6. At Old K's command, 6 compound rifles, at full power, unleashed a majestic beam of light. Buzz! With the sound of energy beams piercing the air, the 6 beams merged into one, striking the metal cocoon with a blindingly bright light. Cheyenne and the operators had to squint. The metal cocoon sealing the machine room finally began to change. Under the concentrated irradiation of the high-energy ion beam, the metal cocoon, which had been gradually burning red, finally began to turn redder and brighter. Now! Kay gently tossed a grenade. With a bang, the metal-encased door to the server room finally collapsed. Huh? Cheyenne wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had finally broken through. Everyone's compound rifles were overheating. They needed to cool down after running them at full power. They were so hot, they dared not holster them. Looking at the cavern still dripping with molten metal, the room, which should have been lit, was shrouded in darkness. There must be something going on inside. The families wouldn't let the server shut down so easily. Are you ready? Kay glanced at the 5 people before him. Jay swallowed and exchanged a glance with Cheyenne. Let's go, I lead the way. Jay pulled out a high-powered flashlight with one hand, shining it into the machine room. With the other, he pointed his gun forward, slowly moving forward, alternating steps. Cheyenne, Kay, and the other 3 operators were a few steps away, slowly following him. Everyone cautiously entered the dark machine room. It was deathly silent, save for the gentle hum of the equipment. So quiet. Jay muttered to himself, stepping over the tangled cables on the floor and entering the machine room. The compound rifle still had a few minutes to cool down, and although Jay continued to hold it pointed forward, it was only a comforting thought. He himself was a little nervous. Thankfully, nothing had happened so far. The 6 of them turned on their flashlights one after another and began to search the room. The technical department's machine room was several times larger than the others, split into 2 floors. As expected, much of the interior had become like the corridor at the entrance, a strange structure of twisted pipes and metal. No wonder the remote switch from the command center doesn't work. This place is severely corroded. Shining her flashlight around, Cheyenne realized their suspicions were correct. The families didn't need to control each individual drone. Instead, they directly seized the servers controlling them. And the families certainly wouldn't sit quietly in front of their computers and hack their way through the firewall. The visible distortion and strange corrosion effects now seemed like their method. Pursing her lips, Cheyenne followed the operators deeper into the computer room. No monsters or ambushing enemies had yet emerged, which at least put her mind at ease. As Chief Zhang said, the power switch is on the 2nd floor. Let's go and turn it off. Cheyenne, using her flashlight, struggled to find a way up among the pipes. I take a look on the 1st floor and unplug as many of the server cables as possible. J and operators H, I, and F decided to physically disconnect the servers on the 1st floor. Be careful. Miss Cheyenne and I will go to the 2nd floor to check the power switch. Kay was worried about Cheyenne going up alone, so he decided to go with her. The pipes in this computer room were tangled and twisted, perhaps due to the invasion of the familiar, and some were still wriggling. It reminded Cheyenne of those alien monster layers in movies about alien invasions. I wondered what had happened to these devices that they were still functioning like this. Fortunately, no matter how twisted and distorted the pipes in metal were, at least there weren't any of those wet, slimy, terrifying monsters. Otherwise, no matter how brave Cheyenne might be, she was still a woman, and had an innate aversion to such things. Damn! These pipes weren't here just now. Why are they blocking the staircase now? Jay searched the 1st floor, and noticed that some of the pipes blocking the path had suddenly multiplied. Was it just an illusion? Jay and the others manually unplugged some intact mainframe cables, but after a quick look around the 1st floor, Jay discovered that many of the wires had been soldered to the mainframes with that metal cocoon. HIF, how's it going over there? Operator Jay was a bit puzzled. This situation was indeed a bit strange. Across the equipment in the computer room, he asked the other operators busy on the other side. I'm blocked here too. I just unplugged the line here? Jay, where have you been? Why is this route blocked? He got this answer. It seemed everyone had experienced the same thing, and it wasn't just his own suspicion. It seemed that Jay's ominous premonition was correct. He planned to reunite with the other 3 operators on the 1st floor as soon as possible. They had to wait a little longer for the compound rifle to cool down before they could directly cut and destroy the lines. Thankfully, the 6 people in the computer room were all flashing their flashlights. Nothing seemed to be happening yet. I wonder what Cheyenne and Kay will find on the second floor. In both real and virtual space, everyone was fighting hard. In cyberspace, Li Jiayi led the antivirus team in clearing out the monsters charging towards the firewall. The armor weapon plugins prepared for this operation had indeed proven to be extremely effective. The antivirus team arrived in front of the super firewall, leaning against it, frantically mowing down the surging small families with the various weapons on their suits. The floater behind Li Jiayi unleashed 8 missiles in a single strike, forming a reliable fire net around her teammates. This fire net allowed Long Shinka to charge recklessly into the enemy group to repair and resupply, allowing Bruce to boldly draw the enemy's attention, and allowing the melee damage-dealing members of the team to kill more efficiently. The 12-man team coordinated well, deploying and distributing them with ease. The surging monsters were actually pinned down into 3 groups by each of them. When the firewall's range was larger, it might have been difficult for 3 people to contain them. Although the protection range had been reduced, 2 skyscrapers had collapsed on either side of the battlefield, creating a canyon. This made the antivirus team's battle much easier. You 3 tanks, hold on. Spread out a bit. Li Jiayi flew over Bruce and the others. Okay. No problem. Bruce punched a wolf-like familiar that tried to bite him, then waved to Li Jiayi in the sky. Li Jiayi and 3 other men equipped with ranged suits flew into the air, providing support on the ground while dealing with the incoming monsters. The 3 vanguards on the ground, relying on their heavy firepower and high defense, effectively held back the enemy's advance on the firewall. As expected, these cautious familiar were mere scaffolds, seemingly lacking in intelligence. Even as Bruce and the other vanguards were laying heavy fire, they refused to stop, constantly sprinting towards their target. As soon as they spotted a vanguard approaching and attacking them, they pounced eagerly. This was exactly the effect everyone was hoping for. Chapter 102. Report: the erosion rate has decreased by 50%. And it's still decreasing. In the Swager Command Center, a technician working alongside Li Jiayi's father, Old Li, excitedly reported. Great. We continue reinforcing the firewall here. Reassured by his daughter's progress, Old Li directed the technicians to continue strengthening the firewall. Everyone in the command room was closely monitoring the cyberspace battle. With the antivirus team pinning down most of the clan monsters, the few remaining ones that had slipped through the net posed little threat to the firewall. From above, Sakia watched her companions gradually gaining control of the situation below, eager to try. After a few minutes of catching her breath and resting, she had finally recovered to near full strength. After the previous all-out attack, she had realized the limits of her current strength. According to Jinxi's earlier suggestion, she had been temporarily strengthened, taking this opportunity to fully experience the power of the mechanical soul technique. She would be back on the team soon. The monster swarms on the ground began to dwindle under the antivirus team's containment and attacks. It's working. Keep it up, everyone. Bruce, along with the other 2 vanguards, bombarded the enemy with relentless fire, firing shield generators to block the enemy. Old Li's encouragement reached the rest of the vanguard team. Come on. Hold on. Longsheng, along with the other 2 healers, raced across the battlefield, repairing the vanguards and damage dealers with their repair guns, maintaining the durability of their suits. The melee damage dealers wielded their weapons, mowing down waves of monsters with precision and efficiency. Some of them wielded spears, some beam swords, and some great swords. Their armor allowed them to fly and fight in all terrains. Dad, I'm curious. Although Li Jiayi, along with the other 2 ranged damage team members, was in the air, using beam cannons, missiles, and hovering cannons to clear the ground and airborne monsters, she felt a nagging unease. What's going on? Old Li wanted to know more. It's nothing special. I just feel like that giant creature in the sky seems to be watching leisurely. What exactly is it trying to do? As Li Jiayi spoke, she raised her hands and fired beam cannons from her palms, blasting down 2 groups of enemies. I understand. We're strengthening the firewall as much as possible, just in case. Jiayi, I ask you to buy us a few minutes. Understood, Dad. I absolutely cannot let them get any closer. The number of monsters on the battlefield had been reduced by 80%. This was partly due to the armor's powerful firepower, and partly because the giant families, for some unknown reason, hadn't replenished their forces. Come on! There aren't many enemies left. The members of the other 2 teams were also cheering each other on. Hee. Shakia, on her side, also began to gradually summon her spirit, wrapping it around her body. Joining the battle as soon as possible would increase her chances of victory. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky stirred, and a massive black shadow, which had been hovering above them, descended at a rapid speed. The air current stirred by its massive body actually blew Li Jiayi and several other members of the flying team to the ground, leaving them unable to stand. A massive whale-like familiar broke through the clouds and descended. This time, everyone finally got a clear look at its features. Could this thing be that? Longsheng's mind flashed to that mythical creature. Could! Not only Longsheng, but the entire antivirus team exchanged glances, seemingly thinking the same thing. The Kun-like familiar was so enormous that its descent didn't appear slow, but in reality, it was no less rapid than a free fall. After descending close to the ground, it flapped its wings sharply to slow down, unleashing a gust of wind. Everyone was pinned to the ground by the wind, unable to move. Some team members, unable to hold onto anything, were even swept away by the wind, crashing into nearby buildings. The rubble on the battlefield was also blown everywhere. Sakia was in better shape. She knelt on one knee, one hand supporting the ground. Enshrouded in the power of organic spirit, she was able to offer some resistance to the wind pressure. As the massive familiar descended, it passed right in front of Sakia, perched high on the cliffs outside the battlefield. Its deep eye sockets seemed to glance at Sakia, but since there were no eyeballs, they looked particularly unsettling. Has it appeared? Is this its true form? In the command room, Old Li was also observing the battle. Be careful. I haven't seen this creature's true appearance in my records. Jingxi was puzzled. In her records of the clan, those with particularly large sizes were specially marked, but there really wasn't anything like this. However, since the records of the clan's Dharma-eating ghost didn't mention its physical features, Jingxi couldn't be sure. The antivirus team members, who crawled out of the rubble, were relatively unscathed thanks to their suits. As they emerged, they saw a massive black shadow hovering overhead, looking eerie and terrifying. What is it going to do? Until now, it had been high in the air, and they hadn't noticed anything. Only now, as it descended closer to the ground, did they realize its terrifying size. It was like a living mothership, and those flying and running around were carrier-based aircraft. Thankfully, the antivirus team members were all professional gamers, who had seen plenty of big scenes in the game, so they didn't panic. Suddenly, everyone saw tiny dots of light below it. Take off. Li Jiayi suddenly realized something was amiss. Everyone took to the air at Li Jiayi's command. Then, the lights grew brighter and brighter, and suddenly, powerful beams of energy erupted, pouring down like rain on the ground. A continuous explosion instantly spread across the ground. It was a close call, but thankfully, Li Jiayi and the team members reacted quickly and escaped. Let's go up and see if it has any weaknesses. Generally, such a large creature would have some obvious weaknesses. Everyone continued to climb higher. As soon as they took off, they saw numerous small holes opening up on the giant kun. From these holes, a dense swarm of bird-like monsters flew out. Are you trying to stop us from getting closer? Prepare to fight. Li Jiayi gave orders to the other two team leaders, and the antivirus team split into 3 smaller teams, spreading out and firing freely. It looked like the familiar was determined to engage these flying creatures. It didn't release many ground-based monsters, focusing primarily on aerial types. The members of the antivirus team launched a fierce aerial assault. The massive familiar's body became the battlefield, and even the antivirus team's weapons seemed to barely scratch it. Damn! I can't fly. How am I supposed to fight this? The cliff where Sakia stood collapsed in the explosion. She retreated to a safe distance, observing the situation and looking for a chance to intervene. Chapter 103. If only I could ride on Trom at this moment. Facing this massive enemy thousands of meters in size, we must find its weakness. Sakia was climbing an abandoned high-rise building. She tried to jump as high as she could. Now that she couldn't stay airborne, she had to see if she could find a chance to land on the kun. At that moment, the kun slowly opened its maw, and an ominous purple light suddenly emanated from it, and its maw was pointed directly at the super firewall. It was too late to do anything now. Not good. Li Jiayi also saw the scene from the air, but the antivirus team members had dispersed, and there was no time to concentrate their firepower to interrupt its movements. Ah! Bruce and the heavy fire vanguards fired all their bullets at the familiar's head, but the creature seemed unharmed, its movements completely unaffected. With a sharp sound of energy piercing the air, a thick wave of purple energy erupted from the giant's mouth. The beam struck the firewall, sending it retreating a great distance. The erosion rate is skyrocketing. No! Too fast. The technicians cried out in horror, and many devices and screens in the command room flashed twice before shutting down. The entire command room was ablaze with red light, and alarms blared. Li Jiayi's father, Li Jifei, watched the movements in the command post. The green grid on the large screen had suddenly decreased by 1/3. And it continued to decrease. The command center systems were quickly down by 30%. Cold sweat streamed down Li Jifei's forehead. The blast from the giant's mouth was so powerful that even the super firewall couldn't withstand it. Has it almost reached its limit? I didn't expect this clan to have such terrifying staying power. Was the previous erosion just a joke? Li Jifei, unusually excited, lowered his head and remained silent, then pounded his fist on the armrest of his chair. Master Li, it's too early to give up. Jingxi pointed at the screen. The intense erosion caused by the bombardment of the giant Kun-shaped clan had suddenly ceased. In cyberspace, the giant creature, which was firing energy cannons at the firewall area, was suddenly struck sideways by an external force. Its head tilted downward, and the blast of radiation hit the ground. The creature, in pain, stopped blasting. Hey! Look over there. Longsheng flew over the giant Kun, and saw a ball of light where its head was. Yes, she had joined the battle again. It's Sakia. The entire antivirus team cheered. Before that, Sakia finally found a high spot, got as close to the monster as possible, and then, mustering all her mechanical energy, leaped down from the heights. Since this was a cyberspace, and everyone was enhanced, fighting should be free-flowing. Sakia, leaping from her perch, delivered a powerful flying kick to the giant Kun's head, compared to the large board crafted from mechanical energy. It was indeed easier to control it wrapped around her body. This kick infused Sakia with all her current energy, yet she didn't feel the same exhaustion as before. The resounding explosion of this powerful blow was clearly heard by the antivirus team caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! Using the recoil from the kick, Sakia leaped high again, landing steadily on the giant Kun's back. The final decisive battle officially began with Sakia's rejoining the fray. We couldn't let her fire another blast. A single breath from the giant Kun-type familiar severely damaged the firewall, which wasn't good news for the security forces defending the command center against drones. Even the director himself took up arms and, behind cover, joined the soldiers in desperately defending the command center entrance. They had held off the first wave of drones relatively well, but then the base's internal system suddenly went offline. The director sighed, knowing the battle in cyberspace was just as intense. At that moment, a second wave of enemies surged from the tunnel. The 3 lines of defense surrounding the command tower must hold at all costs. In the technical area's computer room, Cheyenne finally reached the second floor. She and Kay saw the switch had been tangled in a tangle of wires. The pipes were also wriggling, so Cheyenne didn't dare reach out and touch them. Let me try. Kay's compound gun had cooled down enough. He activated cutting mode, adjusted the output, and used the high-temperature plasma beam to cut through the squirming pipes. The power switch was exposed, and Kay successfully turned it off. It's off. What's the situation down there? Cheyenne turned back to call out to Jay, and the others on the first floor to check. Power out? No. No response? The first floor operator's response made Cheyenne's heart tighten. Cheyenne was about to descend to the first floor to investigate, but suddenly noticed a surge of pipes on the stairs she had just ascended. Just as she was wondering what was going on, the wires suddenly sprang up and entwined themselves around Cheyenne. Ah! Cheyenne was tangled by a wire around her neck, dragging her down the stairs. Miss Cheyenne. Kay, quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbed Cheyenne's hand and, leaping forward, used his multi-gun in cutting mode to sever the wire. Jay, watch your back. The operators on the first floor exclaimed in surprise. It seemed they were facing the same situation. The operators, not caring that their multi-guns hadn't completely cooled down, activated cutting mode. Instantly, everyone had a lightsaber in their hands. The weapon's burden in this mode wasn't too great, but it lacked long-range attack capabilities. HF, get out! Jay shouted to the 3 operators closest to the door. He was slashing at the tentacle-like wires that were entwining around him. Jay, let's destroy these servers. Kay and Cheyenne cut through the swirling wires on the stairs, and they descended to the first floor. Jay, nearly surrounded by tentacles, was rescued by the arrival of Kay and Cheyenne. Let's go! Kay led Jay and Cheyenne out the door, following the path cleared by the other 3 operators. Of course, as they escaped, they didn't forget to use their lightsabers to destroy the servers. Sorry, Director Zhang. We increase your budget next time. Cheyenne apologized, kicking over the rack of servers in front of her. The machines inside, secured to the rack by wire cocoons, fell to the ground with a loud clang, but no debris flew. It seemed the Familia had protected these things remarkably well. The only option was to use lightsabers to rip them apart, just as Kay had instructed. After a cursory destruction, the six escaped the control room, but the scene inside still left them with a lingering fear. This room is alive. Realizing this, it seemed the only way to end their situation was to destroy the control room as well. What should we do, my old friend? Operator J, who had a good sense of humor, joked with Kay upon escaping. Blow it up. This time, it was Cheyenne who answered first. Kay glanced at the two, smiled faintly, and pulled out all the grenades he had on him. Everyone followed suit, stringing their grenades together with a nylon string they had brought with them, creating a cluster bomb. Sorry, everyone in the technical department. Led by Kay, the operators, expressing their apologies to the technical department, pulled the safety pins on their cluster bombs and launched them into the control room. The roar of the explosion echoed throughout the technical department's research center. Even Director Zhang and the expert team members, who had taken shelter in the lab, heard it. The operators threw their grenades and crouched at the corner of the corridor. The blast whipped up a strong whine through the hallway. It should be over. Cheyenne slowly climbed to her feet and looked at the machine room, where thick smoke billowed and flames still blazed from within. Chapter 104. The machine room was destroyed, and no moving creature could be seen inside. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke from the explosion began to fill the corridor, causing everyone to cough uncontrollably. Let's go! We can't stay here any longer. Kay waved to everyone, signaling for evacuation. Before leaving the corridor, Cheyenne noticed some long, metallic objects on the ground. They must have been blown out of the machine room in the explosion. Cheyenne's sharp military instincts prompted her to pull an evidence bag from her operator's tool kit and place the objects inside. After reuniting with the other 4 people guarding the corridor entrance, the 10 of them quickly left the building housing the machine room. In the water plant office where Tessa and Clark were hiding, they also witnessed the devastating damage to the control tower system. It went offline all of a sudden. What on earth? Clark's expression grew serious. Damn it. If this keeps going on, I have to execute my next plan. Tessa frowned, as if her ominous premonition had finally come true. She ran to the window and glanced downstairs. 5 or 6 land-based track drones were already circling outside the water plant's walls. After Clark had quickly cracked the terminal password, they had logged into the office's system. The system here was integrated with the command tower, and through cameras in other buildings, they could watch the security forces engage the drone convoy. The first wave seemed to proceed smoothly, but the second wave broke through the security forces' defenses around the command tower and headed straight for the third line of defense at the tower's entrance. Some drones even began to approach the water plant. The giant Kuhn's breath had nearly collapsed the firewall, crippling the water plant's systems. Of course, Tessa and Clark didn't know exactly what had happened, but they were certain it was no longer safe. We just checked the map. We need to go underground. Tessa knew it was becoming increasingly dangerous, and with Clark as a burden, she couldn't fight freely. She strapped on the firearms she had brought from her motorcycle and opened the office door. Okay, I take your orders at this point. Don't forget to bring your hacking equipment. You might need it later. Clark couldn't fight, but he was a scientist after all, and sometimes he was more useful than weapons. Tessa trotted with Clark, before the drones could enter the corridor to search, and hurried to an elevator door in the basement. This was the intersection of the water plant and the control tower area they had seen on the terminal. This passage was probably reserved for workers repairing the water pipes. Thankfully, the elevator wasn't locked with any strange device, so even if the base's systems were down, these simple machines wouldn't be affected. The downside, however, was that it wasn't very safe. I hope those drones don't press the elevator button. I don't mind, but you be in trouble. In the descending elevator, Tessa teased Clark again. Stop it. Give me a fire extinguisher, and I beat the crap out of them. Huh? So impressive? Of course. Before you got here Clark didn't usually show off this much, but this time, he had some confidence. After all, he was telling the truth. After descending for a few minutes, the elevator stopped. Opening the door, she discovered a hallway with dim emergency lighting. What's up? Tessa saw Clark leaning against the elevator wall, looking at her. Well, you're a big client, and the customer is king. Tessa walked out of the elevator door nonchalantly, and Clark took a deep breath and followed. Okay, you're a tough guy who can take down enemies with just a fire extinguisher. She deliberately stepped back behind Clark, and Tessa stared at him. You're... Clark smiled awkwardly. Under the dim light of the hallway's emergency lighting, Tessa seemed to have a smirk on her face. Here, clear the way. Tessa thrust the long knife from her waist into Clark's hand. Oh my God! Are you crazy? Stop kidding. Ouch. Clark weighed the knife. It was much heavier than he imagined. How do you manage to wield something so heavy? Tessa sighed. Oh, I thought you feel more secure with a weapon. Clark sheepishly handed the knife back to Tessa. Is that so? You're quite considerate. Come on, I'm just worried I wouldn't be able to control you if we were surrounded. Tessa sheathed her long knife and started walking. Clark followed. You know how to use a gun, right? She still had some weapons on her. Since the next plan required leaving Clark alone, she had to give him some weapons for self-defense. Yes, I'm not as skilled as a soldier, but I'm a weapons researcher after all. That's good. Here. Tessa handed Clark the P90 submachine gun she was wearing and some bullets. Oh, I know how to use these. Clark replied repeatedly as he walked deeper, receiving weapons and ammunition. Clark had already slung his gun across his body, his magazine tucked into the researcher's coat pocket. Tessa also handed him a few grenades. Grenades too? Why are you so generous today? But Tessa didn't answer him. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach a fork in the road. This way. Tessa didn't seem to be wandering around. She was moving with a purpose. Where are you going? Aren't we hiding here? Clark also found it a little strange. You know in a moment. Tessa was consulting a map, looking down to find her way. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, clanking. Unbeknownst to Clark, they had already moved from the water pipe maintenance tunnel under the water plant to the underground maintenance tunnel of the Swager base. A gate appeared before Tessa and Clark, next to which was a terminal for entering a password. It's your turn, Doctor. It seemed as if Tessa had anticipated the presence of a code-protected door. Are you looking for something? Clark, unsure of Tessa's specific purpose, stepped forward with the device to decipher the code. Why are you asking so many questions today? Don't you trust me? Tessa replied irritably. Not really. I just think we're approaching a very important area. And you're unusually nervous. Clark usually seemed so carefree, but he was surprisingly perceptive. Is it true that appearances can be deceptive? Tessa was stunned for a moment. It seemed this guy had a pretty good nose. All I can say is, I need to clean up after Swager. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. I trust you. You and Sakia share the same aura. Or rather, you don't really trust me. Clark was a kind, honest man with no ulterior motives, so Tessa didn't usually talk to him about plans and arrangements. This was also for business reasons. If this guy opened his mouth too quickly, it could cause trouble. But Tessa didn't dislike this kind of simplicity and kindness. As a client, it made communication much easier. And Tessa was a little surprised by this guy's unexpected perceptiveness. TSK, you talk as if you know me and her intimately. Okay, I admit sometimes I can't tell you too much about business matters, but that's part of the job. The code to this door would take a while to crack, and Tessa stopped talking. She simply stood against the wall, waiting quietly. Click, click. A strange sound echoed from the passage at another fork in the road. What's that sound? Startled, Clark paused, a cold sweat breaking out. Wait a moment, I go check. Tessa gestured for Clark to continue, slowly walking towards the fork in the road. Chapter 105. The underground passage doesn't seem safe either. However, back at the Research Institute, the computer room had been blown up by Cheyenne and the operators, so the situation should improve somewhat. On the way back to the laboratory where Minister Zhang and the others had taken refuge, Cheyenne and his team encountered no further attacks, and the patrolling drones outside were now paralyzed and motionless. Operation success. Cheyenne walked over to Kay and pulled out an evidence bag. Inside was the metal block she had recovered from outside the computer room. You said it was found in the wreckage? Kay took the clear plastic evidence bag and examined it closely as they walked. What do you think? I think the shape is a bit suspicious. The computer room is full of servers, so there's no way such a frivolous ornament would be there. Cheyenne had examined it carefully herself. It looked like a small insect, carved from metal. It was as long as a human finger, but half as thin. It's hard to say. But I don't think this thing is an accessory at all. Kay adjusted the operator's tactical eyepiece, zooming in on the details. He noticed numerous fine lines and movable joints on the object. Perhaps this is the culprit behind the system's corruption. Kay's theory matched Cheyenne's. I agree. Based on Cheyenne and Kay's initial speculation, they believed this was the true form of this familiar. Let's give it to the technical department first, and let them study it later. Okay. At the entrance to the command center, a fierce defensive battle was underway. The fire from the land-based drones was undoubtedly a nightmare for the security forces. They weren't equipped with sufficient heavy firepower, and were suppressed by the artillery fire. It seems the security forces will need to be upgraded next time to cope with this situation. Luckily, casualties weren't high. As long as they stayed behind cover, the drone force wouldn't be able to penetrate alone. Delaying them was victory. After hiding behind cover for a while, the relentless artillery fire suddenly stopped. Did it work? Ziyuan and the others. Director Qin peeked out from behind the window where he was hiding. As expected, the drones outside began to cease operations one after another, as if their power had gone out. Seeing that it was safe for the director to look outside, the soldiers also emerged from their cover. Swish. The director's headset began to connect with the signal gradually becoming clearer from fuzzy to clearer. This is Cheyenne. We successfully neutralized the technical area, and the computer room has been destroyed. Well done. You worked hard. Although the control tower was under attack from the drone force over there, we held it off. Communications were restored, and everyone was reporting good news, which put Cheyenne's heart at ease. As planned, Cheyenne and her team destroyed the technical department's computer room, restored contact, and the control tower was relieved. The operators breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the control tower had survived the drone attack. But Cheyenne remained somewhat concerned when she heard the director describe the current situation at the control tower. The facilities within the control tower were largely disconnected, with no control, and even the surveillance equipment offline. It looks like Oldley and the antivirus team are facing a tough battle. That's right. And there's some surprising news. Sakia is also working with the antivirus team. Cheyenne was talking to the director. What? Cheyenne looked out the window of the laboratory corridor. Trom was still kneeling on one knee at the entrance to the training ground, unmoved, even the cockpit still closed. The reason is currently unknown, but her presence has greatly helped the antivirus team. That's good news. The director's words were still calm and resolute. That's a good thing. Cheyenne agreed. The operators returned to the laboratory entrance, ready to deliver the good news to the technical staff who had taken refuge there. Cheyenne's mission was complete. Now it all depended on the battle between Sakia and the antivirus team in cyberspace. However, neither Cheyenne nor the director knew that another battle would ensue in the passage beneath the Swager control tower, one that would also determine the outcome. Signing Dr. Clark to continue deciphering the code door, Tessa slowly walked deeper into another fork in the road. Crackling. It was the sound of metal striking metal. It was undoubtedly some kind of drone. Could it be the one that slipped through the net earlier? But it was different from the propeller-driven drones and track tank drones I encountered before, and it was also different from the tall, imposing prototypes that had been knocked away and chopped apart by my motorcycle. This footstep was lighter, likely something smaller. After turning a corner, Tessa finally spotted something moving on the ceiling in the dim light. No, this thing didn't move like a drone at all. At least it definitely wasn't one of Swager's defense robots. It looked like a multi-legged insect, a multitude of metal and pipes. Their legs were made of nails and metal sheets, clacking and clacking against the ceiling and walls. The smell of danger. Tessa didn't hesitate for a second, quickly drawing the two pistols behind her and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the creeping monsters. Damn. Is this the true form of this familiar? No. Something's wrong. Tessa smashed the bugs into pieces, and they stopped moving. Information on the familiar wasn't limited to the director of Swager or Master Jinxie. The Enterprise wasn't immune either. Tessa moved up and prodded the metal debris with her foot, confirming it was still. Before arriving at the Swager base, she had contacted her superiors and had a rough idea of which familiar this time might be. Unusually, even the Enterprise database contained no record of this creature's appearance, only a general description of its abilities. Although she didn't know what Monk Jinxie called it, at least the Enterprise side used numbers for its designations. Reloading her pistol, Tessa took another look around. After confirming that no more of these things had appeared, she turned and prepared to return. Suddenly, Tessa swung her sword and slashed back. The wreckage that had been lying on the ground, shattered by the bullets, suddenly stood up again, and from several insects, it merged into the shape of a giant python. From the pile of metal debris, a giant snake twisted its body into a twisted metal body. But before the snake could move, Tessa turned and cleaved it in half with her sword. I knew it. Tessa watched as the metal snake was cut in half by the high-vibration long sword and fell to the ground. With a cold snort, Tessa sheathed her sword. But something concerned her. From the split metal snake, a small object fell and rolled to her feet. This thing, along with the snake itself, was also cut in half by Tessa. Up close, it looked like a metal strip twisted from numerous small insects, a maddeningly twisted sight. I see. So it's one of your rare specimens. Tessa pulled a palm-sized cylinder from her tactical belt and carefully found 2 wires of the right thickness. It seemed these guys were quite adept at tampering with machinery. Tessa had to be careful. Using the wire like chopsticks, Tessa picked up the small object and placed it in the cylinder. This would be a precious specimen for the Enterprise. It was time to leave. Given the situation, she didn't dare leave Clark there for too long. Chapter 106. As expected of Dr. Clark, the security systems of these facilities, considered part of the military equipment, were naturally very familiar to him. Furthermore, since the systems had already been attacked by the familiar, he cracked the gate's access faster than expected. Clark heard the sound of footsteps from the other side of the fork in the road, and turned. Although he looked a little nervous at first, a look of relief washed over him when he saw Tessa approaching. So how's it going over there? You look unharmed. Clark studied Tessa as she approached, then flipped the switch to open the gate. Oh wow. So fast? Amazing, Doctor. Tessa had assumed she would wait a moment longer, but she hadn't expected the gate to be cracked even after she'd been away for a short while. Hey, it was just luck. Maybe the system here isn't working properly. Normally, the password complexity would increase with each failed crack. But nothing happened, and it was completed quickly. Let's go through the gate first. Tessa quickly led Clark through the gate and had him close and lock it. On the other side of the gate was a passageway lit by red emergency lights. The dim red light throughout the passageway made Clark's breathing quicken. What? What did you encounter over there? Seeing Tessa's caution, Clark began to get nervous. Don't worry. What I encountered over there might be the real familiar, or a clone. Oh my god, you're making me even more nervous. So, did you eliminate them? This was shocking news. Clark's eyes widened, and he took a step back. Look! Tessa pulled out the remains of the small metal bug she found. That's it, let me see. Clark took Tessa's container and peered inside. The thing was completely dead, but according to Tessa's description, it moved, twisting the surrounding metal, pipes, and electrical systems into its new form. It could move independently or as a whole. It was truly bizarre. I see. I also think the original form is something else. Clark also came to a conclusion. Exactly. There's a chance another metal monster like that might appear. Let's go this way and close the door. That way, at least you'd be safe. What do you mean? Tessa ignored Clark's question and led him into the passage, glancing left and right as if searching for something. Oh, I got it. Tessa seemed to have memorized the map of the underground passage. She walked to a hatch and began turning its handle. Squeak. Creak. The door swung open easily. It didn't seem to have an electronic lock. Behind the door was a lounge, apparently used by maintenance workers. The water and electricity were both running. Tessa found the light switch and turned it on. She saw everything inside, including tables, chairs, and bottled water. There was even a single bed. Come on, stay inside. Tessa led Clark to the lounge, then turned and prepared to leave. What are you doing? I told you before, I'm going to clean up after Swager. I already know where the families will appear. Clark realized that Tessa was going to stop the family's main body alone. Don't mess around. I'm going to return. Get some sleep until I come back to call you. Tessa wasn't the type to mess around, but Clark, when excited, was unpredictable. So Tessa simply locked him up in a break room, where he could avoid potential danger without interfering with her mission. Time was running out, and there was no time to talk to Clark. Tessa simply told him to lock the door and headed deeper into the passage. According to the map, this passage would eventually connect to Swager's underground vault. With the systems in Swager's command tower now compromised, the journey to the underground vault would surely not be smooth sailing. Because in cyberspace, the antivirus team and Sakia were also locked in a stalemate. A series of explosions erupted on the behemoth's back, but it seemed unresponsive, neither hurt nor itchy. The 12 members of the antivirus team regrouped and carpet-bombed the beast's back. But it seemed to have little effect. Because countless flying monsters were harassing the air, the antivirus team couldn't land on the beast for a while. Sakia now stood on the giant family's back. From her perspective, it looked like a floating island. The island's surface was covered in a rocky, jagged shell, completely unrecognizable as a living thing. They had no idea where to begin to defeat this monster. Even after a heavy blow to its face, it seemed unharmed. Seeing it remain motionless, I feared it was gathering energy for another breath attack. If that happened, it would be all over. To make matters worse, numerous wolf-like monsters emerged from the giant Kun's back. Is this ever going to end, if this keeps going on? Shakia was once again enveloped in golden spirit energy. Shakia, let's scout out any potential weak spots from the air. You hold on for a bit. Then we split up and attack those weak spots. Li Jiayi flew a short distance above Shakia and relayed the battle plan to her. Okay. The two of them exchanged a few words, each unsettled. Li Jiayi's hovering cannons meticulously controlled the swarm of monsters charging towards them, and at the same time, Shakia punched a charging wolf-like monster away. Humph. Sakia channeled her mechanical soul energy into a beam, firing it from her palm with power comparable to Trom's beam weapon. It instantly blasted away a large number of enemies. She was now familiar with the rhythm of mechanical soul energy, at least within this space, and the rules of this game. She had also mastered a better balance between energy recovery and consumption, no longer running out all at once. When her energy was full, she'd fire a few powerful shots at them. When it felt a bit depleted, she'd make a detour. Holding these monsters wasn't a problem. Hurry up. Sakia muttered to herself. Looking toward the distant firewall, the behemoth's head began to move again, pointing in its direction. Time waited for no one. This thing was gathering energy again. After repelling a few waves of monsters, Li Jiayi, Longsheng, and Bruce descended from the sky again, landing beside Sakia. A high heat reaction has been detected. There's a heat dissipation organ in its head, mid-body, and tail. It's probably because it's gathering energy that we're able to detect it. Li Jiayi explained quickly to Shakia. The four of us will take care of the head, and the other two teams will handle the other two. Bruce rubbed his hands eagerly and said, completely paralyze it. We can't let it fire beams anymore. Longsheng was unusually enthusiastic. Okay. Let's go! Shakia felt relieved to be able to fight alongside them again. Without further delay, after a brief exchange, the four of them immediately rushed to the location where Shakia's head was approaching. Several streaks of flame streaked through the air. They were the members of the antivirus team. They also headed straight for the weak points on the giant Kun's body. Chapter 107. The four of them braved the onslaught of monsters from the air and on the land, arriving at the top of the giant Kun. A large hole, 2 or 3 feet tall, appeared before them. Ugh, that's disgusting. Is that its black head? Bruce walked in front, peering into the hole. A protrusion, more than a man tall, emitting a red glow, appeared before them. The light was pulsating in a regular pattern. That looks like it. The remaining 3 also entered the hole, and Sakia stepped forward to investigate. The closer they got, the more intense the heat it emitted. Okay, that's easy. Let's just blow it up. Longsheng urged, looking at the organ. Okay. Prepare to attack. Bruce didn't bother to think any further. He mobilized all his weapons, ready to unleash a full-scale barrage on the thing. Wait! Li Jiayi suddenly screamed from behind. Before Bruce could react, he saw the heat dissipation system before him explode, sending forth a terrifying spray of superheated steam and molten lava. Hey! At the critical moment, Sakia used her spirit energy to create a spherical protective shield, trapping everyone inside and saving them from disaster. Bang! However, the force of this energy surge was so overwhelming that the 4 were ejected from the hole by the superheated liquid, falling heavily to the ground. Ouch! There's even this kind of maneuver? That was a close call. Bruce, even inside his suit, broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Sakia's quick eyes and hands, the 4 would have been seriously injured. Even the small monsters that had been surrounding them were decimated by this attack, and the area was instantly clear. Be careful. That's exactly how it's cooling itself. I was watching you, and you went right in. Li Jiayi rolled her eyes at Bruce. If it weren't for Shakia, we'd be in big trouble. Zhou Longsheng said to Bruce, then hurried over to Shakia to check on her. It's okay, I'm fine. Shakia brushed her hair and gave a wry smile. Thanks to the energy shield, the superheated liquid didn't splash onto anyone, and Bruce was unharmed. However, the end of Shakia's left hair had been burned off, making her hairstyle look a bit odd. Thankfully, this space was virtual. It would be fine once we got out. So, the priority was completing the mission. Keep your distance, everyone aim. Li Jiayi wasn't going to let the team take any more risks this time. They decided to use ranged attacks from outside the cave to destroy the cooling organ. Who knows if it would explode even more violently when they did. Oh! I won't miss again this time. Bruce also remounted the suit's guns, and Li Jiao's floater flew over to his side, aiming at the target together. I don't have anything to offer. Longsheng smiled awkwardly, shaking the small pistol in his hand. Healing suits primarily rely on repair kits to support their teammates, but there's still someone here who can do the work of two. Sakia, her hands wrapped in dense mechanical energy, slowly walked over to Longsheng, smiled and nodded at him. It's okay, I cover your share. That's more like you. Longsheng opened the suit's visor and returned the favor with a resolute smile. Sakia crossed her wrists, channeling the energy within them into her palms. Her palms began to glow brightly. Fire! Li Jiao's cry served as the trigger for the general attack. At the command, all the weapons on Bruce's suit opened fire, missiles, beams, and shells flying. Li Jiao's hands continuously fired energy projectiles, and the floater, in sync with Bruce's full arsenal, continuously released beams. Sakia's palms also transformed the energy within them into beams, firing them out. A streak of light, along with the beams and missiles, shot towards the radiator within the cave. The explosion of the radiator pipes caused a roar even more devastating than anyone had imagined. The four were thrown back by the blast, but thanks to the jets on their suits, Li Jiao quickly steadied herself in the blast and grabbed Sakia as she flew towards them. Thanks, Jiao. Then Sakia grabbed Longsheng, who was tumbling backwards. Are you okay, Sakia? Seeing Sakia lift him up in his suit with one hand, Longsheng worried she might collapse. It's okay. Finally, the blast lasted a few seconds before dissipating. The area around the heat dissipation system was a mess. The jagged shell had been blown away, revealing the giant Kun's skin. Thankfully, Bruce's suit was quite heavy, so he merely rolled on the ground a few times, and wasn't blown away like the other three. Oh my god! How many tons of TNT is this guy carrying on his back? Bruce stood up with a wry smile. You're still teasing me at this hour. As expected of you. Longsheng walked over and smiled at Bruce. Gao! The giant Kun uttered a low, muffled groan, apparently noticing something unusual on its back. The crowd standing on its back also felt a violent tremor. Wow, such a violent explosion, and it didn't even break its skin. Sakia half crouched on the ground, looking at the flat, smooth surface before her. This must be the skin hidden beneath its shell. The Kun's head, previously jagged and covered with sharp rock peaks, was now smooth and level. But I can hear it groaning in pain. It's going bald now. Li Jiao is usually quiet, but once she's in a good mood, she has a sense of humor. You know, there will be 2 more explosions like this. Boom! Boom! Li Jiao had barely finished speaking when 2 huge columns of dust rose up behind the 4 of them. The 2 explosions occurred very close together, and the vibrations spread throughout the Kun's body. The 4 of them remained in their half-crouching and prone positions, unable to stand up for the time being. Great job, they succeeded over there too. Li Jiao, sprawled on the ground, still shouted happily. That's enough for this guy to take a beating. Bruce laughed, his face as delighted as Longsheng's. It seemed that with its 3 cooling organs destroyed, the giant could no longer remain indifferent. It began to shake violently. This doesn't seem like just a few simple struggles. Longsheng found himself sliding in a certain direction, his grip on the ground no longer stable. The surface the 4 of them were on began to tilt continuously. The vibrations were beyond the limit of standing on. The antivirus team members began to evacuate from the giant Kun. Sakia, unable to remain airborne for long, was lifted off the giant Kun by the combined efforts of Li Jiao and Zhou Longsheng, each holding one of her hands. This is... As Sakia flew away from the giant, she noticed that it was gradually lifting its body, hovering in the air, ready to stand upright. The energy gathering in its mouth didn't diminish, and the glow even grew brighter. Oh no! Why is it still charging? Even Li Jiao was a little panicked. Captain! What's going on? Members from other teams joined the group, their faces filled with anxiety. Look at that thing! One of the other teams exclaimed. Everyone watched as red cracks began to appear on the giant creature's body, and the smaller monsters around it suddenly fell, as if swept away by some energy wave. No! This red wasn't the color of the cracks themselves, but rather the glow of the energy accumulating within the giant Kun. Chapter 108. The group, already some distance away from the giant beast, suddenly felt a wave of heat coming. It looked like the monsters were being incinerated by its heat. Not good. I wonder if, having lost its cooling organs, its breath will cause it to explode. Longsheng had seen some monster movies, and instinctively thought of similar plots. You mean, it's willing to self-destruct to destroy the firewall? What's the point? Bruce was also anxious. The situation was extremely critical. Isn't this just a matter of waiting for death? No, this wasn't the time to despair. The other two team leaders also ran to Li Jiai to discuss countermeasures. But time was running out. Before the three team leaders, led by Li Jiai, could reach a conclusion, the giant kun had already raised its head, preparing its final blow. The skin on its body began to peel off, revealing the glowing red energy beneath. In the giant kun's mouth, everyone could clearly see a strange organ gathering energy. No time. Let's try. One of the team leaders decided to give it a try. He gathered his team and prepared to approach the giant mouth and attempt to destroy it. Even if the antivirus team members died, they could return to the battlefield multiple times, at the cost of the firewall. But compared to the giant's breath, this cost was negligible. The captain led the team towards the monster's maw, and everyone unleashed all the long-range weapons in their suits. The closer they got to the giant's body, the more terrifying the heat wave became. Even the live ammunition warheads exploded before they even made contact with the giant kun's body. The few beam weapons fired into the monster's mouth had no effect, seemingly absorbed. What kind of monster is this? The team leader and his team had tried their best, but still couldn't damage the organs in the giant kun's mouth. Wait. There's one last method. His team members told him. Even if there's even a sliver of hope, it's worth a try. It seemed all his team members were unanimous. In that case, Li Jiai watched them, firing non-stop, charged straight into the giant beast's mouth. I leave it to you. She could see what the team was planning. This was a tactic they wouldn't resort to unless absolutely necessary. There was still room for reasonable sacrifices. Whatever it took, they couldn't let the giant beast complete its attack. The four-man team that charged into the monster's mouth transformed into 4 flashes of light within its mouth. The monster didn't stop its movements, merely swaying slightly. Thankfully, even if the 4 members of the team used self-sacrifice attacks, only their control characters would die, and they would be revived after a minute. Although the firewall's durability would decrease, it would be destroyed in one blow by that breath anyway, so it wouldn't matter whether it decreased or not. What happened? Li Jiai asked the team leader, who had just made the self-sacrificing attack over the team chat. It worked. The 4 of us detonated the full energy of our suits, and we did cause damage to that thing. But, the team leader paused mid-sentence. I'm afraid even if we all self-detonated, the power wouldn't be enough to destroy it. What did you say? Li Jiai's scalp tingled at this. She froze in midair, motionless. Jiai, what's going on? Longsheng asked, but she didn't respond. What should we do next? Fly over there too? Bruce was also anxious. Jiai, what's wrong? Oldley also noticed his daughter's abnormality. Dad? It's too late. We failed. All Oldley heard was Li Jiai's weak, tearful reply. If the firewall were destroyed, the clan could advance directly and seize the origin cube, and the Flashpoint plan would be ruined. Nothing but destruction awaited this planet. Jiai, don't give up yet. Huh? Shakia's voice pulled Li Jiai out of her despair. Shakia, what are you going to do? Li Jiai felt Shakia's grip on her wrist loosen. Longsheng, would you give me a ride? I want to get as close to the big guy as possible. Shakia looked up at Longsheng, who was holding her other hand. Longsheng, after all, had been on the Tron with her before, so he didn't say much, simply nodding emphatically. Let's go! Shakia let go of Li Jiai's hand, and Longsheng carried her instead. I'll be back soon, Jiai. Li Jiai was stunned. Before she could say anything, she saw Longsheng, holding Shakia's hands, flying towards the giant kun's head. Even though his speed was reduced by holding Shakia, Longsheng managed to maintain his balance. I don't know what would happen if you died in this dimension. So, Shakia. No, Qin Yun, you must come back alive. All Longsheng could do was fulfill Shakia's request. Now they had reached the giant kun, its head raised and its maw gaping. So, no matter how much trouble you throw, I stick with you. I trust you. Ah. This time, I made you join me again. I'm truly sorry. Shakia looked up at Longsheng. At this distance you should go back. Longsheng felt Shakia's hand completely release her grasp, but he hesitated, clinging to her tightly. Let go. I be fine. Hearing Shakia's words, Longsheng finally made up his mind and let go. He watched Shakia plummet, shrinking, before suddenly bursting into a burst of golden light. Beside the impending explosion, the scorching radiation made it difficult for Shakia to open his eyes. Even with the power of the mechanical soul entwined within her, the very air she breathed in felt as if it were burning. Jingxi had previously stated that her still-informed mechanical soul held immense potential. At this final juncture, Sakia was ready to take a gamble, Since she could shape the mechanical soul into the form she desired, then she could transform the mechanical soul energy into Trom's image. Sakia now unleashed the full force of her mechanical soul energy, emitting a dazzling light that, to the distant antivirus team members, rivaled the brilliance of the sun. What they saw was a massive ball of light slowly descending into the behemoth's mouth. In the technical department's lab, Ziyuan also observed through the window the changes taking place in Trom outside the training grounds. What's going on? Trom seems to have reactivated. The others also ran to the window to look. Trom's eyes glowed again. Though still motionless, it had responded to Sakia's call. Sakia had no intention of self-destructing on this trip, and she wouldn't. Now she was descending deeper into the monster's mouth, the scorching radiation threatening to scorch her. The suffocating feeling of impending death returned. She recalled the ethereal state of mind she had felt in the ruins, facing the monster's maw, on the brink of life and death. It seemed as if the power of the spirit was unleashed precisely in this state. Incomparably pure, incomparably sharp, and incredibly powerful. Shakia. From a distance, Li Jiai and the antivirus team watched the light emanating from Shakia grow fainter. From its initial brilliance, as dazzling as the sun, it gradually waned. Now, as it neared the monster's mouth, its brightness was bright enough to be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 109. Something miraculous was happening around Sakia. Her mechanical spirit power was transforming into parts and assembling at an astonishing speed. It's done! It worked! Sakia, sweating profusely, opened her eyes. She had succeeded. Even the usually calm Sakia couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Previously, she had released her energy to its limit, emitting a dazzling glow. Now, the glow of the mechanical spirit energy was fading, as it was forming Trom's body. To Li Jiai and the others, it seemed as Sakia gradually fell into the giant beast's mouth that her glow gradually faded. They didn't see that the mechanical spirit power had already formed Trom, enveloping Sakia. The giant beast's surface was already emitting intense heat radiation, blurring the light. Retreat! The farther the better. Li Jiai had no choice but to order everyone to flee, as far away from the heat radiation as possible. Otherwise, they'd all be wiped out in one fell swoop, and the firewall's durability would be a huge loss. Sakia. Longsheng had no idea what the outcome would be, and now he could only leave it to fate. He followed Li Jiai and the others, and flew away from the behemoth at full speed. Sakia had returned to Trom's familiar cockpit. The terrifying heat radiating from the behemoth was blocked by its steel body. This is what Master Jinxi talked about. The power of the mechanical spirit. Summoning Trom from the void? Perhaps this is a privilege in this virtual space, but now isn't the time to dwell on that. As the saying goes, the more favorable conditions, the better. At this moment, Sakia knew she could do it. I'm beginning to understand Master Jinxi's feelings. The power of the mechanical soul was truly amazing. Listen, feel, think. The same voice that had spoken when the root cube appeared before her suddenly reappeared in Sakia's ears. Could this be the call from the root cube? Perhaps this was the special ability of its chosen executor. Well, it seems you don't want to surrender. Then lend me your power once again. Sakia was enveloped in warm mechanical soul energy, feeling 100 times more fulfilled than when she had defeated the Yiksha king of her clan. Then, it was time to put an end to everything. Trom, composed of the power of the mechanical soul, turned golden. Every part of its body was now a dense mass of mechanical soul energy. In this state, the power of Sakia's attacks would increase exponentially. Sakia piloted Trom into the giant beast's mouth. The maw was truly terrifying. Swallowing Trom in one gulp was a piece of cake. Amidst the ominous purple glow, the organ within the beast's mouth appeared clearly before Sakia's eyes. She could even see a tiny scar on it, surely the result of the previous team's self-destruction. Indeed, if a team suit explosion could only inflict such a small wound, then even if Li Jiai led everyone in a self-destruction, they wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the organ. But Sakia arrived, riding on Trom. Trom was still swirling with surging spirit energy. Sakia, transformed into Trom, showed no sign of slowing down. At the speed of a free fall, she plunged headfirst into the energy-gathering organ, a circle larger than the body itself. Spirit! Fusion! She raised her right hand, leveraging gravity and the momentum of her sprint, and slammed it hard into the organ. It stuck. Trom's fist pierced the crack her teammate had created with his self-destruction. Explosion! Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the behemoth's mouth. The gloomy virtual space seemed illuminated as bright as day. Even Li Jiai and the others, who were flying with their backs to the behemoth, were blinded by the flash and closed their eyes. Followed by this, a violent explosion erupted in the behemoth's direction, sending the airborne antivirus team scattering. What's going on? Li Jiai couldn't even steady herself. She could only watch, dizzy and dazed, as her character was hurled from the air into the ruins on the ground. The entire screen was covered in white. The fierce battle in cyberspace may have concluded, but deep beneath the Swagger Command Center, another battle has just begun. After settling Clark down, Tessa continued her journey deeper into the tunnel. Following the map, Tessa dismantled the mesh surrounding a ventilation vent and entered a vertical shaft. Using a high-vibration long knife, Tessa cut through the mesh surrounding the exit and emerged from the vent. Thankfully, the vent was on the other side of the walkway. A spiral staircase spiraled down the shaft wall, and Tessa ascended it. In the center, there was a massive pillar, likely the track for the elevator. Looking up, the elevator seemed to be still above Tessa. She was now beneath the elevator. This was the passage leading to the underground vault. The origin cube was stored in this facility at the very bottom. Huh. It's bottomless. Let's explore further down for now. Clang, clang, clang. This shaft was also lit with red and blue emergency lighting, the dim light creating an eerie atmosphere. The sound of Tessa's footsteps on the metal panels echoed throughout the empty shaft. Strange. The silence was making Tessa impatient. She must have come to the right place. Speak of the devil, and he appear. A buzzing sound emanated from the depths of the shaft. It was clearly the sound of a flying drone. Haha, finally here. Looks like I come to the right place. Tessa drew the twin pistols from her waistband and pointed them at the numerous red dots of light rising from the bottom of the shaft. That blip was the warning signal for the drones to enter attack mode. The familiar's intrusion had already reached the shaft, activating and taking over the security robots within the passage. However, since the passage was closed, as the director had predicted, they were running around inside. Now, suddenly, a reckless individual broke in, and naturally, they pounced like hungry ghosts upon a living being. Tessa didn't hesitate, drawing her gun and firing. As for the drones rising from below, due to their angle of attack, their machine guns had no chance to raise and aim. The first wave of drones were completely destroyed before they even reached Tessa's altitude. These reconnaissance drones were inherently fragile, so a single shot was a given. Tessa hadn't come here to look for these things. She carefully observed her surroundings, checking for any signs of the familiar. Besides the flying drones, there were also some small turrets mounted on the walls. After all, the terrain of this shaft was ill-suited for deploying tank-type drones. Bang! A high-caliber bullet blasted into the wall in front of Tessa. Damn it! Tessa reacted quickly, crouching down against the railing of the staircase. Luckily, the railing was protected by steel plates, otherwise it wouldn't have served as cover. These small turrets would suddenly pop up from the wall and fire at Tessa, which was truly annoying. As Tessa ducked behind cover, the small turrets' laser fire control systems continued to linger along the wall, searching for enemies. Reloading her pistol and checking the EMP grenade in her bag, Tessa crouched and slowly approached the nearest turret. Thankfully, these turrets seemed unintelligent and were searching in Tessa's previous direction. Don't forget, this shaft is circular. Now it was Tessa's turn to surprise them. Chapter 110. An EMP grenade rolled down the spiral staircase to the location where the turrets were clustered. Bang! After the grenade exploded, the turrets, which had been rapidly spinning to search for the enemy, froze in place. Even the fire control lasers were deactivated. Tessa abruptly rose from her cover and blasted the two closest turrets with her shotgun. Then she switched to her dual pistols and fired a full burst at the more distant ones. Even these few turrets couldn't stop Tessa. Although these small turrets were sturdier than drones, they could only fire a few more rounds. That being said, Tessa didn't carry much ammunition for the sake of secrecy. If these small turrets appeared again, she would have to slip past them. Tessa's biggest concern was whether the energy emitted by the root cube would cause her body to reject it again. At least for now, everything seemed normal. Better to conserve ammunition, Tessa decided to use her sword to thwart the next wave of drone attacks. Looks like it's time to go all out. After descending a short distance, the drones finally came face to face with Tessa. They fired at her from a distance with their mounted machine guns. With limited long-range countermeasures, what would Tessa do? Tessa began to run swiftly up the stairs, swinging her high-vibration long sword at the same time. Some of the incoming bullets were actually deflected by Tessa's sword swings, and Tessa's speed was unbelievably fast. It seemed that Tessa had hidden some strength during her time with Clark. What was the reason? Having temporarily broken free from the minions, Tessa descended a considerable distance and saw no sight of the mechanical worms she had encountered earlier. It seemed she had indeed gotten ahead of the families. She felt a sense of relief. This was exactly what she had intended to achieve. She would intercept the family's main body in this shaft. Clang! The sound of machinery whirred from far above Tessa's head. The indicator light on the central pillar lit up, indicating the elevator above had begun to move. Who had come here at this time? Could it be Swager's men? No, she hadn't seen any of those drones swarming up. Looks like my trip wasn't in vain. In that case, Tessa already had a good idea of what the newcomers were. Bang! Bang! With several loud bangs, several heavy objects fell from the ceiling, landing on the metal steps with a dull thud. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. It looked like the real battle had already begun, even before the elevator descended. The mechanical bugs fell from above in front of Tessa. No, unlike the bugs she'd seen before, these were the size of giant snakes. It looked like they absorbed more material, growing even larger. But this made it easier to chop them. Humph! Ah! Tessa drew her sword, slicing the giant mechanical snake in front of her in two. Come on! She turned, leveraging the momentum and swinging her blade. The giant metal snake behind Tessa was also severed. Dang! 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 Having just chopped off these two, 3 more fell from above. Trying to outnumber me? Tessa was about to charge the newcomers, when she saw the previously severed creatures on the ground begin to wriggle again. Not only were they beginning to recover, but they were also absorbing the drone fragments from the ground and gluing them to themselves. It seemed this thing would keep regenerating unless it destroyed the tiny insects that served as its core. Now surrounded by these creatures, how could they have time to precisely locate the core? Tessa decided to deal with it drastically. She first tried to throw an EMP grenade at the newcomers. The EMP grenade did have some effect. While it didn't completely stop them, it did make the 3 metal snakes cower, afraid to charge immediately. Is this still a familia? Such a loser, Tessa scoffed. Next, it was time to deal with the one that was fusing. Metallic threads were gluing the shattered parts back together, and the cores of the 2 snakes seemed to be merging together, forming something larger. Unfortunately, Tessa wouldn't give them that chance. Humph! Humph! Ah! Hey! Tessa's knife swung at high speed, dicing the twisted metal. Under this flurry of slashing blows, the core itself was reduced to tiny fragments, falling to the ground in a smoldering haze. Paw! Tessa followed up with another kick, and the 2 were completely defeated under her feet. If you don't get out of the way and insist on getting your ass kicked, I grant you your wish. Turning around, Tessa slowly walked towards the other 3 metal snakes, who had recovered from the EMP effects. The tip of her knife dragged on the ground, the high-vibration blade creating bursts of sparks on the metal surface. After repeating the same trick with the 3 giant metal snakes, Tessa looked upward. The previously sparse, ordinary shaft walls were now covered in a mass of twisting pipes and half-molten metal. Some were still falling downwards. Tessa had just dealt with these falling objects. The falling metal bugs were increasing in number, varying in size, no longer simply snake-like strands. Humph. Am I in an aquarium? Tessa gripped the blade tightly in her right hand and removed the shotgun with her left. She watched the growing number of bizarre metal monsters before her. Some resembled starfish, some crabs, and some sponges with legs. Although the largest were only about the size of a human, the dense crowding of them looked disgusting. A person with trypophobia would surely faint instantly from fear. Even Tessa felt a chill. The elevator was still a little way to go, but before that, she had to fight through these little bugs. It seemed these guys didn't want Tessa to get to the elevator, but the more they didn't, the more likely it was that the familiar's true form lay up there. A shotgun blast blew away the core of a metal monster, then pierced the shell of another, exposing its core. Tessa immediately rushed forward and pierced the exposed core with her blade. On every other level of the spiral staircase, there was a platform leading to the elevator. Tessa hacked and slashed as she advanced toward one of the platforms. As she used both her blade and her gun, metal fragments flew in her direction, and many monster fragments were sent flying over the railing and plummeting deeper into the shaft. The elevator was only 2 levels away, just a little longer. If she simply fought her way through, she'd probably miss it. Tessa leaped up and stepped on the metal monsters. Of course, these twisting and turning creatures weren't meant to be used as stepping stones. Tessa knew that. Using these unfortunate creatures, Tessa leaped again, landing on the shaft wall. She actually began to run along the curved shaft. Look closely, blue arcs of electricity flickered beneath Tessa's feet. It seemed she had a lot of equipment she hadn't yet shown Clark. The Enterprise still held a lot of mysterious, black technology. Just in time. After Tessa leaped onto the wall and passed the small monsters blocking her path, the elevator platform arrived at this point. Tessa's eyes caught sight of the twisted, forbidden figure on the elevator platform. That was her prey. Here I come! Die! She kicked against the wall so hard that even the metal shaft wall gave way. Tessa launched like a cannonball towards the twisted metal monster on the elevator platform. Chapter 111. In the shaft leading to the underground passage, Tessa encountered an indescribable metallic object. It was most likely the true form of the attacking familiar, the mage-eating ghost. So, in cyberspace, who was the one willing to self-destruct to destroy the firewall? Antivirus team, alive. Li Jiayi was in charge of reporting the battle situation. Behind the blinding white light came a massive shockwave. It was like a nuclear bomb exploding behind them. It took several minutes for the white light to fade, and Li Jiayi could clearly see the team members' interface. Roger, the firewall is also alive. After receiving the report, Old Li also informed his daughter of the firewall's situation. Then, climbing from the rubble, Li Jiayi looked up at the sky. The gigantic Kun was no longer visible. The ground was dotted with fragments of gigantic organisms, and on the horizon lay the remains of a gigantic creature. It seemed that the enormous monster had been blasted by its own energy. We won! Li Jiayi announced loudly in the team chat. The other members of the antivirus team also gathered in Li Jiayi's direction, dragging their tattered suits. We won? What's the situation now? Bruce's helmet had been blown apart, revealing his face. It didn't matter, it was all over now. What about Shakia? Longsheng asked worriedly. His suit was still intact, and his jet was still working. He used it from a distance, hopping over to Li Jiayi's side. Damn it, I can't check her status from here. Li Jiayi couldn't view Sakia, who wasn't part of the antivirus team's system. Since Sakia wasn't part of the antivirus team's system, no one knew what would happen if she died. The worst-case scenario was that she would forever wander in this virtual space. The antivirus team had all returned, though many of their uniforms were tattered. However, the members of the team that had just self-destructed had revived and returned to the team, all wearing brand new gear. Across this gloomy battlefield, the massive explosion had ripped a large hole even in the dark clouds covering the sky. Sunlight finally shone through the silent earth. The view was truly magnificent. But even with such a beautiful scene before the antivirus team, a lingering feeling remained. Where exactly was Sakia? Jiayi Bruce. Look over there. Suddenly, Longsheng, looking at the wreckage, shouted excitedly. What's going on? Bruce looked over there, but without his helmet, he couldn't see clearly. Li Jiayi activated the telescope function on her suit's visor. What's that? She saw something moving within the shattered remains of the giant Kun. It was the upper body of a humanoid. It's a robot. Is that Trom? Captain Li Jiayi, I saw it too. Me too. Is that the robot that repelled the familiar earlier? Through the telescope, the other members of the antivirus team also saw Trom crawling out of the giant beast's carcass. Climbing from the massive wreckage, Trom basked in the sunlight streaming down to the ground, as if it were a heaven-sent glory bestowed upon Sakia. It's really Trom. The image in Li Jiayi's mask was projected onto the command room screen, leaving Old Li and the others stunned. How is that possible? Old Li knew Trom was still at the training ground, so how could he suddenly appear in the virtual space? Jinxie, on the other hand, smiled meaningfully, seemingly unsurprised by such a thing. You are a teachable child. Of course, Old Li paid no attention to Jinxie's words. Sakia, piloting the Trom, leaped from where the monster had fallen and flew towards where Li Jiayi and the others were. With the Trom's friend or foe identification system, Sakia could locate our target even if it wasn't in the antivirus team system. Wow! Seeing Trom flying towards them, the antivirus team members excitedly waved and greeted it. Trom flew in front of them and landed. Aside from Longsheng, Li Jiayi and the others were seeing Trom up close for the first time, and they excitedly gathered around him. Trom half-crouched and opened the cockpit, while Shakia emerged, waving to everyone. I'm back. Shakia smiled sheepishly. It took so long to get out of that thing. Not at all. I'm glad you're back. Li Jiayi excitedly flew up to the cockpit, using her suit's jetpack, and gave Shakia a big hug. Longsheng also joined them. Me? How about me? His face flushed slightly, as he looked at Shakia. Shakia also reached out to Longsheng, pulling him and Li Jiayi into a hug. Thank you, Longsheng, you supported me again this time. Of course. I'm glad to be able to help you again. Now you won't treat me like a child anymore, will you? Longsheng was once again embraced by Shakia, his heart filled with joy. First, change that revealing laugh of yours. Ouch. Why is that? At this point, Bruce couldn't stand being left out, so he flew up as well. Okay, everyone, such a touching farewell. How could I be left out? Ha ha ha. Bruce ran up and gave the three of them a big bear hug with his broad, majestic arms. Oh! Longsham couldn't help but cry out from the squeeze. Ah! Stop! 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 Puff! Naturally, Shakia and Li Jiai couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone appreciated Bruce's kindness, but they just wished he wouldn't be so passionate anymore. After this touching reunion, it should be time to evacuate, right? Dad, when can we evacuate? Back on the surface, Li Jiai began to ask her father. Jiai, the battle should be over. But the system erosion rate hasn't decreased? Besides evacuating, Oldly noticed something strange. What? Supposedly, after defeating this gigantic monster, the clan should have been wiped out. Hey Li Jiai, look over there. At this moment, one of the antivirus team members exclaimed. He pointed off into the distance, and Li Jiai gasped as he looked. In the distance, the remains of the exploding monster were actually moving again. What's going on? Sakia immediately climbed into Trom and activated the observation equipment. She saw that the wreckage was regenerating at an astonishing rate. Ah! What the hell is going on? Longsheng also frantically sat down on the ground. A monster that had cost so much to defeat was now resurrecting? This was a nightmare. But it was only natural. The main body of the familiar still existed. As long as it wasn't destroyed, the behemoth would resurrect and continue its assault on the firewall. In the shaft above the Swager underground vault, Tessa saw the forbidden figure. She swung her sword at a monster that looked like a pile of metal, two enormous tentacles dancing. This monster occupied almost half the platform, and Tessa looked no bigger than the two heads on top of its tentacles. This creature was unlike any other metal monster she had encountered before. It looked like it was her undisputed target. The heads on the two tentacles began to blast energy beams at Tessa as she flew towards them, but she had already reached one of the heads and slashed it with her sword. Chapter 112. Before the high-vibration longsword, metal and everything else were as soft as tofu. Tessa swung her sword and severed one of the heads at the tip of the alien's tentacle. The energy beam it was about to release exploded at its neck. Serves you right. Tessa snorted contemptuously, leaping relentlessly at its other head. It seemed this massive metal monster wasn't that formidable. Just finish it off in a few quick moves and then retreat. Having gained a victory, it was even more important to pursue it. Tessa leaped high and landed heavily on the monster's remaining head, piercing the monster's forehead at the tip of the tentacle. The high-vibration longsword pierced the metal, sending sparks flying. Staying in, and then with a powerful twist, a large hole instantly opened in the monstrous metal skull, and the energy it was currently emitting gushed out from the hole. TSK, that's really worrying. To avoid being splashed by the energy, Tessa drew her long sword again and leaped, landing on the ground in front of the monster. This should finally be it. Tessa tentatively approached the metal monster, both heads destroyed, wanting to observe it carefully. If the information she gathered was deemed valuable by the Enterprise, she could even receive a bonus. However, considering that those smaller monsters all had those tiny, insect-like cores inside, what exactly was the core of this giant creature? A sharp wind roared in her ears. Tessa was no pushover. Preparing, she raised her hand and lashed a massive metal whip against the blade. It was a tentacle of the metal monster. However, the high-vibration longsword sharpness had previously given it a hard time, resulting in it being cut in two again. I knew it. You're still playing dead? Having seen that kind of bug-shaped core before, Tessa was wary. The severed section fell heavily onto the platform, making a loud metallic clang. The monster seemed stunned for a moment, still thinking its sneak attack might succeed. Fool, too slow. Tessa didn't want to give the monster a break and planned to rip off its two tentacles. But just as her blade was about to make contact with the creature's tentacles, it suddenly retreated a long distance, dodging the blow. The monster was more agile than expected. It had been perched in the center of the platform, but now it began circling it at high speed. It looked like a giant pile of junk metal, with two tentacles made of scrap extending from it. How could its feet move so quickly? Tessa placed her right hand on the hilt of her knife, her left hand on the scabbard, and watched her opponent's movements warily. While there was still some ammunition left in the ammo pouch on her belt, good for ranged attacks, simply attacking the metal lumps on this creature's exterior was pointless. That would be a waste of ammunition. As for the firearm, wait until its core is exposed before shooting at it. That's the most appropriate method in this situation. Something's coming. As the familiar circled at high speed, it hurled several balls of metal junk at Tessa, who was surrounded. So fast, Tessa felt that this creature was finally getting serious, so she couldn't afford to show any weakness. She wanted to show them that speed alone was useless. The first one. Diagonally in front of Tessa's right, the sword was unsheathed, a flash of light. The garbage chunk was cut into 4 pieces, falling behind Tessa due to inertia. The second one followed immediately. It came from diagonally in front of Tessa's left. Since the sword was already unsheathed, she only needed to use the momentum to strike. Tessa spun around, using the momentum from the previous cut to position the blade to meet the incoming bullet. The high-vibration long sword cleaved the second cannonball in 2, sparking, and it fell to the ground, brushing against Tessa's hair. Another. Tessa could already hear the rustle of the third bullet approaching nearby, directly behind her. This time, 2 were fired at once, twisting the blade, twisting her body. Tessa's long sword flew straight towards the first incoming bullet. This time, Tessa didn't just cut the bullet directly, but adjusted the angle of her strike. After the first shell was cut in half, one half collided with the second. Of course, the kinetic energy of this shell wasn't enough for a single fragment to offset, but it still slightly changed its trajectory. That was enough. When Tessa blocked the first, the second shell had a high probability of hitting her head, but this slight change in angle gave her an opening. After the cut, she used the momentum to turn around, her feet suddenly leaving the ground, her body horizontal in the air, and spun in the direction of the shell, perfectly avoiding the insidious blow. Any more. Tessa seemed to be handling this wave of attacks with ease, not even catching her breath. Seeing that its attack had failed, the monster slowly stopped and observed its opponent. Only 4? Tessa looked at the shattered metal fragments on the ground and beckoned her finger provocatively at the familiar. Come on, I'd take on 10. But the monster didn't seem to heed Tessa's challenge, standing there blankly, not knowing what to do. Huh? Tessa had no idea what this creature was up to, and she hesitated to attack rashly. You know, when the wind's in your favor, the waves are bound to overturn. The creature in front of her remained motionless. Tessa hadn't expected it to use psychological tactics. She couldn't take her eyes off the twisted monster before her. Although she had managed to break through its attacks several times, the familiar were a particularly mysterious enemy. If she was careless, she would be doomed. This was the experience her mentor had taught her. Move. The familiar slowly raised 2 broken tentacles. Was it going to attack with them? Tessa hesitated for nearly 2 seconds. For those 2 seconds, she was completely distracted by the movements of the familiar's main body. And this moment of negligence played right into the enemy's hands. No! Tessa realized too late that this was the familiar's decoy tactic. She leaped up, but it was too late. She felt 2 chills pierce her body. Ah! That hurts. Damn it! Tessa's left shoulder and right thigh were pierced by 2 thick metal spikes. Then, the intense pain washed over her, and she couldn't help but cry out. It seemed that no matter how skilled she was at fighting, she wasn't Superman. However, the blood flowing from Tessa's wounds was surprisingly blue and shimmering. Luckily, Tessa managed to gain some height at the last moment, otherwise her head and chest would have been pierced. And these spikes were protruding from the metal garbage ball that Tessa had previously chopped off. The familiar was being so mysterious just to attract Tessa's attention. The more experienced a warrior is, the more easily they're deceived by overthinking. Tessa herself was frustrated, as if she were a human being tricked by an animal. Even as she was pierced by the familiar spikes, she glared at them. Every move targeted their weak points. This familiar was very clever. Tessa admitted that she had underestimated them at first. One wrong move, and she'd be completely defeated. Damn it. I was thinking maybe pain masking wouldn't be necessary this time. I was being careless. More short spikes were emerging from the metal fragments, and it was clear they would grow longer in the next moment, piercing Tessa's flesh even more. Chapter 113. However, the torrent of piercing blows Tessa had anticipated never arrived. The monster seemed to have stopped again. Asshole. What are you up to again? Tessa began to struggle. No, this time it didn't seem to stop of its own accord. In cyberspace, Sakia piloted the Trom and launched a barrage of aerial bombardment at the resurrecting giant Kun. The antivirus team and its combat-capable members also assisted Sakia. While firing photon missiles, Sakia drew the daggers from her waist. Besides their inherent high-vibration properties, these daggers were now imbued with the energy of the spirit. Originally just 2 short swords, new blades formed from mechanical spirit energy emerged from their blades, transforming them into 2 long swords. Ha! Sakia dropped from a height, spinning her body, transforming herself into a storm of mechanical spirit blades. she continued to slice along the giant Kuin's head, slicing all the way to its tail. Sakia peeled away the newly grown tissue and carapace. It was unclear whether the tissues on this giant Kuin's followers were organic, nor did they resemble flesh. But when they were cut, something resembling blood spurted out, looking rather disgusting. As Trom landed, the tissues began to reattach and grow together. Damn! There's no way we can fight it like this. Its regenerative power is outrageous. Sakia helplessly leaped back up, returning to the giant beast's shattered body. For now, everyone could only destroy it as much as possible. There was no telling how far it would take to be destroyed. What kind of vitality is this? It's clearly been blown to smithereens. Long Sheng was also furious. He was doing his best to repair and resupply the antivirus team to full health so they could return to the battlefield faster. At this moment, Li Jiayi was in the air, bringing the currently combat-capable members to support Shakia. We can't let this thing get up again. We crush it every time it rises. Li Jiayi's words were so inspiring. Alright. But everyone's willingness to fight alongside Li Jiayi was one thing. How to completely defeat this enemy was uncertain. Light beams, missiles, and other weapons blasted cracks and holes through the gradually reorganizing giant Kuin's body, but its tissues were still being reassembled faster than they were being destroyed. Our attacks could only slow down this creature's resurrection. This wasn't a long-term solution. Li Jiayi, helpless, contacted her father again. Jiayi, this might not be the true form of the familiar. If we don't defeat the true form as well, the giant creature before you will likely keep resurrecting. Old Li nervously shared his conclusion with his daughter. Dad, what should we do? Li Jiayi's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry, the security team has been instructed to search. You just hold on. I understand. Then we do our best to hold this creature back. At least we have Sakia and Trom here. After hanging up the phone, there was only one thing left to do. That was to delay the giant beast's resurrection as much as possible and wait for news of victory from their father. Li Jiayi informed everyone, including Sakia, of this news. Sakia, riding on Trom, could also receive the antivirus team's communication channel. If I had known this would happen, I should have summoned Trom sooner. Now that the drone force control by the families has been suppressed, the security forces and combat operators can finally operate with some peace of mind. A large portion of the security forces defending the command center were detached and divided into several teams, which began to search various areas for objects that resembled the family's true form. A detailed report on what Cheyenne and the others had encountered in the technical department's computer room was also submitted to the command center. That twisted, seemingly living metal object seemed an obvious target. Originally, every area of Swager was equipped with numerous surveillance systems and sensors. This made it very convenient for locating people and objects, and detecting any reactions. Unfortunately, these systems were still under the control of the families, and for a time, the command center was blind and deaf. Thankfully, thanks to the efforts of Cheyenne and the others, the communication channel was restored, and the deafness was finally restored, but the monitors and various status detectors were still offline. Still blind. That's why we had to resort to the most crude method. Sending people out to search. Everyone was well aware of the dangers of this method, especially facing the unknown true form of the familiar. But Swager's combat unit was established specifically for this purpose. Swager's security forces set out, but they overlooked the vertical shaft directly beneath the command center. Normally, this area was sealed off by layers of security equipment, and could not be opened without the director's order. Furthermore, the director had previously ordered that the underground passageway be sealed to prevent any potential dangers from the drones in the underground vault going out of control. The security forces didn't open the underground passage entrance to investigate. After all, the door didn't look unusual from the outside. The security soldiers briefly inspected the entrance and paid no further attention. Unbeknownst to them, in the shaft behind this door, on the central elevator, a desperate battle was taking place. Taking advantage of the familiar's daze, Tessa activated her pain-blocking function. Now, despite her wound, she could finally move normally. Her left shoulder was pierced, and her left hand was struggling. No problem, her right hand was still usable. With her right hand, she slashed through the two metal spikes that had pierced her, and Tessa finally landed on the ground again. Blocking her pain, she wasn't hampered by the pain. Tessa raised her knife. The familiar before her suddenly seemed to be in agony, swaying back and forth, as if she had taken some wrong medicine. But she didn't bother to dwell on it. Now was her chance. Tessa had no intention of wasting any more time with her opponent. She was going to peel off this creature's metal shell now. She wanted to see what kind of demon lay hidden beneath that thick metal. Humph. Tessa's feet flashed with cyan arcs of electricity again, and she charged towards the limp familiar. The blade in her hand glowed white with high vibrations, leaving a trail of light as Tessa ran at high speed. Tessa rushed in front of the familiar, but it didn't respond quickly. It seemed something had indeed slowed it down. Then I be blunt. Tessa's blade swung like streams of light, dancing across the familiar's body. The blade flashed, fragments and sparks flew. The shaft echoed with the sound of metal slicing. The familiar's main body seemed to be held in place by some invisible force, unable to move freely. Faced with Tessa's violent slashing blows, it had no choice but to mobilize its smaller clones. The metal bugs and seafood that had been clinging to the shaft walls peeled off, leaping onto the lifting platform and lunging at Tessa, who was slashing furiously. But this couldn't save the metal blocks on the main body from being continuously shattered and peeled off. Even the metal monsters that had rushed from the walls to support the main body were caught up in the flow of light. The damage Tessa inflicted on the main body was also reflected on Sakia's side in the virtual space. Regeneration has slowed. Is it just my imagination? Sakia flew over the giant Kuin, her mechanical blade slicing through its head. While it had previously recovered almost instantly after a fight, it seemed slower now. Chapter 114. It feels like the damage is slowly piling up. Li Jiai from the ranged attack team could see it clearly from a distance. The beams they fired earlier had blasted the hole where the monster spawned its minions, but after another round of attacks, the holes had already healed, and even airborne minions were starting to fly out of them. But even after destroying those holes, they wouldn't heal for a while. It seemed like everyone's desperate attacks were having some effect. Reload. Everyone, keep going. Bruce and the Vanguard team also rushed into the monster's mouth, taking advantage of the monster's lack of air to blast its head off first. The Vanguard team, equipped with heavy firepower, unleashed a full barrage of fire into the monster's mouth, unleashing tremendous power. Even though the monster's mouth was quite spacious, its jaw was still blown off. Wow, that was awesome, buddy. You too, buddy. The trio of vanguards blew the beast's jaw off with one blow, and amidst their excitement, they praised each other. Dad, it seems this big guy is showing signs of weakness. After receiving Li Jiai's report, Oldly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the battle in the virtual space also depleted the strength of the familiar's main body? Although he couldn't be sure, it was good news. Director, have the security forces found anything? At the control console, Oldly connected with Director Chin again. Director Chin was currently personally directing the security forces outside, maintaining vigilance until the familiar's defeat was confirmed. The search for the familiar's main body was also under the director's personal responsibility. Oh, it's Oldly. What? About the familiar's main body? The director who answered the call informed me that security forces were currently verifying the situation in all areas. The director mentioned that a team had indeed witnessed and destroyed the metal cocoon. Just like Cheyenne and the operator team had previously destroyed the nest in the computer room. But they didn't encounter any major obstacles. Perhaps that was the familiar's main body, simply divided and scattered across the land? Okay. Director, I got the basics. I wish you all the best. It seems possible that the familiar's main body has been divided into multiple parts. If the security forces can successfully eliminate them, the monsters in the virtual space will naturally be weakened. Is it really that simple? Approaching Oldly, who had hung up, Jingxi looked at the combat display, which showed Li Jiai's perspective. Why? Master Jingxi, what do you think? Not really. I just think the familiar's main body is a little too weak. Jingxi's intuition was correct. Under the command center, Tessa's slash had already gouged away about half of the metal monster's body. Ouch! A feeling of dizziness washed over Tessa. She knew it was the elevator's approach to the underground vault. The powerful energy emanating from the root cube had already taken its toll on her. But she also understood that for her, this was a battle with a time limit, and victory was almost within reach. The monster hadn't recovered yet. If she let this opportunity slip, her entire victory would be ruined, but the dizziness grew stronger, and she could no longer maintain such a high intensity and high-speed slash. Don't hide. I know you're in there. Since slashing is becoming less effective, let's switch to a gun. Tessa paused her slashing, and unsheathed the shotgun behind her. We still have some ammunition, so let's use it all. Shotgun shell after shotgun shell blasted the ripped open portion of the metal monster's body. With each shot, a large chunk of metal was shattered and sent flying. After each shot, Tessa spun the gun in a single hand, rapidly reloading. In the virtual space, Sakia also pummeled the reorganizing behemoth with punches and kicks. Compared to the severing power of the mechanical soul blade, Sakia discovered that directly using fists and kicks imbued with mechanical soul energy was more effective in shattering the behemoth's body. One shot, one punch. Tessa and Sakia, in different planes, worked together to sap the vitality of their Mage-Eater family. Even they were unaware of this. To control the virus clones in cyberspace, the Mage-Eater had to divert a significant portion of its power. The attacks from Sakia and the antivirus team left it with no time to spare. The consequence of this lack of self-care was that it missed the opportunity to kill Tessa and even face defeat for its original form. However, no matter how clever its clan was, it wouldn't have considered things this far. No one could know what these mysterious enemies were thinking, or even if they had minds at all. But that no longer mattered. Sakia could clearly sense that the balance of victory was tilting towards them. The behemoth's recovery was slowing. Everyone on the antivirus team was becoming increasingly aware of this. Come on! If you run out of energy or get hurt, come to us. The repair and supply team, led by Long Sheng, was also on hand to serve the team members. After recovering from their initial shock and despair, they could smell the scent of victory again. Mechanical soul fusion. Explosion. Sakia also had Trom plunge his hands into the beast's skin, then explode the mechanical soul energy within it. The beast's body instantly swelled up, and the mechanical soul energy that had exploded within it radiated out from the points where Sakia's hands had been inserted. Then she looked at the blasted hole before her. Mechanical soul fusion. Sprint. Like a meteor, trailing a dazzling golden glow, Trom, with his right fist held high, burst out from the beast's body. He punched the beast through in one swoop. It's a rare opportunity to fully utilize these ultimate skills here, and Sakia is determined to use them now. Each of her strikes now carries a force no less powerful than when they were blessed by Master Jinxie. Following Sakia's fierce attack are the ranged team's floaters and long-range, high-energy beams. Above the behemoth, the melee team is also severing its skull. While it's unclear if its head is truly a weak spot, there's no harm in severing it. Everyone seems incredibly motivated. Thanks to the antivirus team's momentum in the virtual electronic space, which suppressed the families, Tessa was able to hold out to the end. Bang! The last shotgun shell expended, and before Tessa's eyes, something strange finally appeared. Huh? Looks like all my efforts were worthwhile. Something that looked like metal, but its color was noticeably different from the surrounding metal, and it was moving. Tessa drew her sword and pried open the metal surrounding the object, revealing it completely. But as soon as she did so, she regretted it. This thing made her feel a strong sense of discomfort. She instinctively took a few steps back. This was a much larger metal bug than the one she had previously collected as a sample, a metal bug. The previous bugs were only the size of a little finger, but this one was as big as a human arm. This bug wasn't just elongated. It had a large abdomen and 3 pairs of long legs at the front. These 3 pairs of legs danced in front of Tessa, suppressing the nausea she felt at the sight of this thing, as well as the dizziness she felt from the root cube's energy radiation. Tessa quickly recorded the familiar's data for the Enterprise. The visual recording system was quite convenient, but Tessa didn't want to relive the scene. Goodbye, disgusting creature. Tessa didn't even want to touch or cut the thing with her beloved high-vibration longsword. She decisively drew her pistols. Although she felt dizzy, the distance wasn't too far, and 2 bursts of pistol bullets were enough to turn the thing into a hornet's nest. Taking aim at the disgusting metal bug, Tessa pulled the trigger with both hands. Chapter 115. In the electronic space, the behemoth's body finally began to completely disintegrate. No more disgusting liquids or fragments splashing out. The behemoth's body and its fragments grew blurry, then gradually vanished into thin air. We did it. Li Jiai and the others sighed as they watched this wondrous sight. Sakia, standing atop the behemoth, felt her feet slip and her body began to fall. It seemed the Familia had been completely defeated this time. Sakia steadied herself and began to slowly descend to the ground. Success? Oldie was delighted to see the green grid on the system status screen slowly expanding. This meant the Familia's erosion of the system had ceased and was gradually being alleviated. In the underground shaft, Tessa's twin pistols could no longer fire, and pulling the trigger only produced a clicking sound. The bug before her had been reduced to a blur by the bullets and began to dissipate into dust. Finally, it's over. Tessa ejected the 2 empty magazines from her gun, letting them fall to the ground with a crisp clang. This metallic monster, stripped of its core, had become nothing more than simple metal fragments and garbage, scattered across the ground. Looking at these scraps, no one would have guessed they were once part of a single monster. The battle was won, and all Tessa had to do now was escape. Struggling to resist the dizziness brought on by the root cube's radiation, Tessa manipulated the elevator's panel, switching to ascending. At this moment, the pain-masking effect wore off, and Tessa could no longer stand. She had no choice but to sit down against the console. The underground shaft seemed so quiet at that moment. The only sound was the mechanical whirring of the elevator's transmission mechanism as it ascended. In the electronic space, the antivirus team's mission was complete. Although everyone was sitting in their own homes, in front of their computers, none of them would forget the battle they had fought here. Except for Li Jiayi, Longsheng, and Bruce, the other team members would be visited by operators to sign confidentiality agreements. Now everyone could exit the program. See you later. Next time we meet, let's have dinner together. Thank you for your hard work. Before exiting the program, everyone said their reluctant goodbyes. Traum slowly dissipated into particles of light before them, and Sakya, among them, was lifted up by these particles and slowly lowered to the ground. The other team members hurried forward to shake Sakya's hand and say goodbye. If we have the chance in the future, we'd definitely come to Swarovski to meet you in person. Having you here in this battle was a tremendous help. Miss Shakia, we're all Li Jiayi's teammates. We see each other again someday. The members of Li Jiayi's professional team gradually exited the program, and it was time for Longsheng and Bruce to do the same. However, they still had one thing to worry about. The three of them could just exit, but what about Shakia? Before they could even ask, they suddenly noticed that Shakia's figure was fading. Huh? Shakia herself noticed this too. Then, it seems it's time to say goodbye. Shakia felt the scene in the space before her eyes blur. She must have been drawn into this dimension by the clan's actions. Now that the clan had been defeated, it was time for her to leave. Shakia. It's great to have you here today. Li Jiayi waved goodbye to Shakia. You surprised us today, too. After everything's over, let's get together again. I treat everyone to some fun. Bruce smiled, his hands on his hips. Thank you for your hard work, Shakia. See you then. Longsheng simply gave Shakia a thumbs up. Shakia disappeared before the three of them. Okay. It's time for us to leave too. Longsheng and Bruce nodded to Li Jiayi. When you're done here, let us know. I arrange a hot spring bath or something. Bruce's generosity brought smiles to everyone's faces. Everyone exited the program, leaving Li Jiayi alone, staring at the ruined battlefield. She slowly paced the ground. The battle lasted only about half an hour, but it felt like ages to her. Now, it was time for her to leave. Dad, the antivirus operation was successful. I'm exiting. You all worked so hard. I leave the rest of the system recovery to Dad. Old Li and the others watched on the command center screen as Li Jiayi also exited the program. It should be over. Old Li and the technical operators could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Jinxie beside him, Old Li smiled at him. Good, I can't sense the presence of my clan anymore. Jinxie's words reassured everyone present. I go check around first. I leave the rest to you. Alright, Master, go ahead. After giving Old Li some instructions, Master Jinxie left the command room. Ziyuan had also received the director's orders and, in coordination with the arriving security forces, began evacuating the expert team members and reassuring them. However, even after inquiring with the arriving security officers, they received no news of Dr. Clark. What happened to that Clark guy? Minister Zhang was still quite worried about him. After all, Clark was a student of his friend. Clark was safe for now. Locked in the maintenance lounge by Tessa, he waited anxiously. Finally, he heard the sound of the hatch dial turning outside. Who? He shouted bravely. It was Tessa's voice. Clark couldn't wait to join in the hatch dial turning. When the door opened, Clark saw Tessa, bruised and haggard. Let's go. I won't be coming in. Tessa just wanted to get out quickly. Otherwise, as Schwager's system gradually recovered, he noticed her presence. You look like you've been through a fierce battle. He quickly supported Tessa. Tessa's shoulders and thighs were bandaged. It looked like she'd taken emergency measures on the way here. This is a special situation. Just help me get out. No problem. I'm still alive today thanks to you. Clark smiled at Tessa. He had little fighting ability, so it was helpful to be able to play a role at a time like this. When Schwager asks about what happened here, Tessa walked forward a little weakly, but she didn't forget to give Clark instructions for the final steps. I know. Let me smooth things over. Clark wasn't stupid. Good to know. Huh? Tessa's battle deep underground would undoubtedly leave traces, and now it was up to Dr. Clark to cover her lie. While this wasn't Clark's original intention, given Tessa's current status, it was best to keep the past hidden for now to avoid further complications. Perhaps, one day in the future, Tessa and the Enterprise would openly appear before the Swager organization and Sakia. Chapter 116. Clark carried Tessa's left arm on his shoulder and helped her quietly out of the water plant. The two of them arrived at the motorcycle they had hidden in the bushes. Arriving there, Tessa prepared to say goodbye. While Swager's various surveillance devices were still in the dark, they had to find an exit before it was too late. Thanks for that. Tessa, though usually a bit stubborn, was actually quite polite. Yo. Her thigh injury made it difficult for her to get on the motorcycle. Luckily, Clark was there to help, picking her up and putting her on. Hey, don't try to take advantage of me. Ouch. Why are you so heavy? I'm not in the mood to take advantage right now. Clark felt like he was using up all his strength just to lift Tessa. Tessa wasn't tall, and her build was average, so why was she so heavy? Could she be hiding some weapon or equipment? Never mind, he finally got her on. Okay, go find the Swagers. I just ride my motorcycle away. Huh? Okay. Ouch. Let me catch my breath. Clark wiped his sweat. Okay, I go back for treatment. I have a lot to report. Tessa started the motorcycle and sped through the tunnel, heading for the exit. Clark rested for a while, finally feeling able to walk. He planned to walk directly to the Swager Command Center, the nearest stronghold. With the families defeated, those taking refuge at the gathering point could finally rest in peace. In the technical department area, some security guards escorted the expert team members back to the command tower, while others followed Director Zhang, Cheyenne, and the operators to the training grounds. Sakia also woke up in Trom's cockpit. She opened her eyes to find a circle of security soldiers surrounding her below. Minister Zhang, Ziyuan, and Kei were also there. The sound sensors on Trom let Sakia hear them discussing how to get her out. No need. I get down on my own. Sakia greeted everyone through Trom's loudspeaker and took the initiative to open the cockpit. Oh! She's fine. Minister Zhang heard Sakia's voice from Trom, and his frown finally relaxed. Sakia. Seeing Sakia return safely, Ziyuan felt relieved. She quickly used the Swager terminal to report Sakia's safety to the director. Sakia descended to the ground via the steel cable hanging from the outside of the cabin. She suddenly felt heavy. No wonder, having fully enjoyed the enhanced power of the mechanical spirit, she was still a little uncomfortable returning to the real world. What are you doing? Shakia, let's go to the infirmary and give you a full-body checkup. Cheyenne saw Shakia froze in place after getting off Trom, staring blankly at her palm. Oh, okay. Shakia looked up and smiled sheepishly. Just now, she had tried to use the breathing technique again to see if she could recapture the feeling of surging energy she had before. But now, only a faint ripple of light appeared in her hand. It seemed that was truly just a perk of being in cyberspace. The medical staff who arrived wanted to lift Shakia onto a stretcher, but she refused. It's okay, I go on my own. Cheyenne was relieved to see Shakia so energetic. Being energetic is a good thing, but Swager needs to collect data too, so just cooperate with them. She patted Shakia on the back, indicating that a full-body checkup wasn't a big deal. What are you going to do next? Shakia asked Cheyenne before leaving. She saw that Cheyenne and the operator's clothing had many holes from the battle, and they all looked fully armed. It looked like Cheyenne and the operators had also been through a fierce battle. We're just here to check on you. We'll be back to the control tower soon. We still need to carefully calculate the losses this time. Shakia nodded at them. Check it out carefully. Cheyenne sighed, but seeing that Shakia was safe, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Okay, we be leaving first, Miss Shakia. Operator Jay also raised his sunglasses and smiled at Shakia. Okay, Jay, hang on. The car is here to pick us up. Kay patted Jay's shoulder and urged him. When Sakia and we have some free time, you can all go relax. The other operators heard what Kay had said, and they began to chat in a relaxed manner. I'm looking forward to this day. Sakia politely bowed slightly to Kay. Ha ha ha, don't be so polite, Miss Sakia. Watching the operators and Cheyenne walk away, chatting and laughing, Sakia completely relaxed. During the time she had been fighting the antivirus team, the people of Swager had also been through a lot. Following the medical staff, Sakia also left the training ground. The technical department was supposed to clean up the damaged drones and transport vehicles. Director Zhang also began to lead the technical staff in compiling the damage data on site. As the UN and the others rushed to the command tower, the security guard stationed at the tower gate noticed a remarkable individual approaching. You're Dr. Clark. The soldier was, of course, aware of the situation. Dr. Clark, a high-ranking VIP, had been reported missing, and the soldiers dispatched to various districts were urged to keep an eye out for him. They didn't expect him to actually come to the command tower gate. Hey, don't be so surprised. I come all this way. Please open the door. Dr. Clark was also grimy, and looked like he'd been through a lot. Okay. Wait a moment, I need to report to the director first. The soldier hurriedly connected the director's line. Dr. Clark glanced around the gate. Previously, this place was the last line of defense against the drone force. Many damaged drones were still scattered around. It looked like cleaning up the mess would take some time. Anyway, it was good that it was over. Besides, I had to cover for Tessa, so I had to act more naturally. Okay, Director, you understand the situation. Please come in. The guard obtained permission to open the door, and respectfully led Dr. Clark into the hall. Dr. Clark, you've been through this. The director was already waiting for him in the hall. Cheyenne has managed to rescue the trapped technicians and experts, but they haven't found you, which made us very worried. Hearing the director's words, Clark felt a little relieved. The scientist he had risked his life to rescue was finally safe. Are there no casualties? Clark asked. Yes. Ah, that's good. Chapter 117. The director planned to take Clark to the break room. Along the way, he briefly inquired about the situation. You actually dared to confront those prototypes with a fire extinguisher. I really shouldn't say I admire your courage, or I think you're being too reckless. If anything were to go wrong, Schwager wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The director was also surprised to hear the reason why Clark and the technical team had been separated. Well, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't think too much. Clark flashed his signature harmless smile. But how did you break through the drone blockade and escape here? The director thought it was almost unimaginable for a scientist like him to achieve such a feat. Well, as Clark walked, he pondered how to smooth things over with the director. After all, if it hadn't been for Tessa, he would have died countless times. I found a few damaged drones. Maybe your operators sabotaged them. I gave them a few simple repairs and reprogrammed them, so I'm using them to clear the way. Ha ha ha. After thinking it over, this explanation seemed more plausible. After a brief silence, Clark told the director. The director also remained silent for a moment, which made Clark's heart skip a beat. Haha, it seems scientists shouldn't be underestimated after all. You're quite the expert, Doctor. Ah. Ha ha, thank you for the compliment. The director didn't seem to think much of it, which reassured Clark. Back in the command room, the director resumed command. News from various divisions confirmed that the crisis was indeed over. Members of the logistics and technical departments also began finishing work. Clark was also in the command room, where the director introduced him to Oldley. Oh, you're Dr. Clark Street, the leader of this expert team? Nice to meet you. No, you're Deputy Minister Li Jifei, the one who resolved this crisis. Nice to meet you. The two shook hands warmly. Hey, I'm a former deputy minister now. Just call me Oldley. After introducing Oldley to Clark, the director didn't see Jinxie in the command room. Where's Master Jinxie? I was planning to introduce Clark to him too, the director asked Oldley. Oh, the master said he was out on patrol, and was out earlier. Why didn't you run into him? Oh, that's fine. We talk when he gets back. In the command room, the director and others waited for Cheyenne and the operators to report back. Meanwhile, Master Jinxie was heading towards the underground vault at Swager. Because of the Kin's system corruption, Swager had sealed the gate leading to the underground passage. Thus, Swager's security forces hadn't paid much attention to what lay beyond the gate. As one of the executors of Project Flashpoint, Jinxie felt a certain unease. After this battle was won, he would first inspect the underground vault. The mandatory blockade had been lifted, allowing entry through the normal unlocking method. Jinxie placed her face close to the authentication device. Authentication successful. Welcome Executor Mudlil to the underground passage. The system's mechanical hum echoed, and before Jinxie, 3 gates, previously closed from different directions, opened one after another. Jinxie, having co-founded Swager with Director Qin, and even being called the true director by Director Qin, held the highest authority. Additionally, as an executor, with close access to the root cube, no one was more suited to inspect the situation here. After entering a long corridor, Jinxie stepped into an elevator and descended. After the emergency blockade was lifted, the lighting returned to normal. As she entered the corridor, Jinxie noticed that many electronic devices on the wall had been violently disassembled and scattered. No, it looked more like something had forcefully drilled through them. The corridor was littered with holes, so when the elevator at the end of the corridor was still functioning, Jinxie felt incredibly lucky. Descending to the next level, she passed through several unlocked code doors. Before and behind them, there were holes in the wall, seemingly caused by something drilling through them. Although Jinxie didn't yet have a clear idea of the situation, she was basically certain it was the familiar's doing. The path leading to the underground vault was winding, but that was for safety reasons. These passages were filled with security equipment. However, Jinxie had already discovered that many of the cameras, turrets, and sensors in these passages had been destroyed. Some were even completely uprooted. Not blown up, not cut off, but torn off. Some sturdy wires remained. This was consistent with the familiar traces reported by the security team and operators. Jinxie began to grow wary. If the clan had already slipped into the underground vault, that would be truly disastrous. A ripple of arcing light erupted from his hand as he continued to advance deeper. Approaching the shaft leading to the underground vault, Jinxie braced for the worst, cautiously opening the final gate. The gate slowly opened, but with eerie silence. Aside from a strewn mess of metal and debris, there was nothing else. Normal lighting had returned inside, and the moment the shaft's lights came on, Jinxie noticed the metal walls were riddled with holes. Jinxie reached the shaft's entrance and discovered the platform wasn't where it always was. Could it have gone down? As she let the elevator rise to her front at the control panel, Jinxie frowned. Like the surrounding metal debris, the platform itself was also littered with numerous pieces. They were larger and more numerous than those scattered elsewhere. The scene could only be described as a shambles. Could this familiar just come here and dump trash and be done with it? Carefully examining the metal fragments, I see security equipment and pipelines from the tunnel among them. These are the ripped-off parts one saw along the way. It seems the familiar's main body drilled through the walls, ripping off various metal pieces along the way, and then brought them here. Thinking about what the operators had reported earlier, the familiar's main body must have used these metal pieces to protect itself and control the system. It seems the next step is to have the staff clean up what needs to be cleaned up and repair what needs to be repaired. Without further delay, Jinxie stepped onto the wide elevator platform. The bottom vault must be secure. Jinxie carefully inspected the elevator and its surroundings. The spiraling walkway along the shaft wall also contained a fair amount of debris. Some of it was from the security drones deployed there. It looked like a battle had taken place here. Could it have been a fight between the security drones and the invading families? Jinxie spotted a few more drops of liquid on the floor. Under the light, Jinxie could clearly see that the traces hadn't completely dried. Is it blood? Taking a little on her hand and sniffing it, Jinxie blinked. This wasn't blood, but something similar to the Qinglin water used by Trom. This was odd. Could it have been brought here by the families after getting it on? The elevator continued to descend, and after going a distance, Jinxie could no longer see the debris scattered along the walkway. It seemed that the battle had primarily taken place in the front half of the shaft. Chapter 118. A few minutes later, Jinxie reached the bottom of the shaft. He passed through another gate, and ahead lay the root cube storage room. However, Jinxie didn't need to open that door. Next to the passageway where the sealing device was stored, there was an observation room. From the equipment in the observation room, one could confirm the situation within the completely sealed storage room. The root cube was safe and sound. After confirming this, Jinxie breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, no further signs of fighting were found in the second half of the shaft, and no other metal debris was found at the bottom. It seemed that the battle had indeed ended in the elevator. At least for now, there was peace of mind. Today's attack also made Jinxie realize that the clan's attacks were becoming more diverse. In addition to training Sakia, it was necessary to further strengthen the Swager's own defensive capabilities. I wonder if the UN experts will achieve a good result after completing their mission this time. Jinxie had always worried that humanity wasn't united enough, but the pace of the familiar's attacks wouldn't give humanity any breathing room. Jinxie himself had also lost his spiritual power, which often limited his ability to act freely. On the way back, Jinxie thought of the man who had once seized his origin cube. With the continued activity of the Swager organization, that man was sure to reveal himself sooner or later. In the Swager medical facility, Sakia had completed her full-body examination. Huh? Is this over now? Clad in a green hospital gown, Sakia slowly sat up from the bed beside her, which was filled with instruments. Okay, Miss Shakia, you can go change next door. Today had been quite a busy day. Out for testing, only to be caught up in a familiar invasion. Luckily, she wasn't trapped, but instead thrown into cyberspace, where she experienced an unforgettable adventure. She later learned that it took Swager less than an hour from the time of the attack to the time of the familiar's defeat. Shakia was quite shocked. Having been in cyberspace the entire time, it was hard for her to imagine how much had transpired in that one life-or-death hour. She waited until order was restored at Swager's place before hearing Cheyenne's story. In the next ward, Shakia's casual clothes, not her pilot suit, were already laid out on the bed. It looked like the technical department wouldn't be able to do any more work today. As Shakia prepared to get dressed, she asked Cheyenne if she could go home. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks of varying strength came from the door. Wait a moment. I'm getting changed. I'll be right back. Is it the doctor? Is there anything else? Thinking this, Shakia was putting on her coat. She opened the door and was surprised to find Jinxie outside. He was holding 2 cans of coffee. You did a great job today. This is a reward from your master. Coffee? Shakia loved it. It seemed Jinxie had learned about her preferences beforehand. What? Seeing Shakia still stunned, Jinxie slid the coffee toward her. Oh! Shakia finally came to her senses, and quickly reached out to take the coffee. I just didn't expect Master Jinxie to come and bring coffee with you. It wasn't appropriate for the 2 of them to stand at the door like this, so Shakia invited Master Jinxie into the house. Master, what's wrong with coming to see me? Jinxie smiled, undeterred. He took his own can, sat down on a chair in the ward, and began to drink. Master Jinxie is here? Shakia was fine with Master Jinxie in every other way, but she already been so preoccupied with the role of master that she felt a little. How should I put it? She felt the progress was a bit too fast. She hadn't even started her apprenticeship yet. I see you're gradually gaining proficiency in the electronic space with the power of the spirit, so I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Thinking it was something else, Shakia felt a little relieved. Frankly, after the intense battle, Shakia was feeling quite exhausted. She longed to go home and relax. Master, you're too kind. I only discovered this energy by accident. Think carefully about it. How did you discover you could use it? The master seemed to be trying to give Shakia some pointers. As for how she had used it, Shakia was a little confused. It's just like using Ripple Kung Fu, right? Breathing techniques and all. But the result is a much more powerful energy. Isn't that the field effect of that space? Jinxie seemed to think Shakia hadn't answered properly. Think carefully. When you first used it, did you experience anything? Shakia asked, puzzled. Why do you ask? Oldly said that space can strengthen our units within it. But you weren't part of the pre-selected antivirus team. I thought about this at the time, but time was tight, so I didn't have time to discuss it with you. Jinxie explained the reason. In that dimension, your sudden unleashing of the power of the spirit was like throwing a spark of fire onto oil. What I want you to recall is the moment you ignited that spark. Shakia blinked, pondering the meaning. Wasn't the ripple technique that spark of fire? Jinxie smiled at Shakia's question. After personal experience, you must understand that the power of the spirit and the ripple technique are 2 completely different things. No matter how much you practice the ripple technique, you can never reach the level you achieved before. Indeed, although Li Jiayi's father said that our units in that dimension would be strengthened to their limits, it should be the ripple technique that was strengthened. Shakia began to understand. I remember, I felt like I was about to die. She recalled the feeling of facing the maw of an unknown enemy, the feeling that she was about to perish. The second time, when she fell into the giant beast's mouth, she had the same feeling. That time, she successfully summoned Trom with the power of her spirit. In that instant, it seemed as if life and death no longer mattered, and my mind went blank. Shakia found herself at a loss for words to describe that state. I just threw a punch reflexively. And then the monster exploded. Shakia demonstrated as she described. Jinxie's previously narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he spoke slowly. This is the state of calmness, like a clear mirror in still water. You experience this state at the moment of life and death. What is that? Shakia stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Master Jinxie seemed to be discussing something profound. Jinxie explained that this was a state in martial arts practice. It's a metaphor for a clear and tranquil mind, a pure heart that responds to things as they come, letting go of the past. A quote from Zhuangzi's De Chong Fu reads, "One should not imitate flowing water, but rather still water. Only still water can still all stillness." In martial arts, it refers to a fighter's calm, undivided mindset. Even ordinary martial artists, upon reaching this state, will gain extraordinary acumen and strength. Those who are executors, connected to the root cube, will gain even greater power. Chapter 119. Indeed, this is exactly the power of the mechanical soul you experienced. It's something I miss deeply too. Jinxie finished speaking, slowly sipping her coffee and sitting in her chair, looking at Shakia. As expected of Master Jinxie, his explanations always gave Shakia new insights. The power of the mechanical soul is proof that the executor has gained a connection to the root cube. It seems you're gradually awakening. He seemed in a good mood, pleased that he hadn't misjudged Shakia's potential. In Jinxie's half-baked memory, the power of the mechanical soul was an ability that every executor possessed, varying according to the strength of their root cube. When Jinxie was first thrown here, she was able to use her mechanical soul. He didn't know if it was normal for someone like Shakia to be completely devoid of mechanical soul, lacking even basic superpowers. After all, she was quite talented in wave ripple techniques, so there shouldn't be any major problems. But I can't use it at all right now. That's good, that's normal. Don't worry. Jinxie placed the coffee can on the coffee table. At least you experienced that state, and now have a goal to cultivate, right? Cultivate. Shakia looked out the window. Jinxie stood up and slowly walked to the windowsill, his back to Shakia as he gazed out. After a moment, he spoke. Shakia, do you ever worry about yourself? Do you sometimes lament your own weakness? Yes. Jinxie continued his questioning. Do you want to use the power of the mechanical soul again? Yes. Shakia didn't hesitate for a second. After the expert group's work is over, come to my temple to practice. I will allow you to use the mechanical soul again. Is this really possible? Jinxie turned around, a confident smile on his face. Of course. Have you become someone's hope in the cyberspace? Shakia was surprised Jinxie even knew this. That's the responsibility of the executor. The executor? Shakia didn't really think much about this. Or rather, she didn't have the energy to think about it. The executors of the Flashpoint Project are chosen to be the people's hope. Jinxie walked over to Shakia and looked at her. What exactly is going on? Master Jinxie, what do you know? But Shakia didn't get the answer she wanted. What I know, or what I remember now, is very limited. I just can't forget my own convictions. Shakia shook her head helplessly upon hearing Jinxie's words. I know that sounds unconvincing. Jinxie sighed. So often, I actually understand how you feel. Shakia didn't know how to respond for a moment. She remembered how, after she joined the battle against the behemoth, everyone's pace had noticeably quickened, and their fighting power had significantly increased. That's the power of hope. Being hope is wonderful, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. With great power comes great responsibility. That's no mere rhetoric. She felt a little uneasy. Could she truly become hope? Before, she had disregarded her family, leading to the deaths of thousands. She still couldn't forgive herself for that. Unlike Jinxie, who at least remembered her beliefs and mission, Shakia was a complete blank slate. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to help, but the thought of suddenly becoming people's hope still irritated Shakia. From the moment she boarded the tram to fighting alongside her companions, Shakia's motivation had come from protecting those around her. She felt she wasn't anyone's hope yet, and she had never dreamed of becoming a superhero. At least not anytime soon. Shakia was filled with self-doubt. But she couldn't express it in words. It's okay. With practice, many questions will gradually be answered. Jinxie knew Shakia's inner thoughts. He wasn't expecting answers right away. Shakia nodded thoughtfully. Having said what she wanted to say, Jinxie prepared to leave. Oh, right. Approaching the door, Jinxie turned back, as if remembering something. New Year's Eve is coming soon, and the temple will be holding a temple fair. Bring your friends along. I prepared hot pot for you all. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be a temple fair. Jinxie also planned to treat everyone. Ah, good. Okay, Master Jinxie. Sakia's tense face began to relax. She had tensed up again at the thought of the complexities. Just call me Master. Appeared Jinxie's forced acceptance as a disciple. Jinxie's eyes seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. Then Master, Father? Shakia stammered. Never mind, since you seem so reluctant, I call you whatever you want. Contact me before you come, just look for me on the Swagger terminal. Jinxie was truly leaving this time. Shakia sat in the ward for a while, finished her coffee, and then stood up and left. On her way out of Swagger Hospital, she contacted Ziyuan. If nothing else, Shakia planned to go home today. Swagger had to clean up today's mess, and the expert team wouldn't be able to do much. Ziyuan agreed to let Shakia go home first. When Ziyuan offered to take Shakia home, Shakia declined. Before she left, she wanted to see for herself the extent of the damage the Swagger base had sustained in the previous hour. Oh, you're becoming more responsible? Cheyenne was a little surprised. As a pilot, Shakia shouldn't have to worry about such things. I just wanted to take a look. After all, aren't you guys fighting hard in places I don't know about? She said this because, as Shakia walked out of the Swager hospital, she saw many soldiers and staff members outside, injured and sent here for treatment. She overheard a few doctors chatting about the many casualties, including not only unarmed staff, but also members of the security forces. It looked like this wasn't going to be easy either. Shakia sighed. These losses were inevitable. She had thought the families were nothing more than giant monsters attacking, but this time, they had taught Swager a lesson. After leaving the hospital, Cheyenne sent Shakia a list of several currently usable paths to the surface on her terminal. Some systems hadn't been restored, and the equipment wasn't functioning. The more sophisticated and high-tech the equipment, the more severe the consequences of a malfunction. Thankfully, the connecting vehicles between the various zones had been restored. Sakia boarded them, along with the medical personnel, who had arrived to provide support, and prepared to explore the various zones. Sakia saw traces of security soldiers and operators battling drones in each zone. These drones weren't deployed in large numbers in other zones, except in the technical department. Consequently, the other zones didn't have many countermeasures. There didn't seem to be any traces of the families themselves. This attack by the families had successfully depleted Swager's internal resources. The loss of drones was a significant sum. Chapter 120. Finally, Sakia decided to return home through the passage near the command tower. After inspecting several other areas, Sakia discovered that only the technical area was relatively severely damaged. The central area, where the command tower was located, was less damaged. After all, several blocking battles had been fought here, and the wreckage of drones was piled up in circles outside the building. Sakia passed by the command tower and looked at the battlefield. She hadn't expected that outside, the drones controlled by the families were almost invading. Fortunately, everyone united and defeated the families in the final moments, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Hey! Sakia, why are you here? The command tower door opened, and Clark stepped out. Seeing Sakia's back before him, he was stunned for a moment, but then a smile brightened. Ah, Dr. Clark. Sakia heard someone calling her, and turned around. It was him. It could only be fate that they could meet. What a coincidence. I just heard from Cheyenne that you're safe too, so I'm relieved. How's your expert team doing? And you? Shakia looked at Clark's dusty appearance, figuring they must have been through a lot. Watching Shakia's puzzled look at him, Clark took a look at his grimy appearance. He smiled sheepishly. Fortunately, no one was injured. It's a blessing in disguise. I need to go to the lounge over here to change clothes. And then take a shower. The expert team has a meeting soon. What are your plans? I'd be heading back. I don't think I have anything to do here. Shakia's response made Clark's face flicker with envy. Hey, if the families don't cause any trouble, we can all go out and have some fun together after work tonight. Isn't New Year's almost here? Clark seemed eager to experience New Year's in this country. With only a few days left, there were plenty of opportunities. It's only a few days left, so there's no need to rush. Maybe your country's New Year holiday schedule is a little different? That's true. Ha ha, then I go first. Clark, in a rare moment, said nothing more to Shakia. It seemed this emergency had caught everyone off guard, forcing them to scramble to recover. Never mind dwelling on it, Shakia felt that things had been moving too fast recently, and she was growing increasingly nervous. Being too tense wasn't good, so she decided to go home and rest for the day. Ever since she passed out drunk at home, Shakia hadn't been able to fully relax or let go. She'd been pent up energy that last time, vowing to become stronger. Who called her the executor? Thankfully, Jinxie didn't force Shakia's thoughts. He said before that he understood her, and he must have had a hard time before. On the surface, New Spring Autumn City was peaceful, and no one would have guessed that a major battle had taken place underground. It was still relatively early, and on her way home, Shakia stopped by the supermarket to pick up some ingredients. I make something delicious tonight, and set it aside. The holiday atmosphere was thickening, and festive music was playing in the supermarket, and all sorts of New Year's goods were on display. Watching the people coming and going in the supermarket gave Shakia a sense of the everyday world, and she finally felt a little more relaxed. Walking back to her cabin, Shakia put the ingredients in the kitchen and sprawled out on the sofa. The battle in the virtual space had made her feel a bit disoriented. Perhaps Li Jiai and the others would be much better off. After all, they were sitting in front of computers, operating the system like they were playing a game. Shakia, on the other hand, felt like she had completely entered the world herself. It was truly a unique experience. Thus, the level of exhaustion was incomparable to others. While her body wasn't tired, her mind was. With nearly 2 hours left until dinner, Shakia felt a bit exhausted and decided to lie down on the sofa for a while. Rest time should be used for complete relaxation. In the evening, Shakia made herself a delicious dinner, then sprawled out on the sofa to lazily watch a movie. Today, she was so exhausted that she didn't even feel like playing computer games or studying. Not moving around after meals might make you fat, but occasionally indulging is perfectly fine. Now Shakia was a typical stay-at-home girl, sprawled on the sofa in plush pajamas, clutching a bag of chips and a Coke. She couldn't help but sigh, this is life. It was like warm sunlight streaming into a forest after rain. Shakia felt like a sapling, battered by the torrential downpour, now furiously photosynthesizing. She was deeply moved by touching scenes, and burst into laughter at the funny ones. Shakia was now giving free rein to her emotions. Compared to the superhero possessed by the power of the machine spirit, perhaps this was the real her. This would make her feel better. Shakia had always acted mature, steady, and graceful. Perhaps this was just the setting for the character Qinyun. After such a long time, Shakia was becoming overwhelmed. Unfortunately, she hadn't known what was going on before. She felt so suffocated, but she simply felt she wasn't good enough. Just like last time, when she watched thousands die due to her own mistakes, Shakia found herself unable to stop crying. She even sobbed in despair. That was the first time she let her true emotions flow uncontrollably. She wasn't as calm and composed as she appeared. Perhaps through the training Jinxie had prepared for her, Shakia would learn how to find inner balance. As someone who had experienced this, Jinxie should be able to help her. When she was alone, she put aside all her work and worries. Forget about the fate of humanity, her clan, all of it. Shakia was now just an ordinary girl, laughing and crying along to the plot of a movie. After being a couch potato for hours, Shakia finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, that was satisfying. Yawning, Shakia realized it was almost 11 p.m. But a good rest should be a complete one. Shakia got up and went to fill the bathtub. A hot shower was a great way to wrap up the day, but a soak was even better. At times like these, Shakia was grateful to Director Qin for having such a magical bathtub in her room. After running the water, she realized she had forgotten to clear the dishes. Well, usually, she would clear the dishes immediately after dinner. Today, she'd just be lazy. She quickly dumped the dishes in the sink. It wouldn't be too late to wash them tomorrow. Although she'd just come back from the brink of death that day, this night was truly perfect. Whoa, whoa! So cold. Shakia had taken off her pajamas in the living room, leaving her in only her underwear. She hadn't turned on the heat today. It was freezing cold, and she trotted into the bathroom. Wow! It wasn't until she rinsed herself under the shower and got into the tub that she let out a satisfied smile. She really wanted to fall asleep right there in the tub. Chapter 121. The next day, Shakia was informed that she could begin her New Year holiday. And Schwager would also begin his holiday after reorganizing and cleaning up. The Lunar New Year was still a few days away, and the expert group didn't seem to have any work that would require Trom. The early arrival of the holiday brightened Shakia's mood. Besides, she had no work appointments by phone, and the city schools weren't expected to reopen until after the New Year. Shakia slept until noon today. A little laziness can bring peace of mind and body. Of course, constant laziness isn't good, it can ruin you. There weren't any special plans for today, so since she was up so late, she decided to wash up and get ready for lunch. Not wanting to cook anymore, Shakia grabbed her phone and opened the food delivery app. She hadn't had her favorite chicken cutlet burger in ages, so she decided to order a set meal. An occasional otaku happy meal wouldn't be a problem. Although no one knew Shakia enjoyed these things, except Long Sheng. There seemed to be a lot of new fast food restaurants opening nearby lately. As she scrolled down, the sight was dazzling. Huh? What's this? Lao Ba's Secret Hamburger? What a strange name. This place looks unhygienic. Never mind, it's better to order from a reputable chain. Golden Arches, Kaifeng cuisine on the way. Shakia didn't want to get sick on her vacation. That would be a waste of her vacation. Okay, now that she's figured out what to cook and ordered, it's time to get up. Shakia rolled over and sat up in bed, beginning her New Year's holiday. After a quick tidy up at home, the takeout arrived quickly. I have to say, the advantage of living in the old town is that everything is convenient. After finishing my fat otaku happy meal, I threw the laundry into the washing machine. Then I planned to stroll the pedestrian street this afternoon. How relaxing. Oh wow. 2 unread messages on my phone? I picked it up and saw they were from Bruce and Longsheng. Bruce, this guy, is so free when he's rich. He said he'd treat everyone to a good time, and he already arranged it the next day, so efficient. Bruce asked everyone to meet at the food stalls in the food court tonight, to get together and have some fun. Longsheng's message was similar. That was great too. Shakia replied immediately, saying it was absolutely fine. Okay, I don't have any other plans today, Shakia replied. In their small group chat, Bruce sent another reply, saying that everyone could pick Li Jiai up at her house that evening. But Li Jiai quickly followed up with a message saying no, she come alone. Why? Did your father send you here? Longsheng asked. You know when the time comes. Li Jiai's reply seemed to be deliberately keeping things in suspense. Shakia didn't think much of it. She got up, rested, and packed up, planning to practice some basic exercises in the afternoon. After all, Shakia wasn't used to sitting around doing nothing all the time. Shakia changed into her workout clothes and began working out in the open space downstairs in the community. Perhaps this wasn't just a habit Director Qin had instilled in her while shaping her into Qin Yun. Shakia herself simply loved exercising. It made her feel fulfilled and happy. As the saying goes, life lies in movement. It's a pity that no one is working out with Shakia right now. If Jingxi could take on a few more disciples, the scene would be lively. The warm winter sun shone on Shakia. She slowly moved her body, practicing breathing techniques, allowing energy to flow carefully and slowly throughout her body. The ripples seemed to flow more smoothly in the sunlight. Mom, that girl does Tai Chi so well. A passing child in the neighborhood couldn't help but admire Shakia's movements. Yes, his mother agreed. Shakia smiled slightly. Indeed, these basic techniques looked somewhat similar to Tai Chi, but they were still different from ordinary Tai Chi. This set of skills was taught to Shakia by Mr. Shi. I wonder if Jingxi will teach her more advanced techniques in the future. Although she didn't get up until noon, Shakia still had a meaningful afternoon. It was almost time to go out, so Shakia simply wore her tracksuit and headed out. They were going to a food stall anyway, so there was no need to dress formally. The food court Bruce had arranged for everyone to eat that evening was the same one Shakia had taken Dr. Clark to. While the rest of New Spring and Autumn City was deserted, this food court was the only one that remained bustling. As agreed, Shakia arrived at the restaurant. Bruce and Longsheng had just arrived, and the three of them had finally met in person. They ordered some cold dishes and started chatting. Li Jiai said she came here alone by subway. Is that true? Longsheng glanced at Li Jiai's message in the group chat and looked at Shakia and Bruce with surprise. I saw it too. Her father might have other work to do today. Schwager's busy schedule is over these past few days. Li Jiai sent a new message. She was already on the subway and would arrive in about 15 minutes. Well, let's order first. The grilled fish here is delicious. Bruce was also curious, but the three of them couldn't sit around doing nothing. This grilled fish hot pot restaurant takes about 10 minutes from selection to delivery. Since Li Jiai was already on the subway, it made sense to choose the fish first, so she could be ready for dinner by the time she arrived. Shakia had passed this restaurant countless times. It's right on the main road, and at night, some of the seats are even on the street. It's a typical nighttime food stall. If Shakia hadn't always been very strict with her diet, she would have wanted to come here and indulge in a feast long ago. It's okay on ordinary days, but during the Chinese New Year, she couldn't treat herself badly. Leave the fish selection to us too. You just stay here and take care of the bags. Longsheng and Bruce stood up to select the right fish, giving Shakia instructions before leaving. Okay. Shakia nodded, smiling and waving at them, signaling them to hurry on. Watching the two enter the store, Shakia leaned back against the bamboo chair, lost in memories. I've been through so much this past year. I only bought a few snacks in this food court before. This is the first time I actually sat down to eat in a shop. And, remembering what Director Qin had described to me, if Shakia really had only arrived in this era this year, then many of these things were truly new to me. This feeling isn't bad. The reason Sakia often felt a sense of dissonance and uncertainty while still in school, living her daily life under the identity of Qin Yun, was because there were many things she hadn't actually experienced. Jumping back and forth between fantasy and reality, she had finally landed on the throne. Looking back, it felt like a dream. Although I had no memories, my body was honest. Sakia herself couldn't believe it. No matter how much she disbelieved it, she could drive the tram the moment she sat in, and she did it so well. And the driver authentication system actually recognized her. From all this, it was clear that what Schwager had said about her was true. Beginning with the initial attack from the giant familiar, codenamed Hungry Ghosts, Sakia and Trom successively defeated the aquatic familiar, the water-drinking ghosts, and an unidentified invisible familiar, later identified as the first form of the codenamed Yakshak King. And finally, their first fierce battle, against the Yakshak King's true form. During the battle against the Yakshak King's true form, Sakia's negligence and recklessness resulted in heavy casualties among the refugees. This battle left a deep scar on Sakia's heart. Become stronger. Don't escape your fate. Gradually grew louder within Sakia. Chapter 122. Striving to become stronger, especially before Shakia, a monk named Jingxi appeared. In his first appearance, he turned the tide in Shakia's battle with the Yakshak King, allowing Shakia to experience what it felt like to be powerful. Then, within the mysterious space within her family, Shakia faced the root cube for the first time and realized her role as executor. This small cube seemed alive. Perhaps it truly chose itself by its own will. But why? With the combined power of Jingxi and the root cube, Shakia defeated the multifaceted Yakshak King family in one fell swoop. However, under the dual pressure of inner responsibility and cowardice, she was on the verge of collapse. Shakia also realized for the first time that she had only been desperately trying to be strong. In the fight against the Yakshak King, she first used the wave technique taught to her by Jingxi's disciple, Mr. Sher. And for the first time, she used her own body to directly confront her own clan. In the process, she saved her friends one after another. However, after experiencing a series of fierce battles just after awakening, she was exhausted both physically and mentally. She collapsed before Longsheng, Xian, and the others upon exiting the cockpit. After waking, Shakia wrapped herself in a hat and clothes and quietly attended the memorial service for the victims in Dongcheng district. Those civilians had lost their lives because of her mistakes. And as luck would have it, Longsheng, the survivor she had saved, happened to recognize her at the venue. Fear and self-blame drove Shakia away, but Longsheng caught up. At that moment, she wanted to escape from these people. She truly didn't know how to face these friends, or even those who cared about her. At some riverside park, she was distraught and faced Longsheng's immature and clumsy expressions of concern. The result was that Longsheng was left standing there, stunned, and she, humiliated and utterly shamed after her loss of composure, hurriedly fled. For the first time, Shakia yelled at someone who cared about her, verbally abusing a friend she had a crush on. She returned to her apartment and drank to drown her sorrows. For a moment, she felt unworthy of that kind of power, unworthy of playing the role of savior or hero. She didn't dare answer the messages and calls from her friends in Xiwan. At that moment, she wanted only to shut herself in, not go anywhere, not see anyone. Because she felt like a murderer. Until she collapsed drunk at home, discovered by Xiwan, who had come with Jingxi, worried about her. Xiwan and Jingxi quietly cleaned Shakia's room and prepared dinner for her. After waking up, Shakia discovered someone silently caring about her. Although she didn't show it outwardly, she was deeply moved. And getting to know Jingxi up close, she realized he wasn't so mysterious after all. Though he seemed like a hermit, he wasn't aloof at all. Instead, he had endearing little flaws that made him seem a bit playful. And Xiwan took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere at the dinner table, bringing a sense of excitement to Shakia's small apartment. Especially later, after Xiwan left, Monk Jingxi stayed alone to talk with Shakia. He revealed the shocking fact that he, too, was the executor. He even used himself as an example to encourage Shakia. This was the first executor companion Shakia had ever met. It was truly wonderful to have a companion. The other person felt the same way. Although Jingxi was currently a monk, he made no secret of his joy when he saw Shakia. During their post-dinner stroll, Jingxi recounted his past life to Shakia. Perhaps the executors who arrived in this era experienced some degree of shock to their brains and memories, but the extent seemed to vary from person to person. Like Jingxi, he only suffered partial memory loss, so he relied on what remained to diligently fulfill his mission. Even the Schwager organization was founded by Director Qin with Jingxi's planning and assistance, but even Jingxi, who now seemed so powerful in Shakia's eyes, had experienced a period of decline and confusion. It was during this period that he became a monk. Furthermore, Jingxi had been deceived before. Jingxi didn't shy away from telling Shakia about the past. It was said that the other person was also an executor. Jingxi had said at the time that he had trusted the other person deeply, but the trap wasn't a big deal. The source of Jingxi's power, the origin cube, had been taken away by someone else. Shakia couldn't imagine Jingxi's feelings at the time and didn't dare ask. Realizing that not only herself, but also Jingxi, as an executor, had experienced such a difficult past, Shakia felt relieved about her own experience. Even Jinxie, who had lost her origin cube and lost all her power, didn't give up and rallied. Why should Sakia continue to wallow in self-blame and decadence? Master Jinxie started from scratch, ultimately mastering the ripple technique and establishing swagger. He further stated that he hoped Sakia would assist him in reclaiming his origin cube and reclaiming his power. To this end, he would train Sakia. It was also to complete Project Flashpoint and completely defeat the attacking families. Thanks to Jinxie's encouragement and heartfelt words, Sakia quickly adjusted herself and faced the challenges ahead. But even so, Sakia had not yet matured to the point where she could truly become people's hope. Jinxie was not impatient, for he knew that becoming people's hope was a tremendous burden. Sakia should not be left to bear it alone. Only when the 8 executors could unite could there truly be hope. The hope of Project Flashpoint rests on these 8 executors. New executors would surely emerge in the future. Schwager's job was also to search for and protect them. Shakia, reminiscing and playing with her phone, completely unaware of a figure approaching from behind. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder from behind, startling her with a start. "Chin, Shakia. I'm here." Then a familiar voice greeted her again. Shakia quickly turned around and saw it was Li Jiai. "Hey! You're here so soon. Come sit down." Intending to invite Li Jiai to sit down, Shakia stood up. This standing up didn't matter. She immediately realized something was wrong. Longsheng and Bruce, who had chosen their fish, also walked out of the store and were equally stunned. Li Jiai, dressed in casual clothes and trousers, stood before the 3 of them. Yes, that's right, Li Jiai was standing. And, as if to show off, she took 2 steps in front of them. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Li Jiai asked with a knowing smile. She was asking knowingly, and everyone could see it. All her classmates knew that she had lost her legs in an accident, yet now, she was actually standing and walking. Okay, you know why everyone's surprised, so just admit it. How did you grow legs? Bruce was the one who spoke eloquently. He pointed at Li Jiai's legs. Li Jiai sat down, with an unconcealed smile of pride on her face, and rolled up her trouser legs. She revealed a calf with a protruding metal part. Both of her feet were like this. Look! It was a prosthetic leg. But it was completely invisible. Li Jiai walked naturally and deftly. What on earth was this? Chapter 123. Li Jiai's prosthetic limbs were quite unique, surprising the 3 of them. Perhaps Shakia wasn't familiar with prosthetics, but Bruce and Longsheng were astonished. The material is quite high-end. Longsheng bent down to examine Li Jiai's prosthetic legs. Unlike many prosthetic legs on the market that looked like stints, Li Jiai's were a true bionics miracle. Shakia had no idea, and she didn't want to interrupt. She simply watched Longsheng observe. Bruce suddenly realized that these were definitely not something you find on the market. Is this made with Schwager's cutting-edge technology? Yes, this is the first major thing my dad did after returning to Schwager. Li Jiai even took off one shoe, exposing the sole of her foot. This? Shakia also bent over in surprise. This prosthetic leg is surprisingly similar to her natural foot. Aside from a bit of exposed metal on the calf, the rest of the leg even has bionic skin. Touch it? Li Jiai asked Shakia. She did. Shakia placed a few fingers on Li Jiai's foot and discovered that the bionic skin was actually still warm. Amazing! It's even warm. Shakia clapped her hands in admiration. Fresh! Longsheng and the others joined in the fun. Li Jiai even moved her ankle a bit, and the mobility seemed just as good as a real leg. After putting on her shoes and socks, Li Jiai looked like she was no longer in a wheelchair. Of course, I only been using these prosthetic legs for a short time, so I'm not running around yet, but I have no problem walking normally. This is wonderful. Li Jiai actually stood up again, which made Shakia sigh in admiration. Originally, because of her own mistakes, Li Jiai might have been confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. This made Shakia feel a little guilty. After all the things she had been through, everything should be going in a good direction. This past year, Shakia had fought and gained a lot. Time flew by as they chatted, and the fish Bruce and Longsheng had selected was served on the table. Wow, what a huge plate! This was Shakia's first time eating this. But to everyone else, this was one of the local dishes, a dish they had been eating since childhood. Spicy, fresh, and fragrant, this is the style of cuisine in Nuchuanqiu City and its surrounding provinces and cities. Shakia's taste was actually quite bland. God knows what the cuisine was like when she arrived. But it was definitely different from here. What's wrong? You seem curious. Do you rarely eat grilled fish like this? Longsheng watched Shakia's curious expression, unsure where to start, and stifled a laugh. Hey, it's more than just rare. I never tried it before. Come on, try it first. Bruce waved his hand, urging Shakia to take a bite first. The three people present had all heard of Shakia. What kind of food did she eat in her past? Very spicy. But Shakia picked up a piece of the fish spine Bruce had recommended, carefully removed the bones, and placed it in her mouth. She chewed it, swallowed it, and then uttered the aforementioned exclamation. It smells so good. Right. Come on, everyone eat. Seeing Shakia taking a bite, Bruce called for everyone to hurry up and eat. For the three locals, this was a familiar delicacy. This is a Jianghu dish that's been passed down in Chuanqiu City for hundreds of years. Naturally, the residents of the new Chuanqiu City, built nearby, also love it. While everyone was happily eating, Longsheng poured Coke and explained it to Shakia. This kid, Longsheng, really knows a lot of trivia. This grilled fish is called Wanzhou grilled fish. It's named after a county town in Chuanqiu City where it originated. Longsheng explained to Shakia that Wanzhou grilled fish is a traditional specialty of the old Chuanqiu City. To grill it, the fish is first cleaned and placed flat in iron tongs, then grilled over charcoal. Then, it was served on a special iron plate, covered with a base of butter, chili oil, sugar, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and other seasonings, and topped with celery, bean sprouts, and other refreshing vegetables. Longsheng, be careful not to swallow fish bones when talking while eating fish, Li Jiai warned. It's okay, I'm drinking a Coke now. Look, isn't she listening with gusto? Longsheng pointed at Shakia, who was waiting expectantly for him to continue. Wait a minute, I need to have a bite too. After eating for a while, it was Bruce's turn to explain to Shakia. There's a local legend about the origin of this grilled fish. Legend has it that over 100 years ago, there was a chef named Yi Tianqi, whose cooking skills were renowned in Chuanqiu City and the surrounding area. Influenced by traditional culture, the Yi family's culinary skills were passed down only to sons, not daughters, so the chef only taught his daughter a few homely dishes. One spring festival, the chef was seriously ill and unable to cook, so he asked his daughter to prepare some side dishes for a hasty celebration. Unexpectedly, she produced a sumptuous feast. One dish, grilled fish, grilled over a fire and then stir-fried, was particularly stunning, its color, aroma, and flavor all captivating. Her father, realizing her culinary talent, overturned the traditional notion that cooking skills should be passed down from father to son. From then on, he shared his family's most prized recipes and culinary expertise with her. After marrying, the daughter skillfully combined her family's stir-fry recipes with her husband's barbecue recipes, further improving the grilled fish. I didn't expect this dish to have so many historical allusions. Shakia took a few bites of the fish and drank some of her drink. In our country, there are many dishes with historical allusions. Although I only know how to cook a few homely side dishes, Li Jiai smiled at Shakia. I wonder what you ate in your past life, Shakia. In response to Li Jiai's question, Shakia said she had no answer. She truly couldn't remember anything. Sorry. Shakia smiled sheepishly and scratched her cheek. Li Jiai didn't ask any more questions. She took over the conversation, continuing what Bruce had said. Another unique feature of Wanzhou grilled fish is that it's grilled over mountain charcoal. Not only that, this grilled fish is infused with over 30 spices and fresh vegetables, creating a spicy, fresh, and fragrant flavor unlike any other grilled fish. Shakia had made grilled fish at home, but it was usually a rather bland dish, simply salted and grilled in an iron pan. It was quite different from grilling over charcoal. She had previously mostly grilled smaller ocean fish, like sori. This Wanzhou grilled fish, however, used larger river fish. The way Shakia prepared it, the earthy smell was quite strong. The grilled fish she was eating was even spicier than other grilled fish, like a firework exploding in her mouth, yet the spiciness wasn't unbearable. On the contrary, after the spiciness wore off, the flavor became mellow, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Perhaps, while Shakia was thinking about becoming stronger, she could also enjoy life more. After all, no one around her treated her like a fighting machine, but rather as a companion. Tonight, she enjoyed a meal with her friends, filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 124. Eating grilled fish with a drink and a cold dish was truly delicious. The sky gradually darkened, and the street food stalls, the city's star attraction, began their performance. After explaining the origins of the grilled fish, everyone chatted for a while. During the conversation, Bruce told everyone something. It turned out that this dinner party was just a spur-of-the-moment decision on Bruce's part, and that he had other plans for the outing he promised. I thought it was just a meal, Shakia said. At the same time, she picked up a grilled clam and put it in her mouth, sucking on it. Just coming to a street food stall to eat would be a disservice to our previous fierce battle, wouldn't you think? Hearing Shakia's words, Bruce laughed heartily and turned his gaze to Li Jioi. It seemed that the was directed at Li Jioi. Oh then, that's for sure. Recalling that one misstep could have been fatal, Li Jioi's palms began to sweat, even as a professional player. That's right. Long Sheng echoed. And judging by Long Sheng's expression, he must know something but was deliberately keeping it to himself. After all, the guy had been living with Bruce. So, I decided to go to a hot spring hotel and have a hot spring trip. Bruce addressed Shakia and Li Jioi in particular. W hot springs. Li Jioi's expression didn't seem to change much, but her eyes lit up. It's just a hot spring. There's no need to be so dramatic. Li Jioi had one hand tightly grasping Shakia's sleeve, her excitement evident. This left Shakia with only an awkward wry smile. I have a bathtub at home. I take a bath from time to time. But Shakia's words completely revealed her inability to enjoy life. Li Jioi had to refute her. Spring and Autumn City is the hot spring capital of the Midwest. The hot springs here are unmatched anywhere else. Not to mention soaking in a bathtub. I wholeheartedly agree. Bruce, who had also been enjoying hot springs with his parents since childhood, understood Li Jioi's sentiments perfectly. The love of hot springs is a common theme among the citizens of New Spring and Autumn City. Shakia, just come on vacation with us this time. Long Sheng raised his fist and gestured to Shakia in encouragement. At the mention of hot springs, Shakia's friends erupted in excitement. Okay, of course I'm happy. Well, Shakia had never actually been in a hot spring. Or rather, she hadn't since arriving in this era. Whether she ever been there before was unknown, but for her now, it was impossible to know. So when are you going? Sakya, observing everyone's high spirits, took the opportunity to scoop a few more pieces of fish into her bowl while chatting. Someday during the Lunar New Year holiday. I contact the hotel and ask for details. It's definitely best to book in advance, Bruce replied. It seemed he was planning to make a reservation soon after telling everyone. Yes, Bruce and I were just looking up the best hot spring hotels this morning. Since we were going to the hot springs during the Lunar New Year holiday, it might be helpful to respond to Jingxi's invitation beforehand. Jingxi had told Shakia that their temple was holding a festival during the Lunar New Year. She had also told her to bring friends. So now was the perfect time to tell them. Everyone make room. The waiter came over and brought a plate of vegetables. The fish was almost completely eaten, and now was the time for the delicious grilled fish. Remove the remaining fish bones, and use the remaining broth and oil to cook some more vegetables. While blanching the vegetables, Shakia explained Jingxi's invitation to everyone. Huh? That monk Jingxi actually invited us? Long Sheng and Bruce exchanged a look, surprised and delighted. Oh, is that the person? The one you said jumped onto the robot's shoulder when you and Shakia were inside it. Although Bruce was the son of a high-ranking Swagger executive, he had never heard of Jingxi before. That monk. Long Sheng nodded. Although they weren't particularly familiar with Monk Jingxi, they knew he was close to the director. That Jingxi, my father seems to know him, but I never really had any close contact with him. Li Jioi shared the same sentiment. It seemed Jingxi had rarely appeared before Shakia's appearance. Even so, when everyone heard that Jingxi would prepare hot pot for everyone, they were still delighted. It seems that Monk Jingxi is quite knowledgeable. Long Sheng laughed. Why? What does he know? Shakia picked up a piece of blanched wood ear mushroom, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Hot pot is the most lively and perfect thing for gatherings here. Yeah, there are plenty of hot pot restaurants in the city, big and small. But, Shakia responded to Long Sheng, chewing on some wood ear mushrooms. You haven't even tried this? Li Jioi almost guessed what Shakia was going to say. It's not that I haven't tried it before. I just never eaten it with a large group. I had those small, individual pots. Hey, that's the same as not having tried it before. What you're having is soulless. Bruce interrupted forcefully. He told Shakia that there was a lot of knowledge involved in hot pot. Then I won't hold back. Seeing Bruce trying to educate her again, Shakia decided to eat his portion as well. This originated from the dock culture of Chuanqiu City. This hot pot originated over 100 years ago. Street vendors carrying shoulder poles would buy buffalo tripe, wash it, boil it, and then cut the liver, stomach, and other parts into small pieces. They would place a clay stove on the top of their pole, and a large, compartmentalized iron basin on top. In the basin, a numbing, spicy, and salty broth would simmer and stir. Laborers, like those working on the riverbanks and bridges, would gather around the poles to enjoy the hot pot. Each person would choose a section and eat it, simmering until they ate a certain amount. The price was calculated based on the number of pieces they ate. This was both economical and a source of calories. It wasn't until decades later that a small restaurant in Chuanchio City upgraded the hot pot, moving it from the pole to the table. While still using the clay stove, the compartmentalized iron basin was replaced with a small copper pot, and the diners were free to choose their own broth and dipping sauces. Stop, stop, stop! Let's finish our meal. Sakya watched the vegetables on the iron plate dwindle. She decided to leave some for Bruce, as it would be unkind of her to do otherwise. Okay, it's decided. On New Year's Eve, we go to the temple fair. Great. Agreed. Longsheng and Li Jiayi also raised their hands in agreement. A cheerful atmosphere permeated the food stall table, where the four of them sat. Even at a street stall, where everyone sat on cheap plastic stools, the joy felt priceless. Infected by the atmosphere, Shakia's expression softened, and she laughed heartily with her friends. Their table was located on the sidewalk. While the four people's laughter wasn't particularly noticeable in the nighttime food court, anyone walking along this street would undoubtedly notice their table first. A woman in casual clothes walked past the four people's table. She was wearing a dark blue casual outfit and had long white hair. But no one at their table noticed her. Shakia, who had once inadvertently seen her face, also sat with her back to the road. It was Tessa. You're smiling so happily, so relaxed. Chapter 125. Tessa's current temporary residence was also nearby. She hadn't expected to run into Shakia and her group here. But she merely passed by, not stopping. She knew it wasn't time for her official appearance yet. Seeing Shakia chatting and laughing with her friends, she sighed. It seemed as if Tessa knew Shakia. What was their relationship? Shakia could hang out with her friends, but Tessa had to finish her report on the Familia and submit it to the Enterprise. Besides, Tessa didn't have anyone to chat and laugh with. She quickly disappeared into the crowds at the night food court, no one aware of her presence. Shakia and Tessa passed each other, one chatting and laughing with friends, the other completely absorbed in her work. After a pleasant evening, Shakia and the others agreed to go to Jingxi's temple fair first, and then to the hot springs in the mountains. Contacting Jingxi was naturally Shakia's responsibility. After the gathering, Shakia returned home and lay on the sofa, her phone on the coffee table. She clutched her terminal, chatting with Jingxi. She informed Jingxi of the temple fair's arrival via the Swagger terminal. Buzz. The message reply buzzer sounded, and Shakia picked up the terminal and checked it. Excellent. Master has been informed. You can ascend the mountain in the evening on New Year's Eve. The address is as follows. A brief sentence, followed by a navigation map with bus and driving routes. How thoughtful. With only a few days left, Shakia could hardly wait. On the day of the temple fair, after lunch, Shakia dressed, shouldered her backpack, and headed out. She donned a long, red down jacket, black tights, and a scarf. She hadn't been in the mood to dress up properly, but now she finally had the chance. She stuffed her backpack with some New Year's gifts, carefully selected over the past few days, to share with everyone. Before leaving, Shakia stood by the open doorway and checked her phone, keys, and other belongings. Everything was ready. Shakia's steps were especially brisk today. She quickly took the elevator downstairs and exited the community gate. She was going to the pedestrian street bus stop to meet up with Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce, and all of them would go up the mountain to celebrate the festival together. The weather was a blessing today. After a gloomy morning, the sun broke out in the afternoon, bringing a touch of warmth to the wintry new spring and autumn market. At the agreed bus stop, the four of them arrived at about the same time. Wow, everyone looked so radiant today. Longsheng glanced at them. After all, it was a holiday, so everyone was wearing brighter clothes than usual. Longsheng wore his signature short-sleeved shirt, but he also layered a casual jacket over it, and loose-fitting jeans underneath. Compared to his usual frail, scholarly demeanor, he looked more relaxed and casual. Li Jiayi was dressed similarly to the day she went out to dinner, except for a woolen hat and a scarf. Bruce donned a white sweatshirt with a hip-hop pattern. It suited his tall frame perfectly. The three of them also carried varying amounts of gifts for Master Jingxi. After all, except for Sakya, the others were interacting with Jingxi for the first time. Hey, I really don't know what gift to give a monk. I was thinking of giving him some wine. Bruce, in a rare display of lack of confidence in front of everyone, showed a lack of confidence. Longsheng took over the conversation. That's why we chose to bring some tea and snacks. And some? This. After that, Longsheng pulled out an exquisite wooden box from his bag. Opening it, he revealed a string of sandalwood prayer beads. And it didn't look cheap. It looked like Bruce had paid for it. You know a lot. Li Jiayi also came over to see. Longsheng, this guy, was just so eccentric and knowledgeable. Then take a look at mine. Li Jiayi pulled a paper box from her usual backpack. What? Is this a wooden fish? How come it's so light? Taking the paper box and examining it, Shakia confirmed that it was just a wooden fish. Hey, this isn't that simple. It's a multifunctional electronic Buddhist device. I don't know anything about what's used in temples these days, but it looked impressive, so I bought it. Li Jiayi's choices were still so casual, seemingly prioritizing fun over practicality. Anyway, when we take it out, we see how amazing this thing is. With that, she put the cardboard box back into her backpack. What about you, Shakia? What did you buy? Longsheng asked. This question really stumped Shakia. Because she had so much contact with Jingxi, Shakia hadn't chosen any special gifts. Her backpack was mostly filled with snacks and drinks for everyone to enjoy together. Jingxi also asked her to buy some meat at the supermarket. After all, monks in temples don't keep meat, but for a feast like this, the necessary ingredients still had to be available. Well, I just have some food here, nothing special to talk about. Unexpectedly, Shakia's backpack contained only a few ordinary items, leaving everyone speechless. We had thought Shakia's bag might hold some treasures, but our hopes were dashed. Just then, the bus heading up the mountain arrived, and everyone officially set off. Jingxi Zen Temple, where Venerable Jingxi resides, is located high in the mountains on the outskirts of New Trinchio City. Deep within the mountains are a resort and a forest park, so a bus route conveniently passes by the temple. Although the bus ride takes nearly an hour from the city center, the number of people along the way is increasing, making it a truly bustling day. It's a festival, and with the good weather, everyone's out having fun. This is a long-standing tradition in Trinchio City and its surrounding areas. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, we had to go out during the day. Thankfully, the four of us boarded the bus near the starting point, otherwise we would have been left without seats midway. After boarding, Shakia sent a message to Master Jingxi, notifying them of their arrival. When we get there, let's go meet Jingxi first. Thinking this, Shakia drifted off to sleep, backpack in hand, as the bus rocked. Hey Shakia, we're here, get off. Sleeping in the warm winter sun, Shakia was woken by Li Jiayi. It seemed everyone had reached their stop. After getting off, they headed straight for Jingxi Zen Temple. That was how it should have been. Unexpectedly, most of the people on the bus stood up, squeezing the four of them into their seats. Oh my god, why are there so many people getting off at this stop? Bruce was also startled. I had originally thought the temple fair at this Zen temple would be a small area, but I was surprised to see that the entire hillside across from the temple gate and on the other side of the road was completely covered. This temple fair was much larger than I imagined. Perhaps Shakia and the other three hadn't been paying attention to online or media news these days. Such a large-scale temple fair would surely have been publicized. The Jingxi Zen temple itself wasn't very large either. Shakia had originally assumed the temple fair would take place within the temple walls, but now it took half an hour just to get off the bus. The small temple amidst the festive atmosphere held a unique charm. After finally squeezing off the bus, the four of us finally entered the Zen temple. At the temple gate, Jingxi was already waiting for us. You're here, Shakia, and your friends. Master Jingxi, sorry to have waited. Shakia and the other three approached him. Squeezing through the crowd, all three, except Shakia, were panting. Chapter 126. Jingxi stood at the entrance to the inner courtyard of the Zen temple, waiting for Shakia and her group. He nodded to Shakia, who stepped aside. Jingxi then clasped his hands together in front of the three people following behind. Thank you for your hard work, young donors. Please come in. Jingxi regained the air of a high-ranking monk he had felt when he first met Shakia, speaking in that elegant, refined tone. You are Master Jingxi. Nice to meet you. Hello, hello. Bruce stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiayi exchanged a glance, then all three clasped their hands together in greeting Jingxi. Hello, Master Jingxi, the three said in unison. After all, having never dealt with monks before, the three tried their best to appear serious. Shakia, standing by, almost laughed out loud. Jingxi, it seemed, wouldn't easily show his relaxed side to someone he met for the first time. You 3 young donors are friends of my humble disciple and family members of the Swaggers. No need to be polite. Please come sit in the meditation room first. Jinxie smiled, clasped her hands together, and bowed to the group. Then she turned and led the 4 people to her inner room. Sakia followed Jinxie through the threshold of the inner courtyard. She turned back, only to find the 3 people still a little dazed. Come on in. Sakia waved, and the 3 finally realized what was happening and stepped through the threshold one after another. Sakia is Jinxie's disciple? We didn't even know that? Li Jiai whispered to Longsheng and the others in the background. You can ask her too, just ask her. This monk Jinxie seems quite easy to get along with. Are we too nervous? Look, Sakia is perfectly fine. Bruce was also whispering in the background. But Shakia was right in front of them. She turned around and said angrily, Hey, can you guys keep your voices down? I heard everything. Arriving at Jinxie's meditation room, the 4 of them were amazed. It wasn't a large place, but it had everything they needed. The decor blended Eastern and Western styles, yet it still felt lively. You had to wear slippers when entering, and there were raised wooden floors, with a water heater in the middle of these Eastern-style floors. Next to the stove was a small coffee table, perfect for kneeling and chatting. The bed was Central Plain style. Some of the furniture was Western. It was a truly imaginative arrangement, but Jinxie's careful arrangement made it look harmonious. The 4 of them couldn't help but look around the meditation room. It must be so comfortable. This is my humble abode. Everyone, please leave your backpacks here. While everyone was putting their backpacks away, Jinxie made tea for everyone. You're welcome. Everyone, please feel free to relax. The 4 of them put down their luggage and approached the coffee table. Thank you, Master Jinxie. Bruce accepted the teacup and thanked Jinxie. No need for formalities. Just call me Jinxie. Thank you, Master Jinxie. Today is our first meeting, and we prepared some small gifts as a welcome gift. Li Jiai felt that now was a good time to show off her gifts. After all, she had heard her father mention that Jinxie could be considered the true founder of Schwager. In the presence of such a prominent figure, it was best to show some courtesy. Me too. Here. Bruce and Longsheng quickly grabbed their bags and took out their gifts for Jinxie. These young donors are so thoughtful. Even Jinxie was a little surprised to see that they had prepared a welcome gift. This is top quality udon black tea. Please accept it, Master Jinxie. Bruce placed the tea on the coffee table. This is mine. Longsheng also laid out his wooden box containing his rosary beads. Bruce, Longsheng, you're so thoughtful. Jinxie again raised her hand and saluted them, accepting the gifts. After all, it would be inappropriate to refuse a gift someone had specially prepared. Okay, here's this. Li Jiai finally unpacked the contents of the paper box in front of everyone. It was a wooden fish, but it wasn't meant to be struck. I have a wooden fish. Is this one of those electronic ones you buy online? Jinxie took it and flipped a switch, and a rhythmic sound of wooden fish beating began to emanate from it. An electronic wooden fish does just that, without having to strike it manually. It can also store audio and function as a player. However, Li Jiai, a tinkerer, wouldn't give Jinxie just such a simple gadget. Hey, I made a minor improvement. Following Li Jiai's instructions, Jinxie pressed a button. Swish. With a slit in the front of the wooden fish, a 3D image of a Buddha statue appeared, and along with the sound of chanting, the light around the Buddha statue changed in various ways. It looked somewhat similar to the 3D imagery in Schwager's technical department, which Sakia had seen before. This thing hadn't been released yet. Wow! Such cutting-edge technology! Longsheng exclaimed. The others were stunned. Also, you could open the clock interface on the stereo projector, and even use it as an alarm clock. Li Jiai demonstrated it to Jinxie. It looked like this thing would be perfect for a bedside table. Should I say? Your old Li's daughter, as expected? You and your daughter are both extraordinary. Jinxie also showed a rare look of surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Well, this contains the hard work of Li Jiai, the young benefactor. I'm happy to accept it. The 3 of them felt relieved when they saw Jinxie happily accept their gifts. However, Sakia had been silent since then, and the 3 of them looked at her in unison. Beef, pork, squid, lamb, tripe, duck intestines, chicken. Sakia pulled out a large amount of meat from her large backpack. Thank you for your hard work, disciple. You bought all the meat for tonight's hot pot. Oh, it's quite heavy, isn't it? Shakia sighed. This is also part of the training. Jinxie smiled. Yes, After Shakia strengthened her body with wave ripples, she could carry the sturdy Bruce at full speed. But this time, it was obvious that Shakia was just asked to run errands to buy ingredients. Okay, here are some snacks for everyone. After collecting the ingredients, Shakia took out some potato chips, preserved fruits, melon seeds, and other things and placed them on the floor. After dinner, everyone would need these while watching the New Year's Eve show. Oh, you even prepared snacks. How thoughtful of you. Hey, that's right. After emptying the bag, Shakia tossed it aside and opened a bag of shrimp crackers and placed it on the table. Okay, that's a snack. Jinxie also took a bag of potato chips and opened it. Eat, don't be shy, Jinxie said to Li Jiayi, Bruce, and Lan Sheng while popping some chips into her mouth. Ah. Okay. Seeing Shakia and Jinxie seemed quite relaxed, Bruce reached out and grabbed some snacks to eat. Watching Shakia and Jinxie interact with each other, as casually as they did with them, Lan Sheng and Li Jiayi also began to eat without hesitation. Chapter 127. You arrived quite early. Why not go and have fun at the temple fair? I greet you at the dinner. Indeed, no one had yet enjoyed the lively temple fair outside, and no one had ever been there before. Okay, contact us using the terminal when the time comes. Shakia patted the Swagger terminal in her pocket. After finishing her refreshments, Jinxie led the 4 people out of the inner courtyard. Young donors, enjoy yourselves. I also be off to host the event. Okay, I take care of them all. Shakia patted her chest confidently and said to Jinxie, if your disciple is willing to do so, that's excellent. Seeing that Shakia's previous dejection had faded, Jinxie smiled and clasped her hands in greeting. Then I go first. With that, Jinxie headed outside the inner courtyard, toward a stage at the temple fair. Shakia also took the 3 people to other places to play. Come to think of it, when did you become a disciple? We don't even know. What were the ceremony and requirements? I'd like to know too. Bruce's eyes lit up. After all, he had heard of Jinxie's role in the battle against the Iksha King. He ran over to Shakia, wanting to inquire. Actually, Jinxie forced me to be his disciple. I never went through any ceremony. Did you ever hear me call you master? Shakia replied with a wry smile. Oh my god. I'd be so happy to have such a wonderful opportunity. Bruce was envious. Well, Shakia, I remember you can use a magical energy. Did Jinxie teach you that? Lan Sheng also came over. Oh, he taught you that. What's wrong? Shakia knew Lan Sheng was talking about the ripple technique. Wow, no wonder you're like Superman in the cyberspace. I want to learn too. Lan Sheng and Bruce, the 2 boys, seemed eager to become Jinxie's disciples. However, Lan Sheng had misunderstood one thing. In the cyberspace, that kind of energy was only a flash in the pan at the moment, a blessing from heaven. Shakia couldn't use it right now. Well, if you want to learn, you can just ask him directly. He's actually quite easygoing. Bruce and Lan Sheng were still students, after all. No matter how relaxed they were normally, they were still a little nervous in front of someone they considered a big shot. Really? You're his disciple. Why don't you ask for us first? Lan Sheng was still a little worried. Oh, so fussy. Are you 2 men? If you want to learn, just go and ask. Li Jiayi couldn't stand it anymore and started taunting the 2 boys. Nice. Shakia secretly gave Li Jiayi a thumbs up. Alright. It's a rare opportunity for us to attend the temple fair, so let's not waste Shakia's kindness. Let's have fun first. Li Jiayi might be quiet and seem distant and difficult to communicate with at school, but that's just because she's slow to warm up when she's new to the game. After all, she's been a captain on a professional team before. In some situations, she's quite reliable. This is my first time at a temple fair too. Let's just have fun this afternoon and stop overthinking. Shakia led the 3 of them through the crowd. Wow! There are chocolate bananas here. Li Jiayi was pleasantly surprised to see snacks rarely seen in New Spring and Autumn City and its surrounding areas at the temple fair. Oh! There are crepes over there too. Looks like many of these shops are owned by young people. Lan Sheng followed Li Jiayi and found his favorite snack. Yes, many of the tourists here are young people, including students and young professionals. There are also a few parents living at the foot of the mountain, bringing their children. There aren't many elderly people. Young people are out and about in their favorite attire, and quite a few are wearing ancient costumes. It seems this temple fair is indeed very popular with young people. They're dressed so ethereal. Where did they get their clothes? Shakia seemed quite interested in the long, traditional clothing, and whenever the girls walked by, she would stare at them for a moment. That's called Hanfu. It's a nostalgic and revived take on ancient clothing. There's a dedicated community for it, mostly young people, Li Jiayi explained. So Jiayi, do you like it? You look stunning in it, Shakia joked. That's right. Bruce chimed in. Oh, maybe I'm just an anomaly. I just understand these things, but I have no interest in wearing them. Li Jiayi looked like a science and engineering girl, tinkering with technology and uninterested in romantic matters. I think it would suit you, Shakia. How about getting a set? Longsheng came over with a few crepes he bought and offered his own opinion. Here for you guys. He had 3 more in his other hand, which Longsheng had bought for other people. Wow, thank you. Taking the crepes from Longsheng, Shakia realized that he was indeed quite attentive. Longsheng suggested that Shakia get a set too. It wasn't that he couldn't, but who would they be wearing it for? None of them were in that circle. Let's talk about the Hanfu thing later. Or you could just wear women's clothes. Shakia was quite lively today, and everyone agreed. Yes, Longsheng, you're delicate and skinny, so I think it work. Bruce chewed on a crepe while studying Longsheng. Shakia and Li Jiayi shrugged and went to the front to stroll around. Then, they heard Bruce and Longsheng's playful cries from behind. Let me see if you're growing normally. No. Let me see. It looked like they were enjoying something only boys could appreciate. When it comes to temple fairs, there's no shortage of diverse entertainment. There are activities handed down from ancient times, as well as new ways of playing that have evolved with the times. The temple fair hosted by Jingxi Zen Temple also had many such stalls. The most traditional game, and the one most popular with stall owners, was the ring-tossing game. According to Li Jiayi, this was a common feature at almost all temple fairs, but Shakia had clearly never played it and wanted to give it a try. Okay, Shakia, whatever you want to play, I play with you. Really? Aren't you a visitor from the ancient times? I'm just being a good host. Shakia's words were offensive. She felt that there shouldn't be any distance between her and Li Jiayi and the others, no need to distinguish between guests and guests. After all, they were classmates and had fought together. No matter who she was, she didn't want to create a rift with them. Oh, something about the ancient times. I don't really feel that way at all. If you're okay, how about calling me Qin Yun today? Shakia's eyes were a little evasive. The identity of Qin Yun was given to her by the director to conceal her identity, but from Shakia's perspective, it represented the starting point of her memories and her connection to her friends. In this relaxing time, she wanted to be Qin Yun. Seeing this, Li Jiayi realized her words were inappropriate and quickly corrected herself. No, I was just kidding. Aren't we friends? It's my duty to have fun with you, Qin Yun. Shakia understood that Li Jiayi didn't mean that. Still, she was a little concerned about the statement. Alas, it's easy to let your thoughts wander when you're idle. Whatever. Right now, having fun is the most important thing. Thinking this way, Shakia joined the line for the ring toss game. Chapter 128. Shakia watched the little girl in front of her in line. With a flick of her wrist, she flung a plastic ring, which landed steadily on a doll. Amidst the cheers of the stall owner and the crowd, the little girl happily received the doll she had chosen. Looks easy enough. What should I try? Seeing that even a child could pull it off, Shakia knew she could do it too. Don't underestimate it. The further you get, the harder it gets. The easier ones have already been taken by those in front. Li Jiayi also gave a timely reminder. This ring-tossing game has 2 price points, 5 yuan and 10 yuan. 5 yuan gets you 2 rings, while 10 yuan gets you 5. This stall owner is quite savvy. Looking at this ring-tossing game, there are lots of small things placed on the ground. Snacks, small toys, dolls, decorations. Even handheld game consoles. Shakia was a bit dazzled by the trinkets scattered across the floor, and for a moment she didn't know what to choose. Since that was the case, she might as well ask Li Jiayi next to her. Ask me? This is your first time playing this. Just pick something you like. Although Li Jiayi's point made sense, Shakia, precisely because it was her first time, didn't know which one to choose. The more expensive the item, the harder it is to find. Just remember that principle. Shakia nodded seriously. Also, if you don't hit it right in the first 2 attempts, try to pick something that's easy to hit in the last 2 attempts. That way, you can at least win one. I see. I get it. It was Shakia's turn. She took out 10 yuan and received 5 plastic rings. Everyone around her was staring at her, and Shakia felt a little nervous. Let's go! Forget about anything else. Just throw one first. Shakia threw it at the expensive-looking handheld game console. With a crisp plastic clink, the plastic ring hit the game box, but surprisingly bounced back. Ouch! The crowd jeered in disappointment. Huh? Shakia hadn't expected the plastic ring to be so resilient. Qin Yun, this game isn't about just throwing accurately to catch something, Li Jiai warned beside her. Try again. Shakia, unconvinced, chose a smaller target. This time, she planned to catch a wooden ornament. A smaller target might make it easier to catch. Go! This time, she wasn't going to be so gentle. Since the target was farther away, she threw the plastic ring with even more force. It's hooked. The plastic ring had hooked onto the wooden sculpture, but due to inertia, the sculpture was pulled down by the ring. As the ornament fell, the ring bounced again on the ground, landing outside the sculpture. What a shame! It was clearly hooked. The onlookers chattered. No way. This? Oh no, I think I used too much force this time. Oh, what a pity. Pay attention to the force. Li Jiai's suggestion was correct. This little ring-tossing game shouldn't be underestimated. Glancing at the stall owner, he was looking at her with a smile, hoping for a 0 for 5 throw. How could this be a happy ending? There were 3 rings left. Shakia found her touch with the first 2, and only with the last few did she really get into it. Okay, the force should feel right this time. Shakia discovered that throwing the plastic ring, just like that, would only make it bounce. Even with a gentle toss, it struggled to maintain balance. Wait. Recalling how the little girl had landed the target, Shakia noticed something. The little girl had twisted the ring with her wrist before throwing it. Oh right, could centrifugal force help maintain stability? She had only just discovered this obvious thing. Li Jiai stared at her, as if waiting for her to discover the trick. Okay, this time I want this. To calm herself, Shakia gradually settled into a breathing rhythm. A flash of golden lightning seemed to emanate from her palm. Wow! Did you see a glow on her hand? Glowing? What kind of light? I think you're still half asleep. The few people closest to her saw it, but in broad daylight, the flash of light wasn't noticeable, and even they thought they were mistaken. She lifted the plastic ring with 2 fingers and twisted it, and it suddenly began to spin rapidly out of thin air. Due to centrifugal force, the spinning ring even slowed its descent. Only Shakia knew that she had coated the ring with a thin layer of energy. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Gently flicking the fast-spinning yet stable ring with her finger, it slowly descended onto the handheld game console at a speed no one had ever witnessed. Wow! The crowd exclaimed. The stall owner was also surprised. The game console's box was already quite flat and small. It was quite far away, making it a very difficult item to toss. The girl had missed twice before, but this time she managed to snag a high-end item with absolute certainty. Looks like you figured it out. Li Jiai gave Shakia a thumbs up. Well, 2 more. Shakia spun the ring on her finger, deciding on her next target. This ring-tossing game didn't actually yield many valuable items, so everyone just had fun. To avoid embarrassing the boss, and to leave some hope for those who came later, Shakia chose a sports towel as her next target. Wow! Another hit. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Second consecutive hit. Even Li Jiai was surprised. What did you do? Shoo. Shakia smiled mysteriously at Li Jiai. That smile gave Li Jiai a good idea. With another throw, she hit 3 times in a row. For the last time, Shakia snagged a plastic model. 6, 6, 6. Wonderful! The crowd gasped in delight. Shakia smiled as she stepped forward, collected her prize from the stall owner, and quickly squeezed out of the crowd with Li Jiai, carrying her gifts. While it's nice to occasionally be in the spotlight, it's best to keep it within limits. Shakia didn't keep the 3 items in the set for herself, but instead shared them among her friends. Here, take them. I got them for you. Shakia pressed the spoils into the hands of the 3. She gave Li Jiai the game console, Bruce the sports towel, and Longsheng the box of Gundam plastic models. Shakia had collected these gifts specifically for her friends, each one a favorite. So when the 3 saw Shakia handing them these gifts, they all shared expressions of disbelief and surprise. It seems you understand each of our interests, Bruce said with a grin. Although the items he received didn't seem as valuable as the other 2, the sports equipment was far more precious to him. That's right, Qin Yun got the trick 3 times in a row. Li Jiai also described happily. So impressive. I didn't realize it, Shakia. Longsheng beamed. But he couldn't help but interject. Why are you suddenly calling her Qin Yun again? Isn't that a pseudonym the director made up to protect her? Oh, don't worry about the reason. We just call her that today. Well, I don't mind. Longsheng and Bruce exchanged glances and nodded. Li Jiai's words warmed Shakia's heart. Thank you, Jiai. She silently thanked him. Chapter 129. The temple fair did have quite a few entertainment activities. Besides traditional hoop tossing and goldfish scooping, there were also some new games invented by young people. However, there were so many people that Shakia didn't feel like squeezing in. If Li Jiai, Bruce, and Longsheng wanted to go, she let them go. After all, their interests weren't entirely aligned, so it was better to go their separate ways. Shakia found everything fascinating, and the less crowded activities were a good opportunity for her to experience more. Shakia envied the various snacks sold at the temple fair, but she didn't dare buy any. If she accidentally overeats, she'd miss out on the hot pot dinner. You don't know until you visit, and you'd be surprised. This temple fair is even larger than it appears from the road. Divided by the winding mountain road, Jingxi Temple is located on the cliffside. Inside, there are small stages for traditional culture and temple activities, mainly attended by pilgrims. On the other side of the road, directly opposite Jingxi Temple, the mountain park is filled with private stalls of all sizes. There were vendors selling snacks and game stalls. The spot where Shakia had played ring toss before was right at the entrance square of the mountain park. The area was crowded with tourists, and the snack stalls also attracted many visitors. Li Jiai and Longsheng had both recommended their favorite snacks, but Shakia had no idea. She wandered aimlessly, searching for her own snack. Suddenly she heard a strange song. Have you tried something fragrant? Have you tried something spicy? The song seemed casual, but it carried a hint of spice. Curious, Shakia followed the sound to the corresponding stall. The strange, dialect-tinged singing, though of a rather ordinary tune, conveyed the singer's joy. And Shakia's own singing wasn't much better. Have you heard the songs of internet celebrities? The singing continued. Walking along the main street near the square, Shakia turned a corner and found a barbecue vendor singing. He was a slightly plump man, looking about 40 years old. His hair was a bit long, but not unkempt. His beard was clean-shaven, and he wore a rather fashionable jacket beneath his apron. There weren't many people in front of his stall, but that didn't stop him from singing happily. At the climax of his song, he even tossed his head. Compared to the long lines of young people waiting in front of the sweet stalls, there were only a few people in front of his stall. Although there was a small table and stools next to the stall, no one was sitting there. Perhaps it was because the barbecue he was selling was quite common. The customer flow was similar to those of the barbecue stalls at the night market, so the stall owner wasn't losing money. He paused his singing from time to pass the grilled goods to customers. What, is this grilled thing you're grilling? Shakia walked over, examining it curiously. Real grilled gluten. So tasty. You get a real bargain. The stall owner responded with this spicy song. Huh? Shakia was startled. Haha, sorry girl, did I scare you? Seeing Shakia's bewildered look, the stall owner smiled brightly. This is grilled gluten, a traditional snack. 2 yuan a stick. If it doesn't taste good, you can get it for free. Oh sure. I just followed the song. Shakia pulled out a 5 yuan note and wanted to buy 2. Ha ha ha, I never thought you'd be the first customer to find me following the singing. The stall owner seemed quite generous. We're destined to meet, beautiful lady. You can call me Mianjin brother. Here's one for you. Shakia bought 2 skewers of grilled gluten and took a bite right in front of Mianjin brother. Oh. It looks ordinary, but the flavor is baked right into the gluten. Shakia had actually tried this stuff at the night market in the food court. But the grilled gluten there was thin and tiny, and not nearly as flavorful as this. Ha ha ha, beautiful lady, you're a wise person. This is a flavor I created years ago. I thought young people these days had forgotten it. It seemed this Mianjin brother was a man with a story to tell. Since there was plenty of time, Shakia planned to chat with Mianjin brother for a while. Mianjin Gu didn't look like a simple vendor. He was so happy that he grilled a few more skewers for Shakia for free, asked her to sit at a small table next to the grill, and poured her a cup of hot tea. Mianjin Gu is now a sign singer. In his early years, when he was struggling, he wrote songs and sold grilled gluten to make ends meet. After nearly a decade of hard work, his dedication finally paid off, and he achieved success. The song Shakia just heard was written when he was selling grilled gluten, simply to promote his business. It's called grilled gluten. Because he was relatively immature at the time, his song sounded casual and full of dialect. At today's temple fair, Mianjin Gu, now a singer, couldn't bear to be left out, so he came here and set up a barbecue stall again. He wanted to revisit the place where his dream began. Oh wow! Your cooking is excellent. But unfortunately, I can't eat any more. Please don't grill me anymore. Shakia was happy to listen to Mianjinji's stories of the past. But a few more skewers of gluten would have been enough to fill him up. For the hot pot dinner, Shakia ate 4 skewers and didn't dare to eat any more. But she could take some away with her friends. Bidding farewell to Mianjingu, Shakia headed back into the depths of the mountain park. We met by chance. You have stories, and I have time. Isn't that wonderful? On her way out of the barbecue stall, she heard Mianjinji singing again. A different taste. Grilled gluten, my grilled gluten. I make you happy every day. Although the rather simple lyrics were a bit laughable, understanding the heartwarming story behind them, Shakia found the song quite inspiring. Grilled gluten, my grilled gluten. It make you feel refreshed every morning and evening. As Shakia walked further away, the singing gradually faded. This temple fair truly had all kinds of people. In every corner of this world, ordinary people were fighting for their lives. Shakia and Swager's battle was precisely to enable these people to live with dignity. After wandering around the park for a while longer, it was already evening. Shakia noticed that Li Jiai, Bruce, and Longsheng had gathered together again. They had more items in their hands. It looked like they had each gained something. The 3 of them gathered at a balloon fighting stall, having a blast. Oh my, you 3 are having so much fun. What's this? Hey! Qin Yuan, you're here. Look! Longsheng proudly displayed his trophies. This kid is quite good. He has quite a few more souvenirs in his hands. It seems the 3 of them are quite enthusiastic about these games. 4 out of 10. My shooting needs some work. Bruce finished his BBs at the balloon shooting stall and shrugged, defeated. The 4 balloons he hit were all relatively large, and the corresponding rewards were relatively cheap. Here's one for you. Do you want to try? Li Jiai handed over one, still chewing on another. These were all the rewards she earned from shooting balloons. Okay, let me make it clear, I handled real guns before. Just tell me what you want. Sakia had received combat training at Spagri. If she got serious, she could take all the rewards from this game. Asking Longsheng to hold it for her, Sakia was ready to show off her skills. Chapter 130. 10 yuan for 10 bullets. The stall owner was an old woman. She walked over with a smile and looked at Shakia. After paying the balloon vendor, Shakia took the air rifle and loaded it with plastic BBs. The distance was about 5 meters. Although this distance was nothing to Shakia, who had used real guns before, the shot was aimed at small plastic balls. The balloons came in different sizes. The large ones held things like chewing gum and napkins. The smaller ones held coupons for things like kebabs and drinks. Shakia wanted to save some food before her hot pot dinner, but it wasn't a big deal. I heard the temple fair would last another day, so the coupons could be used the next day. So, she shoots some and saved them for the next day. Okay, time to see some real skill. Shakia rested the butt of the rifle against her shoulder, not even needing to close one eye. She was very familiar with the sights. She aimed at the small balloon representing the kebab and pulled the trigger. Pop! The BB gun fired with a plastic clatter as the small plastic ball flew out. However, the bullet's velocity was so slow that Shakia couldn't even see its trajectory clearly, and the force wasn't very strong. This made it impossible to predict the impact point like a real gun. The first shot missed, but luckily, it hit a large balloon nearby. Shakia received a piece of bubble gum. Congratulations. The old woman wrote down the numbers of the popped balloons and presented them to the prizes afterward. Although she had gotten the bubble gum, Shakia's goal was the barbecue coupon, and she sighed inwardly. What a lousy gun. Well, toys are just toys. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Shakia tried to adjust her aim. Not only did this crappy toy gun have a limited range, but its trajectory was also quite random. Hitting those little balloons was much harder than expected. Second shot. Pop! Once again, she watched the BB bullet zigzag towards the balloons. This time, with some luck, it hit a medium-sized one. Shakia got a can of Coke. Huh? This jerk finally did something good. Shakia discovered a pattern. This toy gun was 100% inaccurate, even at a distance of only 5 meters. But no matter how its bullet drifted, its landing point would never stray too far from the center unless there was a strong wind. And it would always fall due to gravity. The only thing she couldn't be sure of was whether it was swerving left or right. But that was the limit of human control. The rest was up to fate. Shakia tried her best to aim for targets with balloons on both sides, so she could at least catch one. With each gunshot, Shakia's success continued. Though she only managed to hit 2 small balloons, She also popped the other larger ones. Wow, amazing. I hit it every time. Bruce recalled his 4 for 10 record, feeling like tears welling up in his eyes. Great, sister. 666. Li Jiayi, while having a relatively good record, only managed 7 for 10, which meant she had 2 targets. She was well aware of the poor handling of this gun. Oh my god, she's a combat-oriented girl after all. Longsheng exclaimed. His record was second only to Li Jiayi's, with 6 for 10, which was still a good score. Then, seeing that Shakia had hit all 10 prizes, she was stunned. From orange juice, cola, and gum to snack vouchers, headphones, and a phone charger, Shakia's 10 shots netted her quite a few goodies. Congratulations. Wow, you're amazing, little girl. The old woman who owned the stall pulled out a plastic bag and handed Shakia her prizes. Come on, let's divide the spoils. Although Shakia had only landed 2 high-end prizes, she had a lot of other small goodies. She planned to share them with her friends right there. Oh! Suddenly, the tourists gathered at the balloon stall next door erupted in cheers. What's up? Shakia turned and looked over there. Let's go take a look. Li Jiayi waved to the 3 of them and led the way. Squeezing through the crowd, the 4 of them spotted a familiar figure. Boss, I take these coupons. It was Cheyenne. She was carrying an air rifle and took 10 coupons from the surprised shopkeeper. Cheyenne's demeanor in casual clothes was completely different from her uniform, looking more stylish and enthusiastic than in her formal attire. The tourists watching her launch the balloons couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Many young men even whistled at Cheyenne, trying to get her attention. But Cheyenne had no time for those boys. Cheyenne! Why are you here too? Sakya pushed through the crowd and approached Cheyenne. Hey Sakya, and you guys, I'm so glad to see you. Miss Cheyenne, long time no see. Li Jiayi greeted Cheyenne with a smile. Miss Cheyenne, why are you here too? Longsheng was also surprised that Cheyenne was here. But Bruce didn't seem to mind. It's just a holiday getaway, nothing strange about that, right? After all, Swagger isn't some shady organization, is he? Cheyenne thought Shakia and the other 3 were making a big fuss. I heard from Master Jingxi about you 4 coming to play. I was wondering. Why do you act like you knew we were here? Shakia said helplessly, twirling a finger through her hair. It turned out that Cheyenne had already met Master Jingxi and been informed of Shakia and the others' visit. The director and deputy minister Li. Even your father, Jiayi, is here too. They're preparing hot pot with Jingxi. Cheyenne looked at the 4, finally landing on Li Jiayi. Huh? My dad? I haven't heard him mention that. Li Jiayi was also a little surprised. Maybe your dad wanted to give you a surprise. She led Shakia and the others out of the crowd and onto the main street. She unpocketed the 10 snack vouchers she won, apparently planning to save them for the next day. Director Chen's here too. I didn't expect 3 grown men to cook together. Shakia hadn't expected the director to actually cook at a temple during a festival. It was truly unimaginable. Men in this country are quite good cooks, Xiuan said, tossing her hair in affirmation. It seems they have the monks from the temple helping them. So they asked me to come to the temple fair on my own. Hee, it looks like something to look forward to. Shakia checked the time on her phone. It was almost dinner time. Everyone was waiting for Master Jingxi's announcement, so they went to enjoy hot pot. We'd been walking for so long, and everyone was a little tired. Now that we had some time, we decided to sit down and eat. Sitting down, everyone still had some snacks, so they opened some and chatted while they ate. Where are Operator K and the others? Shakia asked Xiuan. Everyone's off for the holidays, and of course, important departments will have shifts. Cheyenne took a biscuit and began to eat. Don't overeat now, or you'll be hungry later, Shakia warned. Yeah, I know. But this hot pot is said to be very spicy, so I probably won't be able to eat much. Oh, Miss Cheyenne, you're really unlucky. Bruce sighed at Cheyenne, with a deliberate exaggeration. Give me a break. I'm not like you locals. I can't handle spicy food. Cheyenne knew the hot pot would be delicious, but she was afraid of spice. You know, back home, the spiciest I could tolerate was curry. But after coming to New Spring and Autumn Market, I realized that spiciness wasn't even a hair. Chapter 131. Shakia had tried curry before, and honestly, she only found it slightly spicy. If Li Jiayi, Longsheng, Bruce, and the others had come to eat it, they probably wouldn't be able to sense the spiciness at all. Then, maybe Ziyuan really couldn't handle that hot pot. So I eat a little now, so I don't have to eat too much later. Ziyuan was worried about embarrassment. I see. Miss Ziyuan seems to really be afraid of spicy food. Li Jiayi smiled. You won't be able to enjoy the hot pot then. Shakia gave the small bag of cookies to Ziyuan. She still really wanted to try the hot pot made by Jinxie and the others. Hey, what's with that half smile on your face? I really just try a little tonight. I don't want to spend the whole night in the bathroom after returning home. Ziyuan looked at Shakia, trying to hold back a laugh, and helplessly reiterated that she couldn't handle spicy food. I understand. Longxing echoed this sentiment. He experienced this himself before, and it was incredibly poignant. A moment later, Jinxie sent a message on the Schwager terminal, announcing that everyone could gather in the Zen Temple's cafeteria for lunch. Finally! Longsheng cheered. Let's go, let's go! Li Jiai also stood up. I didn't even eat lunch today, ha! Bruce was still the tough one. Let's go, Ziyuan. Oh! Ziyuan put the reward snacks into a plastic bag and prepared to leave. Sakia and the others also carried their trophies and headed for the cafeteria. Please come this way, benefactor. At the cafeteria entrance, a young monk greeted the five of them and led them to a private room. In a corner of the cafeteria, there was a small private room. It read Jingxin Pavilion. The monk who greeted them led them to the entrance of the private room and then left. Jinxie, the director, and Li Zhifei were already waiting at the dining table. A steaming hot pot sat in the round hole in the center of the square table, beneath which sat a lit gas stove. Hey, you're all here. Come sit down. Oldly saw his daughter and her group enter and stood up to greet them. Dad, you're really here. Hey, I got a surprise for you. It would be great to let you go and play with everyone this afternoon. Everyone sat down, and the small private room felt warm from the hot pot. You all been invited here by Master Jinxie today, so forget about work and enjoy the hot pot prepared by our 3 chefs. Director Qin, seeing everyone seated, led the way in a toast. As the director of the Shawak group, he had made a rare display of his cooking skills today, bringing the base from down the mountain and meticulously preparing it with Jinxie, Oldly, and the others. At each seat, there were saucers, chopsticks, cups, and a slag tray. Beer and soda were plentiful, though of course, except for the director, Ziyuan, and Oldly, everyone else only had soda in their cups. I'm so glad you all came. I hope you all enjoy your meal tonight. In the Chunqiu area, hot pot is the most common dish for gatherings. There's nothing a hot pot meal can't satisfy. If there's something, then 2 hot pot meals are in. Even the advertisements boast, there's hot pot waiting for you on the mountaintop. Add a pair of chopsticks as soon as you arrive. Fireworks are about to rise by the river. Your arrival will light up the night sky. Jinxie, through her long life, has adapted to the local customs. The flavor of his preparation was truly extraordinary. The bubbling red oil in the pot looked spicy, but a closer sniff revealed a more fragrant aroma. I'm starting. Ziyuan picked up a piece of luncheon meat from the pot and placed it in her own dish. Bruce and Longsheng had previously advised her that if you're afraid of spicy food, you can start with the luncheon meat. By the time Ziyuan started, the locals at the table had already placed a large portion in the dish, waiting for it to cool. This tripe is also good. Come on! Li Jiai expertly blanched the tripe, rolled it in the dish, and then began to eat. The tripe looked mouth-watering, and the first bite was even more delicious. It was just the right amount of firmness, a fiery tang that burned your tongue. The next bite was incredibly tender and fragrant, leaving a lasting impression. Following Li Jiai's example, Sakia also blanched a piece of tripe. Although she didn't particularly eat offal, there were a few signature hot pot dishes she couldn't miss, namely tripe and duck intestines. The trick to blanching tripe is to do it 7 times. That means, in the boiling hot pot, you should lift the tripe up and down again, 7 times and 8 times. Then dip it in a saucepan of oil and eat it. This is when the texture and tenderness are at their peak. After blowing on it twice, Sakia took a bite of the tripe. She couldn't stop eating it. The tripe, drenched in sesame oil, seemed about to drip onto the table. She quickly slurped it up, the scorching heat mixing with a mouthful, like the ultimate bliss for her taste buds. Wonderful! Sakia truly realized that all those small pots she enjoyed before were wasted. Watching everyone enjoying their meal so happily, Ziyuan hesitantly stuffed her luncheon meat into her mouth. As she ate, she didn't feel the expected tongue-splitting spiciness. Instead, a warm feeling spread through her body. Unlike other spicy food she tasted before, this hot pot didn't irritate her tongue. In fact, it had a complex flavor. She had never had the courage to try hot pot before, fearing a blistered tongue. She hadn't expected this to be a completely new experience. A fusion of spicy and savory flavors, A meeting of the four seasons and the heat. The red, spicy broth bubbled, each ingredient releasing its own unique flavors. Everyone else loved meat, but Jinxie quietly ate her vegetarian dish. But the hot pot was incredibly spicy, with vegetables added right from the start. The vegetables absorbed the oil. Jinxie seemed quite experienced. He started by boiling some tofu skin. Then he added some frozen tofu and shiitake mushrooms. Hey, having dinner with everyone from Schwager, this meal has become a team-building event, haha. Director Chin brought up the topic. He looked around the table. Everyone was enjoying their meal. I guess so. Shakia smiled, picking up a piece of beef. We're not employees. Li Jiayi joked. But we're considered employees' children. Bruce and Longsheng chimed in. A cheerful laugh echoed around the table. Oh, Ziyuan, can you eat another bite? Old Li asked curiously, watching Ziyuan eat cautiously. Several locals also looked at Ziyuan. Ziyuan was still trying to adjust to the spicy, savory flavor, nibbling the beef slices. What are you doing? The fact that Ziyuan could still speak proved she was starting to adjust. Ha ha ha, don't force it. Old Li, knowing Ziyuan's fear of spicy food, reminded her with a smile. Sakia took a bite of the enoki mushrooms, and found them incredibly delicious. She also picked one up for Xiuan next to her. Okay. I do it myself. Xiuan thanked her, worried that putting too much food in the sesame oil would make the sauce too spicy. Other people filled their bowls with food, and then slowly ate it after it cooled, while she ate each piece at a time before adding more. I felt like I lost 1 billion. Is this the difference in hot pot habits between the two countries? Chapter 132. In Xiuan's country, hot pots all have a relatively salty broth. Of course, in addition to the spicy, red, and fragrant hot pot of Chuinqiu City, there are also many white broth hot pots. The most common hot pot in Xiuan's hometown is sukiyaki. By the way, Shakia, have you tried other hot pots? Xiuan asked softly. This is my first time having a proper hot pot. What's wrong? Shakia replied vaguely, her mouth still stuffed. Next time, I make you another unique hot pot, sukiyaki. Oh, I know that one. But I haven't tried it. Okay. Finally swallowing the last bite, Shakia saw Xiuan offering to treat her to a meal, which was a great idea. Sukiyaki is also known as sukiyaki. It's said to have originated in ancient Japan, when farmers, after a break from their busy farming, would simply use readily available iron tools, like hoes, and the flat part of a plow to grill meat over a fire, hence the name. While hoes are no longer used these days, proper iron woks are used instead. Sukiyaki is often a staple on the dinner table during holidays and gatherings. Cheyenne still misses the sukiyaki her grandmother used to make for her family when she was a child. Sukiyaki's ingredients and preparation are always incredibly simple, uncomplicated, embodying the uniquely simple and refined spirit of Japanese cuisine. The main ingredients are beef, scallions, vegetables, konjac, and tofu, with recipes and cooking methods varying by region. For example, in Kansai, where it was popular earlier, the sauce is rarely prepared first. Instead, the beef is lightly sautéed in butter before being sprinkled with sugar and soy sauce, and continued to cook. Vegetables and other ingredients are then added. Kanto-style sukiyaki is prepared by mixing soy sauce, sugar, mirin, and dashi into a sauce called warishita before cooking with the beef. However, with the passage of time and the fragmented nature of people's time, the differences between Kanto and Kansai styles are not that great. Should you heat the pan with butter, or pour the sauce directly into the pan and bring it to a boil? Should you sauté the meat first and then add the sauce, or add the sauce first and then sear the meat? Should you add the beef last or with the vegetables? And so on. Depending on the region, restaurant, and individual tastes, there are so many subtle variations that it's quite bewildering. Cheyenne also makes it herself, choosing between the two methods depending on her mood, with no set rules. Compared to the warming salty-sweet flavor of sukiyaki, the spicy, savory flavor of hot pot is intense and unrestrained. Of course, Cheyenne also keeps a bowl of warm water next to the oil sauce. If the spiciness is too much for you, rinse the ingredients in water before adding them to the oil sauce to reduce the heat. By the way, Uncle, I already told Jiayi, Longsheng, and Shakia that I'm planning to invite everyone to a hot springs trip during the Lunar New Year holiday. Please allow Jiayi to go. Bruce discussed this with Li Jiayi's father, Old Li. Oh, that's fine. Just go. You guys worked hard that day, so treat yourselves. Old Li was quite open with his daughter. Besides, this group of friends were considered insiders at Schwager, so there was nothing to worry about. Hot springs? Great. There's no harm in going more often. Jinxie, quietly enjoying her hot pot, chimed in. But boys, be careful not to soak in the hot springs for too long. It's bad for your lower body. Bruce nearly spit out his cola when Master Jinxie suddenly said this. Master you. Jinxie, however, remained calm, continuing to eat his chrysanthemum. He glanced at Bruce and spoke again. What's wrong? You young men, be especially careful. Don't soak in hot springs. It can easily lead to infertility. Jinxie's expression remained calm. The other adults seemed equally indifferent. Is this the adult world? Bruce gave an awkward yet polite smile. As expected of a high-ranking monk. He could easily say things they couldn't. Of course, Li Jiayi, Shakia, and Ziyuan, the girls sitting across from him, didn't seem to notice the conversation. Bruce thought if he just asked Jinxie about accepting him as a disciple, he might agree. But it was clear this master wasn't one to follow the beaten path. He wondered if the conversation would proceed smoothly if he asked him that question. Bruce winked at Longsheng beside him. What? Longsheng leaned over and asked quietly. I want to ask Jinxie if she accepts a disciple. Do you have any good ideas? Just ask directly? Bruce shook his head and whispered, Master, your ideas are unique. I'm afraid you won't reject me right away. Let's test the waters first. Longsheng thought about it and realized Bruce had a point. So he changed his mind. Bruce nodded, ending the brief chat. Come on, Sha. I call Qin Yun. As your friends, let's toast to your master, Master Jinxie. Thank him for inviting us here today. Bruce, intending to test Jinxie's reaction, stood up and greeted Shakia, Li Jiayi, and Longsheng. Although everyone was holding drinks, it was still good to be polite. Come on, come on. Longsheng knew Bruce was doing this on purpose, so he stood up as well. Okay. Li Jiayi, seeing how Bruce and Longsheng were so good at creating a good atmosphere, naturally followed suit. Huh? Oh, okay. Sakia was stunned for a moment. Seeing that her friends were more polite than she was, she awkwardly stood up, holding her glass. No need to be so polite, young donors. Very kind. Jinxie, seeing that the four of them had all stood up, rose, and raised her glass to accept. Then, Happy New Year, Master. I leave the rest of the training to you. Sakia stood and toasted Jinxie. Happy New Year, Master. Then came Li Jiayi, then Longsheng. Master Jinxie, thank you so much for today. We're your disciples today. Happy New Year. Last came Bruce. He cleverly incorporated the status of disciple into the greeting, waiting to see how Jinxie would respond. Jinxie said nothing more. She smiled, clinked glasses with Bruce, and then took a sip. Ah, Bruce is quite clever. Shakia has never called me master. Bruce was delighted to hear Jinxie's response. This was the taste of success. He glanced at Longsheng, his lips curled up. Longsheng nodded to Bruce. After everyone finished their toasts, they all sat down. Jinxie said to Bruce beside her with a touch of emotion, however, Shakia's talent is hard to come by. I had no intention of accepting a disciple, but I'm making an exception. One day, I'd definitely be worthy of the title master. Oh, that's great. Bruce was a little confused. He didn't know if Jinxie had caught on, but his words had been perfectly circumvented. If that was the case, Jinxie meant she wasn't accepting any more disciples? Master Jinxie, indeed? Bruce curled his lips as he watched him continue to eat his hot pot. Longsheng also shrugged quietly at Bruce. However, Bruce wasn't willing to give up so quickly. Both he and Longsheng had secretly resolved to become stronger. Being saved from death by Sakia had had a profound impact on both of them. Chapter 133. Bruce and Longsheng both wanted to become stronger. One was saved by Shakia and watched her battle wits and courage with her clan. The other faced life or death danger with Shakia and Trom. It could be said that from that day on, their mindsets had quietly shifted. Additionally, they had learned of their family's connection to Swagger, and they were no longer content to be ordinary middle school students. In a sense, Bruce and Longsheng felt a sudden burden on their shoulders. Others might not know, but they even dreamed of people dying in war, or the earth being reduced to scorched earth. Longsheng's dreams repeatedly featured Shakia trying to turn the tide, but failing and ultimately perishing. He could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. However, after Master Jinxie appeared, they both seemed to see the possibility of becoming stronger. As for Shakia's current special superpower, which seems to be called the wave technique, it must have been taught by Jinxie. Unlike Li Jiayi, who has been influenced by her father since childhood and has a special talent in IT, Longsheng and Bruce are just ordinary boys at best. Even Bruce, who has some martial arts experience, was powerless against the attack of the familiar. Not to mention the pedantic otaku Long Sheng. At school, under the identity of Qin Yun, Shikia didn't appear particularly impressive. Although she was a good student, and also good at sports, however, after learning that she was actually the executor of the Flashpoint Project, who was only protected due to amnesia, Long Sheng and Bruce finally understood the incongruity they had previously felt about her. If Qin Yun's former identity, Shikia, was a super soldier, then strong physical fitness was a must. Then, there's the matter of academic performance. Shikia was likely no longer a middle school student. Perhaps she would have graduated from college in her time. Perhaps the knowledge taught by this current wave of civilization would have been considered superficial back then. It would be strange if her grades weren't good. Although she had lost her memories of her own life, according to Cheyenne, Bruce, and Long Sheng, she still retained common sense and some knowledge. After all, Shikia had only lost her memory, not become an idiot. Shikia was very strong. Long Sheng and Bruce had witnessed it firsthand. If Jingxi was Shikia's master, then simply becoming her disciple would strengthen her. That was Long Sheng and Bruce's thinking. They didn't want to watch Shikia fight alone. They wanted to contribute too. Especially Bruce, who was the son of a high-ranking swagger. Unfortunately, his parents had kept it a secret from him, so he only recently felt the burden. He was a physical person, fond of fitness and martial arts. However, after hearing and witnessing the skills Jingxi taught Shikia, he felt that all his previous learning was in vain. Master Jingxi, I will not give up. Bruce cried inwardly as he watched Jingxi casually eat hot pot. After some probing, Bruce decided to change his strategy. The first step was to become close to Master Jingxi. Bruce and Long Sheng discovered that while Jingxi was relatively casual with his disciple Shikia, she was courteous with others, creating an air of mystery. It was said that Director Qin and Jiayi's father, Old Li, were both old acquaintances of his, but there was no casual or intimate contact between them. The same was true with Miss Yuan. He noticed that among the people present, only Shikia spoke directly to Jingxi. Jingxi's tone was also different when speaking to her. It wasn't the straightforward, direct tone she had with the others, but rather a certain openness to jokes. Is this the privilege of being a disciple? Of course, Bruce wouldn't know. This was the tacit understanding between Jingxi and Shikia, both being executors. If the people present were to be categorized, only Shikia and Jingxi were of the same kind. They both came from that distant, ultra-ancient civilization. To put it simply, it was like a competition where everyone else was an amateur, and only the executors were professionals. Since he had decided to get close to Master Jingxi, Bruce decided to offer him some benefits first. It was only natural. By the way, Master Jingxi, would you like to go to the hot springs together? I have a few free spots. Bruce launched his attack. Bruce, you're being too direct. Long Sheng felt a pang of anxiety after hearing this. Hot springs? I haven't been in ages. Sure, Silang isn't here, so I guess there's nothing else to do during the holidays. But Jingxi's thoughtful expression made Bruce happy. At least he was thinking about it, which was a good start. Master, if you don't have any other plans, how about we go and relax together? Bruce urged. Oh! Bruce is right. The hot springs are great. I went there last week. Master Jingxi, it's important to relax a little. The director then interrupted, agreeing that Jingxi should go to the hot springs. Bruce felt a surge of joy. This was a sure thing. Thank you, director, for your help. Okay, I've been feeling tired lately. Jingxi was finally ready to agree. Bruce quietly gave Long Sheng a V sign. 666. Long Sheng whispered back. Hey! What are you talking about? Hot springs. Xiuan had heard it too, leaning forward, seeming quite interested. Oh, I forgot there's another hot springs enthusiast here, Xiuan. Xiuan, are you coming too? Come on, come on. Shikia thought that would be even better. Not only would it be more fun with more people, but good things like this should be shared by everyone. Bruce, do you have any extra coupons? Yes, I just happen to have 2 free coupons. Bruce answered Shikia's question truthfully. Wow, isn't that wonderful? Let's give these 2 coupons to Master Jingxi and Miss Yuan, Li Jiayi added. Okay. That's no problem. Seeing everyone agree to let Jingxi go to the hot springs, that was exactly what Bruce was looking for. Now that the goal had been achieved, bringing Cheyenne along wasn't a problem. Since we were going out for fun, it was more fun with more people. It's my first time at a hot spring. Is there anything I should be aware of? Seeing Cheyenne's knowledge of hot springs, Shikia decided to ask. Oh, you come to the right person about this. People in our country soak a little every 3 days, and a big one once a week. Cheyenne chuckled, finding Shakia's sometimes silly look quite endearing. First, hot springs have many benefits. The heat can relax muscles and joints, relieving fatigue. However, for someone like Shakia, who has only ever soaked in a home bathtub, there are a few things to keep in mind. Unlike Japan, where nude bathing is the norm, hot spring resorts here offer swimsuit rentals and sales. However, the swimsuits at these places are more expensive and simple in style, so it's best to bring your own. Excessive hot spring soaking can cause chest tightness, thirst, and dizziness. So, bring a thermos to keep hydrated, and avoid soaking for more than 15 minutes at a time. Prepare a sealed bag to store your gold and silver jewelry, wet clothes, cell phone, and other items in a safe place. You can also keep your jewelry with you to prevent chemical reactions with water or loss. If possible, bring eye drops to protect your eyes after soaking in the hot springs. I see. Sakia nodded thoughtfully. As for the swimsuit, she did have one. She just need to bring a waterproof sealed bag. Chapter 134. Everyone was chatting and laughing, the hot pot complementing the lively atmosphere. This is the true meaning of the Chinese New Year. The joyful time passed quickly, and after the hot pot, everyone prepared to disperse. Shakia and her friends took Ziyuan and Lao Li's cars home, respectively. The director stayed to help Jingxi clean up the table before leaving. Since everyone was supposed to be at the temple fair again tomorrow, everyone dispersed early today to get some rest. Ziyuan saw Shakia off, Bruce, and Longshan off, while Lao Li, naturally, drove to pick up his daughter. The night gradually quieted down, and the temple fair ended around 9 p.m. Jingxi Temple would be bustling again tomorrow, but now was the perfect time to rest. The director and Jingxi, with the help of the other monks, cleared the dishes and washed the pots. But the director's intention to stay behind today seemed to be more than just helping Jingxi wash the dishes. Jingxi and the director returned to the inner courtyard. They sat down and chatted, seemingly waiting for something. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the meditation room, someone could be heard knocking on the inner courtyard door. The director and Jingxi exchanged glances, pausing their conversation. They knew the person they were waiting for had arrived. Jingxi stood up and told Director Qin to stay in the meditation room while she went to greet the newcomer. Then she left. While Jingxi was opening the door, the director poured some hot water from a nearby kettle into a teacup on the coffee table. This was clearly intended for the newcomer. Outside, the footsteps of Jingxi and another person were heard. The other footsteps were noticeably softer. Kaka, the door to the meditation room opened. Jingxi appeared before Director Qin, accompanied by a figure wearing a veil and a strange headscarf. The visitor wore a black robe somewhat reminiscent of a Christian nun's, with two raised ridges on the sides of her head beneath the headscarf. Even so, her curvaceous figure couldn't be concealed. It was immediately apparent that she was a woman, and her posture alone exuded elegance. However, the woman's veil and headscarf covered her head, revealing only her eyes. And the pupils in these eyes were surprisingly slender, vertical stripes. As soon as she entered, she spotted the person sitting at the coffee table. "How are you, Director Qin? How come you have gray hair?" It seemed Jingxi knew both this woman and the director. "Long time no see. I'm sorry to bother you, Ms. Laketa." The director smiled, stood up, and shook hands with a mysterious woman named Laketa. The woman was wrapped up thickly, even wearing gloves, which she didn't remove upon entering the house. "Munlil. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm relieved to find you have such a comfortable home." Lasita didn't seem at all reserved. She even knew Jingxi's real name. From her tone, it seemed as if the two of them had some past. "It's just a meditation room. And my current Buddhist name is Jingxi, so I call you that." Jingxi led her to a seat at the coffee table, and the three of them settled down to chat. "Come on, let's get down to business. I want to know what happened after Swager was established." Ms. Lasita didn't exchange pleasantries, but got straight to the point. The Jingxi Zen temple, now deserted by the visitors, looked a bit desolate in the winter night. The other monks also fell asleep. Only the inner courtyard where Jingxi sat remained lit. Although the lights had gone out in the mountains, the festive lights of the new spring and autumn market below still shone. The lively New Year holiday continued. The next day, Sakia and Ziyuan returned to the temple fair. Li Jiai, Bruce, and Longshan also arrived. The coupons they had redeemed the previous day allowed them to enjoy a delicious lunch. When they saw Jingxi again, he was busy working by the stage in the outer courtyard of the Zen temple. "You're here, are you having fun?" Jingxi was adjusting the sound equipment with the staff next to the stage. There were chanting sessions going on at other temples. "Look! Sakia shook the large bag of grilled skewers she was carrying. Ziyuan also carried a bag filled with snacks of various sizes, and in her other hand, she held a pancake. The two of them enjoyed their meal very happily. Li Jiai, on the other hand, preferred sweets. She snatched 2 of Ziyuan's coupons and exchanged them for some chocolate bananas and crepes. I know Master Jinxie can't eat meat, so I came to offer my condolences. Bruce saw Jinxie busy with the temple's activities and felt this was the perfect opportunity to show his courtesy. Oh! Jinxie had indeed only eaten a small meal from the cafeteria for lunch, a standard monk's vegetarian meal. But Jinxie, having mastered breathing techniques, wasn't particularly particular about food. Bruce pulled out an energy bar, a common meal replacement for fitness enthusiasts like him. A Snickers bar, please. Since it was a kind gesture from a junior, Jinxie accepted it without hesitation. That's a thoughtful gesture, young donor. Kind. Jinxie took the energy bar and began to eat. You're quite the idiot, Bruce. Longsheng looked at Bruce, raised his eyebrows, and winked at him. Hee hee. Bruce secretly grinned at Longsheng. Seeing Bruce's successful overtures over the past 2 days, Longsheng couldn't help but begin to admire him. He had another purpose in meeting Master Jinxie today, to confirm the schedule for the hot spring trip. The New Year holiday lasts for 7 days. After that, those who attend school will go back to school, and those who work will go back to work. After this New Year holiday, Longsheng and his classmates, who had been suspended for almost 3 months, will soon be back to school, although students and schools across the city will face a restructuring. Due to the impact of this year's familiar attacks, many students and teachers have left New Spring and Autumn City out of concern. The citizens who remain in New Spring and Autumn City will be more prepared, and the Shiva group will do their best to help them. The citizens of New Spring and Autumn City have become the first to witness the battle between humans and familiars. The first humans of this civilization to witness the battle of the executors are the first. New Spring and Autumn City itself will also further strengthen its defenses. Everyone's life must return to normal. Bruce asked Jinxie for a specific time, and Jinxie suggested that the day after tomorrow or later would be fine. 2 days and 1 night? I see. The temple fair ends today, and I might help dismantle some things tomorrow. I'd be free the day after tomorrow or later. After Jinxie's affirmative answer, Bruce prepared to contact the hotel to book a room. Then, Master Jinxie, how about we leave the day after tomorrow? Excellent. So, happily decided. Leave the day after tomorrow. A 2-day, 1-night stay at the Hot Spring Hotel will be a wonderful vacation. Located at the border of New Spring and Autumn City and Old Spring and Autumn City, it's a famous hot spring reserve. Since ancient times, people from surrounding provinces and cities have enjoyed soaking in the hot springs here. And the hot spring Bruce invited everyone to was a place with a history of 200 or 300 years. Chapter 135. On the appointed day, Bruce chartered a van. Leaving Bruce's house, he picked up Shakia, Li Jiai, Ziyuan, and Jinxie along the way. When picking up Jinxie, she donned her stylish casual clothes, which surprised Bruce, Li Jiai, and Longsheng. Of course, Shakia and Ziyuan had already seen them, so they weren't surprised. From the city, they took the ring road, and then the highway leading to Old Spring and Autumn City. After driving for less than an hour, they arrived at the exit for the hot spring resort. Oh! It's been so long! Bruce had come here a few times as a child with his parents, but after they became busy, he hadn't been here since he started junior high school and graduated. Me too. It's so beautiful here now. Longsheng leaned against the window, looking out at the road covered in lanterns. From the exit, it was about a 15-minute walk. The van had 3 rows of cars. Bruce sat in the passenger seat, Longsheng, Shakia, and Li Jiai sat in the second row behind him, and Jinxie and Xian sat in the third row. Oh, I envy you too. This is my first time here. My dad has only taken me to a few small hot springs in the city before. Li Jiai sighed. This is also my first time in the hot springs around New Spring and Autumn City. Let's see how these hot springs compare to where I live. There are some good hot springs at Akaji Mountain in Gunma Prefecture, aren't there? Xian said, pulling a thermos of coffee from her handbag. She took a sip. Donor Xian, are you talking about the Rishiro hot springs? Jinxie lifted his sunglasses, peering out from the corner of his eye as he looked at Xian. Master Jinxie. How did you know that? Xian sat up straight in surprise and looked at Jinxie. I had the honor of being there. As expected of Jinxie, he's a world traveler. No, maybe he's still traveling around the world. After all, Schwager is said to have many branches around the world. What are you talking about? Shakia turned and asked. Cheyenne also briefly introduced Shikia to the hot springs in the mountains of Gunma Prefecture. Nishiki Onsen is a historic hot spring located in Kiryu City, Gunma Prefecture. On the road leading to the hot springs, there's a very old diesel railway. That's the Waterrace Valley Railway. Cheyenne pulled out photos from a previous trip there. Can I see it? Shikia swapped seats with Li Jiai, craning her neck from the second row and turning to take Cheyenne's phone. The single-car diesel locomotive was a sightseeing train. Originally a commuter train, it was transformed into a tourist railway following population migration and the decline of rural valleys, unexpectedly giving commuter trains a new look. Is that car still reddish-brown? Jinxie interjected. Yes, that color is truly a hallmark of this line. Cheyenne smiled. Yes, when it comes to a new look, most people probably think of vibrant, multicolored liveries. But truly, those who truly love railways embrace their original appearance, rather than arbitrarily altering it for the sake of vulgarity. The Waterrace Valley Railway has stubbornly maintained its reddish-brown hue, seamlessly flowing through the Waterrace Valley. There's only one driver operating the train and collecting tickets, but along the way, a charming conductor would board to sell snacks, which were almost always sold out. It's also the most relaxing and comfortable local train. Riding the Waterrace Kikoku Railway isn't about speed, but the leisurely, relaxed feeling of getting off midway. Visit the attractions along the Waterrace Kikoku Railway, then transfer to a bus at Mado Station to reach Nikko, one of the most popular tourist routes for foreigners. However, Nishiki Onsen is at an intermediate station. When did you go there? Cheyenne asked Jingji. About 3 years ago. I sometimes visit your area for temple exchange activities. What a coincidence, I've been there too. Master Jingji, have you ever gotten off that railway? Jingji shook her head, turned to look at Cheyenne, and said, No, isn't the scenery along the way quite beautiful? Well, you miss a lot then. After a short train ride, we disembarked at a small, wooden station over a century old. This station is called Hanjuku. Is this a station? So beautiful. This kind of architecture. You can't see it here. Shikia saw a photo Cheyenne had taken at Hanjuku Station. The station was the size of a small house, and the platform was lined with flowers, giving it a quiet and beautiful look. But the hot spring hotel itself is nowhere near any village or shop. Cheyenne continued describing it to Shikia. Located on a mountain road, the Rikkokan enjoys an undisturbed, natural environment, offering panoramic views of cherry blossoms, the starry sky, fireflies, and the valley. Wait, don't look here. I took this photo while soaking in the pool. Give me your phone, and I show it to you. Suddenly Cheyenne blushed, leaned forward, and took the phone from Shikia. Because Shikia was holding the phone, Bruce and Takamori were also looking at it. The specialties sold at the Rikkokan are somewhat different from the popular items at other hot spring inns. The specialty here is shichifukucha, a health tea native to Kiryu City. I also bought some shichifukucha online, and brought it here. I'd bring some to you guys when I have time. Cheyenne smiled proudly. Okay. Very good. Shikia and Master Jinxie both agreed. Of course, there are traditional hot spring manju and hot spring eggs, as well as some other limited edition items. Legend has it that this place was a hot spring resort used by local daimyo for recuperation during the Warring States period 400 years ago. It has been passed down to this day. And some people simply prefer this secluded and proud atmosphere, coupled with the extremely low prices and the secluded beauty of the surrounding area. The hot spring itself contains red iron, and the Lemucan hot springs are the true source. In addition to the public baths and private hot spring baths in the guest rooms, the resort also offers private rooms with hot springs, allowing guests to enjoy secluded family time. Of course, Cheyenne had only been there for a class reunion, so there wasn't much family time. Let's go to Limu Hot Springs next time we have some relatively quiet time, Bruce suggested. Okay, I lead the way if you're willing. As everyone chatted, the car quickly arrived outside the hot spring resort. Oh my! Are we there yet? Li Jiai rolled down the window and peered outside. Until now, the car had been driving along a mountain road, with terrace fields all around. Now, suddenly, we were in a valley. People began to appear, visitors. It's been years since I've been here, and it's completely renovated. Bruce also expressed surprise. He remembered that a few years ago, there probably weren't any resorts this large here. There were just a few independent hot springs. The van drove deeper into the resort along the main road. It brought the 6 people to a grand entrance and stopped. Let's go! We're here. The van stopped, and Bruce got out first, opening the door for everyone. Welcome to Dongling Hot Springs. Chapter 136. Is this that thing? Shakia looked at the large characters written on the gate. Dongling Hot Springs. Those 4 characters formed a striking golden sign. And below that, a large plaque, the words on it intrigued her. Dongling Hot Springs, nude bathing, unique in the world. Nude bathing? Isn't that normal? Xiuan muttered softly, not looking at the plaque again. When I was a kid, this was the only hot spring nearby. Ryusei said. Come on, don't just stand here. Let's explore the hot springs district and check into our rooms first. Bruce pulled at the straps of his backpack and flashed his signature bright smile. The group followed him into the lobby of the hot spring hotel. From the moment he was greeted to the moment he got his key and entered his room, everything went smoothly and effortlessly. It seemed Bruce was quite clever, having already taken care of the hotel check-in procedures. Everyone arrived at noon today and, after a short rest in their guest rooms, enjoyed the hotel's included lunch. Bruce had chosen a suite with 2 large bedrooms, allowing all 6 of them to stay in one room. In the lobby, on either side of the suite, there were separate bedrooms for men and women, each with 3 beds. Bruce had instructed the hotel to prepare this in advance. Ladies first, please choose your bedroom first. Bruce gestured to the delighted 3 women. Okay. This one. Li Jiai ran to the room on the left, put down her luggage, and threw herself onto the soft, fluffy bed. So comfortable. Shakia and Xian also entered. Bruce, the room you chose is really nice. Looking around, Shakia gave Bruce a thumbs up. Okay, then the room on the right is for you 3. Xian also put down her backpack and said to the 3 men outside. Let's go, Master Jinxie. We put our things down first. With that, Bruce took the initiative to help Jinxie carry her luggage and put it into their bedroom. This dongling hot spring gave Xian a unique experience. Unlike Japanese hot springs, the first thing that struck me about this hot spring town and hotel was its size. The hotel entrance was large, the lobby was large, and the rooms were also large. The hot spring town was also quite large. Although it lacked some of the sense of closeness to nature, it seemed to have many diverse hot spring areas, so it wasn't a one-size-fits-all approach. What's wrong, Miss Ziyuan? You look quite curious too. Li Jiai saw that Ziyuan, like Shakia, was looking around the room, even opening the window to peer outside. I'm just trying to experience something different, Ziyuan explained. I see. In that case, Li Jiai would introduce the dongling hot springs to Ziyuan and Shakia. Although this was her first time here, as a local, she knew the area well. Oh, tell me about it. Shakia had nothing else to do anyway, waiting for lunch. Well, there are over 10 springs in the dongling hot springs. Since that was the case, Li Jiai explained. The hotel was located right on the main spring. The water temperature is 43 degrees Celsius, the water is plentiful, and contains rare minerals such as sulfur, calcium, carbon, and fluorine. Downstream of the Dongling Gorge lies a hot spring, revered as holy water by locals and villagers from neighboring counties. Regardless of season, day or night, men and women bathe here without restraint, a truly unique folk custom. Isn't that just naked bathing? Back home, it's rare to see people wearing swimsuits in hot springs. Xiuan was unimpressed. Yes, but not only is it naked bathing there, it's mixed bathing. Li Jiai's answer startled the 2. Well, from what I hear, there are many ethnic minorities there, and they're quite open-minded. Go on, Sakia said, playing with her hair. This area is rich in natural landscapes, mountains, water, forests, springs, waterfalls, gorges, caves, as well as cultural heritage and historical sites. There are some wonders known as the 24 scenic spots, but exploring them all would take a long time. The 24 scenic spots are Hot Cave, Ancient Buddha Cave, Fairy Cave, Der Cave, Green Stream of Dragon Spring, Pearl Fountain, Miniature Waterfall, Longyan Spring, Child-Giving Spring, Hot Spring Bathing, Open Air Nude Swimming, 18.5 Trees, Siyun Rock Shadow, Guanjin Gorge, Peninsula Panorama, Suiyun Pavilion, Cliffside Plank Road, Zhongshan Flying Pavilion, and Wubu River Rafting. Those names seem impressive. Ziyuan was also a little surprised. Li Jiai was so impressive. She actually remembered the names of all 24 scenic spots. Just as she was thinking this, she turned around and found Li Jiai sitting on the bed, holding her phone, looking at the screen. So she had just looked it up online, and was just reciting it. Keep reading. Shakia didn't mind. Okay. Li Jiai gestured okay to Shakia. On a hilltop near the hot springs, there's a temple called Baisha Temple. Inside the quaint Baisha Temple stands a remarkable tree, over a century old, called 18½ This tree, half dead, half alive, half dry, half wet, half covered, half exposed, half shade, half sun, half straight, half crooked, half host, half guest, half ancient, half modern, half old, half young, half happy, half sad, offers a philosophical reflection. The wonders of the caves, the fairyland of the Lion Punglai Island, the magnificent scenery of the Twin Rivers, the wonders of the Guanjin Gorge, and other river valleys, along with religious temples like Baisha Temple and the Zhongshan Flying Pavilion, are known as the 24 scenic spots of the hot springs. The scenic area boasts picturesque scenery, with the mountains and water complementing each other, resembling a beautiful ink painting. Well, speaking of which, after all, a nude bath in a hot spring is truly the most enjoyable. Siyuan couldn't stop thinking about nude bathing after hearing about the nude bathing options here. Then let's ask where the nude bathing area is? Shakia suggested. Aren't you guys uncomfortable? To me, it's strange why you wear swimsuits to the hot springs. Ziyuan's country had different customs, so this was commonplace for her. Even when girls were very young, their fathers could take them to the men's bathing area when their mothers weren't around. Li Jiayi still felt a bit unaccustomed to it. She knew these places in Shakia were more open, but she herself had never been naked, even in front of acquaintances. It's okay. Although Shakia hadn't experienced Ziyuan's customs, she wasn't as shy as Li Jiayi. Subconsciously, she felt as if there had been even more outrageous events in her past, making her seem completely unconcerned. She herself wondered what Shakia's past was like. If only Jinxi's memories would slowly return. Let's go eat first. Bruce walked from the next door to the girls' bedroom door and reminded them. Okay, we'll be right there, the three replied. Finally, the hot spring trip officially began. Chapter 137. At Dongling Hot Springs, a must-try is the home-cooked bacon and bamboo shoots. The local farmhouse cuisine is a traditional delicacy of Chuanqiu City, and the hotel's included lunch naturally included this dish. The 6 of them arrived at the cafeteria, where Bruce presented his lunch vouchers. The waiter led everyone to a round table, seated them, and handed out menus. Is there anything special you like to order? I go ahead and order the specials. Bruce greeted everyone. Okay, that bacon and bamboo shoots, right? Longsheng replied, waving his hand to indicate ladies first. Let me take a look. As a local, Li Jiayi felt it was best for her to take a look first. Bruce had already chosen the bacon and bamboo shoots, but since Shakia and Ziyuan were here, it would be best for them to try home-cooked dishes that were different from the city restaurants. Besides, there was Jingxi. As a monk, he decided to order him some delicious vegetarian dishes. Sakia also came over to look at the menu. Okay, even after reading the names, I wouldn't know what the dishes are like. I leave it to you. Ziyuan voluntarily handed over the power of ordering. I eat anything vegetarian. You juniors just order. Jingxi was the same. He seemed too lazy to think about food. After all, truly wandering monks often eat whatever is offered. They accept food from everyone, but under normal circumstances, they strictly abide by the precepts and abstain from meat. In fact, monks do not avoid meat under special circumstances. Remember, when the Buddha traveled with his disciples, that was 2,500 years ago. Back then, there was no stable agriculture, and much of the vegetarian food collected consisted of meat. Everyone had to eat what they needed. The so-called meat dishes back then were foods with a pungent smell, such as onions, ginger, and garlic. Because monks at the time meditated in circles in woodlands or caves, anyone with bad breath was embarrassing for everyone. Later, things gradually evolved, and they stopped eating meat. When Jingxi and his disciples were near villages and cities, they would, of course, eat in restaurants like ordinary people. When they were in the wilderness, they would even set up camp and cook their own meals. However, this was all Jingxi's old story. His last batch of disciples were all Mr. Shi's age. Society was developing, and traveling no longer required carriages. People could rely on walking. Indeed, Jingxi hadn't accepted any more disciples since he helped Director Qin establish Swagger. At least, he wasn't training them as he once did. As for Sakia, she was helping a colleague. Li Jiayi helped everyone order. For 6 people, they ordered 5 dishes and a soup. At first, Li Jiayi was worried everyone wouldn't have enough, but upon asking, she discovered that, except for Bruce, neither Jingxi nor anyone else had a large appetite. So, let's not order too much to avoid wasting food. They ordered 1 cold dish, 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a soup. The main course was, of course, the famous bacon and bamboo shoots. The soup was a golden broth beef dish, while the others included braised steak, homemade black tofu, and shiitake mushrooms with bell peppers. There was also a dish of garlic pork. The dishes arrived quickly, bringing with them that long-awaited aroma. Wow, amazing! Longsheng was already hungry. He had woken up late that morning, and was almost out the door when Bruce hurriedly yanked him out of bed. He hadn't had time to eat breakfast, but his stomach was already churning with cravings. Oh! Is this the taste of farm food? Xiuan's eyebrows raised, her eyes wide. The food before her exuded an aroma she had never smelled before. This rich blend of spices and ingredients, even more intensely, evoked the rich aroma of native ingredients. She had spent years in New Spring and Autumn City, yet she had never experienced anything like it. After all, in the Shivager canteen, Xiuan had already developed a habit of eating in the cafeteria. Although the Shivager cafeteria boasted chefs from major countries around the world, allowing visitors to enjoy their hometown dishes, these hometown dishes were rather conventional. Eating them for a while would become tiresome. She had long heard that New Spring and Autumn City's cuisine was renowned in her country, and since then, Xiuan had frequently sought out delicious food within the city. But the food available in the city pales in comparison to this authentic farm food. These farm-style dishes had a completely different flavor from the ones she previously enjoyed at restaurants along the city's pedestrian streets. Watching the waiter bring out dish after dish, she noticed they were coming in quite quickly. In Xian's country, hot spring inns typically offer kaiseki cuisine. While enjoyable, it wasn't as distinctive as this. I'm starting. Xian clasped her hands together in front of her, and was about to say I'm starting, when she noticed 3 young locals had already extended their chopsticks. Hey Xian, stop with the pretentiousness and start eating. Sakia also eagerly attacked the food. Huh? Generally speaking, before a big meal or a gathering, everyone in Xian's hometown would clasp their hands together and say I'm starting before picking up their chopsticks. It seems this custom doesn't exist here at all. So it's understandable that Xian was confused. However, since that was the case, Xian wasn't going to be left behind. Seeing the younger generations were all enjoying the bacon, she decided to try the signature dish first, and Shakia had already put the bacon into her mouth. The smoky aroma and the air-dried flavor, locked in the spices, fat, and pork, simultaneously spread through her mouth. The bamboo shoots, at just the right moment, complemented the pork, adding a refreshing aroma and reducing the greasiness. Delicious. Shakia had always thought her favorite food was the chicken burger, which was truly embarrassing. Her definition of delicious food had been raised to a higher level today. One bite isn't enough, another. Haha, eat slowly, or even better with rice. Longsheng observed Shakia, almost disregarding her appearance in the presence of delicious food, and reminded her with a smile. Really? I try it too. Ziyuan thought it was a good idea. So she took the rice bucket from Shakia and scooped a handful into her own bowl. A mouthful of bacon, a mouthful of rice. It felt so good, you could even eat them together. This dish was just so satisfying. Wow! Delicious, delicious. Shakia, no longer caring about her appearance, praised the meal with her mouthful of rice. Hee hee. How's it going? Worth the trip, wasn't it? I try too. Bruce also joined in the fight for the bacon. Good. Seeing you all enjoying your meal makes me happy too. Jingxi smiled as he ate his vegetarian dish. Good thing no one was trying to snatch his tofu and bell pepper mushrooms. TSK, that monk is really cunning. Shakia and Ziyuan thought to themselves as they watched Jingxi chewing slowly. The two exchanged a knowing smile. You're welcome. Xiuan took a spoon and scooped a bowl of beef broth. Everyone was busy with the bacon, and the other dishes seemed to have been neglected. This was a good opportunity. The steak is mine. Shakia also scooped a few pieces of beef into her bowl. Oh, you two are so cunning. Li Jiai, not to be outdone, quickly attacked the other dishes. The table was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 138. Everyone began to tacitly grab the food from their plates, and the scene became quite intense. Of course, Jingxi didn't join in. But in just over 20 minutes, the entire table was cleared. Humph. You all said you didn't eat much, but you all grabbed it so quickly. Bruce smiled wryly, shaking his head as he looked at the people slumped in their seats before him. Except for one person, that was Master Jingxi. He slowly finished the few vegetarian dishes in front of him, along with the rice, and was now slowly sipping the beef soup. Although he couldn't eat meat, the beef soup's broth and vermicelli were certainly not off limits. Master Jingxi chewed his food so slowly that Sakia stared at him, noting that he chewed every bite at least 4 times. But that's the healthy way to eat. It was so delicious that I couldn't help myself. Sakia's appetite was average, but because it was so delicious, she ate a little too quickly. After all, there's only one plate of this bacon and bamboo shoots. I have to be more careful next time. I've been led by Bruce and the others without realizing it. Oh, seeing you guys eating so fast. It's making me want to grab some too. Li Jia couldn't even keep up with Sakia's appetite. She was full in just 10 minutes and spread out. She waved at the others, almost speechless. Longsheng didn't want to talk anymore either. Like Li Jia, he wanted to lie down and digest for a while. Luckily, I'm not that particular about the fat. Since you guys are grabbing it, I give it to you. The other dishes are pretty good too. Ziyuan didn't really grab any food. She was just a soldier by trade, so she ate quickly. So she wasn't that full. Jingxi raised her head, glancing at the slumped-over people, and said in her calm voice, "If you don't want to eat anymore, I take the leftovers." At that moment, Master Jingxi's remarkably calm tone was a profound mockery to the few who were struggling. Is it true that age always makes the best? Bang, bang. The sound of spoons clashing against plates continued. Master Jingxi slowly began to scrape together the remaining vegetarian portions from the meat dishes. For example, the remaining bamboo shoots from the stir-fried bacon, the potatoes from the beef, and so on. Undoubtedly, this was what Bruce, the carnivore, had left. The ladies couldn't eat that much either, so some remained in their bowls. Jingxi slowly scooped all the vegetarian dishes onto her own plate with her spoon. Oh, as expected of Master Jingxi, Bruce sighed inwardly. Remaining calm in the face of adversity, remaining composed in the face of delicious food, and never wasting food. This, perhaps, is the attitude of a strong person. Only those who eat slowly and leisurely like Jingxi will have the last laugh. Jingxi finished her meal leisurely for about half an hour. Thankfully, she finished all the vegetarian dishes, leaving nothing to waste. I'm done, good. Putting down her chopsticks, Jingxi glanced around, seeing several people sprawled out on the seats. I'd like to rest for a while. Longsheng whispered to Master Jingxi with a wry smile. Good. Young donors, there's no need to eat so fast. Got it. Master Jingxi, we'd be more careful next time. Bruce, too, was so happy this time that he lost himself a little. They overeat without realizing it. Jingxi had no choice but to get a pot of tea and wait quietly for them to digest. After resting for about 10 minutes, they seemed to be feeling better, and Li Jia began to stand. Hey, I say, why don't we all go for a walk? It help us digest the food, Ziyuan suggested. Burp. Sakia opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly a burp threatened. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand to suppress the hiccup. I agree. That was what Sakia was about to say. I want to go for a walk too. Li Jia had already stood up, eager to get out. Walk, a stroll would be nice, Longsheng agreed. He was finally able to stand, and seeing him, Bruce stood up too. After eating and drinking, the 6 of them strolled to the entrance of the Hot Spring Hotel. Since we need to digest the food anyway, why not take a stroll around the Hot Spring Resort first? Sakia looked at the street in front of the hotel. Adults and children alike were bustling about. Shops of all sizes rang out, their hawkers clamoring incessantly. Dumbling Hot Spring Street was bustling with activity during the festival. Sakia felt a compulsion within her. Li Jia and Ziyuan, who were traveling with her, shared the same glittering gaze. So, was this a woman's shopping urge? Longsheng and Bruce exchanged a glance, then glanced at Master Jingxi beside them. Master Jingxi also winked at the 2 boys. Never mind, let's walk around with them for a while. Ziyuan felt a sense of familiarity in the design of this hot spring street. She told Sakia that this business model, building streets around hot springs for people to stroll and enjoy, was particularly popular in her country. I see. I saw it online. It's what they call a hot spring stroll in Japanese hot spring towns, right? Sakia had seen quite a bit, a bonus to her inquisitive nature. It's a shame, without the yukata and geta, it feels like something's missing. Cheyenne flipped her hair, looking at the tourists around her. After all, the tourists in this hot spring town were all wearing casual clothes, down jackets, coats, and even middle-aged women in flashy, unidentified outfits. But it's much more lively here than in your country. Jingxi, hands in her pockets, walked over to Cheyenne and tilted her head to say to her. That's quite. Cheyenne looked at the groups of children running around, laughing and shouting, and an involuntary smile appeared on her face. This was indeed a rare sight in the hot spring town she visited before. And there was a reason why Dongling Hot Springs was so crowded and bustling. Shops of all sizes along the street were filled with a dazzling array of small goods. There were also numerous restaurants, offering everything from snacks to full meals. Souvenir shops sold everything from handicrafts by folk artists to tea houses selling tea and calligraphy and paintings. Of course, there were also plenty of places selling swimwear for the unprepared tourists. While shopping, Cheyenne even came across a foot bath, which she was very familiar with. A foot bath is a hot spring that flows from the roadside into a small pool, allowing visitors to enjoy a meal while soaking their feet. Although everyone was full, it didn't stop them from soaking their feet. After resting for a while, Jingxi took out his phone and checked it. He looked up and said to everyone, "Excuse me, I go back to my room in a minute. I have daily prayers to do today." "Day prayers?" Longsheng was curious. "Master Jingxi, since you're on vacation today, let's forget about all that, okay?" Bruce urged Jingxi to continue shopping. "Well done. As a monk, I must do my duty." Jingxi pulled her feet out of the hot spring, dried them with the provided paper towels, and put on her shoes and socks. "Don't be alarmed. Daily prayers are a monk's daily routine. You get the idea, don't you?" Xiwan explained further on Jingxi's behalf. "It seems monks from different countries have similar duties." "Alright, Master Jingxi, you go first." Sakya didn't mind. Master Jingxi would make his own arrangements. Now all we had to do was have some fun and rest. Chapter 139. Shopping is, in a sense, a physical activity. While Shakia, Li Jiayi, and Ziyuan were enjoying themselves, Longsheng and Bruce suddenly felt tired. Firstly, after lunch, their blood was rushing to their stomachs, making them tired. Secondly, for boys like them, handicrafts and accessories simply didn't pique their interest. The three ladies, however, walked ahead, enjoying themselves. The scenery of this hot spring town was truly beautiful. As far as the eye could see, a deep green mountain range stretched, and the snow-capped peaks in the distance capped the mountains. Like a child playfully donning a small hat for a party. A river flowed down from the mountains, cutting through the stream and extending to the side of the hot spring town. Beyond the hot spring town, the river branched out into a large, rectangular lake. Then, it flowed through the nearby woodlands and headed southeast. Along the riverbank was the pedestrian path leading to the hot spring town. Jingxi returned to his guest room to perform his daily monk's prayers, while the remaining 5 of them strolled around. "Hey, Shakia, I'm a little tired." Longsheng stepped forward and called to Shakia. "So, what are your plans? Do you want to go back to your rooms first?" Seeing the tiredness on Longsheng and Bruce's faces, Shakia didn't force them. "We just eaten and we're feeling sleepy. Let's go back to our rooms and rest for a while," Bruce said, scratching his head sheepishly. "That's fine. You can go back first. We go shopping a bit more." Perhaps the ladies ate quickly, but since their appetites were small and their food digested quickly, they felt quite energetic. "In that case, let's just explore this hot spring town as a group. It's a shame that the boys, Longsheng and Bruce, can't appreciate the wonders of this hot spring town market." Even Cheyenne felt that the shopping district in this hot spring town was very different from the quiet and cozy atmosphere of a traditional Japanese hot spring town. This place is more like a traditional Central Plains market, with a distinctly ancient charm. From the direction of the hot spring hotel, walking towards the direction where everyone came from, the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively. A variety of goods and supplies line the cobblestone walkway. According to Li Jiayi, this place probably follows the traditional appearance of a Central Plains market. Decades ago, this was a market for the nearby villages and towns. Now, it seems, with the development of the hot springs, it has become more of a tourist attraction. The so-called traditional market format involves setting up stalls and selling various goods in a fixed location. The area Shakia and the other 2 were currently passing through was a patchwork of stalls, selling countless sundries, cigarette holders, pipes, small scissors, thimbles, earpicks, and other rural household items, as well as children's toys, small appliances, and other small items. A little further ahead, farmers were selling their own free-range chickens, ducks, pork, and other local produce at the market. The nearby mountains also offered a wealth of wild delicacies, and some city dwellers even drove specifically to buy them. River fish was also a common item here, though Shakia wasn't very good at cooking river fish and had little interest in it. Miss Ziyuan, what are you buying?" Li Jiayi noticed that no one was around as she walked. Ziyuan was quickly approached by a farmer selling wild delicacies. "Ziyuan? Huh?" Shakia turned around and saw Ziyuan not far behind her and Li Jiayi. "What goodies did you see?" Instantly Ziyuan had a bag of loot in her hands. Inside were 3 things that looked like mushrooms, about the size of sweet potatoes. What kind of mushrooms are these? Li Jiayi asked curiously. They're matsutake. I didn't expect them to be so cheap at the market. And they're still covered in soil, so fresh. Ziyuan's face lit up with excitement. You know, back there, these things are not only incredibly expensive, but also hard to find. They're usually given away in luxurious boxes, 1 or 2 at a time. I had a classmate who served with me in the military who loved eating these. I remember once. Ziyuan looked at the bag of matsutake, as if recalling something. Okay, let's keep walking. We talk about it later, while we're soaking in the hot springs. Seeing a small square in the distance, Shakia hurriedly urged Cheyenne. Hey, okay, let's go. Well, now's not the time to dwell on the past. This hot spring town, or rather, the hot spring market, is a whole other world. There should be more great things over there in this small square, worth a look. It's undoubtedly the busiest place. There are more street stalls, food stalls, and souvenir shops than anywhere else, and even vendors roaming the streets selling sugar and clay figurines. These are quite rare in the city. What are these? Cheyenne had never seen these clay and sugar figurines before, and she was quite fascinated. Boss, I want one. Shakia was more direct. She went straight to buy one to decorate her home. These clay and sugar figurines are traditional Chinese handicrafts with hundreds of years of history. They're toys and decorations that children still love at the market, Li Jiayi explained to Ziyuan. Great. Pick one for me too, Shakia. Okay. There were so many little clay figurines, featuring all sorts of cartoon characters from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, that Shakia was stumped. Seeing Shakia hesitate, Li Jiayi stepped forward to help her choose. So, Shakia had a Monkey King figurine in her hand, and Ziyuan had an Astro Boy figurine in her hand. Hey, take them home. This one's pretty representative. Li Jiayi smiled. There were still plenty of snacks in the square, but unfortunately, the 3 of them were already full, so they have to come back tomorrow or later to try more. The cries of vendors filled the air above the hot spring street market, and the fragrant, alluring aromas filled the square. Adults and children alike stopped at the various stalls, delighted and eager to buy. This square truly possessed a quaint charm. There were even some street performers roaming around here. If they were in the main city, the urban management would have given them a hard time. There were fortune tellers, some performing Hongchuan fancy moves, and some performing monkey tricks. At one intersection, there was even an old man selling herbal medicine, who also gave acupuncture and pulled teeth, with a crowd gathered to watch. Oh my god, is this even possible? Pulling teeth out on the street without disinfection is incredibly unsanitary. Ziyuan joined in the fun. The dentist's office visits her parents took her to as a child left a lasting impression on her. The old man, however, pulled out a small bottle of what appeared to be some kind of liquid. He opened the lid and let the patient smell it. After just a sniff, not even the liquid inside was lost, the old man replaced the bottle with the lid. Then he pulled out a matchstick and told the patient to open his mouth. Oh my! This old man is probably trying to kill someone. Ziyuan had never seen such a violent tooth extraction. Wouldn't this be fatal? No, I have to call the police. Wait until you see it, Miss Ziyuan. Li Jiayi held back Ziyuan's hand as she reached for her phone. This? Ziyuan hesitated. Hey, look! Shakia's exclamation interrupted their conversation, pointing at the old man and the patient. Chapter 140. Ziyuan looked up and saw a scene she would never forget. Why? Because it was beyond her comprehension, especially for someone who had suffered from dental problems as a child. Hey, don't move, baby, don't move. The old man told the patient to open his mouth, coaxing the middle-aged man like a child. With a flick of the matchstick, the rotten tooth was already in the old man's hand. The patient showed no reaction. Only when the old man showed him the rotten tooth did the old man realize it had been extracted. Hey, this is amazing! How much is a bottle of this medicine? I buy it. The old man quickly bought a bottle and happily left. The old man went back to treating the next customer in line. Shakia and Ziyuan were both stunned. Could that person be a shill? Even if Shakia had been hypnotized, it was still common sense. At least she knew what tooth extraction was. I never seen a patient so relaxed. From a common sense perspective, it's indeed incredible. But there are many folk remedies handed down from generation to generation that are really hard to say. I didn't expect Li Jiayi to actually support the old man this time. After all, when it comes to folk remedies, it's better to believe them than not. There's such a thing. Shakia stuck out her tongue. Indeed, there are many unimaginable things in this world. After leaving the herbal medicine stall, the three of them continued to stroll around the hot spring market. But Ziyuan had another small bottle and some herbs in her hands. After Ziyuan took the old man's medicine back, she had Schwager's technical department analyze it carefully to see what was going on. If we figure out the formula, patenting it would be a delight. Xiuan told the two that this was their secret. Wandering around the market and shopping, they seemed to have digested a lot, and their steps became more brisk. Compared to the girls' joyful shopping, the boys' group was a completely different story. As for Master Jinxie, needless to say, he was meditating on the floor of his room, conducting his daily rituals. Bruce and Longsheng returned to their rooms for a half-hour nap. "Wake up!" Bruce woke first, shaking the still sleeping Longsheng. "Oh, what time is it? I accidentally fell asleep." "It's okay, we only slept for a little over half an hour." "Let's go to the hot springs first," Bruce said to Longsheng. "What about Master Jinxie?" Longsheng whispered to Bruce. After all, in a corner of their room, Master Jinxie was still sitting quietly on the floor, eyes closed in meditation. "Well, never mind. He looks like he'd be gone for a while. Let's go ahead." Jinxie didn't seem to react, so Longsheng assumed it was his consent. Watching Jinxie motionless, the two men grabbed their towels and swimming trunks and left the room. Outside, Longsheng and Bruce relaxed in the open-air hot spring pool. Because of the New Year holiday, there were a lot of tourists, so they chose a quiet corner and a small pool. "Great." Bruce lowered himself into the hot spring pool. "Amazing." Longsheng also lay comfortably in the pool. The pool they were in was small, and the water temperature wasn't very high, around 40 degrees Celsius. This temperature is perfect for a quick soak, allowing the body to adjust before moving on to a hotter pool. It seemed they were all seasoned hot spring users. "What do you think of Master Jinx's attitude?" Bruce asked Longsheng while soaking in the hot spring. "What attitude? Will you accept us as your disciples?" That was exactly what Bruce was concerned about. After all, it was his first time interacting with a monk, and one with Jinxie's unique status. Not bad. Judging by his attitude, he doesn't seem like someone who's particularly difficult to communicate with. Look, Sakia jokes with him all the time. After interacting with Jinxie a few times, Longsheng felt he was quite easygoing, even if his way of thinking sometimes differed from most people. But maybe it's because Sakia is his disciple. You see, when we were talking to him, he wasn't particularly relaxed. "Oh, you're overthinking it. We only known him for a short time. Maybe Master Jinxie is just unexpectedly shy?" Bruce looked at Longsheng with a helpless expression. Jinxie had been able to assist Director Qin in establishing Swagger, but if she were truly so shy, she probably wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat. Never mind. For now, I think he has a good impression of us. That's all. Bruce scooped up the hot spring water, poured it over his head, and wiped his face with his hand. "I say, Bruce." Longsheng also wiped his face and spoke. "What? Any good ideas?" Seeing Longsheng hesitate, Bruce shrugged, hoping it wasn't another bad idea. "Let's just talk it out with Master Jinxie." Longsheng rubbed his nose and said this. Bruce almost jumped in fright at the words. "Oh my god, come on, brother. Just listen to me." Longsheng calmed the restless Bruce. "I found Master Jinxie to be a very down-to-earth person. Sometimes he even seems a bit naive. But he's definitely not a fool. He's a master of the world. With our limited experience and skills, how can we possibly hide anything from him? If we keep hesitating and covering up, we only make a bad impression on him." Longsheng's words made some sense. Bruce frowned and thought for a moment, unable to find a reason to refute them. "Okay. Then let's talk to him tonight, while we're in the hot springs." Ultimately, Bruce accepted Longsheng's suggestion. Master Jinxie, in the eyes of Bruce and Longsheng, was truly unfathomable. Instead of deliberately trying to please him and trying to hide things, perhaps it would be better to speak frankly. After discussing the next steps, Bruce and Longsheng settled down to enjoy the hot springs. This secluded corner was a relatively hidden gem within the Dongling Hot Spring Hotel, known only to regular guests. They lay in the hot spring pool, water flowing from a wooden trough. The splashing water, in the shimmering sunlight, shimmered as clear and tranquil as the pure, tranquil air, carrying the unique sulphurous scent of the hot spring water, like ancient trees piercing their hearts and casting shadows. This afternoon, everyone went their separate ways. The girls, led by Shakia, went shopping and window shopping, while Bruce and Longsheng enjoyed the hot springs in advance, and Master Jinxie continued her daily rituals without fail. During this holiday season of family reunion, traveling alone, like Shakia and Shiwan, was the best choice. Bruce, on the other hand, felt helpless because his parents were traveling all over the world and couldn't come back. The happiest person here was undoubtedly Longsheng. He could hang out with his friends, and his parents would be waiting for him when he got home, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. Of course, Jingxi was a monk himself. The monks and lay Buddhists who frequented the temple were his family, as were the people from Swager. He was an exception. Chapter 141. It was already dinner time when everyone reunited. The three girls simply waited for the boys at the Hot Spring Street Market. Longsheng and Bruce had gone for a short soak and returned looking radiant. Jingxi had also finished her daily routine and could fully relax. Bruce, Longsheng, and Jingxi met up in the small square as Cheyenne had instructed them to do on the phone. They saw three women resting on a bench. Did you really spend the entire afternoon strolling? What should we eat? Bruce saw that the three of them seemed tired, despite having bought quite a bit. As expected, he decided that taking a lunch break with Longsheng and then taking a bath was the right choice. Let's have some snacks or something in the Hot Spring Street tonight. We found a lot of delicious food and are waiting for you to come and eat together, Shakia said to the three of them. That would be wonderful, Longsheng smiled. Let's go, we've been resting for a while. Ouch. My feet are still a little sore. Ziyuan took the lead, slowly rising from the bench. You all look so tired from shopping. It seems you gained quite a bit. Bruce noticed the three people carrying large and small bags and offered to pick up one. That's... Look! Li Jiayi also handed her bag to Bruce. Bruce, looking the most robust among the group, didn't say much. Helping the ladies carry a few things wasn't a big deal. Yours? Bruce looked at Shakia. It's okay. I only have one bag. I carry it myself. It was embarrassing to trouble the gentlemanly Bruce. Shakia was better off carrying her small bag herself. She also used breathing techniques to strengthen her body from time to time, so she didn't feel tired while shopping. Watching Bruce take the initiative to help the ladies carry their things, Jingxi nodded quietly, a smile of approval. After an afternoon of activities, the ladies finally digested their lunch and were able to eat something for dinner. Dinner was served at the night market. The stalls selling grilled skewers, glutinous rice cakes, and other items were a delight. The snacks and beer at the night beer stall were Ziyuan's favorites. The pork trotter soup and fried rice noodles also gave Shakia a unique taste, making her appreciate the food from these two night market stalls with a new appreciation. Oh, okay, I can't eat anymore. I was already so full this afternoon. Li Jiayi had some barbecue and a bowl of pig's foot soup at the night market, but she didn't dare eat anymore. Me too. Eating too much at night isn't good. Having learned her lesson from lunch, Shakia only ate the pig's foot soup and rice noodles. She wouldn't try anything else, no matter how exotic it was. Both snacks were quite generous. Although the Hot Spring Street had plenty of snacks, no one wanted to eat too much that evening. After all, soaking in the hot springs wouldn't be comfortable. After their meal, the six of them set off for their return trip, ready to enjoy the hot springs. Back in their guest rooms, the ladies dropped off their spoils, gathered their gear, and headed for the hot springs. However, their first stop was the nude pool. This was what Shiwan had recommended to Shakia and Li Jiayi. She told them that a hot spring bath wouldn't be as enjoyable without completely removing clothing. Well, the three girls in the group would go to the nude pool first, and everyone would reunite after they had soaked enough. For Bruce and Longsheng, it was finally time to spend time with Master Jingxi. The nude area was a little further away from the area where everyone else was bathing in their swimsuits. Ziyuan, Shakia, and Li Jiayi walked around in their towels for a while before finding the entrance to the nude area in a secluded spot. Wow! This place is quite nice. Shakia noticed that the nude area was still within a bamboo forest, surrounded by a fence. The men's and women's areas were clearly separated, ensuring there was no risk of peeping. It feels a bit like a private hot spring back home. There's even a separate compartment for clothes. Ziyuan excitedly stepped forward, quickly stripping off her swimsuit, and then pulling aside the curtain of the nude pool. Shakia discovered that the nude area felt like a separate hot spring within the hot springs, a truly unique experience. As expected, there was no one inside. The three of us had the whole place to ourselves. It's so cool. Li Jiayi also entered with a beaming smile. She stripped naked, revealing her bionic leg and thigh, the waist strap, and the structure. Wait, Jiayi, your bionic leg. Can I go in the water? Shakia also put her clothes away, lifted the curtain, and walked in. It was cold outside, but it was instantly warm inside. Oh, I forgot. Li Jiayi almost put her bionic leg in the water. Even though my dad told me it's waterproof, I still keep it in just in case. She sat down by the pool and began undoing the waist strap, then removed her bionic leg 1 foot at a time. If anyone else were there, they'd probably be horrified by the scene. Looking at Li Jiayi's legs, Shakia's nose felt a little sore. It was the first time she had seen Li Jiayi's mutilated thigh up close, and so completely. Below it was bare skin, no knee, no calf. Ziyuan also glanced at Shakia. She saw that Shakia had one hand on her waist, and the other covering her mouth, as if trying to hide her turbulent emotions. Shakia recalled the day when fate had twisted the wheels of fate between her and Li Jiayi. That day, Li Jiayi lost both legs, and Shakia had first met Ziyuan. That day, the true form of the familiar appeared before the humans of this civilization for the first time. Shakia lowered her head, not daring to glance at Li Jiayi again. I will help you get it outside. Okay. Officially helping Li Jiayi take the prosthetic leg, Shakia suppressed the lump in her throat and quickly walked to the locker at the entrance, where she placed Li Jiayi's bionic leg. Shakia re-entered the hot spring pool and saw Li Jiayi deftly roll into the pool. It seemed she had already gotten used to life without legs. Entering the hot spring, Shakia was enveloped by the warm water. Seeing Li Jiayi and Ziyuan also resting their eyes with a look of enjoyment, her heart gradually calmed. An ancient poem goes, "Spring chill grants a bath in the Huaqing pool. The hot spring water washes away the fat." This hot spring water was indeed very different from the hot water in the bathtub, and Shakia had experienced this firsthand. A wide wooden trough was installed on one side of the pool, through which the hot spring water flowed. Shakia sat beneath the stream, feeling the water's impact on her neck, back, and waist. It's said to be very effective for treating cervical and lumbar spondylosis. Everyone enjoyed the gentle massage of the water, squinting their eyes, like babies sleeping in a cradle, enjoying their mother's gentle rocking. Drink. Everyone let out a relaxed sigh in unison. It was truly wonderful. Soaking in the hot spring, Shakia felt the accumulated fatigue gradually dissipate. The sulfur-saturated, salty water of this natural hot spring is a powerful fatigue reliever. If I could soak in a bath like this after training, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 142. Over there, Bruce and Longsheng took the opportunity to soak in the hot springs with Master Jingxi to express their desire to become stronger. Bruce and Longsheng gazed at Jingxi anxiously and nervously. Master Jingxi, however, sat sideways in the hot spring pool, expressionless, occasionally dousing herself in water. Perhaps, he was thinking, the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Bruce glanced uneasily at Longsheng, who shrugged, urging him to calm down. Bruce, Longsheng. After a long pause, Jingxi spoke. This time, instead of calling them young benefactors, she addressed them by their names. Yes. Master Jingxi, please speak. I understand how you feel. I'm fine with learning skills, but forget about accepting me as a disciple. Jingxi's words left Bruce and Longsheng unsure whether to be happy or dismayed. What do you mean? Bruce was a little confused. Let me start with a premise. You said you wanted to possess Sakia's power, but that's impossible. Jingxi's words shocked Bruce. Longsheng patted him, telling him not to worry. Why? We also want to contribute to our family and to Swager. Longsheng was calmer now. Jingxi didn't deny the two of them. He continued to explain. Longsheng, you must have experienced that feeling of life energy back in Trom. Yes. It was like a warm current, emanating from your body, transforming into energy and channeling it to Sakia. Longsheng still remembered the feeling clearly. However, this is a different ability from the one you saw Sakia use in the cyberspace. Jingxi looked at Longsheng and Bruce and said, if you want to become like Sakia, even if I accept you as my disciples, and have you undergo the same training as Sakia, you won't achieve the desired effect. Bruce was a little frustrated. Because the power of the mechanical spirit can only be wielded by executors recognized by the root cube. Even when I helped Sakia repel her followers, I used amplification and resonance, with the help of Trom, to help Sakia increase her strength to a level close to the power of the mechanical spirit. It wasn't my own power. Jingxi's meaning was clear. Non-executors had their limits. Bruce and Longsheng were learning from Jingxi something they couldn't achieve. The power of the mechanical spirit? And what you mentioned earlier is a skill that stimulates the life energy within a living being. Ordinary people can learn it, but it depends on talent. Master Jingxi spoke, a golden light emanating from her palm. Oh! That's it! Bruce and Longsheng exclaimed excitedly. Ouch! Oh! Suddenly, they felt as if they had been electrocuted, their bodies numb and tingling. Jingxi placed her fingers in the water, and the ripple spread to the two of them. How is it? Are you comfortable, Master Jinxie? This is. Bruce felt a sudden sense of refreshment after the tingling sensation passed. Jinxie explained to the two that the energy they had previously seen and thought of was not the spirit energy, but rather the energy of activated life itself, possessing the power to strengthen the body and heal injuries and fatigue. Only after reaching a certain stage of cultivation could it be controlled and used as a weapon. Its use was similar to the spirit energy Jinxie had once possessed, and the method of drawing out the spirit energy she was now about to teach Sakia. Although Sakia had once accidentally used life energy to repel a black water-type familiar, that didn't mean it would play a decisive role in a true battle against them. Furthermore, as the executor, Sakia was protected by the root cube, so the situation was completely different. Sakia's study of life ripple kung fu merely provided her with a channel to draw out her spirit energy. Even if you practice life ripple kung fu, perhaps after many years, you only be able to strengthen your physical strength and heal minor wounds. Even so, do you still want to learn it? Jinxie explained the difficulties of learning this. Bruce also fell into thought. It's not that I refuse to accept you as my disciples, but that even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn, Jinxie said slowly. Longshan also fell into deep thought. I appreciate your desire to contribute to Swagger and the future of humanity. But there are more ways you can contribute. Master Jinxie, I still want to learn. Bruce finally made up his mind. Me too. Longshan felt that even if it meant strengthening himself, being able to heal others would be a remarkable ability. Jinxie looked at the two men with determined expressions and nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. I send you a form to fill out after we get back. Okay. Thank you, Master Jinxie. Bruce was thrilled upon hearing this. Although he hadn't officially become a disciple, he had Jinxie's permission to learn martial arts. Thank you, Master Jinxie. Longshan also jumped for joy. After the New Year holiday, I will begin training Sakia. If you're interested, you can come along, but don't force yourself. Some of the tasks are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Jinxie had let them train with Sakia. This was a rare opportunity. Longshan and Bruce were incredibly grateful. What are you so happy about? So loud. Li Jiayi's voice came from afar. Longshan and Bruce looked up and saw the female trio returning from the nude pool, their swimsuits back on. But Li Jiayi was being carried by Sakia, so she didn't bother putting on her prosthetic leg. She had put the prosthetic leg in the locker with her clothes. After all, it wasn't inconvenient to have Sakia carry her around the hot springs. Come on, be careful. Sakia came to the poolside, unloaded Li Jiayi from her back, and sat her down. Ziyu had also lent a hand, but it seemed Sakia alone was enough. Li Jiayi's weight was nothing to Sakia. You two have become so familiar with Master Jinxie so quickly? Not bad. Ziyu had also joined the pool. Hey, it's nothing. You three have been gone for so long, finally here. Bruce laughed heartily. Maybe he and Longshan were a little too excited just now, and shouted a little too loudly. Luckily, this place is quite secluded, so they shouldn't disturb anyone else. The nude pool is great, you all should try it. Sakia recommended it to the three men. Forget it. We just stay here, right, Master Jinxie? Longshan wasn't used to being naked in front of people he knew. I agree. It seemed the three of them didn't want to move, so forget it. Wow, it's a different kind of place with so many people here. Being able to be together, regardless of gender. I remember there's a hot spring hotel like this in Ikebukuro, Tokyo. It's pretty good. Cheyenne, on the other hand, rarely soaked in a pool like this, where everyone in swimsuits could soak together. If I have time, I'd definitely go to your place. Sakia was already planning her next hot spring trip. Okay, if there's a mission that requires us to go through, I take you along. Cheyenne also smiled. Only if it's a safe enough mission, Jinxie warned quietly. After all, it's a dangerous mission, so civilians like Longshan definitely can't be brought along. Speaking of which, Cheyenne, that friend you mentioned, is she still in the unit you previously served in? She should still be stationed in your hometown? Sakia seemed to be discussing their time at the nude pool with Cheyenne. It's been a while since we last contacted each other. I think she should still be there. If we get there, we can try to get in touch and meet up. Chapter 143. Cheyenne hesitated, a rare moment, and Sakia was a little puzzled. Why? Is the water temperature not quite right? But Sakia didn't seem to think much of it, assuming Cheyenne wasn't used to the water here. Yeah. That's all. That's right. Cheyenne smiled awkwardly, covering up the past. Because speaking of this friend of hers, there was actually a past. Cheyenne submerged herself in the water, her mouth completely submerged, leaving only her nose above the surface, and sighed slowly. Gulp, gurgling, gurgling. Bubbles rose to the surface of the water. Having brought up this topic, Cheyenne's thoughts drifted back to the past. This friend was someone Cheyenne had met while attending the Air Force Academy in Gale Country. Her name was Asuka Yen. She was also a female non-commissioned officer. During their training, the two had attracted the attention of their classmates for their similarly excellent grades. In the female soldier subjects, the two of them essentially took first and second place. In various subjects, the two of them constantly chased each other, making them longtime rivals. However, their delicate relationship wasn't always one of competition. Over time, they discovered that the only person who could keep up with each other was the other. It was truly a strange fate. At first, Ziyuan and Yin were rather distant, constantly obsessed with surpassing each other. Later, as graduation approached, they realized this was pointless. Only two people who excelled in each other were qualified to compete. Thus, the years-long competition and rivalry between the two ended. At the military academy graduation ceremony, the two officially shook hands and made peace. This story became a legend among the class. Afterwards, Cheyenne and her were both enlisted in the Gale Nation Air Force. Later, both were selected by the United Nations forces. Yin was assigned to her native country, Rhea, while Cheyenne was selected to join Swager. That was all a thing of the past. Come to think of it, after joining Swager, she really hadn't contacted Asuka Yin. After all, working in such a secret organization, Cheyenne only had limited access to her personal phone. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sakia and the others could call Cheyenne almost at any time. That was simply because Sakia was a key VIP at Swager, and as a pilot, she wasn't very familiar with the workings of the organization. Most of Sakia's friends were also insiders of Swager. Perhaps we could get in touch during our next visit to the Far East branch of Swager? As long as we don't talk too much about Swager's internal affairs, it shouldn't be a big problem. Hey, Cheyenne, are you okay? Why aren't you moving or talking? Shakia put her hand on Cheyenne's forehead. Seeing that she was still submerged in the water, she was worried she might have burned herself. I am fine. It was a bit embarrassing for Cheyenne, at her age, to be patted on the head in public. She quickly stood up and sat down by the pool to cool off. The ordinary area was open air, and the winter moonlight was surprisingly beautiful. The six of them chose a corner away from the crowds of tourists, listening to the chirping insects and basking in the rising steam, enjoying the hot springs at night. The moonlight was like silver, illuminating everything, and the bamboo groves on the mountain turned black under the moonlight. Occasionally, one could hear the chirping of insects in the bushes near the hot springs. And sometimes, from nowhere, a grass warbler would suddenly chirp, lo 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 lo. Soon, the little bird seemed to realize it was nighttime, and shouldn't be so noisy, so it closed its tiny eyes, and went back to sleep. This place is so beautiful, the moonlight, and the chirping of insects. Master Jinxie, who usually kept to herself, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Disciple Sakia, do you know any ancient poems about the moon? Why, Master Jinxie, are you suddenly talking about poetry? This was the first time Sakia and Jinxie had chatted in such a leisurely setting. The beauty of poetry has long been forgotten by modern people. Jinxie smiled. I'm going to test you. How many verses about the moon can you recite? Shakia spread her hands. Master, you're putting me in a difficult position. I haven't been in this era long. How would I know any verses? Then I start first. Master Jinxie knew that Shakia was just making excuses for not wanting to compose poetry. When Director Qin had created her Qinyan persona, he had at least some knowledge of this subject. Jinxie began to recite. The guest house is deserted, the wind and rain chill, and I sail across the river in a small boat, watching the moonlight. Drunk, I don't recognize the road to Guanxi, but I see the lingering spring clouds on the river. Excellent poem. Excellent poem. Longshan clapped his hands in praise. Master Jinxie, this should be a Tang Dynasty poem, but I can't remember who wrote it. Bruce twitched his chin. It's called Farewell to Xianjian, by Wang Chongling of the Tang Dynasty, Jinxie added. It seems this monk Jinxie has quite a bit of literary attainments. Oh, Wang Chongling. It wasn't easy for him either, Jinxie muttered softly. I do it. I do some poetry too. Bruce raised his hand. Jinxie smiled and gestured for an invitation. Mr. Jinli wears a black turban, and his garden harvests taro and millet, yet he's not entirely poor. He's used to seeing guests and children happy, and he's tamed by the birds and sparrows he's tamed by eating on the steps. Bruce could actually recite Tang poetry. This impressed Longsheng, Shakia, and Li Jiai, who had previously thought he was just brains. Okay, this poem is Neighbors to the South by Du Fu from the Tang Dynasty. The second half goes like this. Jingxi seemed to be getting interested too, and he became noticeably more talkative. The autumn water is only 4 or 5 feet deep, and the wild boat can accommodate just 2 or 3 people. White sand and green bamboos adorn the riverside village at dusk, and the moonlight shines brightly across the wooden gate. As expected of Master Jingxi. Monks have different interests. Look at the tourists in the distance. Some are even using waterproof bags to play with their phones while soaking in the hot springs. On the other hand, the 6 people here, reciting poems in the hot springs, exuded a sense of ancient elegance and leisure. Great. I recite some ancient Japanese poetry too. Cheyenne couldn't help but join in. Let me think. Cheyenne, a military veteran, didn't actually know many verses. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands and began. Then there was a lull. Hey, you seem quite impressive, but I don't understand. I can understand some everyday rya. Li Jia gave an awkward but polite smile. Hee, you read quite nicely. Bruce smiled mischievously. Longsheng shrugged and looked at Shakia. I think I caught a few words. Something about 100 years and traveling people? You're a truly excellent student, Shakia. Let me think. How would this translate to your language? Cheyenne frowned again, deep in thought. The sun and moon are the passers-by of 100 generations, and the fleeting years are also travelers. Jingxi glanced at everyone and helped Cheyenne translate. This is a line from Matsuo Basho's The Way of the Deep, also known as the Hozamikai of the Deep. The first line is from Li Bai's preface to A Banquet with My Younger Brothers in the Peach and Plum Garden on a Spring Night. The original text reads, Heaven and earth are the ends of all things, and time is the passers-by of 100 generations. As expected of you. Shakia slowly raised her hands above her head and began to applaud loudly. Following Shakia, the 4 people present began to applaud Jingxi's brilliant response. Chapter 144. At Moonlight Hot Springs, the poetry competition initiated by Jingxi continued. Everyone was deeply impressed by Master Jingxi's literary prowess, and now, Shakia had no choice but to join in. Shakia saw Jingxi looking at her. Now, everyone was looking at her. Hey. Shakia nudged Longsheng with her elbow. You go first, I finish last. She winked at Longsheng, who also looked helpless. Huh? Shakia is so cunning. Since it was Shakia's request, Longsheng had no choice but to close his eyes and think. Then this. Longsheng looked at everyone awkwardly. The moon shines brightly before my bed. I wonder if it's frost on the ground. I look up at the moon, and I look down, thinking of my homeland. This is Li Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts, a Tang Dynasty poem taught in elementary school. Oh! Not bad. This is pretty well known. Li Jia almost laughed out loud, but held it in. Good bro, 666. Bruce chimed in. Hey there. I got it right too. It's up to you, Shakia. Longsheng looked at Shakia with a sly smile. Everyone present had contributed a poem, and now Shakia couldn't escape. Okay, how difficult is that? Shakia had bought herself enough time, and she finally remembered one. The bright moon on a branch startled a magpie, and the gentle breeze sang cicadas in the middle of the night. The fragrance of rice flowers spoke of a good harvest, and the sound of frogs filled the air. 7 or 8 stars in the sky, 2 or 3 drops of rain in front of the mountain. The old thatched hut by the forest suddenly appeared at the turn of the road, where the creek bridge appeared. This was Zijianjiu, walking on the yellow sand road at night by Xianqiji of the Song dynasty. Not bad, you can recite it, right? No need to be shy. Longsheng led the applause for Shakia. Very good. Seeing that Shakia had finally joined in, Jingxi also smiled. The pleasant hot spring night passed just like that. The next day, everyone slept in. Shakia felt as if the fatigue of the past 6 months had evaporated with the steam from the hot springs. When she woke up, she found that Li Jiai and Ziyuan were gone. They must have gone back to the baths. It was already 9:30 when she woke up. Shakia saw Longsheng and Bruce next door still sound asleep. Not wanting to disturb their sweet dreams, Shakia took out her breakfast voucher and headed to the hotel restaurant. Getting up in the morning, eating something, and then going to the hot springs was truly wonderful. This time, everyone got up one after another to take their own baths, and Shakia wanted to try something new. The hydromassage pool, something she hadn't really enjoyed the previous night. This place was a large pool, lined with what looked like lounge chairs. Water jets sprayed from numerous outlets around the lounge chairs. Lying there, Shakia felt the powerful currents massage and pounding her body. It was indescribable. After 5 or 6 minutes of being massaged by the water, Shakia began to wander around again. Last night, one place wasn't open yet, so I check it out this morning. Slate bath? Reading the words on the room, Shakia pushed the door open and entered. Shakia saw Xiuan and Li Jiai lying there. They were covered with towels, lying on a marble slab. Li Jiai hadn't removed her prosthetic leg. It was dry anyway. Shakia, you're here? Ziyuan greeted Shakia, who had just entered. Aren't you cold? Shakia walked over and touched the slab, only to realize she asked a foolish question. The slab is hot. Come on, lie down and try it. This is a slab bath. Li Jiai also waved at her, urging her to lie down and try it. Hey, it's actually quite warm. It's like sleeping with an electric blanket at home, but without the dryness. A hot spring slab bed, also known as a hot spring geothermal zone or slab bath, is typically a row of slabs laid under a pavilion. Hot spring water flows beneath them, heating them up. Lying quietly on the slabs, one feels a special warmth and energy permeating the body. In some places, slab baths have been expanded to lounge chairs, offering even greater comfort. But here, they're just the more traditional slabs. I didn't expect this hot spring resort had so many things to offer. I thought it was just a soak. Shakia lay flat on the warm stone slab, its constant warmth making her feel comfortable all over. After lying there for a while, Shakia stood up and decided to look for other fun attractions. You guys still lying there? I'm leaving now. Seeing Shakia looking so energetic today, Li Jiai didn't try to persuade her to stay. She wanted to lie down a little longer. After all, putting on and taking off her prosthetic leg was quite troublesome, and it wasn't convenient for her around water. I'm injured, so I'm too lazy to move. You go first. Shakia looked at Li Jiai's prosthetic leg sticking out from under the towel and playfully twitched her toes. Well, if that's the case, Shakia will go first. Shakia had seen saunas in movies and TV series before, and today she really wanted to try one. Saunas, also known as sweat steam rooms, originated in Northern Europe. They include dry and wet steam rooms, but the ones people usually refer to as dry saunas are dry saunas, while steam rooms are wet steam rooms. Traditional saunas use burning mineral stones and pouring water over them to generate steam, while modern saunas utilize far-infrared radiation and negative ions to achieve their effects. Saunas offer a variety of benefits, including weight loss, detoxification, and rheumatism relief, making them popular with consumers. Every time you see the protagonist and his friends competing in the sauna to see who can last the longest, one of them collapses from the steam. After searching for a while, they discovered that the sauna was right next to the entrance to the public hot springs. It was a large sauna. Shakia peered through the glass door and could barely glimpse the interior through the steam. It seemed this must be the legendary traditional sauna. Before entering, Shakia carefully surveyed her surroundings. After confirming that this was a women's sauna, she grabbed a shared wet towel, wrapped it around her hair, and carefully opened the door. Ah! As soon as she opened the door, a gust of scorching steam hit her face. She inhaled it unexpectedly, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Ugh! Shakia quickly retreated, covered her mouth and nose with a towel, and then re-entered. There were only a few people steaming here. With the towel covering her mouth and nose, Shakia felt better. She found a place to sit and began her sauna. The sauna room had heated stones, over which hot spring water pipes periodically sprayed water to generate steam. This steam was rich in moisture. The temperature was generally around 50 degrees Celsius. Women often opt for wet steaming, as it leaves their skin rosier and more hydrated. However, breathing can be uncomfortable, like feeling stuffy. Fortunately, Shakia covered her nose with a wet towel and breathed, effectively relieving the stuffiness and burning sensation. Shakia felt this was much more stimulating than a hot spring bath. Before long, her entire body was drenched, and she couldn't tell if it was her own sweat or the water vapor. Chapter 145. The sauna room was considered an extreme environment. The temperature distribution in the sauna room was uneven, with the highest temperature at the roof and the lowest near the floor. Bathers could choose a temperature that suited them by choosing different heights of reclining boards. Shakia chose a higher position. However, Shakia found she quickly adapted to the high temperature and humidity. Perhaps it was the effect of Swager's operator combat training. There were some sections that simulated extreme environments, such as tropical rainforests, polar regions, and swamps. Also, perhaps Shakia had experienced similar conditions before her amnesia. In any case, the stuffy heat and humidity inside the sauna room quickly turned into pure heat. In such an environment, An ordinary person could only endure it for a few minutes. Shakia saw the two women who had been inside leave one after another. She was left alone in the room. Using a wet towel, she could breathe relatively comfortably. Shakia tried a breathing technique to activate her body's vital energy. A thin golden glow still emanated from her body. The surrounding water vapor cast a halo of light on this glow. Luckily, Shakia was alone in the room, otherwise everyone would have been shocked. Enveloped by this energy, Shakia found herself feeling less hot. She tried to remove the wet towel and breathe. It seemed that being enveloped by this energy enhanced Shakia's ability to adapt to the environment. This energy was truly convenient. Amidst the water vapor, Shakia could clearly see the water vapor around her body spreading out in circles, rippled by the ripples of life. However, this wasn't enough. According to Jinxie, the power of the spirit machine was something entirely different. He taught me the life ripple technique only to help me draw out the spirit machine. The power of the spirit machine. I recalled the time I fought alongside Li Jiai, Longsheng, Bruce, and the others in the cyberspace, that ever-changing power, even capable of transforming into Trom. That was what Jinxie had described as the unique superpower possessed by each executor, the power of the spirit machine. If only I could find a way to activate that power again. Shakia sat in the sauna, unconsciously concentrating. She practiced breathing techniques, trying her best to clear her mind, seeking the state Master Jinxie called clear mirror, still water. Outside the sauna, a golden glow reflected from the frosted glass door. Thankfully, the lights inside the sauna were originally a similar color, only brighter now, so no one paid much attention. However, if anyone entered the sauna at this moment, they would be horrified. A thin layer of golden energy had created a space within the clouds of steam, preventing the steam from entering. Shakia sat motionless on the reclining board, eyes closed. Because the steam couldn't enter, the high temperature caused the circular space around Shakia's body to dry out. Almost. Shakia concentrated and tried hard to recreate the scene, but she couldn't. Never mind. Perhaps doing this in a sauna was inherently strange. Shakia gave up. Suddenly, she heard the sauna doorknob move, and Shakia quickly stopped breathing. Instantly, the steam that had been previously isolated surged into the dry space. Shakia picked up the wet towel again, covered her mouth and nose, stood up, and walked out. The new guest was surprised to find a dry patch where the woman had left. That day, after lunch, everyone boarded the chartered car and began their journey home. Shakia felt completely refreshed from the inside out after this hot spring trip. Xiwan and Li Jiai had found many interesting local specialties, and were beaming with satisfaction. And with Jinxie's approval, Longsheng and Bruce had also achieved their goal. The car ride back was surprisingly quiet. It seemed everyone had relaxed and fell asleep easily. They had just gotten up so leisurely, but after lunch, they were snoring in the car in no time. Jinxie wasn't asleep. She just stared quietly out the window. And the people in the back row were surprisingly asleep. Jinxie sat in the front passenger seat, Shakia, Li Jiai, and Ziyuan in the second row, each leaning against the other, asleep. In the last row were Longsheng and Bruce. They were also sprawled out in the spacious back seat of the van, snoring non-stop. It seemed this vacation was quite effective. "Hey, we're here, get up." Shakia noticed someone pushing her. It was Ziyuan. When they woke up, they were already at their destination. The van dropped everyone off near the subway station on the pedestrian street, making it more convenient for everyone to go home separately. "Well, see you later. Have a great holiday, everyone." Longsheng waved goodbye to Shakia and the others, then he and Bruce took the subway back. "Then, I'm leaving too. Shakia, if you want to go out during the holiday, feel free to contact me. The Blu-ray movie I bought has arrived. You can come over to my house and watch it." "Okay. I contact you then." Shakia also waved goodbye to Li Jiai, who was also taking the subway here, but not on the same route as Longsheng and Bruce. After watching Li Jiai, Bruce, and Longsheng enter the subway station, Shakia looked at Master Jinxie. "Take care, disciple. I be leaving first. After the holiday, I begin your training." "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Shakia confidently bumped her fists. Jinxie, seeing how energetic Shakia was, said nothing more. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly to Shakia and Xiwan. "Have fun during the holiday. See you later." Jinxie walked towards the bus stop. The pedestrian street was still bustling during the holiday, even after almost half of the city's population had moved out. "Xiwan, how about you?" Shakia looked at Xiwan. "Well, I be staying in the dorms anyway. I envy you. The director got you an apartment." Xiwan smiled helplessly. "If it weren't for this vacation, She had forgotten how monotonous life had been in the Swager dorms. It was mainly underground, and the living facilities weren't as homely. While the amenities were still quite convenient, it was like life on a cruise ship. It was different from the tangible life on the surface. So Xiuan really didn't want to go back so soon. Really? I'm really grateful the director didn't put me in the dorms. Shakia accompanied Xiuan as they wandered aimlessly along the pedestrian street. How about this, Xian? Let's buy some food and come to my house tonight. You can stay here tonight. Really? Xian found the offer quite tempting. Is there anything urgent going on at Schwager's place today? Shakia asked further. Not really. There's someone on duty in the command room today. Xian looked up, thinking, that's great then. Come on, don't let yourself get hurt. Shakia took Xian's hand, extending a sincere invitation. It's a holiday, so don't leave yourself with any regrets. Okay, it's settled then. Let's go to the supermarket. Xian decided to go all out. She had just returned from the hot spring resort at noon, so it was time to continue her fun tonight. Chapter 146. The New Year holiday passed quickly. Xian spent a few days happily enjoying daily life with Shakia at her home. That week, Shakia also went to the movies with Li Jiayi. She also invited Bruce, Longsheng, and the others to the amusement park in New Spring and Autumn City. This week was arguably the happiest Shakia could ever remember. And on that day, Clark had actually come along. He looked like a child, even in his 30s. He seemed simply out for some fun. After Swager was attacked by the law-eating ghost, the expert team was busy with data recovery and post-processing work even during the New Year holiday, multiplying their workload several times over. He had originally planned to take advantage of the New Year holiday to rest, but Clark's plans were ruined. Overwhelmed by work, Clark simply slipped away and went to the amusement park with Shakia and the others to completely unwind. In a flash, the holiday was over. Shortly after the Spring Festival holiday, Bruce, Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and the others welcomed the start of school. After more than 6 months of suspension, the schools in New Chunqiu City had completed their reorganization. The reorganized class schedules were also distributed to the students. Luckily, Li Jiayi, Bruce, and Longsheng were still attending their previous school and in the same class. However, they didn't find Qin Yun's name on the class roster. The newly reorganized school had more students, and it had been a while since the hallways were so crowded. It was the first day of registration, and Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiayi gathered in the school hallway. They found their new classroom together and sat down. The students around them were all unfamiliar faces. It looked like all the students in the city had been reshuffled and reassigned. It was a miracle that the three of them were still together. Or perhaps Director Qin had done something? Has Shakia been transferred to another school? Bruce asked Longsheng. The students had just arrived, and the opening ceremony hadn't even started yet. Everyone was getting to know new people. No, that wasn't entirely certain. Longsheng remembered what Jingxi had been saying. Training Shakia would begin after the holiday. So Shakia might not have to come to school anymore. Well, she has her mission. As for us, let's just study hard and contribute to society. After discussing Shakia with Bruce, Longsheng offered this concluding remark. Li Jiayi had been quiet today, as if hesitant to speak. What's the matter? Longsheng asked. Oh, nothing. I'm just not used to being in large crowds. Li Jiayi smiled wryly. She had finally gotten to know the class, even getting to know Qin Yun, and gradually showing off her decisive and capable side among her friends, but now she'd fallen silent again. Oh, okay, I understand. Longsheng patted Li Jiayi's shoulder helplessly. This was a truly ordinary, normal start of school scene. Hopefully, this time, the students won't have their peaceful daily lives interrupted by a sudden disaster. Meanwhile, Sakia was accompanying Xian at the Swager headquarters, completing some administrative tasks. I heard from Master Jingxi that your new training course will begin in a few days. Xian sorted through documents while chatting with Shakia in her office. Yeah, I'm curious too. What exactly is it about? Shakia replied, accepting the stack of documents Xian handed her. Anyway, let's go have dinner with Dr. Clark tonight. Their expert team will be leaving in a few days. Xian and Shakia left together, the office door closing automatically as they left. From now on, Shakia wouldn't have to go to school anymore, and she would have more training and missions in the future. She'd probably be interacting with UN groups like this more often. This evening's dinner was a private gathering for Clark, and he was treating Xian, Shakia, and Director Zhang Xiaozhong of the Technology Department. These three were the people Clark interacted with most at Schwager, the people he had direct contact with on a job. In the evening, the three met Clark on the Central District pedestrian street as scheduled. Cheyenne and Director Zhang also changed into their casual clothes. Let's be casual tonight. We're all familiar faces now, Clark said with a smile. As we're about to leave, I'd like to thank you all for your continued care. Wow! You're a rare talker, Clark. Minister Zhang had assumed Clark was just a tech geek obsessed with science, but he was surprisingly quite sociable. Then I obey your orders. Cheyenne nodded. Hey, after all this time, you're the most polite, Dr. Clark. Let's go! Sakia was also feeling a bit hungry. Clark took everyone to a relatively authentic steakhouse he had finally found. Since Clark was treating, he told everyone to forget about the price. Just enjoy the meal, rich in Western flair. This Western restaurant was truly the best in New Spring and Autumn City, and the area around here. The ornate crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, giving the entire restaurant an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. The soft saxophone music filled the restaurant, spreading like an invisible mist, slowly taking over the heart, making it less tense and restless. The lilies exuded a delicate fragrance, neither overpowering nor overwhelming, subtly altering your complex emotions, leaving Shakia's heart as calm as a mirror, without a single ripple. The courteous waiters, the quiet guests, the occasional quiet laughter, the ambience tranquil and beautiful. This was Shakia's first time at such an upscale Western restaurant. Although she had eaten some Western food before, it was always mid-range or lower end, more like fast food than Western food. Shakia glanced at Xiwan, somewhat bewildered. All she could do now was imitate Xiwan's actions. Minister Zhang, Xiwan, and Dr. Clark chatted, but Shakia's mind was preoccupied with the meal. Clark had already ordered, so soon after they sat down, the waiter began serving the dishes. First, the appetizers. Come on, everyone, let's eat, Clark said, greeting everyone. The waiter brought several plates, placing one in front of each person. On them lay several things Shakia couldn't tell what they were. Taking one with her fork, Shakia found it tasty and quite chewy. This is quite delicious. What is this? Shakia asked curiously. Baked snails. Snail? Of course, Shakia knew what a snail was, but she hadn't expected this delicious treat to be snail meat. You can't judge a snail by its appearance. It looked a bit disgusting, but surprisingly delicious. Watching Shakia's expression constantly shift, Clark wondered if it wasn't to her liking. Miss Shakia, I'm so sorry I didn't discuss tonight's meal with you. I wonder if it suits your taste. No, it's quite good. I never had anything quite like it, and I'm just sighing. Chapter 147. After enjoying the appetizers, the waiter soon brought soup. Shakia had a thick soup in front of her, while Ziyuan, who sat next to her, had a clear soup at her special request. According to Clark's explanation to Shakia, Western soups are completely different from Chinese soups. In Western dietary habits, soups are often served before the main course to stimulate the appetite and lubricate the esophagus, hence the name appetizer soup. These soups are mainly divided into clear and thick soups, with familiar examples being cream of mushroom soup, borscht, and onion soup. Shakia and the other two had cream of mushroom soup in front of them, while Ziyuan ordered tomato-based borscht. Watching Ziyuan and Minister Zhang, they moved the soup spoon from far to near, gently scooping up the soup and pushing it horizontally into their mouths, making no sound. It was a very elegant way to eat. Shakia observed this, as she did have some knowledge of Western dining etiquette. Finally, something normal. Shakia pondered, scooping a little cream of mushroom soup with a spoon, blowing on it, and shoveling it into her mouth. It was indeed an appetizer, truly appetizing. Shakia decided to look up the recipe and learn how to make it every day. It was absolutely wonderful. While Shakia was enjoying her meal, Minister Zhang and Clark discussed their future plans. Dr. Clark, what are your plans for when you return? Minister Zhang sipped his soup and turned to look at Dr. Clark. Well, first, we need to submit the collected data to the various UN organizations for backup. Clark smiled helplessly. The various procedures for public affairs are still quite cumbersome. I understand. Minister Zhang had dealt with them before, and the long, drawn-out process was truly cumbersome. I can't wait to get started on mobile weapon research and development. This time in Swagger, I truly found a lot of useful data. Clark looked at Shakia again. Thank you so much, Miss Shakia. Huh? No, I'm just following your instructions. Shakia, suddenly hearing her name being called, with creamy soup still smeared on her lips, looked up and replied. Don't worry, I definitely make good use of the data I collected this time. I make sure everyone's support is worth it. Clark was a very simple and honest person, and Shakia nodded. But no matter how simple and honest he was, Clark didn't mention anything about the enterprise. After all, the spirit of contract is also important. As they chatted, the side dishes arrived. It was fish. Cheyenne was very familiar with this dish. In many restaurants in Tokyo, many Japanese-style Western dishes are essentially a mix of fish, meat, and vegetables. It feels like a Western-style dish, reimagined. Although it looks a bit simple compared to the food in New Spring and Autumn City, it's still quite healthy. Shakia is also required to eat this way during training. Wow! Shakia had a feast today. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Although Shakia's other interests aren't obvious, she's undoubtedly a true foodie. Shakia couldn't name this dish, but after examining it closely, she could still identify the ingredients. The dish consisted of several parts. On top was a seared piece of fish, topped with rosemary and 2 shredded bell peppers. In the center, 2 asparagus spears were perfectly placed, their roots resting beneath the fish. The asparagus and the seared fish were placed on a sheet of batter. The presentation was exquisite. Brilliant. And the fish was topped with a special sauce. High-end Western cuisine requires a special fish knife for fish, something Shakia had never encountered before. Shion, how do you use it? Shakia nudged Shion awkwardly with her elbow and whispered to her ear. Oh, you mean the fish knife? Watch me use it first. Shion understood Shakia's awkwardness. In Western tradition, fish are cooked whole, including the skin and bones. Therefore, they needed to use a fish knife to carefully remove the skin and bones when eating fish. Shakia watched Cheyenne use the fish knife to carefully remove the skin and place it on the top of the plate. Then, she carefully moved the fish meat to the bottom of the plate. She then removed the bones completely and placed them with the skin. Finally, Cheyenne set the knife aside and ate the fish directly with a fork. Cheyenne also quietly reminded her to be careful not to use a steak knife to cut the fish. There are set methods and utensils for eating fish. I see. Shakia had almost mastered it and was ready to follow suit. However, looking at the meticulous presentation, Shakia was reluctant to use her knife and fork to ruin the beauty. How about this? Shakia took out her phone and took a picture of the dish. She then posted it on her social media account. Okay, time to feast. But when she looked up, everyone else seemed to have already eaten most of their food. Well, good things should be savored slowly. Shakia still knows how to be elegant and graceful, thanks to director Chin, who has cultivated her Chinyan persona. When necessary, Shakia still has an elegant aura. She couldn't join in the conversation with Dr. Clark and the other two, as they were all discussing work matters. Shakia was the one who truly enjoyed the meal. Finally, it was time for the exciting main course. Several waiters arrived this time, one of whom was responsible for clearing everyone's plates, while the others served the main course. This Western main course is quite particular. Meat and poultry dishes are the 4th course in Western cuisine, also known as the main course. Red meat, such as steak and lamb chops, is a very common main course, with beef or steak being the most representative. Steaks can be categorized by cut, including sirloin, fillet steak, T-bone steak, and thin-cut steak. They are often cooked using methods such as grilling, pan-frying, and grilling, and are paired with sauces such as Spanish sauce, gravy, mushroom sauce, and white wine sauce. Vegetable salads were also served with each main course. This time, Clark served everyone a different steak, wanting to give everyone the most surprises. Shakia got a sirloin steak, Cheyenne got a fillet steak, Minister Jean got a T-bone steak, and Clark got a sirloin steak. Oh! That's so thoughtful. The 4 of us each got a different steak. Minister Jean smiled. Come on, don't be shy. Clark was the first to start using her knife and fork. Shakia looked at the steaks on their plates. She seemed to have a mental image of the different types. For example, the filet mignon at Shiwan is typically made from the tenderloin and sirloin, which are very tender and contain very little fat. It's also low in fat, so you won't gain weight even if you eat a lot. However, it lacks in chewiness because it's so delicate. The sirloin steak at Sakia, on the other hand, has some fat, but the texture is so well prepared that it's not greasy. Sirloin steak is primarily made from the upper loin, which contains tendons, making it a bit firmer but with a distinct chewiness, unlike the soft, mushy texture of filet mignon. The texture difference between the two isn't that significant. One is chewier, while the other is more delicate. Chapter 148. Minister Zhang's T-bone steak seemed a bit too big for him. He cut off a piece, then cut it into 3 pieces, sharing them with the other 3. Clark, you really think too highly of us old folks, Minister Zhang quipped. Ha ha ha, that's the kind of dish that suits you, Mr. Zhang, Clark replied with a laugh. T-bone steak, also known as T-bone steak, is a T-shaped spine. On either side of the vertical T are two tender cuts of beef, one large and one small. The steak is so large that it can take up most of the plate. It's truly magnificent, and it's the pinnacle of steak. This cut is more common in North America and the Commonwealth. The large cut is the tenderloin, and the smaller cut is part of the fillet steak. In Europe, the two are usually sold separately. So, the T-bone steak actually contains two premium cuts of beef, making it the highest quality steak, and often the most expensive of its kind. Clark had definitely ordered this steak for Minister Zhang, who took the most care of him. He also accommodated Minister Zhang's Asian tastes by ordering it medium rare. Minister Zhang was beaming, but the portion was indeed quite generous. It was also of the highest standard. Clark might seem a little bewildered, but he was actually quite knowledgeable. Sakia felt her strange knowledge increase. Finally, there was the steak on Clark's plate, a thin slab. It wasn't anything special. It looked just like Sakia's sirloin steak, just a bit smaller. Clark, your steak looks just like mine. Sakia glanced at Clark's plate, then at her own. Haha, we both had the same steak. Mine was just a smaller portion. Eating the same steak as my idol is satisfying. Oh, I don't know how to say hello. Never mind. Sakia rolled her eyes at Clark helplessly, and began cutting the steak into small pieces, taking a bite. Clark's lips curled up, realizing that Sakia's expression as she rolled her eyes seemed incredibly familiar. Tessa often made that face at Clark. Although Sakia had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She still remembered the etiquette for eating a main course. Steak is best eaten one piece at a time, or at most 2 or 3. Cutting the entire steak into small pieces before eating is considered rude. Sakia didn't know why. Come on, cheers to the future of humanity. Clark raised his glass. Inside was the wine the waiter had just poured. The glass was only a quarter full. Cheers. The four of them clinked their glasses gently. After clinking their glasses, Sakia took a sip of the wine. It was a little astringent, but it perfectly complemented the steak. As expected, wine should be savored slowly. She probably wouldn't drown her sorrows in alcohol again, as it was a waste of alcohol. Xiuan was quite a drinker, and a decent drinker. While Sakia had seen Xiuan let herself go, drinking and having fun in private, she still wouldn't do that in public. Sakia also enjoyed this Western meal very much. Come to think of it, although Xiuan, her friends, and I have eaten all sorts of delicious food in New Spring and Autumn City, even at popular online restaurants, this was our first time dining at such a formal and upscale Western restaurant. I really have Dr. Clark to thank for this. Otherwise, Sakia's understanding of Western cuisine would be limited to what she's seen online. For example, the wines used in Western cuisine are also very particular. The main course's purpose is to satisfy hunger and satiety, so it's usually red meat like pork, beef, or lamb. To pair these dishes, red wine is often paired with them. This is also known as pairing red wine with red meat. Pork and lamb are generally cooked well done. Beef comes in different doneness levels. Europeans, like Clark, rarely eat well done. Many prefer medium rare. Easterners generally prefer medium rare, feeling that this is closer to their own dietary preferences. Of course, Sakia didn't understand why Xiuan also ordered medium rare, given the abundance of sashimi there. I even heard from Cheyenne that some izakayas even serve horse meat sashimi, known as sakura meat. Horse meat. Why eat horses when they're so cute? Just thinking about it makes Sakia feel sick. Oh my god. Forget it. I better stop dwelling on things that don't go well with delicious food. Such a delicious, high-end Western meal is right in front of me, but I'm letting my imagination ruin my appetite. What a waste of food. The atmosphere in the Western restaurant is quiet, and with the soothing music, it's a satisfying experience. Clark, you can't tell he really enjoys life. No, you could tell from the time he pestered Sakia to take him to the New Spring and Autumn City Food Street to enjoy the local delicacies. He really enjoys it. Everyone was talking and laughing, but not loudly. It reminded me of eating at a food stall in the food street with Long Sheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce before going to the hot springs. It was so lively. Although it was completely different from a Western restaurant, each had its own unique flavor. Sakia really liked it. Finally, after finishing her main course with great pleasure, Sakia put down her knife and fork. She was almost full too. Looking around, she seemed to have eaten a little too quickly. Everyone else still had a small piece left. She awkwardly took a few more sips of her red wine. She hadn't noticed she'd been so engrossed in her food that everyone else hadn't finished yet. Clark seemed to notice Sakia was drinking her wine, leaving her plate empty. He clapped his hands, signaling the waiter to serve Shakia dessert first. Hey, thank you, thank you. Shakia realized she hadn't been able to hide it when Clark served her dessert first. She blushed, and with a touch of embarrassment, she whispered her thanks. Hey, you're welcome. Just be casual. We're all friends. Clark waved at Shakia. That's right. Clark was the host, since he was treating. If the host was so casual, why should Shakia be nervous? So, faced with these desserts, Shakia was ready to take a bite. The counterpart to desserts is appetizers, which are rarely sweet and far less varied. If appetizers are the equivalent of a book's preface or introduction, then desserts are the equivalent of its postscript or epilogue. There are countless classic introductions or prefaces, but well-written postscripts are rare. Western desserts are a dazzling array, with Italian and French desserts being particularly prominent. Although Shakia doesn't eat sweets often due to training, she is still a girl, so how can she resist sweets? Once gorgeous desserts like tiramisu and sabayon appeared, the table became a runway for a spring fashion show. Clark really picked well. A representative of Italian desserts, tiramisu, with its gorgeous appearance and charming gesture, has become a global favorite. It combines the bitterness of espresso, the smoothness of eggs and sugar, the richness of liqueur, the richness of chocolate, the density of ladyfingers, the richness of cheese and cream, and the dryness of cocoa powder. Using fewer than 10 ingredients, it perfectly blends sweet and the various complex experiences it evokes, layer by layer, to perfection. It's truly wonderful. Chapter 149. Before leaving, Clark left Shakia with some very fond memories. After the dinner, Shakia, Clark, Cheyenne, and Minister Jean took a group photo in the restaurant. They then exchanged social media accounts. However, Cheyenne reminded Clark that due to the special nature of Schwager's work, social media might not be used as much. Clark understood, as his work there was similar. If possible, it would be helpful for everyone to check in on each other more often. Finally, I'd like to take one more photo with Miss Shakia. It might be a long time before we meet again. As they reached the street below the restaurant, Clark, about to say goodbye, suddenly turned around. He looked at Shakia and Cheyenne with an imploring look. What's wrong? Shakia was puzzled. A hint of caution flashed in Cheyenne's eyes. Well, just think of it as fulfilling a childhood dream of mine, ha ha ha. Clark had long considered Shakia a superhero, and that was precisely why he idolized her. Taking a photo with a real-life superhero isn't too much, right? Our last photo was too stereotypical. This time, I want something a little more posed. Clark truly was a childish person. Cheyenne finally relaxed. If anyone had any ill intentions toward Shakia, she'd be the first to stand up. Well, Shakia was a superhero after all, so having fans wasn't a bad thing. Come on, strike this pose. Before this farewell, Dr. Clark simply let loose. Oh my! Isn't this pose from those special effects movies? So embarrassing. Shakia was beginning to understand the lives of young idols. She truly envied their freedom. Clark had her strike a pose with one hand clenched at her waist, the other extended toward her shoulder, and legs spread shoulder-width apart. Good, not bad, very cool. It was a classic transformation pose used by the protagonist in a special effects movie. Shakia had seen that TV series from Li Jiai. Okay, Miss Cheyenne, I leave the photo to you. Clark stood beside Shakia, striking a mirror image of her. Hi. Shakia sighed with a wry smile. She realized Clark and Li Jiai might have a lot in common. This Clark, like Li Jiai, secretly had a bit of a homebody vibe. Alright, Shakia found it easy to interact with such a friend. People like them are simple-minded, not overly cunning. Xian took a photo of them both and sent it to each of them. The photo was saved on the phones of Xian, Shakia, and Clark. In the photo, Clark smiled like a child meeting his childhood hero. Shakia, on the other hand, wore a helpless smile. It looked quite funny. A few days passed in a flash. Shakia picked up her phone again and looked at the photo. She had just attended a farewell party hosted by Schwager for the UN expert team. Just as they had arrived, Schwager was responsible for transporting the team members to a designated airport, where a special UN plane would pick them up. Shakia, the UN, Director Qin, and the heads of various departments under Schwager all attended the farewell ceremony. They saluted as the special plane carrying the expert team took off. The base also launched 2 military fighter jets for a farewell flight. After the farewell ceremony, Shakia pulled out her phone and pulled up the photo. Become the hope in others' hearts. Shakia recalled what Master Jinxie had said about the awareness and responsibility of being an executor. Looking at Clark's happy smile, Shakia seemed to begin to understand the meaning of this phrase. Oh my! Did I take a good photo? Oh my! You scared me, Ziyuan. Ziyuan suddenly appeared from behind Shakia and saw her looking at the photo on her phone. Shakia was so startled that she almost dropped her phone. She frantically tried to catch it. Hey, be careful. Thankfully, Ziyuan was quick to catch Shakia's phone. Huh? Shakia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's wait a little longer. The director and the others will be done soon. Ziyuan meant that the director still had some matters to discuss with the head of this base. Probably some small matters that needed to be handled. Shakia found a place to sit down at the airport, playing on her phone to pass the time. This weekend, she would be attending Jinx's Zen temple for a new training session. Looking at Jinx's mysterious demeanor, what kind of training might be waiting for her? If she hadn't experienced the wonders of the spirit, perhaps Shakia wouldn't be so excited right now. She truly longed to regain that power. Though she herself didn't quite understand the source of this feeling, perhaps it was the sense of responsibility of an executor. Even though Shakia had lost her memories, that sense of responsibility remained etched in her. With Jingxi, Xiwan, Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce here, Shakia would surely find her memories and the secrets of her role as an executor. Okay, let's go. Xiwan approached, greeting Shakia, who was lost in thought while playing with her phone. Okay. Shakia stood up and followed Xiwan out of the airport. Swager's convoy departed the airport and headed onto the highway back to New Spring and Autumn City. Shakia, you don't have to go to school for the rest of the day. Let Master Jingxi train you well. Unless there's something important happening at Swager, we won't disturb your training. Director Qin, sitting in the passenger seat, said this to Shakia. Shakia nodded. She knew she had to reach a higher level, steadily improving her strength to equip herself for a future battle against the families. The attack of the mage-eating ghosts proved that families were diverse, their attack methods varied, and even the Swagers often found themselves in a difficult situation when facing them. She still felt a little scared when she thought about it. When she was stranded in the cyberspace, Jingxi privately analyzed that it was because of the sensors the expert team had connected to her. These sensors connected to the Swager network, and so the family's attack triggered a chain reaction in the Trom system. If everyone hadn't desperately sought a way out of her predicament, Sakia would have been trapped and died in the cyberspace last time, or perhaps her system would have been completely overrun by the families, who then used the sensors to devour her neural connections. Sakia would have been dead. Perhaps she would have become food for the families. Oh, just thinking about it makes the hair stand on end. At that time, her body and consciousness were separated, leaving her completely defenseless. Perhaps, she would face more dangers like this in the future. Let's see how far Master Jingxi can train Sakia. Chapter 150. This weekend marks Sakia's first day at Jinx's retreat. According to the agreement between Master Jingxi and Sakia, she will undergo a 4-month retreat, with monthly tests and a final exam in the 4th month. In other words, Master Jingxi completely referenced current school schedules. Speaking of which, Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiai have also started school. Sakia's daily routine will also be arranged by Master Jingxi. For these 4 months, she will live and eat with Master Jingxi. Of course, she can go back during holidays to get things. So, Sakia also needs to take some of her clothes and bedding up the mountain. After lunch, Sakia prepared to leave. She was currently unpacking her packed luggage, a backpack, a suitcase, and a large bag of blankets. Oh no! I feel like I'm running out of room. I have to take it in 2 batches. Trying to take everything all at once, Sakia found it impractical. Although I asked Yuan to pick me up later, it's best to only take the essentials. Shakia spent a long time packing last night, streamlining her belongings considerably, but it still requires 2 trips to complete the move. According to the message Jingxi sent on the Swager terminal, Shakia has packed at least 2 or 3 sets of sportswear, quick-drying clothes for fitness, a daily change of underwear, and perhaps a sleeping bag for field training. Of course, if field training is required, Jingxi will provide the other equipment. Shakia only needs to bring her own sleeping bag and clothing. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Shakia waited for word of Ziyuan's arrival. While waiting, Shakia sprawled on the sofa, gazing at the small apartment before her. Over the past 6 months, this apartment has held many memories for Shakia. This simple yet convenient little house is Shakia's home for this period. It's also where the identity Qinyan was born. She might not be living here permanently for a while, so Shakia planned to take another look around. The small living room was already clean and simple. She had simply packed her luggage yesterday and left some boxes outside. In the center of the room, a green rug lay in front of the TV stand, and on top of it sat the coffee table. Directly to the right of the TV was a small balcony, and on it, a rocking chair. Speaking of which, since she'd been away for so long, the rocking chair had to be brought inside to avoid getting covered in dust. To the right of the TV in the living room was the dining room, its table already clean. Shakia had specially covered the dining table and chairs with a large tablecloth. After all, this trip was quite far. In the kitchen, Shakia had tidied and cleaned the pots and pans yesterday, and had also turned off the main water and gas valves. This was to prevent any accidents. In Shakia's bedroom, she had also covered the bed with a sheet, so that when she returned, she could simply flip the covers back and sleep. After a quick inspection of the room, Shakia nodded. "I'd taken care of everything I needed to do. Just remember to turn off the power at the door when I left." There wasn't much in the refrigerator anyway, and Shakia had already cleaned out the remaining items. It seemed Shakia is truly a thoughtful person. Oh! The phone in her pocket buzzed. It seemed Cheyenne had arrived downstairs. "Hello, Cheyenne? I'd be downstairs with my stuff right away." "Ah? You guys come up and help me?" "Ah. Okay. Whatever." She was actually willing to come upstairs to help with the luggage. That was great. It really made things much easier for Shakia. But the fact that Master Jinxie came along was truly flattering. Shakia opened the door and let Jinxie and Cheyenne in. A moment later, Shakia heard footsteps approaching from a distance in the hallway. "Oh! You packed quite nicely." When Cheyenne entered, she saw that Shakia had already packed her luggage and covered up the apartment where it needed to be covered, and she couldn't help but praise her attentiveness. "Very good. If you are ready, then let's get ready to go." Jinxie watched Shakia sitting on the sofa, next to several large bags and a trolley case. He took the initiative to help Shakia carry a bag of clothes and a bag of daily necessities. Master Jinxie, it's okay. I do it." But since Master Jinxie insisted on helping Shakia, he couldn't refuse again and again. Let's go. Shakia also shouldered her trolley case and backpack. Of course, she didn't forget to turn off the power in the apartment before leaving. And so, Shakia, carrying a bag on her back and a trolley case in tow, Jinxie carried a medium-sized woven bag in one hand, and Ziyuan carried Shakia's quilt and pillow, and they left the building. To those who didn't know, they might have thought it was someone's child going to register for college. Fortunately, although Xiyuan's car wasn't an SUV, it still barely had enough room for the luggage. With Xiyuan's help, it took only about half an hour to get Shakia to the entrance of Jinxie's Zen temple. "Then, I leave Shakia's care in your care for the time being, Master Jinxie." As she helped unload the luggage, Xiyuan said to Jinxie. This really felt like a mother sending her child off to college. But considering Xiyuan and Shakia's ages, perhaps sisters would be more appropriate. Besides, Shakia's age is unknown, so it's hard to say who's the older sister. "Don't worry, Miss Xiyuan. Shakia and I are both executors, and I have my own training to help her unleash her abilities. I'm curious what kind of training that will be." Shakia seemed eager to begin. Her character was such that she would never give in to a challenge. Even at first, she might show signs of timidity. Ha, you're worthy of being my chosen disciple. I'm glad you're so motivated. You stay here today, and we officially begin tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow, Saturday, there's some introductory work for you. Training, so you can start." Master Jinxie seemed in a good mood as he saw it. He felt he could finally properly train his companion. For Jinxie, Sakia was an indispensable aid in implementing Project Flashpoint. The accommodations prepared for Sakia were in a wing on the side of the Zen temple. It resembled the style of a quadrangular courtyard house from a century or two ago, but while quaint, it was fully equipped. The wing was a rectangular shape, with the entrance on the right side of the lower long side. To the left of the entrance is the dormitory space. To the right is the private bathroom. Against the entrance, against the wall, there's a single bed, a wooden one like those found in temples, topped with a tatami mat. Across from the bed is a wooden desk, seemingly from decades ago, but fitting in with the rest of the room. Furthermore, there are several power outlets underneath, seemingly designed to accommodate various electrical appliances. It even has Wi-Fi. This room really doesn't look like what it looks like. Xiyuan spotted a Wi-Fi router in a corner of the room. It seemed Jinxie had put a lot of effort into preparing for Shakia's arrival. Across the wide left edge of the rectangle are several rustic wooden windows. All electrical and network cables are available, and there's also a private toilet and bathroom. For a girl like Shakia, this makes life quite convenient. This is the guest room I renovated earlier. I cleaned it up, and will let you use it. Although it was a bare-bones room with only a single bed and a desk, it was clear that Master Jinxie had cleaned it thoroughly, even adding some air freshener. The three of them entered the dormitory, and Sakia began to unpack her luggage. Chapter 151. From today on, Sakia will be staying in this guest room. The room is next to Jinxie's meditation room, separated by only a wall. In an emergency, a shout will be enough to hear her, making it very convenient. After seeing Sakia off, Ziyuan prepared to leave. Sakia, keep going. Ziyuan left with these words and drove away. There are no plans for today. I'm going to take care of some things first. You should get some rest. I discussed training arrangements with you tomorrow morning. Jinxie seemed to be busy today. Instead of changing into his loose monk's robes, he wore a thin short shirt and a towel, as if he was going to do some manual labor. Sakia wanted to ask him what he was doing, but Jinxie left without even turning back. Well, as Jinxie had helped the director establish Swagger, Sakia had no reason to worry about what he might do. Since that was the case, she decided to set up her own quarters. Well, here's what we do. Sakia put her groceries, spare clothes, and blankets into the closet, placed her laptop and some stationery on the desk, and made the bed. Oh, and some small appliances, like the kettle, were placed somewhere safer, preferably near the door. Anything else you need? Sakia folded her hands over her chest, surveying the small room. With the basics in place, Sakia decided to get some unique decorations. Sakia wandered around the Zen temple, looking around for anyone she could ask. Are you Miss Sakia, the donor? In front of a temple, Sakia was stopped by the childish voice of a young monk. The young monk was fair and clean-shaven, about a head shorter than Sakia. He looked like one of those little boys who hadn't even started to develop. Yes, that's right. I want to ask. Sakia nodded and got straight to the point. She asked him if he had any unused furniture or decorations, and he quickly found a rug, a small coffee table, a small incense tray, and some incense. The young monk's name was Weiwu, about 12 or 13 years old. Despite his young age, he was a veteran who had been with Jinxie Zen Temple since its founding. When Jinxie Zen Temple was first established here a few years ago, there were only 3 monks, Jinxie, Weiwu, and an older monk named Shizheng. But now the older monk has left for another temple. It said that a brother of his needed help, so he left. Now the temple is doing well, with dozens of monks residing there. But Weiwu was the elder monk who came later. He was very familiar with the temple's operations. Wow, thank you, thank you. Sakia carried the small coffee table and other miscellaneous items, while Weiwu helped her carry the rug, heading towards the guest room. No, I heard Sister Sakia is Master Jinxie's new disciple. Just let me know if you need anything. Master Jinxie has already told me you're a very important guest. Sakia was a little surprised. It seemed Jinxie had already made all the necessary preparations for her to come here to practice. Before, Sakia had felt flattered by this, but now she thought about it, it was probably more than just a favor. Jinxie was very serious about preparing Sakia's training sessions. With Weiwu's help, Sakia spent the entire afternoon arranging the room in perfect order. She laid a rug in the center of the room, placing a small coffee table and some tea sets in the middle. She moved the desk under the window for better light. It looks even better this way. Sakia was about to wipe her sweat when Weiwu offered her a towel. Ah, you're so thoughtful. Amitabha, Master Jinxie asked me to take care of Sister Sakia, so naturally, the more thoughtful the better. Watching Sakia wipe her face with the towel, the young monk Weiwu smiled, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. By the way, what's Master Jinxie been up to? He's been gone since he picked me up today, and he's dressed lightly, like he's going to do some manual labor? Amitabha. I don't really understand. Weiwu glanced around. But I heard Master Jinxie recently found a treasured site in the mountains. Maybe he went there? Sakia was curious. A treasured site? Yes, Master Jinxie has been there with a few of his disciples for the past week, armed with tools. They also seem to have ordered some wood from the foot of the mountain. After hearing Weiwu's description, Sakia pondered for a moment. It feels like they're building something? This conclusion seemed most plausible. That place seems to be. Placing a backflow incense tray on Sakia's coffee table and lighting a backflow incense stick, Weiwu revealed the approximate location of the treasure site. I see, Sakia said thoughtfully. After cleaning up the room, Monk Weiwu simply made some tea for Sakia. Since drinking tea in the afternoon might interfere with sleep, Weiwu brought some aged pu'er tea to brew. He also left a can of it in Sakia's room for her to drink. Hey! I remember Master Jinxie brewing this kind of tea last time I visited during the New Year holiday. The familiar smell reminded Shakia of something else. Yes, Master Jinxie highly recommends this kind of tea. It's drinkable in the afternoon and won't affect sleep at night. Over time, it became popular in this Zen temple. Weiwu and Shakia sat cross-legged at the coffee table on the carpet, sipping tea and chatting. Shakia had pretty much learned all about the Zen temple. Sister Shakia, it's dinner time. Let me get you some food. Do you have a lunchbox? The young monk Weiwu was quite helpful, but wouldn't that be too much trouble for him? No problem, I can eat in the cafeteria. Shakia didn't mind the trip. I just wondered if the monks would be surprised to see a female donor in the cafeteria. Weiwu was a clever little fellow, and his words seemed to make sense. Well, Shakia wasn't bothered to move today. She was a bit exhausted from cleaning and setting up the dorm this afternoon. That's fine. Then I leave it to you, little monk. Shakia nodded, took out her lunch box, and handed it to Weiwu. Okay, leave it to me. Weiwu walked to the door with the lunch box, then suddenly turned and gave another instruction. But, Sister Shakia, be prepared. The vegetarian meals here don't have meat. No problem. I'm fine with skipping them for now. She said that outwardly, but Shakia was still a little worried. Going without meat for a meal or two wasn't a problem. But if she didn't get enough protein after training and expending so much energy, it could be a problem. The cafeteria was on the other side of the Zen temple. Jinxie's Zen temple wasn't very large, and the young monk Weiwu returned soon. Here you go. Okay, thank you, Weiwu. Shakia took the lunch box and thanked Weiwu with a smile. Then I take my leave. Weiwu respectfully folded his hands before Shakia and left the room, closing the door for her from the outside. The little monk was chubby and short, looking rather cute, and so polite that Shakia genuinely took a liking to him. Chapter 152. It was indeed the vegetarian meal at the temple, consisting of rice and some unnamed dishes. As Weiwu had said, these dishes were vegetarian, but they were incredibly delicious, and the texture was just as good as meat. They might be made with something like soy protein, completely different from the simple vegetarian dishes I remembered from the temple. Great. Looks like I don't have to worry about food for now. Besides, Jinxie has been preparing healthy diets for Shakia, so the training will definitely improve the diet. Okay, then, let's eat and rest in peace today. That being said, after finishing her meal, washing her lunch box, and sitting in front of her computer for a while, Shakia felt that it was still early, and it would be a shame not to take a walk. In that case, why not go see what that treasured land that Weiwu had revealed Master Jinxie had found? Shakia activated her phone's GPS and began to check the location Weiwu had mentioned. The treasured land he mentioned was in a nearby forest park. It wasn't far to walk there, only about 20 minutes. This Master Jinxie is also interesting. Is there some new construction going on at the Zen temple over there? I never heard of it before. It was getting dark, but thankfully, there were streetlights along the road leading to the forest park. Shakia and the others had been here before during the temple fair. This forest park is right at the very end. Shakia passed by the place where she met Mianjin Ge before and noticed several iron railings at the intersection deep inside, indicating a construction zone. Straight near the cordon were some tools and water bottles. It looked like some people were working on something inside. Sakia stepped over the railing and peeked inside. She spotted a series of tangled footprints leading up the mountain wall, behind the bushes and trees. A few battery-powered streetlights lined the path. It certainly looked like a construction site. Interesting. Sakia was just out for a stroll, so a quick glance wouldn't hurt a thing. She quietly followed the footprints to the mountain wall and discovered a cave. There seemed to be a light at the other end of the cave, and the sounds of construction. It seemed this was indeed the treasure trove Master Jinxie had discovered. What was he building? Sakia quietly entered the cave, wandering for a while along the winding, descending path, then poked her head out from the exit to peer inside. This truly is a treasure trove. Before her lay a beautiful little canyon. It looked like a secret place enclosed within the mountain wall. She wondered how Master Jinxie had discovered it and carved a cave leading to it. A stream flowed at the bottom of the small valley, and flowers bloomed on the ground. The mountain walls were densely covered with thick vines and the tangled roots of old trees. Even at night, illuminated by the construction lights, one could glimpse its magnificent beauty. Inside, Jinxie was leading several monks, driving wooden stakes into the ground and tying ropes. While other monks worked piecemeal with tools, Jinxie wielded his abilities, quickly shaping the stakes and materials into the required shapes by hand, and then ramming them into the ground. With a single thrust of Jinxie's hand, the sharpened stakes, empowered by the fluctuations of life energy, were firmly embedded in the rock wall, forming a series of wooden plank paths. Amazing! Shakia watched Jinxi's construction work, his posture completely different from the other monks, and couldn't help but admire him inwardly. But the other monks seemed accustomed to it. While Jinxi was hammering away with his bare hands, they just kept on hammering away without even looking up. This secret valley already had some existing facilities, like plum blossom piles. Is this amusement park going to be built? Jinxi is trying to expand and strengthen the Zen temple. Never mind, it's time to go back, or I won't have enough energy tomorrow. Shakia thought, quietly retreating. Since Master Jinxi and the others were busy, she didn't want to disturb them. Stop, stop! The purpose of the walk had been achieved. It was best to return to the room and rest. Shakia didn't encounter anyone else along the way. The mountain park was deserted at night. Shakia couldn't help but quicken her pace. Just like a run, Shakia jogged all the way back to her room in half the time it took to get there. That night, Shakia adjusted to the guest room and retired early. The mountain air was fresh, and Shakia slept soundly. At 8:30 a.m., Venerable Jinxi knocked on the door. He expected Shakia to wake up, and then slowly open it. To his surprise, after only 3 knocks, Shakia had already opened the door, already dressed in her workout clothes. Good morning, Venerable Jinxi. What kind of training will we start today? Shakia looked up early and in good spirits. Of course, she had gone to bed before 10 a.m. last night, and was up at 6:30 a.m. this morning. Your disciple is in good spirits, and I'm very pleased. Here, this is for you. Put it on. Jinxi nodded in satisfaction, noticing Shakia's high spirits. Wait a moment. Shakia closed the door for a moment, leaving Jinxi to wait outside. When she opened it again, Shakia was already wearing a long robe. Is this a Tai Chi training outfit? Shakia examined her attire. It was light and flowing, evoking a certain sage-like air. Yes, then follow me. I give you my first mission on the way. Let's go have breakfast together, and then we get started. Jinxi watched Shakia change into her outfit, and thought it suited her perfectly. Okay. And so, Shakia began her first mission early in the morning. This weekend, spring was in full bloom, and with the New Year holiday over, spring had arrived once more. Bruce and Longsheng had finally waited for this day. They had finally gotten Jinxi's permission to go to the Zen temple to learn Life Ripple Kung Fu. After returning home, they received information from Jinxi. It looked like an application form. It seemed to be something like a Health Ripple Qigong training class. There were also some hand-drawn promotional images, quite nicely done. Though he was hesitant to sign up for the class, Bruce was still very happy to help Longsheng pay the tuition. The tuition seemed a bit expensive though. The class started at 10 a.m., and the two of them were already a little late when they woke up, so they quickly took a DD Express and rushed to Jinxi Zen Temple. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, right on time, at 10 a.m. In the outer courtyard of the Zen Temple, a dozen or so people in Tai Chi uniforms were already waiting. Hey, young men. Are you two from the Qigong training class? One of the older men saw the two young men running towards them breathlessly, and turned to greet them. Yes, yes. Well, it seems we made it. Longsheng panted and laughed. You're new here, right? You haven't been given your training uniforms yet. Just ask for the new teacher when she arrives. The uncle said. Oh, okay. Speaking of which, a new teacher? Bruce was puzzled. Wasn't Jinxi teaching this Qigong class herself? Why did he feel a bit ripped off? Bruce was just wondering when the uncle's voice interrupted him. Ah, there's a new teacher. A beautiful lady, not an old lady. Huh? When the female teacher was mentioned, Bruce and Longsheng glanced where everyone was looking. Shakia? The female teacher who had emerged was none other than Shakia. Chapter 153. Good morning, everyone. I'm the new teacher, Qin Yun. Starting today, I be teaching. Shakia still used the pseudonym Qin Yun, apparently instructed by Jinxi. She had initially thought her first assignment would be something else, but it turned out to be teaching the training class in place of Mr. Shi. Although Shakia was a little surprised, since it was Jinxi's arrangement, she had no choice but to dutifully comply. Furthermore, teaching a general class was a sign of recognition for Shakia's cultivation. In other words, in Jinxi's opinion, Shakia's current cultivation level was on par with Mr. Shi's. In the crowd, Shakia spotted Longsheng and Bruce, staring blankly at her. The three of them locked eyes. But Shakia gave them a look, indicating they could come back to her when they could rest. Ahem, everyone, just follow my instructions. After all, there were so many students here, the class was more important. Bruce and Longsheng suppressed their urge to ask Shakia questions and began the class. It must be said that Shakia discovered she had quite a talent for teaching. While it took only breakfast time for Jinxie to explain the course content and general information about the students, she also informed Shakia about Longsheng and Bruce's upcoming classes. In fact, the Qigong class wasn't difficult at all. The basic techniques were similar to traditional Tai Chi. The popularized version of life energy Kung Fu taught to the public was essentially just a physical fitness technique. Even an ordinary person, even if they spent their entire lives, would hardly be able to reach the strength of Jinxie and Sakya. Humans have their limits, and in a sense, through their resonance with the root cube, the executors have surpassed them. The only physical fitness techniques now offered to the public are those that Jinxie has selected and researched, making them accessible to the public. Furthermore, running a temple and operating Swagger requires substantial capital, so Master Jinxie is also actively seeking ways to increase revenue. Sakya has long been familiar with these matters under Mr. Shi's instruction. So, she is fully capable of teaching the students. Come on, everyone, follow my rhythm. Exhale, inhale. Sakya led the students in a breathing technique. You have to say, she really teaches it well. Bruce whispered to Longsheng from the last row. Yes, yes. Wearing the training clothes makes me feel ethereal. Longsheng was also mesmerized by Shakia. Although he had seen her often, this was the first time he had seen her in such attire. Shakia really looked great in these Tai Chi robes. And this breathing technique seemed to be working. Bruce and Longsheng followed suit, feeling as if a pool of water, within them, had been activated with each inhalation and exhalation. Before, their bodies had been a stagnant pool, but suddenly, it was as if a tidal pull had invigorated this stagnant water. My body became lighter. Bruce began to feel this way. Power seemed to surge within him. This was the feeling of the powerless Longsheng. A strange increase in power. This was a sentiment shared by both of them. The 45-minute morning class ended quickly. Because there were quite a few new students, Sakya started with the very basics. The advanced course, which began at 2 p.m., was taught by Master Jinxie herself. This training class had previously been taught by Mr. Shi and Jinxie, but this time, Mr. Shi had family matters, and would be arriving at the Zen temple later, so Sakya took over. After Sakya finished her class and walked to the backyard, Bruce and Longsheng immediately followed. Hey, I didn't expect you to be teaching us. Aren't you going to school? Longsheng ran up to Sakya excitedly. Yes, I went to school initially just to cover my identity. Then the clan attacked, and my presence there wasn't much point anymore. Besides, now I have Master Jinxie to train with, Sakya explained. I see. By the way, your dress looks great. Longsheng complimented. Shakia smiled and said, Really? That's reassuring. I was just worried it would look weird. No. Speaking of which, where can we get our training uniforms? Longsheng and the others came over to pick up their uniforms. Oh, I take you there later. I was just shocked to see you two attending this training class. What were you thinking? Of course, I want to get stronger and not hold you back. We're Schwager's family members, after all, and we want to contribute to everyone. Longsheng's thought was beautiful and simple, and Shakia was touched. Hey, you could definitely contribute elsewhere. You don't have to go to the front lines. Shakia, on the other hand, believed that both serving on the front lines and supporting the logistics were contributing. Not at all. Sometimes it's not us who go to the front lines, it's the front lines that come to us. Bruce approached. That makes sense. Shakia hadn't expected these two seemingly clueless young men to be so thoughtful. But your teaching is truly excellent. I'm truly impressed. Bruce bowed to Shakia. From now on, Longsheng and I are considered Jinxie's disciples, and you're our senior sister. Ah, is this true? Shakia was left in a state of confusion by Bruce's sudden seriousness. What concerned her was when Jinxie had accepted another disciple. Bruce, just because I agreed to let you attend the class doesn't mean you're my disciples. At that moment, Master Jinxie emerged from the back gate, carrying a lunchbox. He overheard the three people's conversation. Huh? This? Bruce was astonished. Ah, Master Jinxie, you're here. Shakia also turned and greeted Jinxie. I should have told you too why I don't accept disciples. But if you're willing to come here as a student, it's fine. After all, you pay tuition. Tuition? Master Jinxie, how much did you charge? Shakia pouted, looking at Bruce and Longsheng. A 4-month semester, come at least once every weekend. A total of 50,000 yuan. Longsheng answered quickly. Oh my, it's so expensive. Shakia stuck out her tongue. Currently, the beginner class is taught by Shakia, and you two are now considered her disciples. Jinx's argument made perfect sense, and no one could argue with it. However, your tuition fee has shown me your determination. Therefore, I will allow you to stay all weekend and observe and participate in some of Sakia's training. I see. Sakia knew that for ordinary people, this was already a very favorable offer. Students who paid normally would never have the opportunity to witness the more advanced methods and practices. It can be said that the parts Jinxie agreed to let Bruce and Longshan observe and participate in were priceless. Well, do you want to have lunch together? After the afternoon training session, Sakia, your training will enter the second phase. Jinxie asked the three of them. Okay, take me with you. Bruce planned to spend as much of his weekends at the Zen temple as possible for the next 4 months. Having lunch with Master Jinxie was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't ask for more. Let's go! Longshan was also going. Wait, I go get my lunch box. Sakia's lunch box was still in the dorm. It's okay, there are plates for lunch there, Jinxie said. I'm just used to eating from my own bowl. This was a good habit. Bruce decided to give himself and Longshan a full lunch box when he came back next week and leave it in Sakia's dorm, so they could just take it when they needed it. Chapter 154. After lunch, Jinxie took a short nap before heading to class. He asked Shakia to take Bruce and Longshan to nap or review. When he was done with his work, he would come to the dormitory to find Shakia. Master Jinxie is so busy. This was Longshan's day to witness Master Jinxie firsthand. He and Bruce planned to observe Shakia's training session before returning. Okay, let's go and rest for a while. We still don't know what the training will be like. Shakia didn't feel like wandering around the Zen temple with the two of them. It would be better to take a nap and prepare for the afternoon training. Well, wouldn't it be nice to take a nap after lunch? Bruce yawned and agreed. But he couldn't just let these two go lie down in his dormitory, could he? Where should he put them? Shakia pondered for a moment. It seemed like it was time for the young monk Weiwu to make his appearance. Finding Weiwu in the main hall, Shakia explained the situation to him. So you're Shakia's friend. Come on, I take you to the guest rooms. Weiwu put on a resigned smile and prepared to lead Bruce and Longshan out. Such a cute little monk. I leave it to you then. Longshan had never met Weiwu before, and at first glance, he struck him as small but trustworthy. Well, I start calling you. Everyone, take a good nap. Shakia waved goodbye to the two who were being led to the guest rooms, then turned and walked back to the dormitory. There's nothing better than getting up early to work, having lunch, and then having a nice nap. The lazy spring sun slanted into Shakia's dormitory. The curtains were drawn across the windows, leaving only a slit for sunlight to filter in. Shakia lay in bed, her alarm set for 2:30. There was still over an hour left, so she might as well lie down and enjoy herself. After lying in the guest room for about 40 minutes, Bruce felt he was almost done. It wasn't good to take a nap too long. As a regular gym goer, he naturally managed his own rhythm of exercise and rest. Hey, Longshan, wake up. Let's go observe Master Jinxie's class. Bruce nudged Longshan, who was in the next bed. It was clear that Longshan didn't want to get up once he'd fallen asleep. Oh, I want to lie down a little longer. Wake up. We're both here to practice, not for an outing. Bruce dragged Longshan to his feet. Dragging Longshan excitedly to the Zen courtyard, Bruce watched from the side as Jinxie taught a few advanced students, each move with vigor and energy. Master Jinxie wore his usual dark gray monk's robes. There were about 10 advanced students, 2 or 3 women, the rest all men. Most were in their 20s or 30s. They were each practicing their moves, while Jinxie would occasionally correct their posture, power generation, and so on. Jinxie also noticed the 2 spectators, but because she was instructing the students, she simply made eye contact and nodded. See? Only here can we see real kung fu. Bruce patted Longshan excitedly. Hey, your eyes tell you mastered it, but your body says you haven't. What's the point of just watching? Longshan felt that it still required a master's step-by-step instruction to be effective. That's wrong. Are you too new here, young men? A student in his 20s nearby seemed to disagree. Yes, we're in the beginner class. And we just arrived today. Longshan noticed the young man was tall and muscular, looking like a seasoned martial artist. Haha, so that's how it is. Then it's no surprise he says something like that. The sturdy young man laughed. Martial arts isn't just about hands-on instruction from a master. Personal observation and reflection are also crucial, the young man continued. Look at me, even though I'm standing by to rest, I'm carefully observing the key points Master Jinxie points out when he corrects others, and reflecting on whether I'm doing it right. This is a common practice in any traditional martial art. So that's how it is. Thank you, senior brother, for the pointers. Bruce thought these advanced students looked quite impressive. It was clear that they all had a solid foundation in martial arts. It was completely different from the casual Tai Chi practice of the beginners. Good luck. You're just entering the beginner class, so you definitely need to start with breathing techniques. Mastering that will allow you to master the subsequent moves. This was advice from a senior, and Bruce and Longsheng nodded repeatedly. By the way, there's a new female teacher here. I never seen her before. What's her name? The young man seemed to be referring to Shakia. Are you talking about me? Hello, I'm Qin Yun. Speaking of the devil, Shakia came over after her nap and happened to see what was happening. She was no longer wearing the training robes she had worn to class. Instead, he changed into a shabby, old-fashioned maroon striped tracksuit. Good. You're here, just in time to meet the students in the advanced class. Jinxie, seeing Shakia arrive, smiled and introduced the students to her. Master Jinxie, is this the new teacher teaching the beginner class? Why haven't I seen her before? Which class did she graduate from? She looks quite young. How is her skill? The students began to chatter. Ba. If the students want to know, they can go and spar with teacher Qin Yun in person. Hearing Jinxie's words, not only Longsheng and Bruce, but even Shakia's eyes widened in confusion. Okay. Shakia knew this might be Jinxie's whim, but it was still the second phase of training. With a helpless, wry smile on her face, Shakia walked over to the students. So? Who's going first? Master Jinxie walked past the students. Let me do it, Master Jinxie. The young man who had spoken to Bruce and Longsheng earlier stepped forward. He hopped his feet twice on the ground to stretch his muscles. Okay, it's you, Yan Long. Master Jinx's lips curled up, his intention unclear. I knew he'd go. After all, he's the provincial martial arts champion. The one with the most advanced martial arts skills here. Listening to the discussions from the other academies, Bruce realized this young man was no ordinary person. A provincial martial arts champion. How many seconds can he hold his own against Shakia? Longsheng, however, began to worry about this young man named Yan Long. Having witnessed Shakia fight up close, Longsheng had a good sense of proportion. However, he had never seen Shakia engage in a martial arts duel, and he had no idea how strong her martial arts foundation was. Before, he had only seen her fight those monstrous followers and engage in their own epic battles. But sparring with someone skilled in martial arts is a completely different matter. Although he knew Shakia would likely not lose, Longsheng was still eager to see what kind of skill Shakia would demonstrate in a martial arts match. Chapter 155. Teacher Qin Yun, please. Ladies first. Yan Long faced Shakia and took a stance. You're welcome, Yang. Shakia, however, urged her to strike first, and she herself adopted no stance, standing naturally as usual. She wasn't interested in titles like provincial martial arts champion. She felt that judging a person's strength depended on a fight. Don't be so modest, Yan Long, attack with all your might. Jinxie's words surprised Yan Long. Could the young woman before him be so formidable? Seeing Jinxie say this, Shakia wondered what Jinxie was up to. Was this meant to establish Shakia's authority among the students? Perhaps a test for her? Perhaps in martial arts schools, newcomers and veterans needed sparring to become familiar with each other. Well, since Master Jinxie has said so. I'm so sorry, Miss Qin Yun. Before he finished his words, Yan Long raised his leg and delivered a high kick. Bruce has been working out for years, and you can tell the power of that kick. This guy really went all out. In terms of physique, Bruce might be just as strong as him, but the muscles and physique developed through fitness training are still very different from those of a martial artist. Although Bruce also enjoys martial arts, at best he's only practiced a little karate and kendo, and both were at a beginner's level. Since this guy is a martial arts champion, he's already considered a martial artist. If Bruce were to fight him, he'd probably be defeated before he even saw the light. The kick landed swiftly on Shakia's chin. Everyone watching was horrified. Even Yan Long hadn't expected teacher Qin Yun to be standing right there before him, her eyes seemingly looking elsewhere, seemingly completely out of focus. This kick might have knocked out a few of this beautiful woman's teeth, which would have been a major incident. Only Master Jinxie remained impassive, expressionless. No. Yan Long's kick didn't feel like it struck anything hard. It was like he was kicking air, feeling nothing. Look! The students watching exclaimed again. Shakia, following the force of Yan Long's kick, her body as light as a feather, performed a backflip at breakneck speed. Then she landed gently back where she had been standing. As expected of Shakia, Long Sheng finally felt relieved. This is force dissipation. It's quite advanced, Master Jingxi explained. Shakia had already begun learning this technique under Mr. Shi's training. It was an ultimate defensive move. Although she rarely had the opportunity to use it in battles against her clan, Shakia hadn't fallen behind in her fighting skills against humanoid opponents. Plus, Shakia was female and light, making it easier for her to use force dissipation. Young Yan Long, the provincial martial arts champion, was also shocked. He had heard Master Jingxi mention the concept of force dissipation in the advanced class, but none of them knew how to do it, and they had never practiced it in person. Shakia still remembered that when Mr. Shi was teaching her force dissipation, he had used this example. That's about mosquitoes. A single raindrop can weigh up to 50 times a mosquito's own body weight. To a mosquito, what we call drizzle is no less devastating than a car falling from the sky. High-speed video captured by the research team shows that when struck by raindrops, mosquitoes don't resist them. Instead, they become one with the drops, following their downward trajectory. When a raindrop strikes a mosquito's wings or legs, it tilts toward the affected side, performing a challenging sideways roll of up to 50 degrees to let the raindrop slide off its side. When a raindrop strikes a mosquito directly, it initially follows the powerful force of the raindrop, then quickly maneuvers sideways to separate from the drop and resume flight. The research team found that if a raindrop strikes a mosquito resting on immovable ground, the drop's velocity instantly decreases to zero, exerting a force equivalent to multiples of its own body weight, enough to be fatal. When a mosquito is struck midair and adopts a non-resistance strategy, the impact force is reduced to 50 to 300 times its own weight, equivalent to a feather pressing down on it. A force it can withstand. The difference between the two is like punching a steel plate versus punching a cotton ball. Although a mosquito may appear as fragile as duckweed in the wind, swaying unsteadily under the impact of a raindrop, it is precisely because of its insignificant weight that, upon impact with the raindrop barely slows down. The kinetic energy doesn't convert into energy and strike the mosquito, but instead accelerates the mosquito instantly, thereby neutralizing the massive impact of the rapidly falling raindrop. This is what Mr. Shi had said to Shakia. It seemed like this might be a very advanced technique. The students in the advanced class were so surprised by what they saw. Surely no one else could master it. Only then did Shakia realize the terrifying talent she possessed as an executor, a warrior from ancient times. Thank you. Now, it was Shakia's turn to strike. The opponent didn't seem to be using any breathing techniques, so Shakia would simply fight him with her fists and feet. Shakia finally took up her stance. However, this stance seemed slightly different from the one Jingxi had taught the current group of students. Could it be a more advanced form? Wow, I don't know what it is, but it looks impressive. Long Sheng watched the exchange with fascination. I think her stance looks a bit like Wing Chun. Amazing. Bruce, who had some knowledge of martial arts, also watched the two's movements with excitement. Teacher Qin Yun, it looks like you practiced Wing Chun? Thank you for your help. Yan Long wouldn't give his opponent time to attack if his strikes missed. His style in martial arts competitions was to force his opponent to match his rhythm, rather than playing rounds. He had defeated opponents practicing Wing Chun before, and he himself had learned the techniques of many martial arts schools. Wing Chun is a southern form of Yangue boxing, popular in Guangdong and Fujian in its early years. This style was first introduced in Yongchun County, Fujian, where it was created by Yan Sanyang. The name Wing Chun was derived from the place name, so it's known as Wing Chun. Some also call it Wing Chun after Yan's name. Since this style was originally created by a woman, it's not surprising that Sakia would be learning it. Furthermore, Yan Long saw that the woman before him was only demonstrating a very basic stance, and it didn't appear she would use any unusual moves. Wing Chun practitioners often wow audiences and students by knocking their opponents to the ground with a single punch from just a foot away. For years, martial artists have attempted to master this technique, with some succeeding, others failing. The secret of the inch punch has existed for centuries. Yan Long had experienced its power in previous fights with Wing Chun fighters. However, he ultimately prevailed thanks to his targeted defense. If he were facing a woman practicing Wing Chun this time, he might have to hold back to avoid a disgraceful defeat. Shakia and Yan Long simultaneously approached each other, ready for a clash. Yan Long understood that Wing Chun's wrist flick and inch punch were its secrets. The wrist flick is a crucial component of the inch punch. When a fighter aligns his feet and arms in a straight line, he can generate a powerful force through wrist flicking. After dodging and defending against the inch punch, he can then launch a defensive counterattack. Chapter 156. Regarding wrist shaking, the standard technique is The boxer touches the opponent's striking area with the second knuckle of the middle finger, then violently shakes the wrist. The advantages of this sudden force are obvious. When the wrist shake is released, the boxer's body becomes static for a moment, and the force transmitted by the wrist shake is transmitted to the knuckles, and then strikes the target. This allows the boxer to temporarily store all the force generated during the punch, and then rebound it back onto the target. Martial artists are well aware that the shorter burst of force generated by the wrist shake when punching forward is more destructive. As long as you understand the principle, there's no reason to lose. Yan Long had previously defeated his opponent by relying on his understanding of Wing Chun. Just stay out of the way, and use your legs to attack from a distance. That was his plan. Another swift kick was launched, this time a forward thrust. After this kick, Yan Long suddenly felt dizzy. After kicking Shakia, Yan Long felt as if his memory had been cut off. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Not only Yan Long, but the other onlookers were also stunned. They had no idea what had happened. Hey, Bruce, I saw that martial arts champion fall down after that kick. And he slid quite a distance? Long Sheng saw it indeed. What on earth just happened? The other students craned their necks, curiously watching Yan Long, who had been sent flying several meters. Shakia, however, smiled at Master Jingxi. Master Jingxi nodded approvingly. Very good. Shakia turned and pulled Yan Long to his feet, sprawled on the ground, brushing the dust off him. Bruce pursed his chin, still pondering the incident. There was no way Yan Long had fallen on his own. Shakia must have done something. No, I can't imagine. Bruce sighed, realizing he was still too weak. Of course, it wasn't Bruce's fault. No one present except Jingxi knew what Shakia had done. Yan Long seemed bewildered as well. This power, so incomprehensible to him, convinced him of the woman before him. Are you okay? Shakia asked Yan Long. Ah, I'm fine. What happened just now? Teacher Qin Yun is amazing. Shakia didn't answer, but simply smiled at him. Yan Long patted himself, seemingly unharmed. He didn't know that, to others, he had been lying on the ground for half a minute without getting up. Of course, no one dared to tell him. You've seen before that Teacher Qin Yun is a master of force dissipation. Jingxi then began to explain to the students. Force dissipation can be used as a defense, and the ultimate form of defense is offense. Shakia simply followed Yan Long's force, adapting to it, while also strengthening it. Yan Long was carried away by her kick, and fell to the ground. Shakia had previously assumed a Wing Chun stance, but hadn't mentioned using any Wing Chun techniques. At this point, everyone suddenly understood and applauded Shakia. Don't worry, as long as you continue this course, students, sooner or later you will master the secret of force dissipation. Jinx's words excited the students. It seemed this monk was quite eloquent. If this continued, the Zen temple would be making a fortune. Bruce, Longsheng, and Shakia were also stunned. As expected of Master Jingxi, the three of them practically said the same thing in their minds. Jingxi felt that Shakia's basic skills were quite good, so they could get down to business later this afternoon. And Shakia's near-instant victory over the provincial martial arts champion in front of the students had also boosted her popularity among the students right from the start. The students were even more enthusiastic about the afternoon's advanced class thanks to Shakia's participation. For Jingxi, she seized the opportunity of Shakia's visit to spar with the most skilled of the students. She could test Shakia's skills, raise her profile among the students, and promote the course. 3 birds with 1 stone. The afternoon's advanced class quickly came to a close. Thanks to Shakia's sudden appearance, everyone enjoyed the training to the fullest. After the class, Master Jingxi and I saw the students off, and the Zen temple returned to its usual quiet. You did well today, Jingxi said as she entered the main entrance, addressing Shakia, Bruce, and Longsheng. All 3 of you. Bruce and Longsheng smiled happily at Master Jingxi's first direct praise. So when will my training begin? Shakia, however, looked nonchalant. She had been helping Jingxi with her work since morning, and then spent the afternoon playing with the students. Don't worry, disciple. Training has already begun. It started when I asked you to attend class this morning. Bruce and Longsheng exchanged bewildered glances. You're just asking me to work for you for free. Since Mr. Shi isn't here right now. Shakia had already discovered Jingxi's intentions, and she pouted unhappily. Communicating with the students, experiencing the feelings of leading and influencing them, is also part of spiritual practice. You've proven to be doing well. I leave the weekly beginners class to you. Well, of course. Isn't it just teaching everyone the movements? What's so difficult about that? Master Jingxi's words made so much sense. Shakia didn't know how to refute them. Teaching students wasn't a bad idea either. And he had taught students before, when Mr. Sure was here too. It seemed Master Jinxie only allowed recognized disciples to teach. Okay, then I leave the beginner's class to you, Teacher Shakia. Bruce and Longsheng took the opportunity to join in the fun, clasping their fists at Shakia. Okay, you two, stop joining in the fun. Jinxie suggested that everyone have some tea and rest. Then she'd take them to a nice place where Shakia's training would begin. It finally looks like it's going to be something decent. Shea rubbed her hands excitedly, still feeling a little bit of anticipation. The three of them went to Jinxie's meditation room and drank tea. While Shakia and the others were drinking tea, Jinxie rummaged around inside. Finally, she found a box. Here. Wear this when you train with me later. Shakia took the box, puzzled, and opened it to reveal a strange mask. The mask was all black, with some golden patterns on it. The material looked like some kind of metal, but it was light and thin. More than a mask, it resembled a gas mask before the gas filter cartridge was installed. This is a breathing technique training device. With it, your training will be twice as effective with half the effort. Venerable Master Jinxie even said so. It certainly looks like a treasure. Chapter 157. Breathing Technique Trainer. Shakia took the treasure and examined it. Soon, after a short rest, Jinxie took Shakia to the training ground he had prepared specifically for her. Let's go! What are you waiting for? Aren't you looking forward to watching me train? Shakia smiled at Longsheng and Bruce. Wait a moment, disciple, go change into the same clothes you wore for training. Master Jinxie suddenly said. What? You're not wearing these training clothes anymore? Training clothes are for students to wear during class. Your training will be more intense, so it's best to change into something else. Hearing Jinxie's words, Shakia swallowed. Go quickly. I meet you at the gate. Since that was the case, he obeyed. Bruce and Longsheng were wearing casual clothes. They had just received their training clothes and hadn't even opened them yet. Shakia returned to her dorm and donned the quick-drying tights she brought for exercise. These were the ones Master Sure had worn during her lessons at the Swagger base. Wow! This looks great! Longsheng exclaimed excitedly. Shakia left to find Longsheng and Bruce staring blankly. The tights seemed too stimulating for them both. Shakia had no choice but to go back inside and put on a sports jacket. When she reached the front door, she saw Jinxie, also dressed in plain sportswear, looking like a gym teacher from a dozen years ago. She even had a whistle hanging around her neck. What's going on? Are we going to have gym class? Bruce found this amusing. Well, it looks like everyone's ready. Follow me then. Jinxie led the three into the park across the street, then headed towards the forest park in the mountains. Isn't this the construction intersection I saw last night? Shakia thought to herself. Now they were on a small path within the forest park, turning into the woods. This area was still blocked off by iron railings last night. The training ground Master Jinxie mentioned, could it be? Sure enough, Jinxie led the three through a winding cave, finally arriving at this secret mountain retreat surrounded by a cliff. I thought they were building an amusement park, but it turned out to be a training ground for me. Shakia was a little surprised. Master Jinxie really had invested a lot in her training. Okay, starting today, your training officially begins. Whenever you train here, you need to wear the training device. Here are the training programs I prepared for you. I trust you'll be able to complete them well. I see. These look just like the equipment used in military training. Just complete them, and you're good to go? Shakia seemed unsure of the difficulty of the training facilities here. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable. Not only that, but here we train not only in physical strength and energy control, but also in the mind. As for the specifics, I explained them step by step. Master Jinxie was still explaining the training content of this secret realm to Shakia when Longsheng and Bruce, bored, began fiddling around. I feel like there are traps everywhere. Be careful, Bruce. Longsheng surveyed the rambling valley, dotted with strange installations. Oh, you're worrying too much. These are training facilities. I just take a look around, Bruce said, heading for a wooden bridge that connected to a field across the way. He wanted to see a facility on the cliff face. Strangely, the bridge wasn't anchored to two cliff faces. Instead, it was supported by a single wooden column, tucked into the pool below like a bamboo dragonfly. Huh? Jinxie spotted Bruce, swaying wildly. He was almost halfway across the distance. Not good. Jinxie turned around and saw that Bruce seemed to have triggered a trap. The bridge actually began to spin around the column, accelerating. Wow! Bruce hadn't anticipated the existence of such a contraption. He screamed, lost his balance, and fell into the pool. Bruce, Longsheng and Sakia ran to the cliff edge near the entrance, but it was too late to grab Bruce. Master Jinxie lunged forward, his footsteps still visible as lingering golden arcs of electricity. He leaped off the cliff, even hugging the sheer edge, sprinting down 10 meters before landing on the cliff face. He flew out and caught Bruce just in time. Master Jinxie? Bruce, with his eyes closed, exclaimed in surprise when he suddenly felt someone lift him up. He opened his eyes and saw it was Master Jinxie. The expected splash didn't happen. Sakia and Longsheng looked down and saw Master Jinxie, holding Bruce, standing on the surface of the water. The water beneath Jinxie's feet rippled in all directions, and a mysterious force lifted Jinxie to the surface. It was truly impressive. Sakia knew Master Jinxie's strength. Standing or walking on the surface shouldn't be a problem for him. But now, seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but marvel at it. Wow! You're standing on the surface! Master Jinxie is amazing! Bruce, seeing this, was also excited. Wow! Jinxie bent her knees, exerted force from her legs, and leaped from the water. The leap was nearly 10 meters high, carrying Bruce across the pool to Sakia and Longsheng in an instant. Amazing! Longsheng was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Although Sakia wasn't quite as surprised, she still had some doubts about whether she could do it. Still in shock, Bruce sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Bruce, Longsheng, you two better not touch the facilities here. Many of them require life energy to operate, Jinxie warned. Okay. Now Bruce didn't dare to mess around. Oh, I told you not to, Longsheng said helplessly. But Master Jinxie called Sakia to the bridge where Bruce had just been thrown. I was going to explain these facilities gradually. But since Bruce used them first, you might as well try them, disciple. Jinxie asked Sakia to try the rotating wooden bridge as well. According to Jinxie's explanation, this wooden bridge requires the use of life energy to unfold under your feet, clinging to the bridge tightly. Even during the high-speed rotation, you must ensure you don't get thrown off and reach the other side. Where did you learn how to use these atrocious amusement rides, Master? Sakia only then realized that while the training facilities here might appear simple and made of wood, they were no less impressive than those at the Shivaji. This was the training method I used in our original era, before I became an executor. Since your method of activating your spirit is similar to breathing techniques, I'd like to give it a try. I see. Although Jinxie's memory is fragmented, since he still remembers his training methods from back then, they're likely quite reliable. Then, Master Jinxie, why don't you practice with me? Perhaps you can restore the power of your spirit, Sakia said. Chapter 158. Jinxie shook her head, sounding somewhat heavy-hearted. It's useless. As long as I don't reclaim my root cube, I can only use my life energy to replace it and train you. As I said before, I'm also surprised you don't have any special abilities. Yet, you've been able to quickly learn what I taught you. This? Sakia was also puzzled. It's just my guess. It's because your mechanical soul is similar to mine. If you've forgotten how to use your mechanical soul due to amnesia, then try my old training methods. Perhaps that will help you remember. If you truly can't remember, learning how to use my mechanical soul is also a good idea. Jinxie's plan was quite thorough, and it reassured Sakia. Then, thank you very much. Sakia nodded. Then without further ado, let's try the 6 paths of reincarnation bridge. Master Jinxie extended his hand, inviting Sakia to test the facility. He had Sakia put on the breathing device before going up. Damn, that name is a bit domineering. Did I just get on something like this? Bruce was terrified. To be honest, if Jinxie hadn't rescued him in time, he might have actually entered the 6 realms of reincarnation. This toy looks a bit dangerous. Longsheng approached the bridge and watched Sakia slowly walk up. The bridge had stopped rotating after Bruce was thrown off. Sakia stepped onto the bridge cautiously. With Bruce's experience as a warning, she didn't dare act rashly. After putting on the metal mask, breathing became more difficult, and her breathing technique slowed down. The intervals between each breath grew longer, forcing Sakia to manage the energy generated with each breath. Is this the origin of the training device? Sakia slowly gathered her life force into the soles of her feet, pressing her shoes firmly against the bridge. Here it comes. When she reached almost the middle, the bridge began to spin. Oh! Enduring the dizziness of the spinning, while struggling to breathe through the mask, Sakia felt a sense of unease. Because she was wearing a mask, her breathing technique wasn't working as fast as usual, causing the suction force on her feet to lag behind the centrifugal force. And because she was losing balance during the spin, it was even harder to stay upright. Ah! Shakia flailed her arms in the air, her whole body swaying back and forth. Finally, she fell backwards and onto the rotating wooden bridge. Ouch! Shakia's fallen. Master Jinxie, please save her. Longsheng watched anxiously as Shakia plummeted toward the pool. But Jinxie seemed completely motionless. After all, this was cultivation. Damn! She got thrown off. But just because Jinxie could float didn't mean Shakia couldn't. Infusing her feet with life energy, Shakia didn't make as much of a splash as Jinxie, but at least she landed steadily on the surface. It seemed the water only covered her insteps, so getting her shoes wet wasn't a big deal. As long as she didn't get soaked, it was fine. Huff, huff. This mask really doesn't allow for strenuous exercise. A moment of panic caused Shakia's breathing to quicken, and she felt suffocated. Her face was now flushed red from the difficulty breathing. Jinxie watched Shakia struggling to hold her ground beneath the pool and blew a whistle. This must have been a call for her to ascend. Don't worry if you can't make it up. There's a rope nearby to help you climb up. Jinxie called to Shakia from above. Shakia nodded and began searching for a rope. Seeing the valley from the height of the pool for the first time was truly breathtaking. Sunlight streamed in from above, casting streaks of light onto the moss on the rock face. The green of the moss contrasted beautifully with the trees growing on the other side. Of course, it wasn't just green. The edge of the pool was also covered in red, yellow, and white flowers. Jinxie really knew how to choose a spot. Captivated by the beautiful scenery, Shakia hadn't paid much attention to her breathing techniques. She finally spotted a thick rope dangling from the cliff face a few steps away, knots tied at regular intervals for climbing. So, all she had to do was walk over and grab onto it and climb up. Remember your breathing, Jinxie warned from above. Shakia then realized she was sinking deeper into the water. A chill crept up from her instep to her knees. Oh my! I was distracted. Shakia hurriedly treaded water toward the rope. Luckily, the water had only reached her knees. Any slower would have soaked her. This, it seemed, was why Jinxie had told her to change into quick-drying clothing. After all, there was a pool beneath the training ground. Training here, getting wet is a common occurrence. I bet she'd be soaking wet in no time, Bruce whispered quietly to Longsheng. What? That exciting. Longsheng's expression brightened upon hearing this. Great. The two turned and smiled at Shakia, who had just emerged from the pool. Although she didn't know what the two over there were staring at her for, Shakia wasn't paying attention to them at the moment. Who? After climbing dozens of meters of rope with this mask on, Shakia had never felt so exhausted. Although breathing techniques can strengthen the body, this mask completely destroyed the familiar feeling of breathing techniques. Her breathing was completely disordered. She even lacked the strength she had before using the breathing techniques. She held her knees and panted, but she couldn't breathe properly, which made her feel very uncomfortable. It seemed a bit too much at first. Even Jinxie scratched her head, muttering to herself. It's okay. I get used to it first. Huh? Shakia waved at Jinxie, and she sat down to rest for a while. Okay, disciple, I'm very pleased to see you do this. I grant you a 1-minute break. Even if Jinxie allowed a break, there was a time limit, otherwise, it wouldn't be considered training. A minute later, Shakia decided to try the carousel again. Try it a couple more times. If that doesn't work, try something else first. Today, I'm here to give you a taste. It's best to try everything, Jinxie said. I understand. 2 times is 2 times. It's such an interesting thing, I can't help but want to conquer it. Shakia rubbed her hands, ready for her second attempt. Donning her mask, she took a slow, deep breath, trying to regulate her breathing. This time, I can't be so embarrassed. Master Jinxie, I just need to get through this, right? Shakia asked before stepping onto the wooden bridge. Yes, Jinxie replied briefly. Then Shakia would have to change her strategy to get through this. She stepped onto the wooden bridge and slowly lay down. Chapter 159. She's lying down. Longsheng's mouth dropped open in surprise. This position. My phone. Bruce even secretly pulled his phone out of his pocket. Jinxie tilted her chin to her side, watching what method Shakia was going to use. Shakia was also desperate. As long as she could get through, she didn't care about the means. Yes, because she was wearing a mask, she couldn't use breathing techniques to gather enough energy to stick to the bridge. So, changing her position, using her hands and feet together, might help. That was exactly what Shakia was thinking. Although the position wasn't very elegant, keeping her hands and feet in contact with the wood gave her a lot of stability. Shakia began to slowly crawl across the wooden bridge. The bridge began to spin, but Shakia kept her hands and feet firmly glued to the planks, Shakia had already begun to understand the trick to this bridge. As soon as she reached the central axis, the bridge would begin to rotate, accelerating. Shakia felt like she was lying on one of the blades of a spinning propeller. She had to calculate her distance, focus on keeping her balance, and then, when the bridge she was on rolled over to the cliff platform on the other side, use the momentum to leap over and cross. With her thoughts clear, all that remained was practice. Because her breathing technique was now half as effective, Shakia could only struggle to channel the energy generated by each breath into her hands and feet, clinging to the bridge like a superhero in a movie. Okay. I managed to withstand the centrifugal force. Now I wait for my chance. First the left hand, then the right. First the right foot, then the left. Thinking this way, Shakia inched her way towards one end of the bridge. That way, she'd have a better landing when she jumped, since the bridge was nearly 20 meters long. No, I have to jump faster. The speed is getting faster. Shakia watched the scenery before her move faster and faster, and the dizziness grew stronger. The combination of breathlessness and the dizziness caused by centrifugal force forced Shakia to jump as quickly as possible. And she couldn't jump right when she was closest to the other platform. She had to master the direction of the centrifugal force. She's about to jump, Longsheng exclaimed. He watched Shakia crouch on the plank for a long time, the bridge spinning faster and faster. Finally, Shakia was still some distance away from the platform at the other end, but the increasing speed forced her to leap. Can you do it? Shakia felt uncertain as she leaped, feeling a little dizzy after all. She only estimated the force of her jump. But the inertia was truly formidable, flinging Shakia nearly 10 meters. Hey! Shakia plummeted from the air onto the other platform, where she landed, rolling several times to release the force. No matter how awkward her form, she found a way through this trap. Shakia rolled several times on the opposite platform, then staggered to her feet, panting as she raised her hand to Jinxie and the other two. She done it. Not bad. Master Jinxie nodded in satisfaction at Shakia's quick discovery of the trap. He blew a whistle, signaling the end of the experience. Excellent. Longsheng exclaimed, applauding Shakia first, and Bruce followed suit. Master Jinxie had noticed Shakia's unyielding spirit, and it was precisely because of this that he felt comfortable training her. Jinxie walked to the bridgehead, deactivated the mechanism, and crossed over. This time, Bruce and Longsheng remained where they were, not daring to move. Luckily, the platform where Shakia was standing also led down to the other side of the valley. Surrounding this valley were several training facilities. Bruce and Longsheng simply watched Jinxie approach Shakia, the two seemingly engaged in a conversation. Master Jinxie was probably explaining the training methods for each facility to Shakia. As for the specifics of their discussion, they had no idea. They simply watched Jinxie lead Shakia around the arena, their hands gesturing as they walked. Yes, they were even introducing themselves. Bruce and Longsheng could only stand there, waiting. A moment later, Jinxie led Shakia back to the entrance platform from the other side. They were walking up a plank path made of wooden stakes driven into the cliff face. Shakia remembered seeing Master Jinxie drive one stake into the cliff face last night. This construction method was truly unique. Oh! Seeing Master Jinxie leading Shakia back up after a circuit of the valley, Longsheng and Bruce waved and called out to them. How is it? This is your training ground. The training methods here are all the same ones I once used. Jinxie couldn't hide her proud smile. Master, you're so thoughtful. Do I have to train in all these disciplines one after another? Shakia was both impressed and a little uneasy. Just now, she seemed to have seen a few more rather brutal training facilities. Don't worry, Master will assign you to the appropriate facility based on your progress. At least, didn't you just pass the medium difficulty level? Jinxie smiled. I see. Shakia looked up at the 6 paths of reincarnation bridge in the distance. It turned out to be medium difficulty. Suddenly, Shakia felt something trip her and lurch. The scene before her suddenly spun. Wow! She found herself about to fall from the plank road into the pool. And, the moment she landed, she saw Jinxie's outstretched foot. Bruce and Longsheng, still unable to see clearly from a distance, saw Shakia stumble and fall into the water. What's wrong? Longsheng quickly ran to the edge of the pool and looked down. Suddenly, a golden light shone brightly on the surface of the water. In her panic, Shakia unleashed an unprecedented burst of energy. Splat! A high column of water splashed up from the surface, but it didn't wet Shakia's clothes. Stepping on the surface before hitting the water, Shakia leaped up from the surface, unexpectedly landing directly on the platform where Bruce and Longsheng were. 666. Bruce was stunned. Behind Longsheng, he didn't see what happened below. He only saw Shakia, radiating something like golden dough chi, leap up from below, far exceeding the platform, then drop to one knee and land on the ground. Who? Ha! After landing, Shakia's golden dough chi faded. She seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy, and she knelt on one knee, panting. As expected, Jinxie also slowly approached from the plank road. Master Jinxie, what are you doing? Chapter 160. As soon as Sakia spoke, Longsheng and Bruce realized what Master Jinxie had done. Just now Master Jinxie tripped me, right? Suddenly attacked, Sakia said to Jinxie, somewhat angrily. Don't worry, disciple. Did you just jump out of the water? So what? Sakia was still in shock, sweating profusely from the shock. She had been tripped by Jinxie, and suddenly fallen off the cliff. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Her body moved on its own, and she herself didn't even realize what had happened. But, after Jinxie said that, Sakia's mind went blank, and she suddenly burst into a wave of energy in this life or death situation. Your presence here confirms my suspicions. Jinxie spoke calmly. Shakia realized that, just like that time in the cyberspace, she would only unconsciously use the power of the spirit of mechanical energy Jinxie had mentioned in life or death situations. What you just used when you jumped up was the power of the spirit of mechanical energy. But it's clear that you can't yet freely draw it out. Jinxie stated bluntly. Damn it. Do I have to do this just to use it for a moment? Shakia was also losing her temper. She slumped down on the ground, unsure of what to do. Jinxie looked at Shakia, who was sitting on the ground, and reached out to pull her up. Let's go! Let's end our training today. She stood up helplessly, foreseeing that the training ahead would be quite difficult. Thus began Jinxie's spiritual practice. Every day, in addition to physical training, Shakia would also meditate. Meditation is also a great way to master one's abilities. It's not just about increasing physical strength and the energy available, but also about mastering every cell and every strand of energy in the body. On weekends, I teach during the day, while on weekdays, I conduct daily training sessions. Several days have passed, and Shakia's training is ongoing. Good. Another set. Jinxie, dressed in sportswear and whistling, looks like a coach. To the rhythm of his whistle, Shakia dangles upside down from a horizontal bar-like structure, holding a bucket in each hand. As the whistle sounds, she performs crunches with the buckets. A close look reveals a golden energy swirling around Shakia. Eating well and sleeping well are also crucial to ensuring effective training. Running, rock climbing, and meditation are all part of Shakia's daily routine these days. Some of Shakia's training exercises appear similar to those of ordinary athletes, but there's a slight difference. That is, athletes train their bodies and muscles, while Shakia appears to be training in physical strength, but in reality, she is practicing the vital energy and even the power of her spirit, channeled through breathing techniques. This energy is used to strengthen the body, move objects, or accomplish things that are impossible for ordinary people. Some events cannot be accomplished by physical strength alone without utilizing this energy. In other words, while Shakia is training in physical strength, she is also practicing the control and application of energy. Shakia began to use each of the training facilities in the valley one by one. Those plum blossom-like poles, stretching upward and downward, are wooden poles that only allow one foot to step on them. They look quite dangerous. But Sakia has to jump on them numerous times. If she falls, a bruised face is a minor issue. If she doesn't focus on her breathing techniques properly, it could be very dangerous. In addition to training in the valley using the facilities, Sakia must also work with Jinxie to strengthen her combat skills. Even when piloting the tram, it has a number of built-in weapons, but previous battles have revealed their significant limitations. Perhaps Tram's equipment was lost during the time warp, or perhaps it was never there in the first place. Regardless, in order to more effectively fight the familiar in the future, Sakia's own combat effectiveness must be significantly improved. This also has a bearing on Tram's combat effectiveness. Even if Tram is equipped with weapons manufactured here, Jinxie firmly believes that the power of the spirit is the key to unleashing Sakia's true combat power. During her time in the cyberspace, Shakia herself experienced the immense power of the spirit. Also, it was essential for Shakia to learn the techniques of weaponry. Shakia had already wielded firearms during her time with Swagger, so Jinxie primarily taught her how to use cold weapons. It was clear that Shakia had a foundation in military combat techniques, perhaps something her body had retained. She also possessed considerable skill in boxing. One reason was that Mr. Sher had taught her, and the other was that Shakia appeared to have practiced some form of martial arts. Jinxie vaguely remembered a few stances from their original era's military fighting techniques, but because she learned a different discipline back then, she wasn't fully familiar with them. Shakia wasn't required to master all 18 cold weapon techniques within 4 months. After consulting with Shakia about weapons, Jinxie decided to start with a one-handed sword, staff, and knife. These weapons would be useful in both physical combat and piloting a mecha. Furthermore, Shakia only had a few reflexes left in her body for the military fighting techniques she learned, and couldn't yet apply them in actual combat. One day, Jinxie attempted a sparring match with her, urging her to use those techniques whenever possible. What? Spar with me? I don't dare. You're too powerful. Shakia was surprised by Jinxie's first request for a sparring match. Don't worry, disciple. I just noticed something suspicious about you. Have you ever learned military combat techniques? No, Mr. Sure taught me. Military combat techniques? The kind that operators learn? Sakia hadn't learned them, but she seemed quite impressive. You sometimes use some unusual stances. Do you have any reason for doing so? Well, sometimes it feels like a reflex. Maybe I learned that before I lost my memory. Sakia couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was like she could fly a trom the first time she got on one. If my memory fragments are correct, it's a combat technique learned by the elite soldiers of the Tyrone Mobile Regiment. Jinxie reminisced and recounted this to Shakia. Shakia, who had lost her memory, loved hearing this, and she immediately perked up. The Tyrone Mobile Group. Isn't that the name Trom mentioned when he launched the organization? Perhaps. Trom and I were once part of that organization. Indeed, that should be the case. Then, let's spar, disciple. Perhaps we can remember more. Jinxie was right. A sparring match between two executors might yield something. Alright. The two of them arrived at the Zen Temple's outer courtyard. But she had long forgotten how to systematically apply the technique. Instead, she had combined it with Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and other martial arts she later learned, forming her own unique style. You really can't remember anything? Jinxie and Shakia kicked out simultaneously, their legs intertwining. They engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of attack and defense. Yes. Sometimes, the body simply reverts to a habitual movement. But when it's time to use it, it can't. Sakia threw a punch at Master Jinxie, but it came out in the shape of a sun. I remember. You sometimes start with that stance. And sometimes you dodge. Jinxie moved quickly with one hand, catching Sakia's two-handed punch. He grasped Sakia's small fist with his thumb, index finger, and middle finger. Sakia found she couldn't pull her fist free. Thank you, Master Jinxie. Sakia twisted her body again. Since Jinxie had her grip fixed, then this was it. Chapter 161. Sakia suddenly approached, twisting her body so that her back was facing Master Jinxie. Jinxie had just clamped down on Sakia's right fist. Take advantage of this. Sakia was about to unleash a throw to force Master Jinxie to release her grip. Excellent, disciple. Jinxie was carried from behind by Sakia, but her expression remained remarkably calm. The next step would be a back throw to the ground with both feet off the ground, right? But Sakia noticed that Jinxie neither loosened the 3 fingers holding her fist nor was she lifted up by her shoulder throw. Huh? Why did Master Jinxie seem to weigh 1,000 pounds? Sakia looked back. Several golden arcs of electricity flashed from the soles of his feet, firmly anchoring him to the ground. It seemed Master Jinxie had indeed outmaneuvered her. Very perceptive, soldier. Jinxie smiled and released her grip. Sakia turned to face Jinxie. Well, I don't know why, I just know what to do in this situation. Shakia ruffled her hair. Is it because I learned combat techniques in that mobile unit? Jinxie nodded. It seems your disciple has a lot of experience in combat. This is also a form of military combat. Let's take a break and go to the meditation room. In Jinxie's meditation room, he made tea as usual and chatted with Shakia. He had mentioned before that he was familiar with the military combat techniques Shakia used, and that he and Shakia learned from different systems. Aren't they both about hitting people? What's the difference? I think yours is a bit more powerful. Shakia chuckled as she sipped her tea. But Jinxie shook her head, saying that wasn't entirely certain. Shakia's reflexive use of the technique proved she was once a battle-hardened soldier. Jinxie decided to discuss the origins of his own kung fu with Shakia. The technique he currently uses and teaches to other students is a technique he developed through long periods of training after arriving in this era. It incorporates some martial arts fundamentals from ancient civilizations he retained in his memories, while the majority is traditional martial arts learned and absorbed later in this civilization. Jinxie himself vaguely remembered being an executor known for his martial arts, and the martial arts of their era seemed somewhat different from those of today's civilization. It's only because of Jinxi's memory impairment that some things are unclear to him now. He also combined what he remembered with the martial arts he later learned, resulting in his current style. Originally, Jinxi had no intention of accepting any disciples, but after the root cube was taken away, he began to teach this technique on a small scale in order to reclaim it and continue the Flashpoint project. Because he discovered that only those with exceptional talent could truly master this skill. Jinxi had always superficially called this skill the Ripple technique, but this was simply a cover. The Ripple technique, which manipulates life energy, was originally cultivated by Jinxi on the ancient Nepalese plateau. Its purpose was to fully channel his own spirit and restore his strength. The true name of this technique, worthy only of its practitioner, was the Spirit Technique. This technique was originally developed by Jinxi to allow her to acquire energy as close to the power of the spirit as possible after losing her root cube. A cultivator's so-called talent depends on whether their physique is similar to that of the executor. Therefore, ordinary people simply cannot reach the level of engaging with the energy of the spirit. A second executor like Sakya is the most qualified candidate for a disciple. She happens to need the system Jinxi has perfected over the years, but her abilities are unknown, and she herself doesn't know how to use it. Additionally, Sakya has a connection to the root cube, but simply doesn't know how to channel the spirit, which makes things much easier. So that's how it is. Sakya sipped tea, gazing at the spring scenery outside the meditation room window, and sighed. This spirit technique is also considered a form of martial arts. Martial arts are a traditional technique passed down from ancient military warfare. Practicing martial arts strengthens the body, and can also defend against enemy attacks. Martial artists, guided by the principle of stopping aggression, guide practitioners into understanding the relationship between man, nature, and the objective laws of society. This traditional educational method is the guiding principle and guarantee of human civilization. Whether in the super ancient civilization period, when the Flashpoint project began, or in modern human civilization, martial arts possess the power to quell war and maintain peace. This is also Jinxi's creed. To stop war is to be a martial artist. Martial arts are the strength to safeguard one's own safety and rights. Practicing martial arts elevates us from body to mind, from soul to spirit, allowing us to feel secure, strong and vigorous, possessing the strength to conquer the enemy with ease. On a larger scale, it's about strategy and tactical thinking. On a smaller scale, it can also enhance one's combat effectiveness or cultivate self-cultivation. And some of the things Sakya occasionally used were military combat techniques. Jinxi still remembered this. It was compulsory training for many soldiers upon enlistment at the time. It's no different now. Of course, elite special forces soldiers learn something even more powerful. It's well known that a soldier's strength isn't limited to the use of advanced weaponry. An excellent soldier's skills aren't solely limited to weaponry. Due to the diverse nature of warfare, even soldiers may not always carry weapons. However, even with bare hands, they can often easily defeat or even kill their enemies. This relies not only on daily physical training, but also on a combat technique evolved over thousands of years in warfare, military combat. Compared to the various martial arts Jinxi had encountered, the combat philosophy of military combat is truly unique. Strictly speaking, it's not a martial art, nor is it simply barehanded combat. Unlike other martial arts that emphasize cultivating the mind and tempering the spirit, military combat emphasizes the simplest means of subduing and killing the enemy. In Tram's first battle, Sakya, wielding a high-vibration dagger, was unknowingly employing this very technique. Due to the unique identity of its practitioners, this martial art is fundamentally different from pure arena combat. Every move and form possesses the undeniable power to subdue the enemy with a single blow. Of course, this dangerous fighting technique hasn't been widely promoted and developed worldwide like other martial arts. The main reason is that its true value lies in the context in which it's used. In ordinary arenas, fighters compete within the rules of the game, engaging in relatively safe combat within the constraints of these rules. However, the environment in which military martial arts are practiced is far from safe. Its practitioners often find themselves in the throes of a brutal battlefield. In close combat with the enemy, soldiers have only one goal: to kill the enemy in order to protect themselves. While this may sound a bit brutal, military martial arts evolve within this very environment. Therefore, while it lacks the beauty and charm of other martial arts, it is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous combat technique. Chapter 162. Jinxi had this feeling when fighting Sakya. Years of martial arts training had enabled him to discern the offensive methods underlying certain stances. Sometimes, Sakya's stances were clearly lethal, but she seemed unable to remember how to use them later. So, she would often quickly switch back to traditional martial arts dances. Jinxie also began to try to recall some things. In times like these, we should be grateful to those like Director Chin's family, who have been passing down the Flashpoint Project information. The documents they preserved contained some information. Because we didn't know what the consequences would be after the executioner's time-space transfer, we had made some preparations. It's just that the time was so long ago that some of the information is completely indecipherable to modern civilized people. Thankfully, Jinxie, as the first executor to come into contact with their clan, had carefully preserved the information. I have some information here. You can take a look. Jinxie stood up. He had previously compiled several documents for Shakia, and now it was time for her to read them. Inside the Swager base. After the Law Eater battle, a large number of drones were destroyed, and the technical department struggled to recover. They worked in shifts during the New Year holiday to repair and rebuild the damage. The repair work was only completed now, after the expert team left. It had been almost a month since the last battle. Hello, Miss Cheyenne. Operator Jay ran into Cheyenne and greeted her with a smile and a nod. Hello, Jay. Cheyenne returned his enthusiastic smile. Cheyenne moved quickly through the base corridor, and she wasn't the only one rushing back and forth. After repairing the base and returning from the New Year holiday, everyone was back to work. Cheyenne was rushing to the Tactical Analysis Department in the command center. Why? Of course, something was up. The electronic door swung open, and Cheyenne hurried into the Tactical Analysis Department's meeting room. Ah, Director Cheyenne, you're here. Please take a seat. A female operator with large framed glasses hurriedly greeted Cheyenne. Several female analysts were already seated in the meeting room, retrieving data from the terminal. Several young men in operator uniform sat at a conference table nearby. Their armbands were noticeably different from those of Kay and his fellow combat operators. The purple armband signified their membership in the intelligence department. They called Cheyenne director because she was the head of the Swager tactical analysis team. Cheyenne was also the lead in collecting and organizing intelligence. Although Shakia often saw Cheyenne acting like a housekeeper, flanking her and the director, Cheyenne actually had her own department within Swager. And precisely because of the importance of this department, she often spent time with top Swager figures like Director Chin and Jinxie. Of course, as one of the executors, Shakia was naturally a key figure within Swager as well. Xiaolu, you said this situation is strange. What's going on? Cheyenne asked the girl in front of her, who wore large glasses. Apparently, her name was Xiaolu. Director, intelligence reports from Central America indicate several suspected attacks by the familiar. Cheyenne was a bit surprised. In Central America? Several incidents? Wait, you said several? Logically, even if the familiar appeared, they would be heading all the way to New Spring and Autumn City. Are there any reports of their movements? Yes, hold on. Xiaolu asked the female intelligence operator, who was sorting through the data to project the complete report data onto the large screen in the conference room. Seeing the data projected onto the screen, the male operator sitting upright. The screen showed a country in Central America called Mexico. It's here? Cheyenne frowned slightly as she looked at the content on the screen. Then she took a sip of the tea brewed by the other intelligence operators. Mexico is a free market economy located south of Gale Country. It ranks 4th in economic strength in the Americas and 13th in the world. It boasts modern industry and agriculture, with Mexico City being its capital and largest city. It is also one of the ancient centers of civilization in the Americas. The world-renowned Mayan, Toltec, and Aztec cultures were all created by the ancestors of this land. The Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, built north of Mexico City in the 18th century BC, are emblematic of this splendid ancient culture. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, where the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon are located, has been declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This area boasts numerous remains of prehistoric civilizations, and the locations and movements of the suspected tribes, as marked, coincide with some of these ruins and cities. Is this an eyewitness report actually accurate? The male operators behind him found it inconceivable. Based on the routes reported by local operators, this time the families seemed to be centered around a certain ruin, moved out, did something, and then returned to their starting point. This was different from every previous familiar appearance, which had always sought to make its way to New Spring and Autumn City. This is strange. Cheyenne was also puzzled. Also, it seems a strange force has recently emerged in the area, seemingly collaborating with local criminal gangs under the guise of some religion. Xiaolu also mentioned something, although it didn't sound significant. After all, The criminal forces in that country had penetrated deep into the upper echelons of government. Perhaps they were even one of the world's 5 major criminal forces. Cheyenne didn't want anything to do with that kind of thing. While the Swagers wouldn't be afraid of them, it was their country's internal affairs. Besides, eliminating the families wasn't their business. Why are you talking about that? What are the characteristics of the families, etc.? Feeling this a bit off topic, Cheyenne was more interested in hearing about the families themselves. She took another sip of her tea. This is because the routes and times these families have appeared match exactly the times and locations of this new group's appearances in those cities. Poof! Cheyenne spat out a mouthful of tea in shock. This is a very serious situation. This is completely beyond imagination. Could this mysterious group be connected to the suspected family's incidents reported by local intelligence agents? If they really wanted to investigate, it would be difficult for Swager to do anything. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. That country is notorious for being controlled by criminal forces, and all kinds of underground transactions are rife. Could it be possible that a familia could emerge from the black market? Cheyenne was baffled. This was truly bizarre. So, what about the intelligence on the familiar itself? Any leads? No. They just reported a suspected familiar sighting. Xiaolu looked at Cheyenne with some frustration. Then, a female intelligence operator next to Xiaolu printed out a report from the conference room terminal and handed it to Cheyenne. This was a report from local operators on the suspected incident. Well, Director, any instructions? Several intelligence operators in the back row turned their gazes to Cheyenne, requesting guidance. Understood. Stay in touch with the local operators for the next few days, and keep an eye on that organization and any incidents. Gather more intelligence. I asked the director if I can bring Sakia to the scene. Cheyenne gave the order decisively. Yes. Chapter 163. After giving the intelligence operators the next instructions, Cheyenne began to feel a bad premonition. The vague reports from the local operators required more intelligence to base their actions on. For now, an action plan could only be formulated after receiving more detailed information from the front. Cheyenne bit her lip as she looked at the report in her hand. The report stated that after the unexplained phenomenon occurred, the land in the town where the incident occurred turned grayish-white, all flora and fauna within a few kilometers died, and people became mentally ill or died. The cause was unknown, and the target's form was unknown. What the hell is this thing? Cheyenne felt it would be best to report it to the director as soon as possible. On the other side of the ocean, in the Gale country. I see. This time it's surprisingly close to us. In a street cafe, Tessa was answering an email. She wore a black suit-like uniform that looked somewhat similar to Cheyenne's Swager senior operator uniform. In front of Tessa lay a laptop. She wore red-rimmed glasses, looking like the other urban office ladies sitting around her. The passers-by couldn't possibly notice that this seemingly ordinary office lady was actually a high-ranking official at an organization codenamed Enterprise, which worked closely with the Gale Nation government. If there was anything that made her stand out, it was her white hair. But in Gale Nation, there were plenty of blonde beauties, some even dyeing their hair white, so they didn't stand out at all. Miss, your coffee. The waiter brought Tessa's coffee. Thank you, Tessa agreed. But she didn't look up at the waiter. That organization is making such a fuss. What exactly are they trying to do? Tessa felt the commotion was a bit too much. The land bleaching incident had already made the news in Gale country. And the superior's response was vague. I'm worried that the organization will shoot itself in the foot. Tessa, I leave this operation to you. This time, we need to find this person. The superior sent Tessa information about the target she needed to protect and retrieve. Leave it to me, but I want to understand the enemy's intentions. And this is all the information on the target. How am I supposed to find him? Looking at the target's information, Tessa felt a little depressed. There were no photos, just some inferred features. Unfortunately, our intelligence personnel haven't been able to determine the target's specific situation. Of course, the other organization is certainly the same, and in that respect, we're the same. We need to exploit this time difference. The tone of the reply was somewhat helpless. It seemed that Enterprise needed Tessa's help in finding someone, but the specific identity and appearance were still unclear. However, the note in the email mentioned that the target was likely possessing the power of organic spirit. In other words, the target should still have its root cube. I see. Is the target the executor? Tessa pursed her lips and continued typing. Precisely because Tessa has an aversion to other root cubes. When searching for similar targets, she can intuitively filter out the targets based on her own experience, just like Tessa's dizziness and nausea after she infiltrated the depths of the Swager base, even at a considerable distance from the root cube. She was a living radar, detecting the root cube's energy reactions. It seemed the Enterprise was well aware of Tessa's abilities. She was the perfect choice for this mission. I need 2 or 3 teams of agents to accompany me. Otherwise, even if I approached the target, I'd be tormented by the rejection reaction and roll over on the ground. How can I complete the mission? This was a very practical question, and Tessa was well aware of the limitations of her abilities. The superior's response was straightforward. 2 or 3 teams of agents wouldn't be a problem, and on-site command would be left to Tessa. They also mentioned that if Swager personnel arrived, they should avoid proactive contact. The best-case scenario was to retrieve the VIP and depart before the Swager personnel could react. As for how the organization would provoke, let them do whatever they wanted. Swager would clean up the mess. Understood, Tessa replied crisply. A new mission was about to begin. After the last New Year's holiday, Tessa and Clark discussed some information regarding future collaboration and returned to Gale Nation. Dr. Clark's safety after the battle at the Swager base was a major success. Not to mention obtaining a sample of Qinglin water, which would be used as an energy source for future mobile weapon development. This would likely accelerate Dr. Clark's research and development efforts. Tessa always completed her missions with flying colors, and therefore, she was a trusted figure within the Enterprise. Judging from the content of Tessa's emails, the Enterprise bears some similarities to Swager. However, their specific structure and objectives remain unknown. Unlike Swager, the Enterprise appears to have closer ties with the governments of the countries in which it operates. This incident in Central America immediately caught the attention of the Gale Nation government, and the investigation was assigned to the Enterprise. And the right-hand man naturally is Tessa. I believe Tessa will successfully complete her mission this time. What actions will the mysterious Enterprise take this time? What would happen if Tessa encountered Swager's personnel during her operation? No one knows yet. Tessa finished her work and quietly enjoyed a cup of coffee. This is New York City, one of the most prosperous cities in Gale Nation. She is currently in a cafe next to Central Park. When she was in Gale Nation, whenever she wasn't on a mission, this was Tessa's favorite place to spend her time. This city has many bustling areas, but Tessa doesn't particularly enjoy overly busy places. Watching the people walking around on the streets, she always felt pity for them. They were clearly facing an impending catastrophe, yet they acted completely oblivious. Of course, this was also due to the government and media not revealing anything. So, people's daily lives continued. But Tessa knew clearly that this routine had long been shattered, like a hole punched in a pane of glass. The cracks that grew from this hole would eventually shatter the entire pane. The people of this civilization would witness the shattering process firsthand. People in other parts of the world had not witnessed the battles with their families, like the citizens of New Spring and Autumn City. Even though some leaked videos of the Trom battle had circulated online, they were a brief sensation before being overshadowed by new and exciting topics. The public, deep down, didn't take these events seriously. In a sense, this made their deaths more comfortable when disaster struck. Without the struggle, death would be nothing more than a black eye. Chapter 164. In a sense, the masses are truly blessed. Tessa sipped her coffee and was about to shut down her computer when she noticed another email. She opened it with confusion, only to discover it wasn't about work. Although it was sent from the same email account that had assigned her the task, the content was personal. I'm sorry to have you undertake such dangerous missions time and time again. After you complete this one, I reward you handsomely. It read. Tessa's expression was complicated. She licked her lips and typed something on the keyboard, but after a moment's thought, she deleted it. Finally, Tessa typed this. For the glory of the Tyrone Mobile Regiment, I will risk everything. Back across the ocean, Sakia's practice continued. Near Jinxa's Zen temple, Jinxia arranged various training sessions for Sakia daily. But physical training and meditation were her unwavering daily routine. Come on! Come on! Sakia was currently cross-country running in the woods near Jinxi's Zen temple. The one shouting come on was the young monk Weiwu. He sat on a tire, which was tied to Sakia's waist with a rope. Sakia was dragging the tire, and Weiwu atop it as she ran. Even with the breathing technique that had strengthened her body, Sakia was still sweating profusely. After all, the air-blocking properties of this breathing technique training mask were truly remarkable. This was the first time Sakia had felt running so tiring. Sakia, who once carried the tall and muscular Bruce for hundreds of meters without even taking a breath, was now sweating profusely just dragging a small monk and a tire. The combined weight of Weiwu and the tire certainly wasn't as heavy as Bruce. Also, a thin layer of golden energy was clearly visible on Shakia's legs. This was somewhat different from the arc-like flashes of life energy. This even golden glow was a manifestation of the power of the mechanical spirit. However, this weak mechanical spirit power seemed unstable, flickering and fading. One more lap. You maintained your pace well. Perseverance is victory. Jinxie, still wearing his tracksuit, blew his whistle and started his stopwatch as Shakia passed him after completing a circuit in the woods. Shakia began to slow down somewhat. It seemed that without the strengthening effects of life energy and breathing techniques, even with her soldier-like physique, she would still accumulate fatigue and sweat. Jinxie wanted Shakia to reach a state where the dense mechanical spirit power, or life energy, would strengthen her body, allowing the energy to assist her movements. Just as Jinxie had leaped onto Trom's shoulders, she could leap from the explosion onto a nearby tall building, even gently leaping from its roof. She looked like Superman. Once her body was enveloped in dense energy, it formed a protective barrier of high-energy matter, effectively consuming no energy. But Shakia seemed to need some further practice to reach this level. Hoo. Luckily, Shakia had her hair tied up, and was wearing a sports headband, otherwise her eyes would have been blurred by sweat. She kept an eye on the road as she ran. Jinxie had marked a cross-country running route for Shakia with wooden stakes in the undeveloped park across from the Zen temple. Jinxie and the monks had cleared the road slightly, removing some weeds and large rocks that blocked the path. But it was still a dirt road. The path looped around the gentle slope of the hillside, with both ups and downs, and the total distance was 1 kilometer. Under normal circumstances, Sakia wouldn't have taken this track seriously. The school playground track was 400 meters long per lap, and the average student could run 800 or 1,000 meters. Sakia had also run at school when she and Longsheng were together. At the time, she didn't know any breathing techniques, so she ran purely on physical strength, and it felt okay. This training course was a daily routine, requiring 3 laps, or 3,000 meters. This course usually took place on weekday mornings after breakfast. At first, Sakia hadn't thought it was that difficult, but once her breathing techniques became difficult, fatigue began to build up after the second lap. Huh? I didn't expect you to be heavier than you look. Weiwu. Shakia felt a little breathless. She had never been pushed to this extent before. Amitabha, this is just your imagination, Sister Shakia. This little monk isn't heavy at all. Weiwu sat on the tire, hands clasped together, speaking calmly. Really? A little brat? Shakia said helplessly. This little monk Weiwu was truly eloquent. He deserved to have been Jinxie's companion for so long. She was completely defeated by him. The tire behind her dragged against the ground with a thumping sound. Shakia's breathing became irregular, and she could feel the pull on her waist growing stronger. The problem was that dragging a heavy object behind her made it a little difficult to maintain her balance. Finally reaching the downhill section, Shakia felt she could finally relax a little. Amid the cheers of the young monk Weiwu, Shakia picked up her pace slightly on the downhill section and finally completed the entire run. With a whistle, Shakia's morning routine ended, and she could finally rest. Your speed dropped quite a bit on the third lap. Your breathing must have been a bit disordered, Jinxie asked Shakia as she jogged over, checking her stopwatch. Her heart was pounding, and Shakia, panting heavily, slowly transitioned from a run to a brisk walk. She couldn't speak, so she nodded. After a long run, you can't stop immediately, or your body will be overwhelmed. Okay, take a break, adjust your breathing, and drink some water. Master Jinxie signaled Shakia to remove that damned mask. Whoa! As soon as Shakia removed the mask, she began to breathe heavily. She felt like her chest was about to explode. Taking the water bottle, Shakia sipped it in small sips, afraid to drink too quickly for fear of choking. With the mask removed, her breathing ability returned to normal, and Shakia felt much better. The intense breathing caused by her body's desperate need for oxygen made it impossible for Shakia to even use breathing techniques. Shakia's cardiopulmonary function was considered quite strong, almost at the level of an athlete. It seemed that this was what Jinxie was trying to achieve, pushing Shakia to a certain limit. By breaking through her current limit, Shakia would be one step closer to harnessing the power of the spirit. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Shakia, Weiwu said with a grin. Huh? You little brat. You gave me so much trouble today, Shakia said breathlessly, one hand on her waist, the other holding the water bottle. Good, I just did a small job. Don't be polite. Good, Weiwu, grab your things and get ready to go back to the temple. Lunch will be soon. This morning, Sakia's daily service ended, and Jinxie invited everyone to go back and rest. Haha. Great. Weiwu beamed at the news that dinner was ready. He helped Sakia pick up her clothes, towels, and other miscellaneous items, then happily followed Master Jinxie. Hey. Wait for me. Sakia followed, panting. Chapter 165. Time passed, and Cheyenne received no further leads from the intelligence officers on the front lines. Although she knew that with this kind of thing, it wasn't like giving an order and expecting results the next day, but given the work ethic of the Schwager intelligence officers, it wouldn't be nearly a week without any news. Cheyenne decided to go and inquire about the situation again. Shilu. The door to the intelligence team's room opened, and Cheyenne appeared. Miss Cheyenne. No information yet. She was about to ask Xiaolu, the intelligence team's agent, when she was surprised to hear his answer. Hey. What's going on? Miss Cheyenne, please be patient. This is your third visit today. This time, things are a bit peculiar. Perhaps the frontline agents will need more time to investigate. Xiaolu also looked helpless. Oh, really? Keep sending orders and mobilize a few South American intelligence officers to investigate. Yes. The intelligence team's office resembled a miniature command room, with 20 or 30 people working at terminals and computers. Because this unit is responsible for liaison with Schwager branches and intelligence agents around the world, it has a large number of communications officers, most of whom are women. For this reason, the intelligence squad is known within Schwager as the Red Dot Unit. This all-female intelligence unit, led by Schwager's chief steward, Cheyenne, has consistently provided effective support for Schwager's operations since its establishment. This incident, after all, took place across the ocean, so Cheyenne and the others were anxious but helpless. I wait until this weekend at the latest. If all else fails, we'd better conduct an on-site investigation. Cheyenne paced back and forth in the intelligence squad office, a solemn expression on her face. Finally, she made up her mind and set a deadline for everyone. Understood. Xiaolu smiled and saluted Cheyenne. Since that was the case, Cheyenne left. As for Xiaolu, although she kept reassuring Cheyenne, she was actually quite worried. She adjusted her glasses and returned to her work. Generally speaking, Schwager's intelligence personnel are very responsive to intelligence. Not to mention a mission assigned the day before, they respond the next day, or even the next hour. It was precisely because of this high level of efficiency and operational prowess that Schwager was able to be the first to detect possible actions of the families worldwide. This time, there had been no response for nearly 4 or 5 days. No wonder Cheyenne was so restless. This was a first in the intelligence squad's history. Cheyenne decided it was time to report this matter to the director. Even now, with no further intelligence than before, she believed the director would make a relatively accurate judgment. That afternoon before dinner, Cheyenne visited the director and reported this strange situation. I'm very sorry, but we have very little information right now. Cheyenne wasn't sure if she explained the situation clearly. Not at all, Cheyenne. Your judgment is correct. The incident you described has already been reported in the Gale Nation news, though they don't seem to be taking it too seriously. The director laughed. It's precisely because it's in the media that I believe the information is true. Furthermore, the fact that Schwager's intelligence agents haven't made any progress this time is truly unusual. Cheyenne seemed particularly uneasy about this. Cheyenne, what do you think? The director also frowned. He believed this was the work of the familiar. But after hearing about the strange local religious group, the director felt that this incident might be more complicated. I'm starting to worry about the safety of the local operators. They must have been investigating the incident as ordered, but for some reason, they haven't been able to send any information. Cheyenne was still very worried about the safety of the intelligence team members. Although they weren't as skilled as combat team operators like Old K and his companions, and they possessed secret weapons like compound rifles, intelligence team operators were still a vital component of Schwager's combat power. At the target location, they would transform into various people, perhaps street vendors or local police officers. Many intelligence operators around the world had never met Cheyenne. Most of them were recruited, trained, and registered by local Schwager branches. Schwager headquarters, through these branches in major countries around the world, commanded these global operators. Of course, compared to the headquarters, which boasts a vast base beneath New Spring and Autumn City, the size of branches in different countries varies considerably. Some have impressive bases, while others might consist of only a small police station-like office building. Some even disguise themselves as businesses or hide within libraries, museums, and so on. The branch in Mexico, a Central American country, happens to be one of those with only a handful of members. If anything were to happen to this branch, replenishing its staff would be a major challenge. Besides, Swagger is a legitimate military organization after all, and they can't afford to taunt the lives of their own people. While their operators face life-or-death decisions, that doesn't mean they should be sent packing in vain. Xiuan, you're rarely this anxious. The director poured Xiuan a cup of tea, the poor tea she gotten from Master Jingxi. Have one. Don't be so anxious. Thank you, director. Xiuan blinked, realizing she'd been a bit too anxious these past few days. She sighed, then took the cup with a wry smile. Drinking tea can indeed be calming. I'm sorry, director. I seem to be under a lot of pressure lately, Xiuan said, a little embarrassed, as she sat down. Thank you for your hard work, Xiuan. I understand your concern. The director also stood up, turning his back to Xiuan and gazing at the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. Excuse me, I have one. Snap! The director lit a cigarette. Huff! Xiuan rarely saw the director smoking. He seemed lost in thought. The director also found this incident puzzling. If it truly involved the lives of numerous operators, headquarters wouldn't sit idly by. And now, the intelligence agents sent out by the Mexican branch to investigate have all lost contact. It was truly a headache. Xiuan, I approve your travel plan. If there's no news by Monday, you head there. The director slowly turned. Take Trom and Sakia with you, he added. Yes. Xiuan excitedly stood up and saluted the director. Chapter 166. Shakia has been undergoing training under Jingxi for some time. While the training wasn't suddenly incredibly difficult, there were often moments along the way that made Shakia shudder. Why? Because Shakia only summons a certain level of spiritual power in extremely dangerous situations, so Master Jingxi devises ways to create such scenes. For example, today, bungee ropes were tied to Shakia's feet, and Master Jingxi threw her off a cliff. Wow! A miserable cry echoed through the valley. In Shakia's secret training ground, there were even bungee jumping platforms. Hey, I think I heard a splash. The young monk Weiwu tilted his head, his hand to his ear. He seemed to hear the splash of something falling into the water. Today he, too, was training Shakia with Master Jingxi. Cough, cough, cough. It turned out that Shakia's head had plunged into the water while being forced to bungee jump. Ah! Puff! She coughed as the rope's rebounding force pulled her out of the water, then slammed her back into the water. This process continued several times. It was truly an excruciating experience. It was truly painful to watch. To unleash the power of the spirit, one must create a dangerous situation. The last time Shakia stumbled, she activated her abilities before falling into the water, confirming Master Jinx's suspicions. But lately, this method seems to be failing. Even with the increased difficulty, Shakia's ability to unleash the power of the spirit seems to be growing increasingly difficult. Master Jingxi, stop! Shakia will drown. Longsheng exclaimed. It happened to be the weekend, so Longsheng and Bruce were also here. However, upon arriving, they were stunned to see Shakia being tormented. It seemed that Shakia's potential hadn't been unlocked as before. Jingxi, helpless, had Bruce and Longsheng row a boat down to the pool to untie her. Shakia's legs were untied, and she was brought aboard the boat, spitting out water. Ah! Master Jingxi, are you trying to kill me right here? She was helped up by Longsheng, wiping her wet hair with a towel in one hand, a look of despair on her face. When in danger, one can unleash the power of the spirit. Wasn't that what all the disciples did? Master Jingxi, looking at the tormented Shakia, also expressed confusion. I think I've gotten used to it lately. Shakia sighed deeply, dropping to her knees, and supporting herself with her hands. She was truly humbled. Ever since that time Master Jingxi successfully attacked her, he'd been getting even more aggressive. Of course, he occasionally come up with it during training, throwing hidden weapons or suddenly activating some brutal mechanism. Or when eating, he suddenly find a cockroach in his bowl. Even in the middle of a conversation, he unleash a combo of moves. Shakia felt like she only had a moment of peace when she went to the bathroom or showered. Even when she was sleeping, a firecracker would suddenly be thrown through the crack in the door, sending her leaping out of bed in shock. Shakia felt her heart was incredibly strong, or else she'd be frightened enough to be hospitalized. But it's a bit embarrassing to say, Jingxi did succeed that time in scaring Shakia out of her spirit power with firecrackers. Although it only lasted less than half a minute. So Shakia couldn't get angry at Master Jingxi. After all, her method was effective. She just felt that this monk had been having more and more fun lately. Gradually, Shakia became a little numb to these frequent sneak attacks and surprises. While talking to Master Jingxi, Shakia was already subconsciously on guard. The slightest change in her tone had Shakia ready to react. Sure enough, Jinxie used the topic to get Shakia to look away, then struck out with a palm. Unexpectedly, Shakia suddenly turned around and deflected Jinxie's palm with one hand. Even Jinxie hadn't expected Shakia to dodge. My disciple is making rapid progress. Ah. Master, you used the same trick countless times. Whenever Master Jinxie suddenly changed the subject, Shakia would instinctively become alert. And almost every time, just as Shakia predicted, Master Jinxie would launch a surprise attack. Afterwards, when eating, Shakia would open her lunch box and inspect it before going to the cafeteria. Whenever she did, she would make a point of checking Jinxie's presence. And she always kept her lunch box in her hand, never letting it out of her sight. Before eating, she made a habit of using her chopsticks to poke around every corner, making sure there was nothing unusual inside before starting. This fundamentally eliminated the possibility of Jinxie throwing anything inside. As for the shock of firecrackers, it might indeed scare her the first few times. But Shakia found the earplugs she had brought with her, so even if firecrackers were suddenly thrown in the middle of the night, the sound would be largely muffled. In the end, it wasn't even possible to wake Shakia from her sleep. Jinxie also noticed that relying solely on surprise attacks and shocks was increasingly unleashing Shakia's potential. It had to be said that, while Shakia's spirit power hadn't yet been mastered, her senses were becoming increasingly sharp. Now Jinxie was having a hard time successfully executing a sneak attack. Could this be considered progress in another sense? Disciple, you've been giving me a hard time lately. Jinxie felt somewhat helpless. Shakia's breathing and senses had clearly improved considerably, but the spirit power she cared about most seemed to be showing no results. Sneak attacks and creating tension seemed to have no effect on Shakia anymore. Jinxie planned to have Shakia try bungee jumping this weekend. But this wasn't the gentle bungee jumping you find at tourist attractions. There weren't any layers of safety measures. Master Jinxie, what is this? Shakia frowned as she stared at the bungee jumping platform, looking at Master Jinxie behind her. The platform was inserted horizontally into the cliff face of the valley, with a rope ladder draped alongside. The height of the platform afforded a panoramic view of the entire valley. Wei Wu, Bruce, and Longsheng chose not to go up. There wasn't enough space for so many people. Just watching from below, Longsheng shuddered. Isn't this just bungee jumping? Shakia muttered to herself. Thankfully, she wasn't afraid of heights. Although it was her first time jumping, she didn't feel any trepidation. This wasn't as frightening as the first time Jinxie tripped her off the plank road. Will it really work this time? With the rope tied around my feet, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Is it secure? Before she finished her sentence, Shakia felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. Jinxie activated a mechanism on the bungee platform, and the front suddenly gave way, bending downward. Shakia plummeted, her screams echoing. The events described above unfolded. Chapter 167. Master Jinxie, I think we should change our approach. This will never end. Shakia's eyes were now glazed over. Her despair was practically written all over her face. Jinxie also stepped down from the bungee jumping platform and, looking at the listless Shakia, fell into thought. Well, watching Wei Wu, Bruce, and Longsheng staring at her, Master Jinxie scratched his chin and decided to take a long-term view of the matter. Creating a dangerous situation simply induces a state in which your mind goes blank, allowing you to focus on the current situation. I know, that state known as clear mirror, still water. Shakia dried her hair as best she could with a towel, but since it hadn't been air-dried, strands of hair still hung from her head. She looked a bit funny now. Whether meditating or training, I try my best to achieve that state of self-forgetfulness, but I never succeeded. I clearly remember that feeling. From her low voice, one could sense Shakia's frustration, even a touch of frustration, and within this frustration, there was also a suppressed anger. She clenched her fists. Shakia. Longsheng walked over to her and supported her shoulders. If you simply enter emergency mode, you can briefly activate the power of spirit, but only for a few tens of seconds. It seems that's the current limit. Jinxie also gazed at the sky, deep in thought. At least one method has been confirmed for Shakia to activate the power of spirit, but while this level might be enough to save her life in a crisis, it's still unrealistic for actual combat. But we can't rush into anything now. Shakia won't be able to handle it. Perhaps, we should just take it easy and think of a solution later. Bruce and Wei Wu exchanged glances, unsure what to say. For a moment, silence fell. Shakia silently took out the breathing mask and put it on. Let's go, Master Jinxie, let's practice the next project, she said calmly. Won't you rest a bit? Longsheng asked, concerned for Shakia. It seemed she'd been tormented quite a bit just now. No need. Shakia strode forward. Her strength lay in her unyielding spirit, even if she sometimes pushed herself a bit. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Seeing her disciple still had the energy, Jingxi didn't hesitate. This time, Jingxi chose a relatively gentle project, partly to give Shakia a break and adjust her mind and body, and partly to allow her to vent her frustrations. He led everyone to several wooden stakes embedded in them. Master Jingxi could see that although Shakia always appeared humble, gentle, and graceful, she was actually a bit fragile, even a bit irritable. Even though she never showed this to her friends. Perhaps Longsheng had seen this before. So, as a change of pace, Jingxi had Shakia practice her mechanical skills by hitting the stakes. By the way, this was one of the few times Bruce and Longsheng could participate. It would be nice to have them practice with Shakia. It would also help to brighten her mood. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden stake was shaking violently. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Shakia, perched on the stake, her hands and legs swiftly thrashing up and down, striking it, as if to unleash all her pent-up anger upon it. In contrast to Shakia's thrashing, Bruce and Longsheng, under Master Jinx's hands-on instruction, were learning step by step how to strike and use the stake. Still, the thrashing made Longsheng feel a little uneasy beside him. Everyone could see that Shakia was fuming with frustration. Having been subjected to Master Jinx's seemingly harassing sneak attacks for a while now, her cultivation seemed to have hit a bottleneck. If the effect wasn't good at first, it would gradually improve, and I could figure it out. Shakia was able to easily activate her spirit energy in response to crisis events at first, but later on, it became increasingly difficult. Anyone would be filled with doubt and self-doubt. Perhaps this anxiety would only deepen. Longsheng looked at Shakia, then at Jingxi. But Jingxi shook her head, telling him to focus on his practice. Today's training ended in this strange atmosphere. After dinner at the Zen temple, Bruce and Longsheng prepared to head back down the mountain. After seeing Bruce and Longsheng off, Shakia seemed particularly tired, so Jingxi let her go back to her room to rest. Her anxiety was already evident today, and Jingxi decided to let her rest. Returning to her Zen room and sitting down, Jingxi noticed several unconfirmed messages on her Swagger terminal. It was an email from Director Qin. Jingxi opened his terminal and began checking his emails. After a moment, he stood up and began searching the bookshelf for documents. Director Qin needed more information. If Ziyuan couldn't get any for the time being, Master Jingxi might have some. A new situation had arisen, but Jingxi didn't think it was anything special. Followers never chose a time to appear. They were always prepared to meet challenges. Although Sakia was still in training, she seemed to have reached a certain stage. She would attack when the battle demanded her. This was a perfect opportunity for her to undergo a phased review. A follower capable of driving people insane. Based on the information Director Qin had given Jingxi, the suspected target in this incident was capable of driving people insane. Were they followers capable of some kind of mental attack? Jingxi searched through the ancient documents that recorded the followers' information. He had shown these documents to Shakia before, but Shakia didn't need to memorize them. Just give her a general idea. After a brief glance, Shakia understood the sources of the information and learned about many of the types of familiars. Then he returned the documents to Jingxi. Unnoticed, the documents on Master Jinx's desk grew taller and taller. He sifted through the documents for individuals who matched the director's description, taking notes. However, this time, Jingxi was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Because he discovered that there seemed to be quite a number of familiars capable of mind control, and with so many of them, most ordinary people would go mad with fear if confronted directly. Jingxi found this situation more complex than he had imagined. The information was indeed too scarce. Even searching the documents was difficult. It seemed that Ziyuan would have to take Shakia to Central America. Chapter 168. Next Monday, I'm going abroad with Cheyenne. On Sunday, Shakia was informed by Jingxi during their daily training. Next Monday, Cheyenne will be traveling to Central America on an investigation mission. Because there's a suspicion of a familiar attack, Shakia will be accompanying them. The transport plane will, of course, also carry Trom. However, because transporting a large weapon, like the Trom, is more laborious, it will arrive later than the personnel. After arriving at the location, Shakia, Cheyenne, and some of the accompanying operators began their investigation, trying to avoid conflict or involvement in a familiar attack. The subsequent operations would be deployed after Trom arrived. I see. Looks like we need to operate covertly for a while. Shakia also wanted to stretch her muscles. The feeling of hitting a training bottleneck was frustrating. Master, I believe in your strength. Even if you haven't yet fully mastered your spirit power, it should be more than enough for this kind of mission. But, Master Jinx's sudden hesitation made Shakia concerned. But? This mission may involve conflict with human enemies. Disciple, are you mentally prepared? Jinxi was referring to that unidentified religious group. The group's name was unknown, but we knew they were collaborating with local criminal gangs and carrying out mysterious activities. Furthermore, that country was heavily infiltrated by criminal gangs, making it difficult for Shakia and her team to rely on the police. Even a military force like the Swaziland, with its UN-affiliated status, wouldn't openly conduct military operations within another country. For Swager, this mission was simply to investigate whether this series of events was connected to the families. If so, defeat them. If not, return secretly. Whatever happened in the other country, or that religious group, was none of Swager's business. No guns, just enter the village quietly. Sakia felt a little uneasy. A barrage of bombardment against the families was no big deal, but dealing with humans was new to her. If possible, she didn't want to clash with human enemies. Ever since she boarded Trom, she specialized in fighting monsters, like the families. Well, are you prepared? Extremists won't listen to reason. They might even have plenty of heavy weaponry. Jinxi offered her prediction. Carrying out a mission like this under these circumstances would likely result in a conflict with extremist forces. The reason was that Master Jinxi had visited that region during her travels. Although evil forces generally won't cause trouble unless you provoke them. However, if you're seen investigating something locally, you'll likely be targeted and dealt with accordingly. Jinxi once rescued an FBI agent investigating a crime in that country, and had a brief encounter with local extremists. Despite the presence of a master like Jinxi, the agent escaped successfully, though he still sustained some injuries. At the time, Master Jinxi primarily shielded the agent's escape and didn't actively attack. Escape wasn't easy, however. This was just a small extremist group encountered nearly 10 years ago. There's never been a mysterious religious group like the one we're seeing now. You know, extremists who gather solely for money can still be persuaded by using interests. But religious groups don't care about such things. Once they're provoked, it's like stirring up a hornet's nest. So, Master Jinxi had a good idea of the level of danger Shakia and her companions would face on this trip. Master, you actually had such an experience. Hearing this, Shakia swallowed her saliva. This was no joke. Master Jinxi, what is the extent of my current power? What if I were to clash with local extremists? Can you deflect bullets? Jinxi was silent for a few seconds before asking. How is that possible? Shakia was shocked, her eyes half closed. How can I know if I don't try? Aren't you very good at cyberspace? Jinxi smiled. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have that kind of confidence right now. Shakia was quite self-aware. What about dodging bullets? Jinxi had barely finished her words when she suddenly raised her hand and flung something toward Shakia. Wow! Shakia's reflexes were quite sharp, and she instinctively dodged Jinxi's sudden attack by leaning to the side. It seemed that Shakia's ability to sense her surroundings had greatly improved during this period. But this was only natural. When practicing breathing techniques, the aroused life energy spreads like a web around the user, allowing the user to sense even the slightest movement within the web's radius. Just like a spider can sense even the slightest movement within its own web. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the sensation. Shakia not only cultivates life energy, but also the power of the spirit. Life energy is merely a factor that draws out the power of the spirit. While her spirit power is still uncontrolled, it doesn't mean it's absent. This further strengthened Shakia's life energy network, allowing her, for about a month, to achieve such acute perception that even Jinxi's sneak attacks are impervious. The object Jinxi launched struck a tree trunk not far behind Shakia. Shakia walked over to see it was a melon seed, and this tiny seed had actually become embedded in the tree trunk. Shakia was startled, turning back abruptly. Jinxi was still standing there, smiling at her. This monk had made a melon seed look like a bullet. It seems you have no problem dodging bullets for now. Jinxi nodded with satisfaction. Is that so? Shakia replied doubtfully. However, judging by that strike just now, its speed might indeed be comparable to that of a bullet. Having said all that, today I want to teach you how to protect yourself as best as possible, given the available conditions. You're still relatively inexperienced in combat. This time, you might find yourself in danger. Don't scare me. Why do you seem so cautious today, Master Jinxi? I'm always cautious. Come on. Jinxi had brought Shakia to the backyard instead of the valley where she was training, apparently wanting to teach her something a little different. The backyard seemed particularly cluttered today. There were tables, chairs, and a bunch of discarded, broken furniture. Today, I'm going to teach you the tactics of exploiting the environment to fight multiple enemies. Make the most of everything you have as a weapon. This is a farewell gift for you. Jinxie had, it turned out, turned the backyard into a simulated battlefield. Multiple enemies? Wouldn't I just use a gun? I've been trained in that kind of thing. Besides, I'm not bad at boxing and kicking. Shakia thought, times have changed, master. Don't be careless, disciple. Would you dare to fire a gun in a crowd or in a public place? You must understand that this is a covert operation. If civilians are injured, the losses to Swagger will be severe. Moreover, in certain places, weapons are not allowed. Jinxie was still experienced, and Sakia was speechless. Chapter 169. The hot water from the bathroom shower revitalized Shakia's body and mind. How's the training going? Next to Shakia's cubicle, Cheyenne was also showering. Cheyenne chatted with Shakia as she washed. It's all right. At least I can handle this mission. Master Jinxie said so anyway, Shakia replied. Early Monday morning, everyone reported to the Long Miss Swagger headquarters and began preparing to depart for Central America. Shakia and Cheyenne went to the bathhouse in the Swagger operator quarters, showered, and changed into their operational uniforms. Shakia hadn't worn this operator uniform in a while. After showering and getting dressed, Cheyenne took Shakia to the operations meeting room. Here, the dozen or so operators who were departing together were already suited up. Hello, Miss Shakia, Miss Cheyenne, we're working together again. Operator Jay waved happily to the two as they entered. Jay, long time no see. Shakia nodded and smiled at the operators she hadn't seen in a while. As expected, the team of operators led by Old K would also be traveling together this time. But in addition to these familiar faces, there were also a few new female operators. Who are they? Shakia asked Cheyenne. From the intelligence squad, the department I lead. Shakia found a seat and took a seat, while Cheyenne walked to the podium in the conference room and began to explain the current situation. After all, apart from the intelligence squad, the other operators, including Shakia, were not quite clear on the situation. Cheyenne and the girls from the intelligence squad explained everything that had happened over the past week to everyone present, using various materials. Despite the various data, the conclusion was simple. A suspected familiar attack had occurred in this country, but all the investigators sent out had lost contact. All lost contact. This is unheard of. Operator Jay's face was filled with astonishment. He had always remembered Swagger's intelligence operators as incredibly efficient, the backbone of the successful operations of basic operators like his combat squad. Could it be man-made? I don't think the familiar are that terrifying. If it were just the familiar, our intelligence officers wouldn't have failed to report back with any information. Old K also shared his theory. Yes, we share that concern. That's why I was so anxious to go to the scene. Cheyenne nodded. Man-made? Is it that mysterious group we mentioned earlier? Why are they arresting our people? Shakia frowned, realizing that the situation was not simple. If that's the case, it only proves that they are indeed connected to the suspected familiar intrusion. Cheyenne also folded her hands over her chest, her expression solemn. We're Swagger. Don't we have the UN as our backer? How about contacting the local peacekeeping forces and demanding their release? Operator J thought this was a viable solution. To be honest, we tried this approach, but the UN authorities said they couldn't proceed without evidence. Furthermore, the local criminal forces have complex ties to this group. Mobilizing the peacekeeping forces and international police for this would be difficult. Cheyenne also looked helpless. She was even more anxious than anyone else present. After all, the intelligence officers were supposedly her subordinates. In short, everyone, be on your guard. This time, we're facing a more complex situation than simply repelling the families. We first rendezvous with the local Swagger branch, receive their reports, and then conduct a secret investigation. Just in case, Sakia will be accompanying us. After explaining the situation, Cheyenne began explaining the mission's procedures. We're traveling by dedicated aircraft. Due to the long distance, Tron will be transported separately. This is because the transport will likely stop at airports in various countries for resupply. If you're planning a major operation, try to wait until Tron arrives. If you encounter an emergency and Tron hasn't arrived yet, prioritize your own safety. Understood? Everyone responded in unison. Because we don't have enough intelligence right now, we can't assign specific tasks to each person in advance. Everyone, please conserve your energy and strength. Upon arrival, We receive the branch's report and then hold a detailed operational meeting. Dismissed. The pre-departure meeting concluded, and the operators went about preparing their equipment and luggage. Departure time was 2 hours later, with Swager's car taking everyone to the dedicated airport. Each person had to prepare their own change of clothes. Sakia already had some frequently used items in her locker at Swager's base, so it wasn't too much of a hassle. Besides the usual personal belongings, the main items were weapons and equipment for the various operators. Sakia only brought a combination rifle, some ammunition, and energy canisters. Looking at the other combat operators, it seemed they had brought some other items as well. The plane took off smoothly, and it would take more than a dozen hours to reach its destination. This was Shakia's longest flight yet. What kind of experiences would this time bring, if only everything went smoothly? On the private plane, unlike the other operators, Shakia felt quite at ease. The plane flew smoothly. The other operators seemed to be adjusting their equipment and conducting tactical simulations, while Shakia was swaying from side to side, looking rather awkward. Cheyenne also seemed to be working with the intelligence officers in the conference room on the plane, and Shakia didn't want to disturb her. "Shakia, come and see our new equipment." Old K noticed Shakia's boredom and beckoned her to the operator team. Combination gun type 2, a rifle model, can switch between live ammunition and blaster modes. However, it lacks melee capabilities. It seems Old K and his team have added quite a few new weapons this time. The operators pulled out a variety of weapons and arranged them on the table on the plane. Operator J was helping to count them. EMP grenade type 2. It can prevent interference with our electronic equipment and provide unilateral suppression of the enemy for a limited period of time. Shakia circled the table as Jay explained the new equipment. Combined rifle, riot suppression type. It doesn't have a lethal weapon, but it has a long-range electric shock function and is equipped with a high-intensity flashlight, which can incapacitate criminals for a short period of time. Since this operation anticipated encountering human enemies in crowded areas, lethal weapons were minimized. Quilt pistol. It's equipped with a silencer and fires one tranquilizer round at a time. A magazine holds 20 rounds. It's a great aid for infiltration operations. Shakia found the combat operator's gadgets quite interesting. And there's also a tranquilizer sniper rifle, always equipped with a silencer. It can help us clear an area from a distance without making a big noise. Jay patted the sniper rifle. Oh, there are also flashbangs and smoke grenades. I won't go into the familiar standard equipment. Now, let's take a look at what you're wearing. We just finished discussing weapons, now on to the equipment. Chapter 170. Because this is a covert investigation, we have to disguise ourselves. Fully armed is out of the question. We can't even wear bulletproof vests. So, this time, the technical department has specially prepared some special body armor and operational uniforms. These are armor plates and infiltration suits. The armor plates can be worn alone, but their protection is limited, protecting only vital areas. They can be used with or without the infiltration suit. One of the sets was on the table. In the cargo box of the special plane, there were enough for 2 each. Not just clothing, but also the weapons displayed earlier, in sufficient quantity. Isn't that wonderful? Because Sakia also needs to deal with various situations on the plane, Operator K asked Jay to teach Sakia how to use these weapons. After all, no one knows what they will encounter at their destination this time. Across the ocean in Central America, in an undiscovered ancient ruin deep in the forest, 2 figures entered an ancient temple. "Master, your choice is wise. This ruin is perfect for the clan." "Humph, white-robed man, don't think you're clever. Compared to this ancient clan and the true god behind them, we are but ants. Only by fearing and dedicating ourselves to the true God can we escape destruction." An elderly man with long white hair and a beard, wearing an ornately decorated robe, was conversing with a man in a white robe. The elderly man carried a flashlight and some packages, seemingly seeking something. The white-robed man not only had a hood over his robe, but also a strange mask beneath it. Judging from the exposed portion of the mask, it appeared to be the totem of some ancient, ferocious beast. He was the mysterious white-robed man who had appeared in New Spring and Autumn City when Sakia and Jinxie had defeated the clan codenamed Yiksha King. "Yes, master, we all understand. That's why we worship them, right?" The white-robed man spoke calmly. "Ah. Indeed, people all over the world now have no idea what disaster they are about to face. The true God's clan will unhesitatingly bring destruction upon them. How tragic. I cannot bear to see such an outcome." The old man seemed to be the leader of a certain religion. His eyes revealed undisguised pity. "So, we have chosen to coexist with the clan, to side with the true God. This is humanity's last refuge. Times have begun to change. Yes, Master, your wisdom will surely bring salvation to mankind. The white-robed man bowed to the old man. He crossed his right and left hands over his chest, stroking his shoulders, then bowed to the elder known as the leader. I must thank you for this, White Robe. We used the secret techniques you brought us, finally gaining the favor of the true God. We gained the power of the families. This power will surely enable humanity to survive destruction. The leader didn't seem to be the type of person who was arrogant and ambitious. He extended a similar greeting to the white-robed man. Speaking of which, there's an organization called Swagger who's been working to eliminate the families. Aren't you afraid they cause trouble for you? The white-robed man stood up, stepped forward, and addressed the leader. That's all right, let it be. The leader seemed quite open-minded. My goal is to redeem humanity, and theirs is to save humanity from the attacks of their clans. Our objectives are the same, only the methods differ. Master, you are truly magnanimous. But their approach will inevitably be diametrically opposed to yours. When that happens, the white-robed man couldn't help but admire the leader's words. But the practical problem lay before him. We are not to be trifled with. Rest assured, White Robe. Our teachings will attract those willing to be redeemed. Those unwilling to be redeemed will be met with divine punishment from the wrath of the true God. While I pity those who are punished, it is their own fault. The old man led the white-robed man through the ruins. Finally, they arrived at a large underground plaza. Well, this is a suitable place for our people to settle. From today on, this will be the sacrificial site of our Eye of the Stars cult in this country. The old man surveyed the underground plaza with satisfaction. The square was the size of a football field, and the mountain wall above wasn't completely closed, allowing a thin sliver of sunlight to filter in. This was a perfect place for their summoning ceremony. The old man, along with the white-robed man, began marking the ancient ruined square. From his luggage, the old man took out his order's flag and some tokens, and placed them at the square's entrance. Okay, now the marking is complete. White-robed, please notify the branch head of this country. Have their people come here to perform the ceremony, so as to avoid causing too much noise. The leader knew that several recent bizarre incidents in Mexico were attributed to members of the cult. He wasn't willing to act so blatantly just yet. You mean those incidents that made the news? But leader, the patriarch said. This was the will of the true God. The white-robed man seemed to have contacted the patriarch as well. What? In that case, we can't intervene. Tell him to be careful. Beware of Swagger's men coming after him. That's all we can do. The leader pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Since it was the will of the true God, he had no choice but to step aside. Let's go. I have much work to do, and I won't be in this country for much longer. After marking the square, the leader packed his bags and prepared to return home. Master, you're so busy. Please take care of yourself. The white-robed man followed the leader out. What secrets lie hidden in this primeval forest? What exactly happened in this country? Mexico's new international airport was bustling with activity, a vital hub for international communication. And Swagger's private plane had chosen to land at this airport. After more than 10 hours of flight, they finally arrived at this country across the ocean. Why didn't they choose to land at a military airport? Shakia was puzzled. Because there are so few military airports in this country. How could we possibly have one? The director secured the parking spaces at this airport through the United Nations. Xiuan's answer left Shakia speechless. It seems the differences between countries are still enormous. Bookish knowledge is still no match for personal experience. Reading 1,000 books is like traveling 1,000 miles. That saying is true. On September 2, 2016, then President Enrique Nieto of Mexico announced the construction of a new airport in the capital, Ciudad de Mexico, to replace the existing one. This new airport later became a new symbol for Mexico. It is one of the largest airports in the world, covering an area of 743,000 square meters. This airport has no typical roof, no vertical walls, and no traditional columns. It is a uniquely designed airport, designed by the British architectural firm Foster Plus Partners. The airport's interior and exterior are almost entirely composed of curved structures, creating an otherworldly aesthetic. Sakia, along with the others, walked through the VIP channel into the immigration hall, feeling as if she had been transported to a strange place. Wow, this design is amazing, Sakia commented with a look of amazement. Chapter 171. Arriving at their destination airport, a dark-skinned young man greeted Sakia and her group. He looked to be around 30 years old, and unlike Xian, Sakia, and the others, he was dressed in casual clothes. If he hadn't shown his Swagger ID, one wouldn't have guessed he was an operator. He introduced himself. My name is Pierce, and I'm an operator from Swagger's Mexico branch. I'll be hosting you this time. Please follow me. Okay, thank you. Cheyenne switched to English while speaking to Pierce. Cheyenne and her group of about 10 exited the airport, and Pierce led them into 3 prepared vans. The vans picked up the Swaggers and immediately departed, heading towards the city of Mexico. As the vans drove away, 3 men wearing sunglasses and ponytails emerged from the airport. They were dressed in casual clothes, smoking cigarettes, and watching the vans go away. One of the men, a bearded, older-looking man wearing a turban, dialed his cell phone. They arrived. They must be Swagger's men. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Boss, what should we do? The turban man nodded repeatedly as he spoke. Got it. I tell the brothers in the city to get ready and stay alert. After hanging up, the turban man told his 2 subordinates to get ready for the bus. Brother Rhino, what did the boss say? While the man was on the phone, one of the subordinates bought a drink from a nearby vending machine and handed it to the turban man, known as Brother Rhino. Let's meet up with the brothers in the city and keep a close eye on these people. Otherwise, the boss's deal with that cult might be ruined. Rhino took the drink and drank it. He and his 2 younger brothers got into a small car parked by the roadside and drove towards Mexico City. This trip to Mexico City was truly full of undercurrents. After about a 40-minute drive, Sakia and her group entered the city and arrived at a police station compound. We're here. Pierce greeted everyone and led the group towards the police station. So this branch is inside the police station? This was Sakia's first time at such an exotic police station. She glanced around curiously. All along the way, police officers greeted Pierce. It seemed he was familiar with the area. Captain, these are people from Swagger headquarters. They're here to investigate, Pierce said to a young officer who looked about his age, but seemed to be the head of the police station. Hello. Pierce will take you to Swagger's place. Please don't be shy here. The young sheriff shook hands with Cheyenne, the leader of the group. Pierce led the group through the police station's backyard and into the archives. Come in, Pierce said to the group. This archive is quite spacious, isn't it? Is there an elevator going underground? Shakia was a little excited. After all, Cheyenne had taken her through secret passages in various places throughout New Spring and Autumn City. No elevator, but there are stairs. But Pierce's words dashed Shakia's fantasies. The group walked around the section of the archives where the police kept their files and turned into a small hallway where a staircase led to the basement. It turned out that this country's branch was located in the basement of the police station's archives. After descending 1 flight of stairs, everyone arrived at a gate. The sight of this gate gave them a sense of the Swagger base. Retina verification, intelligence operator Pierce. Pierce put his eyes to the retinal reader, and the iron gate to the basement opened. Inside was a small, brightly lit office area. There was a reception desk and a staircase. The reception desk was empty. I wondered where the receptionist had gone. Everyone, come on, welcome. Headquarters has arrived. Pierce was the first to enter the iron gate and called out. Oh! Chief Pierce is back. A voice answered from the door next to the staircase, and then it opened, revealing a sparse stream of staff members emerging from several doors. Sakia observed the people emerging. None of them wore Swagger uniforms. Some wore only Swagger armbands. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Swagmershik branch. Led by Pierce, the group applauded and welcomed everyone. It turned out that Pierce was the head of this branch. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. We're here to understand the actual situation here. Cheyenne looked at the surroundings and felt that it was really not easy for them. Okay, I take you to the lounge first. Let's put down our luggage and talk later, Pierce said, and walked inside. Just now, Sakia counted the number of people coming out and found that this branch had only a dozen or so operators, about the same number as the people coming from headquarters this time. This branch is truly compact. Entering through the iron gate at the entrance, you're greeted by the reception hall. Although it's called a hall, it's actually not very large, about the same size as Sakia's apartment's living room. At one end of the hall is the hallway. On either side of the hallway are 2 large rooms, each housing the staff's offices. There's quite a bit of equipment inside, seemingly capable of supporting daily operations. There's also a room that looks like a conference room. At the end of the hallway is the lounge, which provides housing and living space for the operators. However, Pierce said there's no cafeteria here. The cafeteria and bathroom facilities are shared with the police station. I'm not entirely familiar with the situation here, This is my first time seeing it here, Cheyenne whispered to Sakia. Everyone has their own small dormitory. Schwager was absolutely clear about this. But Sakia noticed that some of the rooms had just been cleaned up. This was originally someone else's room, wasn't it? Where else are we staying? Pierce heard Shakia ask this and smiled. We're mainly intelligence agents stationed here. We're out and about all day, only coming back every now and then. Don't worry about that. However, there was a hint of weariness in Pierce's smile. But lately, a lot of people haven't come back. Shakia sighed. It seemed not only Cheyenne was worried about this, but the operators on the scene were also having a headache. We're here to investigate this series of events. Leave it to us, Shakia said to Pierce with a determined expression. Little girl, this is no easy task. In this country, intelligence work can get you killed if you're not careful. Pierce didn't know who Shakia was yet, and simply regarded her as a young operator. Of course, as he said, Shakia, Cheyenne, and Old K's team of operators had just arrived and weren't familiar with the country's situation. A rash move would only alert the enemy. Thanks for the heads up. Everyone put their luggage away and headed to the conference room for the branch's report. Chapter 172. After dropping off their luggage, everyone headed to the conference room to hear Pierce's report. The conference room looked not much larger than the other offices, but once the dozen or so people from Schwager headquarters entered, it was packed. Sakia couldn't even find a seat, so she simply stood in the back row with several other operators. Everyone, please make do and sit. Pierce observed the scene, but there was nothing he could do. Of course, the more support from headquarters, the better. Standing would be the only option. Well, then I begin. Pierce plopped down on a stool in front of the conference room's projector, pulled out a laser pointer, and began his presentation. Sakia noticed that the branch's conference room only had a simple projector and screen, lacking the high-tech equipment found at headquarters. The information was also displayed via a laptop connected to the projector. It had been quite a journey for them. Pierce began by discussing the bleaching of the land and environment following the incident. Although Cheyenne was aware of these developments, there were other operators who hadn't heard of the previous reports, such as Sakia. These bleached lands are completely infertile. The organic matter in the soil has completely disappeared. All the plants and animals within the affected area have died. Fortunately, these incidents occurred in sparsely populated rural areas and pristine forests. Sakia swallowed as she looked at the shocking photos. Indeed, this was a very strange sight, not likely caused by any known weapon. The photos of these locations were taken by reporters, who rushed to the scene, and some intelligence operators. This included the locations of these incidents, which shared suspicious overlaps with the mysterious religious group's activities in this country. Of course, Cheyenne had heard this information before. I know Miss Cheyenne is most concerned about why our operators haven't responded. Pierce knew Cheyenne had already heard all this, as he was the one who sent her this information. Yes, go ahead. Cheyenne raised an eyebrow. To be honest, we sent nearly half our personnel to investigate this case. However, we've been obstructed by local extremists, and 3 have been killed. The remaining operators are either on standby or observing, or have lost contact. As Pierce spoke this, his eyes swept across the faces of the people present. And the 3 operators who were killed were right here in Mexico. He spoke calmly, but the sadness within was palpable in his eyes. This was the humiliating feeling of being bullied and shoved to the ground by the enemy. Even the police were implicated, and 4 officers died in the line of duty. Because of this, he had to report the truth to his superior, Cheyenne. I'm sorry, Miss Cheyenne. We did fail this time. Pierce bowed his head and apologized to Cheyenne. Cheyenne listened to Pierce's apology, unsure what to say. Cheyenne had already felt uneasy a week ago. It seemed his sixth sense had been right. Pierce, next time you encounter a dangerous situation, don't be stubborn. Be sure to report it as soon as possible. I anticipated the situation this time. You done a good job. Cheyenne warned Pierce. Headquarters will definitely support you as quickly as possible. Thank you, Miss Cheyenne. We're currently working with the police to see if we can locate these missing operators. And there's one more thing. Pierce blinked and cleared his throat, as if he had important information to add. This is something we just discovered the day before yesterday. Extremists seem to be kidnapping civilians lately, as if they're searching for someone. I suspect our operators' disappearances are related. An operator previously infiltrated the extremists, and it's said these individuals were being supplied to some cult. Afterward, this operator quickly disappeared. I see. This is a bit tricky. Cheyenne listened carefully to Pierce's description and took notes. Sakia, listening from behind, felt a little uneasy. Master Jingxi had said that the police and government in this country were heavily infiltrated by criminal forces. Turning to the police for help in this matter sounded completely unreliable. But it was difficult for the head of this small branch. This place is so small, and the manpower seems limited. The loss of nearly half our intelligence personnel this time is a significant loss. It's indeed necessary for Cheyenne to personally bring fresh troops this time. Cult, extremist forces, capturing civilians' families. Cheyenne pursed her lips, pondering the connections between these events. No, there are too many possibilities based on just these keywords. If possible, could we investigate in person? Absolutely. I go with you. The branch's personnel are at your disposal. Hearing Cheyenne's words, Pierce's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Cheyenne decided to disband the group temporarily, leaving her, Pierce, and the operator's leader, Old K, to work on a battle plan. Sakia, along with the other operators, was free to rest and explore the city freely. While it was called free movement, it was also meant to familiarize them with the city's surroundings under the guise of sightseeing. At the same time, appropriate safety precautions must be taken. According to Pierce, even intelligent operators could be assassinated in this city. The extreme criminal forces here should not be underestimated. Swager didn't want to deal with these forces. While they were out, they were to return to the branch base immediately upon receiving any notification or emergency. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit a foreign country, Sakia, at the urging of Operator J, decided to explore the city and experience the exotic locales. The operators also split into groups of 2 or 3 and went out on their own. When they went out, they all changed into casual clothes, wearing armor plates underneath. Central America lies near the equator, and the weather is much hotter than in New Spring and Autumn City. Many people wore single-layer clothing. However, the temperature here fluctuates dramatically between day and night. Nighttime temperatures might be in the single digits, while daytime temperatures can soar into the 20s. The casual clothes Sakia brought seemed difficult to wear with armor plating. The combination of a single-layer shirt, stockings, and a skirt would be too conspicuous under armor plating, hindering covert operations. Jay and the others were wearing casual clothes with jackets, so that wasn't a big deal. After careful consideration, Jay gave up on letting Sakia wear armor plating. Don't worry, Jay. I don't need it. Seeing Sakia's confident tone, Jay smiled wryly and shook his head. After all, he had seen Sakia's combat prowess before, so he decided not to push her. Since they had free time this afternoon, it would be nice to just wander around the city. Sakia was excited, as if she were on a trip. Pierce had previously mentioned that the underworld is quite powerful here, and operators must be mindful of their own safety when conducting reconnaissance operations under the guise of sightseeing. This is especially true for combat operators, like Jay, whose covert operations capabilities are inferior to those of intelligence operators. Unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid performing intelligence work. Doing so would only be counterproductive. Instead, simply exploring the area is best. Chapter 173. Let's go, Miss Shakia. Let's enjoy some sightseeing today. Operator J and Shakia changed their clothes and walked out of the police station, dressed like tourists. To better observe the city, Operator J also gave Shakia a pair of sunglasses. Firstly, they obscured his vision, and secondly, they covered his face, preventing him from being spotted by suspicious people on the street. Inside the police station, Shakia and Jay also picked up some local tourist information. Oh my god, it's all in English. And this one, what language is it? It wasn't that Shakia didn't know English, but she found the less common language difficult to read. Furthermore, the other one seemed to be in a different language Shakia didn't know, even though it was written in Latin letters. Then I lead the way, Jay volunteered, smiling, taking the guidebook. The first stop was Constitution Square. It wasn't far from the police station where Shakia and the others had started. There was no need to take a car. It was only about a 10-minute walk away. Constitution Square is located in the heart of Mexico City. At 220 meters wide from north to south and 240 meters long from east to west, it's one of the largest squares in the world and the heart of the city. Shakia and Jay arrived at the square, which was already bustling with activity. But Shakia couldn't understand the language spoken by the people on the street. She wanted to buy some souvenirs at a nearby souvenir shop, and after a long conversation with the elderly owner in English, she still couldn't understand. What language are they speaking? I don't speak it at all. It's not English, but I can tell it's not English. Shakia had no choice but to ask Jay for help. Oh, the official language of this country is Spanish. Let me help. I know a little. Jay stepped forward and began to speak the language himself. Though he didn't seem fluent, the shopkeeper seemed to understand. The shopkeeper's wife had a look of sudden realization on her face, then smiled and took an embroidered blouse from the shelf. An embroidered blouse. This is a classic and traditional Mexican women's clothing, available throughout Mexico for virtually no money, including Mexico City. Shakia had never seen this style of embroidery before, but she immediately fell in love with this one among a sea of souvenirs. A Weight Watchers top is a simple cloth top, usually heavily and beautifully embroidered, but it comes in many styles. Visitors visiting the city market will find all sorts of things, although bargaining is always recommended, as tourists are bound to save at least a few pesos at the market. Before leaving the police station, the sheriff had already exchanged some local currency, pesos, for the officers. Now it came in handy. Shakia and the others could shop without worry. This square is well lit and has a pleasant climate. I had thought that Central America, closer to the equator, would be much hotter than New Spring and Autumn City in East Asia, but surprisingly, this time, I found it only warm. Casual clothing was comfortable. And the light here is so abundant, it almost rivals the brightness of New Spring and Autumn City during midsummer. Jay was right to give Shakia sunglasses. This Constitution Square, whether in the 16th century, the 18th century, or even today, when it has become the seat of government, has never ceased to bustle. A huge Mexican flag flutters in the center of the square, offering both tourists and locals alike a place to enjoy themselves. Every morning at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., Mexican soldiers emerge from the National Palace to perform the flag-raising and lowering ceremony. Of course, Shakia and Jay won't be able to see the flag-raising ceremony today, but they can opt to return for the flag-lowering ceremony at 6 p.m. The towering Western-style buildings near Constitution Square also struck Shakia as quite novel, and she asked Jay to take several photos of the square. While taking photos, Jay urged Shakia to capture as many corners and angles of the square as possible. As for the operators, this was a kind of topographical survey during their photo ops. The next stop was the National Museum of Anthropology of Mexico. While it held no strategic value, Jay's visit was purely a personal interest. This afternoon, however, was mainly for fun. As a basic operator in the combat squad, the best way to cooperate was to avoid causing trouble for the intelligence squad. If anything suspicious occurred, they would simply snap a photo and quietly walk away. Following the directions on the tourist map, Jay and Shakia took the subway line 7 to Auditorio Station. After exiting the station, they arrived at the National Museum of Anthropology. The National Museum of Anthropology of Mexico, established in September 1964 and located in Chapultepec Park in Mexico City, is a specialized anthropology museum and the largest in Latin America. After paying 51 pesos each, Jay and Shakia entered the museum. The museum's collection and exhibitions primarily feature relics of Native American civilization. The first floor exhibits numerous treasures reflecting Native American civilization, including painted human figure pots, painted pottery pots, jaguar urns, corn god incense burners, smiling human figures, human-faced incense burners, and rain god urns. The museum's second-floor exhibition halls offer detailed accounts of the culture, art, religion, and lifestyles of Mexico's various ethnic groups through a variety of artifacts, including clothing, musical instruments, weapons, religious vessels, and household items. Shakia, too, fascinated her with these items. No matter the era of human civilization, these historical artifacts always evoke a sense of the vast changes that have taken place over the centuries. Perhaps, from Shakia's original era, these artifacts would have been things from her future. And yet, Shakia, flung far into the future by the power of the root cube, now finds herself viewing these artifacts in a museum of this present era. It's quite fascinating, and Shakia couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Seeing her engrossed gaze, and her intermittent moments of deep thought, Jay could imagine what she was thinking. He laughed and said to Shakia, "If you could tell me about your super ancient civilization, I'd be even more excited than visiting this museum." Jay, don't try to fool me. If I still had my memories, I'd probably be a different person. I'm just as curious about super ancient civilizations as you are. Shakia smiled wryly. Indeed, in ancient times even more distant than the relics displayed in these museums, humans were able to create weapons like the trom. What kind of super civilization was that, and what caused the demise of that super civilization, sending humanity back into the primitive age, slowly developing agriculture, and then, after thousands of years, entering the industrial age? Jingxi had a few memories, but he didn't usually talk to Shakia about ancient civilizations. The documents Jingxi had shown Shakia earlier, however, not only contained information about various clans, but also vague accounts of some ancient civilizations. Like any civilization that has been cut off from another era, the languages and scripts used by these civilizations differ significantly from those of the current Earth civilization, and even from the previous one. The era now known as Ancient Civilization. Sakia didn't know why she could understand the text displayed on Tron's built-in control panel, but she was certain it was a language that didn't exist in the world today. In the previous electronic dimension, the ruined city where Sakia woke up had signs, and road signs with that kind of text. Perhaps that dimension was a restoration of some of the data contained in Tron's black box. Chapter 174. The Museum of Anthropology was a place Jay had always wanted to visit. He had an unexpected interest in history. This operation unexpectedly fulfilled his wish. Shakia, we have another great place to go. Are you interested in art? Of course. But are there any art museums here? The only impressive one I know is the Louvre. There was still plenty of time. Based on 2 or 3 hours per attraction, they could visit 3 or 4 today. Unless otherwise noted, everyone could explore until evening, have dinner, and then return to the branch base to rest. After the operational plan was finalized, there would be no time for sightseeing. Shakia knew this, so with Operator J as her translator, they made the most of the time to explore. Haha, it's not as impressive as the Louvre, but it's still a very famous art museum. Jay smiled as he led Shakia out of the Museum of Anthropology. You may not have heard of the National Museum of Fine Arts in Mexico City, but it's the best in the country. As they led Shakia towards the subway, Jay didn't forget to introduce it. Okay. How do we get there? Take line 2. Jay hurriedly led Shakia into the subway entrance. Near the entrance, a man poked his head out from behind a newspaper and peered toward the entrance Shakia and Jay had just passed. He looked down at a photo in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. The photo showed Schwager and his group just after they left the airport. It looked like a covert photo. It must have been taken by that rhino and his minions. This guy's a spy. However, the photo isn't very clear, and Shakia and Jay's attire is vastly different from what's in the photo. Not to mention, they're both wearing sunglasses, covering half their faces. This makes it difficult for Rhino's spies to judge. Although Jay and Shakia were completely unaware of this, Jay's decision was the right one. As expected, Schwager's agents have all undergone rigorous special agent training, and their subconscious actions can sometimes be quite effective. As the saying goes, a safe bet is a safe bet. However, given this situation, the agents in the intelligence department should be more capable, yet a victim still appears. What kind of force is hindering Schwager? Perhaps Shakia has no idea yet. Taking the Blue Line 2 subway to Bella's Art Station, the two arrived near the Mexico City Museum. According to the map, they were now back in the heart of Mexico City. It seemed closer to the museum when we were at Constitution Square. But when traveling, it's more comfortable to just follow your heart. Jay didn't plan a particular route, and Sakia simply followed Jay's lead. After exiting the subway, we walked a short distance to the museum entrance. It was a massive building with a domed roof. This city is said to have 150 art museums, and this one is the most beautiful. The Palacio de Bellas Artes, located east of the Central Pedestrian Zone, began construction in 1905 and took 30 years to complete. This magnificent marble building is a temple of Mexican culture and art, and also houses one of the world's finest concert halls. However, when they arrived today, there were no performances. What a shame. Of course, there was no time to see any performances tonight. In addition to enjoying the works of many renowned Mexican artists, there are also frequent music, theater, dance performances, and exhibitions. The museum closes at 7 p.m., so it's still early enough to feel free to visit. The entrance fee is 31 pesos. It's cheaper than the museum we visited. It's more like a palace with exquisite architecture than an art gallery. The museum's semicircular portico, supported by 12 marble columns, looks majestic and imposing. On either side of the portico, two groups of intricately carved female statues are symmetrically placed. Wow, is this the aura of art? Just standing at the entrance, Shakia felt that the gate was a work of sculpture. In the center of the main gate, a relief sculpture features Venus, the goddess of harmony, standing in the center, her expression serene. To the left of the goddess, a man symbolizing hatred lies half lying on the ground, his expression aching with despair. To the right of the goddess, a pair of passionate lovers embrace, symbolizing love. Of course, these are explained in the brochure at the ticket office. Otherwise, Shakia wouldn't have known who the sculptures were. Above the large arch window frames, A group of innocent angels celebrate the birth of Venus. Above the main entrance, two groups of allegorical deities symbolizing music and inspiration soar with wings, signifying the continuous development of culture and art. The four female statues on either side of the building are graceful and lifelike. Hey, besides the gate, there's so much more to this building than just the entrance. That's why I recommended you come. Jay patted Shakia, who was secretly peering from the doorway, and pointed to the doors and windows, inviting her to take a look. The Art Museum. We can now call it the Palace of Fine Arts. Its doors and windows are beautifully and elegantly shaped, a work of art beyond imagination. Not just the doors and windows, but even these fences. Shakia took a closer look. There were 1,000 details. The flower crowns on the iron fences, cast by Italian and Mexican artists, exude both exotic and ethnic charm. Lilies bloomed among the leaves of the vines, and the tips of the fences resembled little snakes crawling over the gates. At the four corners of the building, gigantic bronze sculptures of Pegasus gallop through the air, symbolizing the boundless creative realm of poetry and drama. The dome of the building is made of stained glass, and a bronze statue of an eagle with outstretched wings towers 20 meters high. Surrounding the eagle, for women, each depicting joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, represent comedy, tragedy, drama, and lyric drama. The entire sculpture is both vivid and natural, with both form and spirit. Shakia was quite familiar with art museums. She had once visited them on her own one weekend while in New Spring and Autumn City. However, the New Spring and Autumn City art museums primarily featured paintings by local and domestic artists. Shakia didn't particularly appreciate the abstract works. She had gone there simply out of curiosity. The New Spring and Autumn City art museums even had very few sculptures. Of course, Shakia seemed to have some artistic talent. She could paint a little herself. It was just a limited skill, preferably without stick figures. The paintings and sculptures displayed in this art palace were quite interesting. Unlike the works of young artists she had seen before, Shakia felt that the works here had a strange, heavy quality. She and Jay had been walking together, but when she came across a very peculiar painting, she couldn't help but stop. The explanatory sign beneath the painting is in multiple languages, including some in Chinese. Man, controller of the universe. What a strange name. This painting, both in its title and its content, caught Shakia's attention. The mural depicts a man holding a crystal ball in one hand. Four wing-like objects extend from his back. Upon closer inspection, they reveal these to be the propeller blades of a mechanical component. In the blank space between the man and the blades, countless people surge. The gaps between the crowds are filled with various mechanical components. It looks both strange and magical. This mural was created by an artist named Diego Rivera. Chapter 175. The mural by Diego Rivera caught Shakia's eye. Director Chin hadn't actually instilled much understanding of art into Chin Yun when crafting her new personality. But Shakia's understanding and sensitivity for art seemed innate. Could it be a part of Shakia that hadn't disappeared with her amnesia? It was as if her body still remembered some combat techniques. This mural is quite interesting, isn't it? Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind Shakia. The woman spoke English, not the incomprehensible Spanish. Ah, indeed. It feels quite different from the others. Shakia turned and politely replied in English. Standing behind her was a woman of similar height, dressed in a somewhat punk style. She wore sunglasses that gave her a dramatic, technological feel, and a flamboyant punk hat. Although Shakia was also wearing sunglasses, she removed them before entering the room. I really don't know how to appreciate a painting wearing sunglasses. The woman's hair seemed to be pulled up and tucked into a hat, but from the glimpses of her hair, it was clear that it was white. Are you a foreign tourist too? Shakia asked curiously. Yes, I'm from the Gale country. The other person's voice sounded familiar, but Shakia had no recollection of meeting her before. Shakia stared curiously at the young woman who had approached her, but she didn't seem to be looking back at her. The woman in the hat took 2 steps forward, getting closer to examine the mural. Humans are the controllers of the universe? What an arrogant declaration. The woman observed the mural, a mocking smile playing on her lips. She tilted her head slightly toward Shakia, her gaze seemingly directed at her from behind her sunglasses. It does feel that way. Shakia agreed, somewhat awkwardly. Diego Rivera, a renowned Mexican painter, one of the most celebrated muralists of the 20th century, is considered a Mexican national treasure. However, he always had the limitations of his time. Times have changed. As a master of murals, Rivera masterfully balanced the relationship between content, form, and concept within his murals, displaying exceptional skill in imagery, color composition, and spatial manipulation. He then developed this style into a unique blend of cubism, primitive styles, and pre-Columbian sculpture. Rivera's works have been exhibited worldwide. This woman seemed to have extensive knowledge of these artists. Perhaps some artist from somewhere had visited. However, Shakia felt this woman was mysterious, and given her own covert operations, she didn't feel comfortable chatting with anyone. She seized the opportunity and slipped away. Of course, the woman, dressed in an artistic hat, ignored her as she slipped away. But as Shakia walked away, the woman raised her sunglasses with her hand, revealing her eyes, and glanced at Shakia's retreating figure. They were the same red eyes as Shakia's. She was Tessa. Captain Tessa, there seems to be some news in the slums. A hidden earpiece was inserted into her ear, and now a communication was coming from it. Okay, I got it. Keep observing, don't expose yourself. By the way, I met Swager's men. Maybe we can have them lead the charge this time. Captain, you say, we do as you say. Tessa turned and walked out of the Palace of Fine Arts. She and her team of agents were about to get to work. Night was beginning to fall over Mexico City. Jay and Sakia hadn't received any emergency calls yet, so it looked like nothing was happening. The other teams of operators were also free to explore and rest around the city. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's go to Constitution Square to watch the flag-lowering ceremony. Then, grab something to eat nearby. After touring the Palace of Fine Arts, Sakia and Jay were discussing their next steps. That's up to you, Miss Sakia. Choosing a restaurant. I'm not very good at that. Operator Jay, though fluent in 8 languages and skilled in combat, was also quite skilled. But cooking and anything related to food are truly his weaknesses. My wife cooks at home. I'm not really that sensitive. Jay laughed helplessly. If Shakia hadn't been with him, he would have been planning to get some Mexican chicken wraps or something. So you have a wife? It's a good thing we're going shopping today, across the ocean. I don't want to be misunderstood. Hey, Miss Shakia, I didn't expect you to be so reserved. We agents can play all kinds of roles, if necessary. I even played couples with some female operators several times. You're not intelligence officers. Shakia was a little surprised. In her mind, combat operators were the ones who charged to the front lines and engaged the enemy head-on. Hey, this is the daily life of an agent. Of course, Miss Shakia, you're just a pilot after all. There's no need to do too much agent work. It's not fun at all. Jay sighed. You know, my wife doesn't even know I'm a Swager operator. This time, I told her I was just on a cross-border business trip. Stop, stop, stop. It's dangerous if you keep talking. Stop making random promises. I didn't expect Miss Shakia to care about this. Of course I do. Shakia reached out to shut Jay up. She did care about this. So often, people would mutter these things only to be killed in the next moment. It wasn't funny at all. It was unlucky. She had a good relationship with these operators, and didn't want anyone's life to be put in danger. Piloting the tram to fight the families, and becoming a Swager's combat force as an operator, both roles carry their own dangers. Although this was the first time Sakia had truly worked closely with the operators, she could still understand their hard work. When Sakia flew the tram, it was often when the families appeared and needed a head-on confrontation. And when Sakia rested and went about her daily life, it was the operators who were busy running the show. This time, dinner was left to Sakia to choose. It was Sakia's way of rewarding the operators, who had long worked behind the scenes for her. A restaurant near Constitution Square. Let me see. As the two walked towards Constitution Square, Sakia searched on her phone for good restaurants. Oh! Got it! This restaurant called Taguba seems pretty good. Sakia now had to admit she was a foodie. It didn't take her a few minutes to find a highly rated restaurant near Constitution Square. Haha, Miss Shakia, as expected. I listened to you. Jay didn't even bother thinking about food. We arrived in this country almost at noon today. We only ate a few bites on the plane. We were all starving. On the way, Jay privately asked Pierce, the branch manager, for some bread. Chapter 176. After passing through Constitution Square and joining in the excitement of the flag-lowering ceremony, we headed to a nearby restaurant. Shakia invited operator Jay to spend a leisurely dinner together. When it came to Mexican cuisine, both Shakia and Jay were rather clueless. The waiter, noticing they were foreign tourists, began introducing the dishes to them. Luckily, Jay was there to translate, otherwise Shakia would have been left with a random order. Speaking of this country's cuisine, it may not be well known in the East, but it actually has a long history. Mexican cuisine consists of appetizers, soups, main courses, and desserts. Soups are relatively light, highlighting the sour and spicy flavors of the main courses. Mexican cuisine is not bound by strict table manners. It can be eaten with the hands, fully reflecting the hearty and generous character of the people. Mexico is an ancient civilization in Central America. In addition to its numerous historical sites, its beautiful Caribbean scenery is even more enticing, and its food is even more sumptuous. Shakia was also quite interested in food culture. Dr. Clark had previously treated her, Ziyuan, and Minister Zhang to a dinner before leaving. That Western meal was quite good. However, not all dining in non-Eastern countries is the same. Shakia would have a completely new experience this time. Because this country was once ruled by Spain and influenced by ancient Indian culture, its cuisine is primarily sour and spicy. Chili peppers, in particular, have become an indispensable food for Mexicans. Mexico produces an estimated 100 varieties of chili peppers, ranging in color from fiery red to dark brown. As for spiciness, the thinner the pepper, the spicier it is, so this is a good guideline for choosing. The waiter asked Shakia something. He asked if you can handle spicy food? Jay translated. Oh, that's no problem. The food in New Spring and Autumn City is quite spicy. Shakia smiled. It seemed the food in this country must be quite good. Corn. What's called corn in Eastern countries is a staple food for Mexicans, and an indispensable ingredient in Mexican cuisine. There are countless side dishes made from corn, like tacos, corn tortillas, and nachos, corn crisps. Dishes that prioritize fresh fish over corn are secondary. The fish fillets dipped in butter sauce are fragrant and delicious, while the large kernels of corn are refreshingly sweet. I see. It looks so tempting. One of these fish fillets, then. Listening to the waiter's instructions, Shakia began to order. Besides the fish fillets, there were many more delicious items. The waiter flipped open the menu, and continued to introduce them. Like Chinese and Stan cuisine, it has stood the test of time, proving itself a vibrant fixture on the global culinary scene. This ancient civilization in Central America inherits Mayan and Aztec culinary traditions, characterized by rich flavors and vibrant colors. Corn, chili peppers, potatoes, and cocoa beans are staples, and seafood dishes and a variety of refreshing and delicious dipping sauces have captivated diners worldwide. In the eyes of leading gourmets worldwide, Mexican cuisine is one of the world's 5 greatest cuisines, alongside French, Stan, Yen, and Italian. While restaurants serving this cuisine are rare in inland areas, like New Spring and Autumn City, that doesn't mean it's not available elsewhere. This time, Sakia was truly a feast for the senses. Mexican cuisine is rich in flavor and vibrant in color, just like the country's passionate and vibrant image. Here, people place great emphasis on color matching. Every dish is based on the red, white, and green colors of the Mexican flag, resulting in not only exceptional flavor, but also a visually pleasing presentation. As the birthplace of chili peppers, Mexico produces approximately half of the world's chili varieties, boasting hundreds of varieties of red, yellow, green, and green peppers. Mexicans also enjoy chili peppers in a surprising variety of ways, raw, in dishes, even in desserts and drinks. Of course, Sakia wasn't ready to try the chili-infused desserts and drinks just yet. Finally, Sakia ordered black pepper and onion beef, sautéed green and red cactus peppers, Mexican purgas, and a bowl of pozole soup. These portions were enough for Jay and me. Even Jay, who wasn't particularly fond of food, seemed to have his appetite whetted. After a brief wait, the dishes arrived, one by one. Wow, the portions are quite generous. I resisted ordering too much, and it worked out well, Jay exclaimed, looking at the large plates of food. Come try it. People here don't seem to be too particular about using cutlery. Some dishes are eaten with their hands. But Shakia still felt it was inappropriate, and used a knife and fork. After all, there were no chopsticks here. First, let's try the stir-fried cactus with green and red peppers. After all, cactus as a dish is rare in the world. Oh! Not bad. It feels a bit strange. Take a bite, and the taste is sour, spicy, salty, and fragrant. Shakia nodded, motioning for Jay to join in. Compared to Western tastes, the flavors were surprisingly similar to those of the New Spring and Autumn Market where Shakia lived. Next, try the onion and black pepper beef. The beef is fragrant and tender, the onion is soft and sweet, and the black pepper perfectly permeates the beef, while the onion retains its original flavor. Shakia had previously had black pepper beef at a restaurant near school. While the taste was somewhat similar, the texture of the ingredients was definitely different. Compared to Western food, It's closer to Eastern cuisine. Ah. Jay also devoured it with relish. The Mexican dumplings seemed unremarkable compared to the previous dishes. They resembled fried potato chips or spring roll wrappers. They should be dipped in a hot and sour sauce for a unique, crispy, and refreshing flavor. Shakia didn't bother to be picky about this. Eating with her hands was the most convenient. The fish fillet was much more delicious than the dumplings, though the locals seemed to treat the dumplings as a staple. Finally, let's see what the pozole soup was like. As far as invigorating and revitalizing soups go, this broth is a delightful tradition. This stew is made from dried corn kernels, marinated and cooked in spices, and is prepared with a variety of sauces, including a chili-based base with tomatoes, cilantro, and peppers. It's usually garnished with diced onions, shredded cabbage, sliced radish, and chilies. The broth is usually made with pork, but vegetarian options are becoming increasingly popular. Of course, Sakia ordered the meat version. Wonderful! This soup lit up all the other dishes tonight. Both of them were very satisfied. Burp! Sakia burped quietly, but thankfully Jay didn't notice. After a satisfying meal, Sakia had a great day. Next, it was time to go back and rest. The two of them strolled slowly down the street. Although the restaurant wasn't too far from the police station, Shakia and the others took a stroll nearby to digest their food. For some reason, Jay began to glance around, as if on guard. Did you notice that too? Shakia's eyes grew alert. Ever since they left the restaurant, she felt a sense of someone following them. Using her breathing technique, Shakia spread out her invisible energy-woven sensory net, and indeed discovered 4 people following them at a distance. Want to give it a try? Jay winked at Shakia. Interesting. Might as well give it a try. Consider it a digestion aid. Shakia smiled confidently. Chapter 177. What should we do? Are they robbers? Shakia whispered to Jay. They noticed the 4 men following them were getting closer. Let's go through the alley. Looks like we need to get moving tonight. Jay nodded, pointing to the alley between the 2 buildings ahead. 4 men wouldn't be a quick task for Jay and Shakia. Let's see what they're up to. Shakia and Jay turned into the alley, and quickly ambushed near the entrance. Jay activated the tactical module on his sunglasses, instantly transforming them into night vision goggles. In the darkness, Jay furtively observed the approaching figures from the corner. This group is starting to gather. They all have weapons like knives, but they're not holding them. Jay finished his observation and retreated. Hey, isn't that the same as coming in empty-handed? Shakia said from the other side, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The 4 men approaching looked like street thugs. Some of them wore leather jackets, others sported mohawks and tattoos. The footsteps grew closer, and Shakia could clearly hear them. The 4 men had reached the intersection. The alley was lined with several trash cans and illuminated by a dim streetlight. The 4 thugs entered the alley, looking around in confusion. They had clearly seen the 2 men enter, and the alley ended at a wall. Now! Jay shouted, and together with Shakia, they dodged from the shadows of the alley entrance. Shakia delivered a flying kick to the nearest thugs, but, sending him spinning headfirst into a distant trash can. She was still quite confident in her strength, but even so, it was still much greater than an average person's. The thug who had been fatally beaten felt as if he'd been hit in the crotch by a motorcycle and passed out. Before the other 3 thugs could react, Jay rushed forward again, locked one of them by the neck, and spun him around, throwing him headfirst against the wall. Puff! The thug also fainted, sliding down the wall and lying motionless. Ah! One of the 2 remaining thugs, a man with a mohawk, spun around and punched Jay, but Jay caught his fist and spun around again. Beautiful. Shakia saw Jay smoothly knocked down 2 more, and gave him a thumbs up. 1 more. Jay and Shakia slowly approached the last remaining thug. The thug seemed to be frantically reaching for a knife, but his hands were shaking from the nervousness, and he couldn't pull it out. Finally, he pulled the folding knife from his pocket, but his hand trembled and it dropped to the ground. Shakia rushed forward, stepped on the knife, and raised a fist at the man. The man fell to his knees, his face frantic. He waved his hands at Shakia and muttered something, as if begging for mercy. But Shakia couldn't understand what he was saying. What's going on? Jay, listen. Shakia had no choice but to ask Jay to translate. Jay approached the pleading thug and spoke a few words in Spanish to him, then suddenly laughed. What's going on? Shakia asked curiously. Haha, these guys are just ordinary thugs. They usually target foreign tourists for money and sex, but they didn't expect to run into us. Shakia shrugged helplessly. It seems things aren't peaceful anywhere. Seeing the 2 weren't going to kill them, The thug stood up with a fawning smile, giving Shakia and Jay a thumbs up and muttering non-stop. Kung Fu, Kung Fu. The thug knew he had run into someone tough today, and immediately started flattering them. Get out. Jay kicked him in the butt, and the thug scurried out of the alley. Shakia and Jay didn't linger any longer. It was getting late, so they left the alley, intending to head straight back to the police station. At the intersection, the thug who had just escaped popped his head out of a phone booth. In his hand, he was holding a photo of Swagger personnel that Rhino had taken at the airport. So, who were these thugs? Back at the police station, there were still a few officers on duty. Shakia and Jay didn't need to greet them. They simply headed straight for the branch base. On the way, they encountered several other groups of operators. It seemed everyone had returned around the same time. Cheyenne, Kay, and Pierce seemed to have already finalized their battle plan, which they wouldn't announce until tomorrow. But they didn't seem to be there tonight, perhaps because they finished work late and left later. Since there was nothing else to do, Shakia decided to rest up and go to bed early. Jay also went off to chat with the other operators. The next morning, the operators were busy. Thankfully, Shakia went to bed early, so she woke up at 7:30 and felt quite refreshed. Cheyenne's going to announce their battle plan. Shakia woke up and met Jay. They all had breakfast together in the police station cafeteria. Jay greeted Shakia and told her about a strange phenomenon. The operators who had been out on tour yesterday had all been followed to varying degrees. The reasons for the following varied. Some were followed by an elderly woman, who eventually claimed the operator's money had been lost. Others were followed by a begging child, who pestered the operator for money. Some male operators were followed by prostitutes, who offered them special services. Are the people in this country so welcoming? Shakia said with a wry smile. And we were followed by thugs. It seems a bit too coincidental, doesn't it? Jay shook his head. His instinct as an operator made him wary of this matter. Indeed, have you told Cheyenne? Shakia chatted as she ate breakfast. The breakfast here is all sour and spicy, truly delicious. Well, let's not discuss that for now. Let's go to the operational meeting first. Okay. The quick planning of this operational meeting was largely due to the close cooperation with the police. Pierce and Cheyenne co-chaired the operational meeting. According to a tip from a police informant, the leader of Mexico City's criminal underworld is planning to hold talks and negotiate with members of a religious group in a slum on the outskirts of the city. Our first operation will be to cooperate with the police in capturing the leader and the religious group representative. Cheyenne explained, displaying various materials on the projection screen. This Swagger operation is a covert one. This operation is being conducted under the guise of the Mexican police. We urge everyone to prioritize their own safety and capture those involved in religious and extremist groups alive. Once captured, they will be interrogated by Swagger operators, Pierce added. As for why, we in Swagger do not have the authority to arrest individuals from other countries. Please remember this. Cheyenne glanced at the operators before her. Chapter 178. Now, we will set up a field command post near the slums, and our operators will operate alongside the police. Pierce told the operators. Several cars sped along Mexico City's main thoroughfare. Though they looked ordinary, they contained a mixed group of plainclothes police officers and Swagger operators. Of course, Sakia was among them. Once we arrive at the scene, we blend in with the residents of the slums. Everyone, change clothes and get ready to go. Cheyenne explained this to everyone in the conference room. Of course, don't forget to wear your bulletproof vests just in case. The vehicles for this joint operation would split up and regroup near their destination to avoid alerting the enemy. Sakia and the operators, now in their makeup, followed the plainclothes police to a bungalow near the slums. This was their temporary command post for the operation. The command center had already deployed communications and surveillance equipment, constantly trained on the slums on the hilltop across the street. Wow, it seems the police here aren't as incompetent as Master Jinxie claimed. Sakia, observing the situation, felt they were quite capable. The police department will arrange the police, while Pierce and I will be responsible for the operators, Cheyenne said to the operators, including Sakia. Pierce, who was checking equipment in the command room, looked up and smiled. I'll be with everyone, don't worry. What should I do? Sakia was a little unsure of her role. After all, her primary role was piloting the tram, and arrest operations, and the like were completely unfamiliar to her. Miss Shakia, I'm well aware of your combat capabilities. We need you on the scene just in case. If the enemy takes any action related to the families, you might be the only one on the scene who can do anything. Pierce glanced at Cheyenne and said, stroking his chin. Cheyenne nodded, seemingly having already discussed the matter. Okay. I do my best. Shakia wasn't entirely sure, but she hoped she wouldn't hold everyone back at a crucial moment. It's okay, Shakia. Just work with Mr. Pierce. If everything goes well, you can just observe the arrest. Since you said so, Cheyenne. Shakia was still noticeably nervous. She looked at Pierce. Then, I'd be counting on your guidance. Report. Chief, Ms. Cheyenne, the suspect's convoy has departed. We can begin deployment. The communications officer came over and reported to Cheyenne and the chief. Okay, got it. Plainclothes and combat operators, begin deploying. Once the suspect's convoy is parked, the road blocking team will begin. The sheriff immediately gave the order. Okay, got it. The officers and operators responded in unison. But Shakia clearly hadn't reacted yet. She simply stared at Cheyenne. Alright, go ahead, Shakia. But prioritize your own safety. Cheyenne smiled and nodded at Shakia, but a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. On the one hand, Shakia was their trump card against the families. On the other, Cheyenne worried that Shakia's lack of experience might lead her to unforeseen dangers during this operation. Okay, don't worry, Cheyenne. Shakia could see the worry in Cheyenne's eyes, but she had been training with Jinxie for some time now, and even without the trauma, her combat effectiveness had improved significantly. If nothing else, at least she could dodge bullets if a shootout broke out. According to the police's tracking and surveillance of the target, they had half an hour to arrive. During that half an hour, Pierce led Shakia and 3 other combat operators to the slums, disguising themselves as passers-by. These 3 operators included Shakia, K, and J. Of course, in addition to Pierce and the 4 swaggers, there were also about 5 plainclothes police officers. Everyone wore varying degrees of makeup. Some men wore wigs and fake beards. Shakia, on the other hand, wore a headscarf to conceal her signature hairstyle. After all, if they were to disguise themselves as people from the slums, they didn't dare cover their faces with anything, as that would only make them look even more strange. The operators from East Asia headquarters looked somewhat different from the locals, so to further enhance their disguise, KJ and Shakia all wore makeup, darkening their skin tones. This gave it a more or less familiar feel. 10 people, that number was practically the limit for an infiltration operation. After all, this slum was built on a hillside, a collection of illegal structures. With so few people, a sudden surge of them would have been a sign of something fishy. So, the infiltration team was already sufficient, and more officers and operators joined the blockade. The operation was divided into 2 parts. First, it was Pierce, Shakia, and other infiltrators who would try to apprehend and arrest the suspect at close range, but the success rate was actually quite low. If the enemy discovered them and began to flee, the infiltrators would be responsible for driving them out, trapping them in the blockade team's pocket formation. This would allow them to be captured in one fell swoop. This was the battle plan devised by Pierce, Cheyenne, and the police station chief. It should have been sufficient to deal with a few local thugs. Shakia, K, and J walked in, wearing simple, ragged clothing befitting a slum dweller. Everyone strolled through the slum district as if nothing had happened. Times were advancing. Today, police no longer needed to carry radio receivers and earphones connected to their equipment via cable when conducting infiltration operations. This would have been easily detected. Nowadays, everyone wore invisible in-ear headphones. The presence of communication equipment was completely invisible from the outside. The antenna was just a small, finger-sized wireless receiver in a trouser pocket. This was a perfectly executed plan. After arriving at the slums, Shakia and the others began to split up. Of course, as previously agreed, Shakia and Pierce would be traveling together. So, even though their eyes didn't meet, pretending not to know each other, Shakia wasn't too far away from him. The target will be reached in about 10 minutes. Everyone, take your positions. The voice message coming from the headset made Shakia's forehead sweat. The other operators and plainclothes officers were unperturbed. They were probably used to it. No, stay calm. Otherwise, Shakia's behavior would easily arouse the suspect's suspicion and cause unnecessary trouble for everyone. It's okay. Just treat it as a casual stroll. We give you instructions later. Don't be nervous, Pierce whispered to Shakia. He suggested Shakia visit a nearby ice cream shop and pretend to be living a normal life there. Shakia nodded gratefully to Pierce. She watched the plainclothes police officers nearby expertly patrol the slums. They chatted with passers-by and stopped by the shops, acting perfectly at ease. There really isn't anything for me to do here, Shakia thought. Might as well listen to Pierce's advice, act natural, and do something like the residents. Chapter 179. Here we are. Attention, officers. The target convoy has entered the block. Cheyenne informed everyone via the comms. Attention, officers. Spread out and observe. The sheriff directed the officers to deploy. Shakia sat on a plastic chair on a small raised platform. Behind her was a small shop selling drinks, snacks, and the like. Shakia had chosen this spot for a good view. I see the convoy. Shakia informed K.J. Pierce and Cheyenne via the comms. Two convoys were approaching from the winding mountain road on the side of the hillside, where the slums were located, heading in opposite directions. Each convoy consisted of 3 cars. One convoy stopped near the entrance to the slums at the bottom of the hill, while the other stopped in a small parking lot near the slums at the top of the hill. A middle-aged man in a strange uniform emerged from the convoy below, carrying a suitcase. He was accompanied by 2 men wearing robes with the same pattern. The 3 of them, led by several men wearing leather jackets, sunglasses, and floral headbands, headed up the hillside. From the convoy coming up the hillside, a man wearing glasses and a gray suit emerged. He was followed by several gang members wearing casual clothes and leather jackets. This man appeared to be a representative of the gang. The convenience store where Sakia was staying was very close to the house up the hillside where they were to meet for the meeting. She tried to act natural, not making eye contact. The group led by the man in the suit quickly entered a house near the convenience store. Shakia saw Jay approach from below the small platform where she was standing and winked at her. She quietly descended the steps, passed by Jay, and said in a low voice, "They gone inside." Jay nodded, then casually passed by Shakia. He planned to circle back up to the building and wait. The group ascending below had also been spotted by Pierce and the officers. Pierce and the officers pretended to be passers-by, occasionally passing the group along different routes. Successfully secured the target. Awaiting instructions, Pierce replied to Cheyenne. "Okay, wait until they're all inside." Cheyenne and the sheriff were working closely together, planning a successful encirclement and suppression operation. It seemed the other party hadn't noticed the police's arrival. Shakia continued to stake out the area near the store. Several members of the gang that had entered the nearby hut suddenly emerged. Since the target they were waiting for hadn't arrived yet, and the negotiations hadn't begun, they were probably out on guard. One of the men in leather jackets left, lit a cigarette, and slowly walked towards the store with 2 men who looked like his underlings. "Brother Rhino, what would you like to drink? We get you some. We still have some time before the negotiations begin. Give me a Coke, and I stand guard at the door." The man in leather jacket instructed his men to get him a drink. Of course, Shakia didn't hear him, and she didn't understand him. Shakia was startled, but she couldn't just turn around and run away. That would arouse their suspicion. To appear natural, she pretended to buy some drinks. However, her Spanish wasn't fluent, so she was just pretending. Shakia began to look around the shelves with a feigned composure. Shakia realized the underling had approached her and was asking the owner for something. The owner turned to get her 3 bottles of Coke, then watched Shakia stare at him for a long moment before asking her what she wanted. But Shakia, trying to avoid the underling's gaze, didn't realize the owner was asking her a question. When Shakia turned around, she saw the owner and the underling staring at her in confusion. She felt her hands and feet go cold. This is bad. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Wasn't this directly exposing Shakia's inability to understand the language? No, calm down. Shocked, Shakia quickly feigned deafness and dumbness. She pointed to her ears and waved her hand. He pointed to his mouth again, imitating a mute voice with a mute sound like ABA. The younger brother and the boss exchanged glances, each shrugging helplessly. Shakia grabbed a drink from the cooler and paid the boss. Seeing the younger brother hadn't seen through her disguise, Shakia quickly slunk away from the store. "What took you so long?" Rhino took the Coke the younger brother offered, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "Hey, there's a deaf-mute woman over there buying a drink." The boss took a while to greet her. "Hey, she's quite pretty," the younger brother replied. "Pretty girls, not bad." Rhino sipped his Coke thoughtfully after hearing this. "That's not right. We sold all the pretty girls in this slum to brothels. I haven't heard of any deaf-mute people there," Rhino said to his 2 younger brothers. He became alert. "Let's go check it out." Rhino quickly called his 2 younger brothers to the convenience store to ask. At this moment, representatives from the religious group also entered the house. After exchanging pleasantries, they seemed to begin negotiations. Shakia trotted down the slope and saw the police officers heading up. "Shakia, why are you going down? The police are closing in." She ran into Pierce, who was heading up with the police. I'm afraid I was exposed. Shakia panicked. She whispered to Pierce, a bit incoherent. Don't panic. Just wander around for a bit. It'd be over soon anyway. Originally, Rhino and his underlings were supposed to be on guard outside the hut, but Sakia's suspicious behavior led Rhino and the other two to question the shop, allowing the officers to explore the area surrounding the hut. Sure enough, I haven't seen that woman before. After questioning the owner, Rhino's expression suddenly fell. Useless. Hurry and catch that woman. She might be a plainclothes cop. Seeing his underlings show no signs of vigilance, Rhino, furious, slapped them in the face. Yes, yes. The two underlings panicked and began searching the slums. Hey! Look! She's down there. After searching for a while, the underling who had just seen Sakia shouted to Rhino and another underling. He pointed to a small alley in the slums. From their vantage point, they could see what was going on in those alleys. Chase! Brother Rhino took the lead, trotting down the stairs. From a distance, on the slum path on the hillside, Shakia spotted 3 thugs running towards her and immediately picked up speed. She didn't dare to run away immediately, nor did she dare to confront them head-on. The first shot hadn't been fired from the house above yet, so Shakia didn't dare act rashly. She could only maneuver with all her might, stalling for time. Okay, Jay and Pierce. Just hurry up. Shakia groaned inwardly as she turned into the alley. Chapter 180. Time flashes back to when the 2 teams of vehicles had parked, and Brother Rhino was still smoking at the door. At the command of the police, 2 teams of officers drove up in large trucks. The 2 trucks moved across the middle of the road, completely blocking it from both ends. The team responsible for blocking the road then set up cordons at both ends to prevent innocent vehicles from being caught up in the operation. This prevented the target from escaping by car during the arrest. The capture team is in place, and the infiltration team is moving. The sheriff commanded over the radio. Pierce followed the other officers, and quietly moved toward the house on the hillside. On the way, they encountered Sakia walking down the hill. Now, because Sakia had attracted the attention of the enemy security personnel, she had to do her best to deal with Brother Rhino and his men before the operation began, buying the police time. Brother Rhino and his men ran down the hill, but found that the target had disappeared. Search separately. She's definitely in this area. Following the eldest brother's instructions, the 2 younger brothers split off, one on the left and one on the right, turning into the alleys on either side. With serious expressions, the 2 younger brothers opened the doors of each house and searched. This slum was filled with shanties, many of the dilapidated houses unable to be locked. In front of a shanty, a younger brother fiercely pushed open a makeshift plastic door and suddenly found an old woman sitting on the toilet. It turned out to be a restroom. The old woman, seeing a man intruding, remained calm, baring her broken teeth at the younger brother and smiling. Damn old woman, you're so annoying. The younger brother retched, pinching his nose in disgust, closed the door, and walked away. He continued searching the other rooms. After the young man left, Sakia unexpectedly emerged from the restroom. It turned out there was a small space next to the restroom door, and Sakia had been hiding behind it. She pinched her nose and frowned, looking embarrassed, but she still quickly bowed and thanked the woman who had gone to the restroom. Then Sakia quickly ran in the opposite direction of the young man. Up the slope, the police had already reached the perimeter of the house. The armed guards on the rooftop hadn't noticed the police hiding in the corner of the illegal building. The operation was about to begin. However, the cult members didn't seem to want to let this operation go so smoothly. Sir, before inviting us in, shouldn't you clean the house first? The cult's messenger, the middle-aged man in uniform, gave the man in the suit a chilling smile. What do you mean? The man in the suit could still sense the inexplicable pressure from the 3 cult members before him. From the moment they sat down, the middle-aged man had been conversing with him. Behind them, 2 others in cult uniforms had their heads covered by hoods and wore strange masks that obscured their faces. The 2 remained motionless, standing behind the middle-aged man. Although the man in the suit's minions were also like this, their expressions were noticeably changing, and they occasionally exchanged a few words. The 2 individuals brought by the cult representatives truly filled him with the same instinctive fear he feels when facing inanimate objects. We're surrounded now. How could that be possible? There's someone guarding the rooftop. The man in the suit thought the other party was just putting pressure on him. The cult representative didn't explain, only giving the man in the suit a mysterious smile. Before he knew it, beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead. Speaking of which, where's Brother Rhino? Why he been out smoking for so long? The man in the suit asked the younger brother beside him, but the younger brother didn't know either. He decided to call Brother Rhino first. He called Brother Rhino, and his answer startled the man in the suit. What? A woman who looks like a plainclothes police officer was spotted. The man in the suit held his phone, staring at the cult representative in surprise. Damn it! Catch her now. There's a reward. The cult representative sighed. What's going on? Didn't my men go out to catch rats? 1, 2, 3. The cult representative began counting. The man in the suit looked at the cult representative in confusion. There are 9 of them, around this room. They're hiding in the shadows. What? The man in the suit's eyes widened. Shakia had practically circled the slums with Rhino and his men. Ugh! This time, Shakia was in trouble. She reached a 3-way intersection, halfway up the mountain, only to see Rhino and his 2 men approaching her from each intersection. Finally, we got you. Rhino approached Shakia, gun drawn. The 2 men approached from behind and pinned her down. Under normal circumstances, Shakia could have dealt with these 3 men instantly, but now she had to wait for the action to begin. Tell me, are you a police officer? The younger brother threatened Shakia. But Shakia genuinely didn't understand what he was saying. No matter how the younger brother spoke to Shakia, she only looked bewildered. Rhino brother also felt this was inefficient. Shakia's bewildered expression didn't seem fake. Is she really deaf-mute? The younger brother was also a little puzzled. Humph, wouldn't that be even better? Sell her directly to a brothel, that would be wonderful. Another younger brother laughed. Luckily, Shakia couldn't understand what they were saying, otherwise she would have beaten them to death. Rhino brother decided to search Shakia. The police might find something. Catch her, I search her. Rhino brother began to touch Shakia. Shakia was already wearing thin clothes, and being touched all over by these large hands felt awkward and uncomfortable. Besides, these 3 guys were already lawless. How could they be expected to do such a thing as a body search of a beautiful woman? Ha ha, this girl is a real gem. Brother Rhino was a pimp himself, so naturally he had his own opinion of women. Though Shakia glared at him and began to struggle, she didn't dare make too much noise. Hurry up. Hurry up and start fighting. Why is it so quiet up there? Shakia screamed in her mind, or else something bad would happen. She felt she was reaching her limit. If these 3 bad guys continued to grope her, Shakia would immediately strike and beat them to death. During the struggle, Shakia's headscarf was torn off, and her long hair fell down. Wow, Brother Rhino, what a beauty. How about we enjoy her before we capture her and sell her off? The men were overjoyed. Wait. You're... Brother Rhino thought the woman before him looked familiar. His skin was a little darker, but... Yes, this face and hairstyle belonged to one of the members of Swagger's team, captured earlier. At the same moment, gunfire rang out from the negotiation room. The battle had begun. Sakia's heart surged with ecstasy. She looked up, gazing at the 3 unfortunate individuals who had captured her with the eyes of a prey. Rhino, too, was stunned by this look and stopped what he was doing. Chapter 181. Huh? Hearing the gunshot, Brother Rhino and his men froze for a moment. It came from the direction of the meeting cabin. Could it be the police? The police are attacking. But they didn't have time to think about their next move. The 2 men holding Shakia's hands behind their backs suddenly felt the world spinning before their eyes, and then everything went black, and they lost consciousness. Who are you? Brother Rhino, not knowing what was happening, took a few steps back in shock. Just then, it seemed as if the girl's shoulders had trembled, and the 2 men fell headfirst into the dirt. But Shakia couldn't understand what the pale, leather-clad, tattooed man in front of her was saying. That felt good, didn't it? Shakia cracked her knuckles, gnashing her teeth and smirking as she slowly approached Brother Rhino. You, what did you say? Of course, Brother Rhino didn't understand Shakia's language, but at that moment, he realized this woman wasn't mute. And the next second, he had to give up thinking. Time flashes back half a minute, to the negotiation room. The man in the suit watched the cult representative mutter something about being surrounded. Just as he was about to say something else, a grenade suddenly broke through the window and rolled in. Ah! The man in the suit and his men dropped to the ground in terror. But the 3 cult members seemed unmoved. Swish! A large amount of smoke erupted from the grenade. It was a smoke bomb, then bursts of gunfire rang out outside, and the guardsmen on guard collapsed, wailing. The man in the suit realized the cult representative's words were true. Were they the police? Or were they an ambush arranged by the cult? Damn, there's another gunman on the roof. Pierce and his crew defeated the thugs guarding the house, But there was still another gunman upstairs, holding his ground with a rifle. This rooftop had been used as a cover, so it was a bit tricky. Pierce, Kay, and Jay were debating whether to use grenades when they suddenly noticed a burly man in a leather jacket descend from the sky behind them. It was Rhino. His eyes rolled back, and there was a clear fist mark on his face. It looked like Sakia had knocked him unconscious, then somehow flung him into the air. Now he was aiming squarely at the guard on the roof. Oh, what a scene! Jay narrowed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the loud thud of the guard being hit. He knew it was most likely Sakia's doing. The scene was in chaos, and the man in the suit hadn't bothered to care about the cult members. He's the local boss in this area. Saving his own life is paramount. The man in the suit and his henchmen scrambled out of the door amidst the smoke, intending to escape through the back door and drive away. But once outside, he and his henchmen were surrounded by plainclothes police. The man in the suit and his henchmen had no choice but to use the door as cover as they confronted the plainclothes officers. Hands up! You're surrounded. Surrender. 3 policemen, already aiming at him, shouted. Huh, so you're really the police? I thought you were someone else. Why haven't you learned your lesson? From the way he spoke, it seemed the man in the suit had fought the police in this city many times. A few more times would be enough to defeat them. There were only 3 police officers, while the man in the suit and his henchmen numbered 5 or 6. They raised their guns and opened fire on the police. Suddenly, the slum was engulfed in gunfire, and residents fled screaming. Police were already there below, helping to evacuate the crowd. K.J. Pierce. Sorry I'm late. Sakia leaped from a slum roof. It seemed she finally didn't have to hide her strength to avoid detection. That guy who just fell. Did you do it? Pierce was a little surprised. He had only heard of him, and read Trom's combat records. He hadn't expected this pilot named Sakia to be such a skilled fighter. I did it. Don't ask for details. Just do it. Sakia didn't want to dwell on what had happened just a few minutes ago. She just wanted to beat these bad guys to the ground. Together with Operator Swager's team, she approached the bullet-riddled wooden house. Pierce, pistol in hand, stealthily approached the window that had been hit by the smoke bomb. After confirming there were no ambushes behind the window, he slipped out sideways and shouted inside. Listen up, everyone inside. You're surrounded. The other 2 windows on this wall were also guarded by K and J. This was a hall, and there didn't seem to be any armed extremists inside. The henchmen were all guarding their boss, a man in a suit, at the back door, engaged in a shootout with the police. Only a middle-aged man in a strange uniform and his 2 masked assistants sat inside. Humph, have all the local thugs fled? Are you from a religious group? Come with us. Pierce leaped into the hall, pointing his gun at the middle-aged man with one hand and beckoning him over with the other, handcuffs drawn. Young man, stay calm. The middle-aged man seemed unmoved. Do as I say. Don't try to be cunning. Pierce didn't want to cause any unnecessary casualties. After all, the other party was a cult member. Under the laws of this country, unless they were already identified as members of a criminal gang, the police couldn't use force against them. Sakia, J, and K stood guard at the window, observing the movements inside. Humph. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, a mocking smile playing on his lips. As he stood and turned to face Pierce, his 2 masked assistants behind him also turned. Attack! The middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. Pierce instinctively sensed something was wrong. He kept his sights on the middle-aged man's legs, ready to disable him if he made any movement. And now, it was almost certain that the time had come. A masked aide behind the cult representative suddenly emitted a red light from his eyes. At the same time, the gun in Pierce's hand erupted with flames as the gunshot rang out. At the back door of the wooden house, the man in the suit and his men were engaged in a fierce battle with the police blocking the road when suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from behind. The blast knocked over the plainclothes police and blew the man in the suit and his men out of the house. Wow! The policeman fell to the ground, giving the man in the suit his chance. Seizing the opportunity, the man in the suit and a few of his men who were still able to move quickly scrambled to their feet. They scurried towards a nearby car. As they closed the door and prepared to flee, the man in the suit glanced back at the wooden house. What is that? The man in the suit was stunned. The wooden house had collapsed in the explosion, and within the rubble stood an ominous, alien figure. Chapter 182. In front of the operator team, in front of Sakia, Pierce, J, and K, a beam of energy suddenly shot out from the eyes of a masked figure behind the cult representative. Sakia saw the red flash of destruction, and she remembered her familiar, the hungry ghost. the enemy she had faced during her first battle aboard Trom. "Get down!" Sakia shouted, and J, K, and Pierce instinctively followed Sakia's lead and threw themselves to the ground. Then a loud boom and a violent gust of wind erupted before the four of them. Ah! Even though he was lying flat on the floor, Pierce was caught in the blast and sent flying. But it was better than being directly hit by the destructive beam and reduced to ash. The destructive beam pierced the wall, crumbling it completely. The final destructive beam struck an illegal building on the hillside, causing another explosion. The power of this blast was immense, no less than a military artillery barrage. The wooden building couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and was instantly destroyed by the blast. "Hey! I told you to control the power. That's all." A masked, robed figure beside the representative had grown several times in size, transforming into a giant nearly 5 meters tall. Carrying the representative and another masked figure on its back, it leaped from the rubble and ran down the hillside. Holy crap! What kind of monster is that? Is this the power the cult talked about? The man in the suit was sweating profusely. He and several of his men jumped into a car and prepared to flee the scene. "Oh no, boss!" The road's blocked. The henchman turned off the ramp and found a large truck blocking his way. The police did it. Are they really that brave today? What's down there? The man in the suit shouted angrily. He urged the henchman to go around to the lower end of the slope. "No! Boss, we're blocked down there too. The police are waiting." The henchman looked down the slope and saw it was also blocked by a large truck, with many police officers standing by. "Damn! I'm going to break through these guys." The man in the suit, however, was stuck in his car. Why were the police he encountered today different from the previous ones? Near the destroyed cabin, the 3 police officers who had been knocked over earlier began chasing the man in the suit's car. "Boss! There's no way out!" The henchman shouted anxiously. "Drive! Isn't the sidewalk wide enough?" "Huh?" The henchman suspected he misheard. He saw the man in the suit telling him to drive down the dirt roads hidden among the shantytowns. "Boss! Wow!" The man in the suit, without a word, forced the car door open, kicked the henchman out, and took the driver's seat. "If you don't come, I will." "Boss!" The henchman rolled on the ground after being kicked out of the car. He watched helplessly as his boss, carrying several other henchmen, drove off, leaving him behind. "Hey! Stop!" The 3 policemen watched the desperado drive towards the shantytown, shouting feebly, and firing a few shots at the car. Of course, this had no effect. Aw, shucks. Sakia was the first to crawl out of the rubble of the collapsed wooden house. The dust from the collapsed wooden house made Sakia cough uncontrollably. She climbed to her feet, dusty and dusty. She quickly pulled J and K, who had struggled to their feet from the pile of wooden planks, and then went to pull Pierce, who had been thrown from the ground. "Thank you." What just happened? Pierce still remembered the scorching energy that had just brushed past his head. If Sakia hadn't shouted, "Get down," he wouldn't have reacted. "Look!" Sakia pointed towards Pierce. K and J also joined them. Following Sakia's finger, the 3 of them saw a tall, gaunt, yet twisted humanoid moving down the hillside. This masked cult figure, transformed into an alien, wasn't running deliberately. Its massive size made it much faster than a human could run. The police blockade team gathered at the foot of the hillside, and they were also stunned by the sight of this thing. They tried to shoot, but the bullets were clearly ineffective against it. "That's definitely the familiar," Kay concluded. "Okay, I have to catch up to that guy." Shaquille looked around. It was too late to run now. The large man, carrying the middle-aged man and another person on his back, was already approaching the police cordon. Suddenly, a loud engine roared from behind the 4 of them. "What the hell?" Shakia screamed, and along with the other 3, she dodged a car that rushed out from behind. "That car belongs to the underworld. The road's blocked, and he's trying to break through this way," Pierce shouted, firing at the car repeatedly, but the numerous illegal buildings made it nearly impossible to aim. Shaquille was also looking around, desperate to find a way to catch up. Suddenly, a green car with its doors still open caught Shakia's eye. 1 or 2 thugs lay beside the car, seemingly struck by police bullets. It looked like the thugs had been about to flee but hadn't had time to drive away. That was perfect. Shakia didn't have time to say anything to the other 3 operators before running towards the car. "Pierce, this is what you need in this situation." Jay smiled confidently and pulled out his compound gun. The compound gun began to transforming into a weapon capable of wielding energy weapons. Jay fired at the car driven by the man in the suit, which was bumping along the dirt road, smashing through shacks and shards. Swish! With the sound of an energy beam firing, the beam pierced through layers of debris and shack fragments, burning a hole in the corner of the car. Damn! This guy. Jay was about to fire another shot, but Kay and Pierce stopped him. What for? Jay asked, puzzled. Wait. I'm telling you, don't be impulsive. Who would use that thing to hit someone? Kay told Jay to put away the compound rifle. It should be used with caution in crowded areas, let alone against humans. If you kill that guy with one shot, the police will be in trouble. Pierce smiled bitterly, telling Jay that even in this country, dealing with these criminals requires legal means. TSK. Okay. Jay put away the compound rifle in frustration. It's true. They've been dealing with foes, like the familiar for a long time, beyond common sense, so of course they use weapons with high lethality. Taking down a monster is different from taking down a person. So, we can only hope for the police down there? Jay frowned. He didn't think the police down there could handle this monster. Or the car that was charging down. Chapter 183. With a bang, Jay heard the sound of a car engine behind him. A green car also rushed down from the ruins of the wooden house, chasing the suited man's car. Shakia? What are you doing? Kay exclaimed. He, Jay, and Pierce watched Shakia drive down the path left by the previous car. Sorry. I don't have a license, so I just get out. Shakia shouted as she passed the three of them. Don't mess around. Jay was also stunned. He could only helplessly shout at the back of Shakia's car. The green car Shakia had seen earlier had its key stuck right next to the steering wheel. It seemed the henchman had just inserted the key when he was shot by the police. Also, there was a pistol on the passenger seat. Shakia put the gun away and put it in her waistband, knowing she would need it later. At this point, there was no time to worry about anything else. Although Sakia had never taken a driving test, she had tried driving with Cheyenne. She started the engine, released the parking brake, stepped on the accelerator, and steered sharply, turning the car towards the hillside. All in one go. It seemed like getting a driving test sometime wouldn't be a bad idea. The green car roared down the hillside. The path created by the suited man's car made driving easier for Sakia. Some of the steeper drop-offs had been paved over by the suited man's car, where houses had collapsed. Now that the familiar had appeared, the next task would fall to Operator Swager. Sakia couldn't let these guys go easily. As expected. Operators, assemble. Support Sakia. Cheyenne directed the operators' actions over the radio. At the makeshift command post, Cheyenne also learned the situation at the scene. Now, she couldn't let the gang leader and the cult representative escape. That monster must be a member of the familiar or connected to them. Cheyenne's intuition was correct. Now, whether they could catch the fleeing target in time depended on Shakia. As Shakia drove downhill, she continued to accelerate. Soon, her car was closing in on the suited man's red sedan. Close enough, Shakia wanted to pull out her gun and fire a few shots, but the bumpy road left her with no room for her. She could only try to accelerate and ram the car in front, causing it to flip and stop. Asshole. Are there any desperate people on the other side? The suited man gritted his teeth as he looked in the rearview mirror at the green sedan that was catching up. He could see Shakia's intentions. Female drivers can be quite dangerous when they get crazy. He exclaimed when he saw that the car in pursuit was a young woman. But he wasn't one to show mercy. Shoot her. At the command from the man in the suit, the thugs in the back seat, squeezed by the window, pulled out their pistols and began firing at Shakia, who was in the driver's seat of the car behind them. Bang! 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 Shakia quickly leaned over the steering wheel. Although her accuracy was impossible with the violent jolt, it was still a safe bet. The windshield of the car Shakia was driving was shattered by bullets, and even the driver's seat back was hit by a bullet. Damn! That was a close call. While the thugs were reloading, Shakia slammed the accelerator. Now is the time, don't miss it. Bang! Woo! Boom! Shakia's car suddenly catapulted forward, like a giant cannonball, slamming into the rear of the suited man and his subordinate's car. Bang! Bang! Luckily, Shakia had remembered to fasten her seatbelt, otherwise she would have been thrown out of the car by the impact. The suited man's car was sent flying off a high cliff by the impact, crashing heavily down the hillside. Coincidentally, the suited man's car landed right behind the section of road blocked by the blockade. But that didn't matter. The police had more than one cordon. Shakia's car was also wrecked. After sliding down the hillside using inertia, she stumbled out and ran towards the suited man's car. Back at the blockade, The police firepower was completely powerless to stop the towering monster. With a single leap, the monster leaped over the large truck blocking the road and ran down the mountain. The winding mountain road was so steep that the monster had simply fled down the hillside, making it impossible to catch up by car. The man in the suit and his henchmen had actually climbed out of the wrecked car and continued their desperate run toward the blockade. The situation was dire, and Sakia used breathing techniques to strengthen her body. She sprinted past the police cordon and pursued the man in the suit and the cult representative. She also used the truck as a springboard, leaping high into the air and landing in front of the man in the suit and his henchmen. The man in the suit realized that this woman was a monster no less powerful than the cults. The three henchmen and the man in the suit tried to put up a last-ditch effort, but they were completely powerless against Sakia. They only saw Sakia charging towards them, then their vision spun and went black. Only now did Shakia realize how formidable she was against these unremarkable human enemies. It took Shakia only 2 seconds to take down the 4 men. Should she say it was Master Jinxie's training? Of course, this was in hand-to-hand combat. Faced with a fire blockade, Shakia still didn't dare act rashly. The blockade officers arrived, and Shakia planned to hand the 4 men over to the police. Because there was another, even more troublesome individual to deal with. Xiuan, the black forces have been apprehended. I'm going after the cult members now, Shakia reported to Xiuan over the radio. The operators are heading your way. Block them from different directions. It's too late. Those guys have made it to the main road. If we don't catch them, they be gone. Shakia sprinted to the other side of the winding mountain road and saw that after a few bends, she reached the main road with heavy traffic. And there was no sign of the giant monster below. No, it must be the person who had transformed into a monster who had unraveled his transformation. The cult's robe-like uniforms were quite conspicuous. Sakia saw the cult representative and his 2 assistants, who could transform into monsters, hijacking a bus. The 3 of them entered through the front door of the bus, while several terrified passengers ran out from the back. This place was quite remote, so there weren't many passengers. Sakia gritted her teeth and sprinted down the hillside. There were only 2 steps from the main bus road. Using the energy generated by her breathing technique, Sakia leaped down the first step, a steep slope of nearly 10 meters, in 2 bounds. While the cult trio hijacked the bus and stopped, Sakia quickly approached it from the hillside. However, when Sakia was halfway up the second step, the cult members finally succeeded in hijacking the driver. The bus started and drove forward. Ha! Shakia accelerated again, running diagonally downhill in the direction of the bus's movement. One more thing. This distance will work. At the last moment, as the bus pulled away from the road, Shakia leaped with all her might, covering a distance of over 10 meters, finally landing on the bus's roof. However, the inertia of the moving vehicle prevented Shakia from maintaining her footing after jumping onto the roof. Chapter 184. Shakia finally managed to jump onto the bus's roof, but the bus accelerated, and before she could even steady herself, she was about to be thrown off. Not good. Luckily, she grabbed a bump at the back of the bus as she fell, preventing herself from falling onto the road. That was close. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Sliding from the roof, Shakia finally managed to grab the rear bumper with both hands. She hung there, being dragged for a distance. The tattered clothes she wore for infiltration wouldn't withstand such a tossing and turning. First of all, her shoes were probably going to wear out. We had to find a way. Ouch! Shakia gritted her teeth and used her hands to pull herself up. Despite her seemingly thin arms and legs, thanks to her breathing techniques, Shakia's physical strength was formidable. Besides, her basic fitness was already quite good. Fortunately, the bus wasn't moving very fast, especially in an urban area. Shakia quickly regained her footing. She began to move, one hand grasping the bus's bumper as she ran after the bus. As the bus passed through the neighborhood, people on the street watched in amazement. She had to find a way to get inside. Standing on the rear bumper, Shakia clambered over a cargo hook below the rear window and quietly peeked inside. The middle-aged man and his 2 assistants were now leaning against the bus's railing. There were no other passengers inside. It looked like they had all been driven off recently. Great, now she could free herself to do something. It seemed the other party hadn't noticed she was catching up. Shakia climbed onto the rear window, stepped onto the bumper, and attempted to flip inside. Ah! Shakia's left hand grasped the gap at the rear of the bus. One foot planted on the rear bumper, and her right hand reached out to grab the rear window sill. Each time, she was just barely within reach. Several times as she did this, Shakia's head brushed past cars, frightening her to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. She could even hear the drivers cursing as they passed. But now she didn't care. She didn't know where she found the courage to do such a crazy thing. Is this also part of Jinxie's training? Damn it, this can't go on, Shakia thought. It was time to put the special training to the test. If there was a life or death moment, wasn't it now? Shakia took one last deep breath, using her breathing techniques as best she could. Golden arcs of electricity began to form on her hands. But this wasn't over yet. Clear your mind and savor the feeling of hanging on the line between life and death. The golden arc gradually faded into a calm, thin glow. Shakia placed her right hand on the car's hull, and surprisingly, it clung to it. Excellent. Shakia's sudden inspiration had actually worked. Shakia had experienced the secrets of the power of the spirit before, and this time, she had only managed to channel a tiny bit. Besides, just hold on for a while. The energy she channeled with her hands actually clung to the car's hull. With these few attempts of clung-together energy, she finally managed to successfully climb onto the windowsill. It's done! Shakia was overjoyed. She began to pull herself up. Who's this? So persistent. Get her out. The cult representative looked up and saw Shakia climbing through the car window. With a wave of his hand, the masked duo rushed forward to prevent Shakia from entering the car. Although they had seen this masked man transform into a monster like his familiar before, they seemed hesitant to use this power openly in a crowded area. Perhaps for reasons of secrecy. In short, they were only using punches and kicks to stop Shakia, so it wasn't too bad. Shakia had no choice but to cling to the car window, dodging the masked man's fists and feet while looking for a chance to enter. Luckily, the energy of the spirit energy gathered in her hands was still there, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to dodge the masked man's attack so nimbly while clinging to the car window. Even so, Shakia still received several kicks in the face from the masked man. Although it hurt a little, Shakia didn't have time to worry about it now. She would give them a taste of her own medicine once she got up there. Turn, turn! The cult representative yelled at the driver. There was a sharp curve ahead, and on one side of it was a river. It looked like they were trying to throw Shakia into the river. The masked man quickly grabbed a pillar inside the car to steady himself. However, thanks to the power of her spirit, Shakia clung tightly to the window, and the sharp turn was no match for her. Even Shakia's body was thrown almost parallel to the ground by the centrifugal force. Damn it! Is she a police officer? Why is she so difficult? The cult representative was nervous, puzzled, and even a little scared. As far as he could remember, this country had never seen such desperate police officers. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. After witnessing his henchman's transformation ability, he still dared to chase after him recklessly. Who was this woman? Could she be a fearless young police officer? The cult didn't dare to make a scene too ostentatiously in front of the public yet, as that would be extremely detrimental to the leader and his men's subsequent actions. Of course, as for going to a less crowded area, that wasn't necessarily the case. The representative's goal now was to drive the bus to a less crowded area. Even if they couldn't shake off this reckless policewoman, they could stop and slowly deal with her. The only thing they had to avoid was getting knocked down by her before they even reached the outskirts. Ahead was a small road, one side of which was being repaired, making it one way. The road workers kept waving warning sticks at the bus, signaling it to stop. But the representative didn't want the bus to stop. Go! Go! The cult representative threatened the driver with a knife. Okay. The driver's face was filled with terror, and he gave up everything else. He honked his horn and charged towards the oncoming vehicles that were letting him pass. Seeing a bus driver held at knife point, the oncoming cars honked furiously and rushed towards them, all pulling over. However, this wasn't so easy for Shakia. The bus would narrowly miss the parked cars, and Shakia would be hit by them. This move was truly insidious. It was designed to kill Shakia. Oh my god! Shakia watched the line of cars bearing down on her. She exerted force with both hands, lifted her hips sharply, and pulled her legs back, dodging the first car. Then, holding onto the bus with one hand, she ran on top of the parked cars in front of her. It wasn't so easy to kill Shakia, one of the executioners. Chapter 185. Sakia easily ran over the roofs of cars, then leaped onto the roof of a bus. The bus continued toward the sparsely populated suburbs. What? Why is this thing like a cockroach? Knowing this woman had jumped onto the roof, the cult representative panicked. Hit her. Knock her down. Control the power. The representative shouted at the two masked men. The masked men obediently began firing beams from their eyes, firing at the bus roof. This time, they managed to keep the power down. The beams were no longer thick streams of energy, but rather tiny beams about the thickness of bullets. The energy beams crackled as they pierced the bus roof. The roof was riddled with small holes. It was like a blaster from a science fiction movie. Sakia had anticipated their use of this tactic inside the train, so she didn't linger on the roof. Instead, she found an open window on the other side. Huh? The representative turned and saw a pair of legs dangling from a window near them. Idiot! She's down. The two masked men were still glaring at the roof, and Sakia's feet had already landed on the windowsill. The representative reached out to push Sakia's legs away from the windowsill, only to be met with a flurry of kicks from Sakia. Puff! The cult representative was kicked back into the train by Sakia, falling to the ground. I told you not to touch me. Sakia was wearing only thin pants, and this old man was groping her legs. It was disgusting. Now was the perfect opportunity to get in. She slowly stepped onto the windowsill, grasping both sides with her hands, and prepared to dive into the car. Suddenly, a pair of feet flew toward Shakia's face. It was one of the masked men. He grabbed the bus's hanging ring and, with a flying kick, launched himself up. Wow! Thankfully, Shakia was quick-witted. She released her left hand from the windowsill and slid her body toward the right window, dodging the blow. The unfortunate masked man's legs protruded through the window, momentarily unable to move. Shakia was about to dive through the next window when the cult representative suddenly appeared in front of her, swinging the box in his hand and smashing it into her face. Puff! A sudden blow to the face would have been excruciating. Shakia was momentarily stunned. The grip she had on her hand weakened, and the energy she had channeled vanished. Another masked man seized the opportunity, charged forward, and punched Shakia in the chest, sending her flying through the bus window. Ah! Shakia fell to the road, and due to the immense momentum, she rolled 7 or 8 times before she finally got to her feet. Thankfully, she was quite sturdy, so her hands weren't scratched, though her chest, where the punch had just struck her, still ached slightly. Given Shakia's fighting ability, the punches and kicks of an ordinary strongman wouldn't have done much harm to her. The masked man's punch was so powerful that it made her breathless. Who was this masked man? However, a direct blow to the face seemed to have some effect. Shakia felt a sour, fishy taste in her throat. She checked with the back of her hand and realized that the middle-aged man had just punched her in the nose and caused her to bleed. Huh. Shakia, sweating profusely, clutched her still-aching chest, panting as she watched the bus drive away, gritting her teeth. She hadn't given up yet. Although breathing was still a little labored, thanks to Master Jinxie's training, she had already adapted to mobilizing energy during this period. Ahead was another downhill turn. Shakia glanced left and right, realizing there was still a chance to catch up. Move! I must catch those guys. With this conviction, Shakia dove into the bushes by the roadside. She wanted to take a shortcut. Shakia had chased these 3 guys this far. Giving up now would be a shame. The bus followed this suburban road, winding downhill and around a corner. This area seemed to be a new urban area under construction, with construction sites everywhere. There were few people around. Even if those 2 masked men transformed into monsters, Shakia was confident she could fight them with all her might. With that in mind, Shakia cut a straight line, heading down the hill again. She wanted to stop the bus in front of her. To get ahead, she had to descend a concrete-reinforced slope. Unlike the slopes she'd run on before, this one was made of concrete, making it slippery and harder. Her 2 jumps might be a bit of a stretch. When Shakia had previously jumped down a slope over 10 meters in the slums, she'd done so because the ground was dirt, providing a soft surface upon landing. But the bus wouldn't wait for Shakia. After a few seconds of thought, Shakia decided to try the same suction power she used on the bus. Please! Make it work! Without a second's hesitation, Shakia launched herself down the steep slope. This concrete-reinforced slope was indeed much more slippery. Shakia had to control her speed, fearing a fall. It was human instinct. But the slope was so steep, and with gravity's acceleration at play, Shakia felt her legs compelled to move faster and faster. She was currently wearing only a pair of tattered cloth shoes, which weren't very sturdy, and running on this terrain was simply a nuisance. During this intense exercise, Shakia tried her best to maintain a steady breathing rhythm, channeling the energy she had channeled into her legs. About halfway down the slope, Shakia felt the slipping sensation disappear. Success? Shakia knew she had basically mastered this method of suction. The last section of the slope led to a cliff with a slope of nearly 60 degrees. As she rushed to this point, Shakia instinctively felt her legs weaken and pause. She swallowed. It's okay. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and took a step forward. No feeling of being suspended in midair. Wonderful. Shakia didn't feel the slippery sensation of being dragged down by gravity. Her feet were solid, as if they were wearing spiked shoes, nailed to the slope. Very stable. She took a step and sprinted down with gravity. No problem at all. It seemed that this mission, in Jinx's eyes, was also a part of her cultivation. Reaching the bottom of the slope, Shakia noticed a construction site on the side of the road, with several wrecked car frames parked on the side. That would be perfect for blocking the road. Shakia realized that at this point, although she could only use the tiny bit of her spirit energy that covered either her hands or her feet, she could still use it to do something. Ha! With a sharp push of her hands, Shakia pushed a wrecked car frame into the middle of the road, sending up a trail of dust. Now, we just have to wait for the members of the sect to come to us. Chapter 186. In the distance, a bus, having turned several corners, emerged from the road. The driver spotted a car lying across the middle of the road from a distance, with a person standing in front of it. That woman! How did she get in front of us? The cult representative was shocked. Whoa! The driver wanted to brake. After all, the road was narrow, and a car stuck in the middle of the road wouldn't allow the bus to pass. On one side of the road was a mountain wall, and on the other was a construction site piled high with building materials. It seemed the only option was to stop. Don't stop. Hit her. Hit her to death. The representative brought the knife closer to the driver and threatened. Ugh! The driver's face was filled with fear, a look of despair. He felt the middle-aged man beside him had gone mad. Not to mention whether the bus would knock over the abandoned car in the middle of the road, there was also the question of whether the bus's engine would be damaged and flip over, and whether it would still be able to drive. But now that the car has been hijacked by this madman, I'm afraid I'm doomed. Facing the approaching bus, Shakia pulled out the pistol she found on the bus. She had already seen the driver being held at knife point by the cult representative. If she didn't do something, not only would she be thrown away, but the innocent driver might also lose his life. Shoot her. Blow up the ones blocking the road. The representative saw Shakia, standing in front of the abandoned car in the distance, with her gun raised. He ordered the masked men to attack her with their eye-beams. Swish. Swish. Two masked men popped their heads out from either side of the bus, their eye-beams now more powerful, but the driver was also clever. He deliberately swung the disc twice, causing the bullets to miss and hit Shakia next to him. Boom! The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust several meters high. Shakia aimed her gun at the representative next to the driver, and silently thanked the driver. The pistol's range was limited, and Shakia was quite familiar with it. She had played with firearms extensively during her operator training with Swagger. She kept her pistol's rear sight and front sight locked onto the knife-wielding representative next to the driver, waiting for the bus to get closer. 40 meters, not quite there yet. 30 meters, almost there, but the chances of success were low. 20 meters, almost there. 15 meters. Now! Bang! Bang! Fire erupted from the muzzle. Shakia fired 2 shots, and the cult representative beside the driver collapsed. The driver took the opportunity to slam on the brakes. A loud, piercing brake squeal pierced Shakia's eardrums as the bus slid closer and closer. Shakia had no time to dodge. She held her breath and clung to the wrecked car behind her. She watched helplessly as the front of the bus bore down on her. Shakia's vision was filled with the front of the bus. However, at the last moment, the bus stopped almost right next to Shakia's nose. Although Shakia was brave, the scene today was indeed nerve-wracking. The bus was so close that Shakia felt her chest, heaving violently, being squeezed a little uncomfortably. Clang! Crash! The 2 unfortunate masked men, inertia from the sudden braking, were thrown from the car and onto the windshield. The windshield, already shattered by the pistol shot, was now shattered by the masked men's impact. The 2 masked men were flung from the bus, splattered with broken glass, landing heavily on the ground behind Shakia. It looked like they would be immobilized for a while. It seemed that Shakia had won this battle. Shakia squeezed out from the front of the bus, and the driver quickly opened the door. The driver hurriedly got off, nodding and thanking Shakia as he passed. Shakia quickly boarded the bus to investigate. The cult representative, struck in the shoulder by Shakia, fell to the ground, groaning. Shakia boarded the bus, pointing a gun at the cult representative. Knowing he might not understand her, she used one hand to warn him not to act rashly, while using the other to activate the invisible communicator in her ear. Cheyenne, I captured the cult member. He's slightly injured, but it won't stop us from questioning him, Shakia reported. Really? The operators will be here soon. Wait a moment. Sakia hung up the call, only to see the cult representative slowly sit up and reach for the briefcase on the floor. Don't move. Although she shouted this in English, Sakia wasn't sure the other party understood. Hee. Don't be nervous, little sister. The other party actually understood and tried to say something to Sakia. Are you the police? Or the FBI or something? You're very brave. Neither, but that doesn't matter. Behave. You're under arrest. Since the other party could communicate, Sakia stopped playing dumb. Hee. It seems you're the rumored Swarovski? The representative chuckled dryly, clutching his gunshot wound, his expression twisted in a smile. This guy actually knows about swagger. That means... Hee, was I right? Seeing Sakia stare at him in silence, the cult representative's laughter grew even more frantic. Bang! Sakia fired a shot at the floor of the carriage next to him, intimidating him. Stop whining. It's not my job to interrogate you. I'm the patriarch of this city. Let me go. I give you all the power in this box. How's that? Pretty good deal, right? Unexpectedly, this guy suddenly caved in. Sakia found him increasingly annoying the more she looked at him. Power? What the hell? Are you trying to bribe me? Sakia refused to listen to his nonsense. She knew that if they gave him time, the two guys outside might escape once they woke up. You can take a look. Anyway, isn't that why you swags are here? This sheik, how much does he really know about swag? What's in this box? Sakia cautiously took the suitcase. She kept the sheik inside at all times, but it seemed he was simply slumped against the floor, leaning against the seat. He seemed quite docile, showing no intention of attacking. The knife he had used to threaten the driver had been quickly sheathed by Sakia, who placed it on herself. Right. Just take it. And open it, and take a look. Isn't that what you swags are here for? The sheik muttered softly. Sakia held the box to her ear, and shook it for a moment, but heard no sound. It was as if it were empty. That meant there weren't any bombs or anything like that inside. It certainly didn't seem like there was money inside, because if there was, the box would be far too light. Is this box the target of Swagger's mission? What exactly is the Patriarch planning? Chapter 187. This strange box has a strange pattern on it, the same one on the Patriarch. It looks like the cult symbol. Don't try to play tricks on me. Let me examine this box. The Patriarch raised his hands. Of course, please, young lady. Isn't that what you, the swaggers, are here to investigate? This metal box looks perfectly sealed. It looks like the contents are volatile. What's wrong, young lady? What are you hesitating about? The Patriarch watched Sakia stare at the box, hesitant to open it. Is there poison gas or something in there? Don't try to trick me. Sakia was quite intelligent. She wasn't the impulsive type. Hee. I'm right here in front of you. What are you afraid of? If it's poison gas, wouldn't I be doomed too? The skinny, middle-aged man chuckled coldly, and his hooked nose made Sakia want to punch him in the face again. You said so yourself. Sakia carefully opened the safety catch on the box. There were 4 safety catches, and Sakia carefully opened them one by one. Come, let's see what kind of enchantment this so-called power within this box holds. Sakia slowly opened the box a crack. Surprisingly, there was no sound, no gas leaking out. Is this old man playing a trick on me? Sakia wondered. She opened the box completely. Sakia's pupils reflected an indescribable color. She felt as if she were gazing upon a starry sky unobstructed by the atmosphere. The phosphorescent light gradually emerging from the box evoked a strange feeling, a sense of impending doom. This feeling far surpassed anything Sakia could conceive. It was as if a 3D image of the starry sky was playing inside the box. This thing had no weight or smell. Perhaps it was a form of energy. Sakia stared blankly at this strange sight, unable to tell whether it was light or the starry sky. The starlight seemed to have some color, yet it also seemed to be a simple flash. That color wasn't just shimmering, it gradually diffused from the box. When this steam-like flow of unidentifiable colors reached Sakia's face, it seemed to flow directly into her body. From her eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, from every orifice in her head, it seeped into her body. Ha ha ha. The priest laughed heartily. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. He watched Sakia's body frozen in place, as the energy released from the box eroded her recklessly. Some of this energy also flowed onto the priest, but he seemed completely unfazed. The area on the priest's body where Sakia had struck him with her pistol healed rapidly due to this energy, and the bullet was ejected. But for Sakia, this thing seemed to have robbed her of her consciousness. Her entire body seemed to glow from within. Her eyes and mouth were wide open, and a strange glow could be seen glimmering from within. The priest smiled, stood up, and walked towards the motionless Sakia. He knew that the woman before him had long since lost consciousness. 5 minutes later, Swager's operators arrived at the location from which Sakia had previously set her location. But they found the target location deserted. No Shakia, no members of the order, no driver. Nothing. Just a bus with a shattered windshield, parked in front of a wrecked car. Cheyenne hasn't come out yet? In the cafeteria of the police station, home to the underground base of the Swager-Michigo branch, Jay worriedly asked Kay. When the operators arrived at the target location, they found nothing. Cheyenne directed the operators to search a 5-kilometer radius, even enlisting the assistance of the police, but nothing was found. After a busy day, Cheyenne and the operators had to face the truth. Something had happened to Shakia. Cheyenne had been constantly directing the search, and even engaged in numerous conversations with the police, her voice hoarse. The operators could understand Cheyenne's anxiety. Who wouldn't be worried about Shakia? After returning to the base, Cheyenne had no choice but to report the situation to the director and others at headquarters. Branch head Pierce also reported with Cheyenne. However, the other operators did not enter the meeting room, so we don't know what they discussed specifically. Jay only remembered that Cheyenne was extremely exhausted when she left the meeting room, and she had locked herself in the break room. That was how the whole night went. The next morning, at breakfast, Jay didn't see Cheyenne. He had no choice but to sit down and chat with Kay. Everyone has hard times, Jay. Kay, a veteran, seemed surprisingly calm. But Jay, who knew him well and was his junior, knew that Kay was always like this. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Shakia and Cheyenne's condition. However, for these exceptional warriors and agents, unnecessary emotion wastes unnecessary energy and hinders thinking. I know. So should we think of a solution? Search for Sakia's whereabouts? Don't panic, kid. I believe headquarters will have a more reasonable conclusion. Kay rejected Jay's proposal for a private investigation. At times like these, combat operators should follow orders in all matters. Across the ocean, at Swager headquarters, the director, having learned of Sakia's disappearance, was in his office sorting through intelligence received from the branch. The holographic interactive display before him displayed footage and briefings from various sources on the operation. Sakia may have been abducted by the cult. After reviewing all the information from yesterday afternoon to this morning, the director came to this regretful conclusion. However, this conclusion didn't seem so difficult to reach. Why did the director have to review all the information before reaching this conclusion? After all, Sakia's individual combat capabilities were not low, and she was still Jinxi's disciple. Although sometimes lacking in experience, she was generally up to par with an average Swager combat operator. Sakia had at least completed the combat training provided for operators, and wasn't just reckless, relying on her limited superpowers. She charged forward alone to pursue the cult's emissary, but it wasn't simply an act of heroism. This was because a situation arose that the other operators couldn't immediately respond to. That 5-meter-tall family-like monster, even more astonishingly, reports indicated that it was a transformed member of the cult. This is worth noting. The intelligence document detailed every detail of their capture operation. Of course, that was except for the part where Sakia broke through the blockade alone to pursue the cult representative. What's going on, old Cheen? I heard Sakia's in trouble over there. Master Jinxie. I send you the report right away. The director pressed the send button. Chapter 188. I will continue to monitor the follow-up intelligence. For now, it's up to you, old Cheen. Jinxie should have received the information as well. Well, I suspect that it was that mysterious cult that abducted Sakia. If possible, I have the agents intensify their efforts to gather information on them. Director Cheen stated his speculation. Capturing Sakia is truly remarkable. They're indeed worthy of investigation. I also consider a solution. That would be ideal. Director and Jinxie also took action. This cult held more mysteries than they had imagined. Sakia's disappearance was Schwager's biggest concern. How would this incident develop? In an unknown location, Sakia was dumped on a stone chair. She sat slumped, her head bowed, her hands secured behind her back by a strange pair of handcuffs. The stone chair seemed to be located in a large room, but the rest of the room was dimly lit, and apart from the stone chair where Sakia lay, little else could be seen. Madam White Robe, nice to meet you. I brought an interesting individual with me. From the darkness behind Shakia, a man emerged, speaking. He was the same cleric Shakia had chased earlier. You better not let me and the White Robes down. That's why he sent me here to oversee you. From the darkness in front of Shakia, a woman emerged, wearing a white robe with a strange pattern, her hood covering the upper half of her face. If Shakia were still awake, she might have recognized the woman's white robe. She passed by her in New Spring and Autumn City before. No, this person came to me on her own. She'd been chasing me and the two-star apostles for a long time. She must be one of the Swagelocks. Go on. The patriarch briefly described how Sakia had relentlessly pursued the bus they had hijacked. He emphasized that, because they were in the city, he hadn't allowed the two masked men, whom he called Star Apostles, to transform and engage in combat. You were right, Patriarch. If you were to rashly let this power become known, your leader would surely be embarrassed. The white-robed woman walked over to the stone chair where Sakia sat and circled around it. This girl possesses superhuman mobility and stamina. Could she be the one the leader is looking for? The patriarch said respectfully to the white-robed woman. Let me see. The white-robed woman waved her hands exaggeratedly, as if casting some strange spell. She drew a formation in the air, then placed both of her hands on Sakia's head. The cult leader silently watched the woman perform the ritual. This white-robed woman was the leader of the Star Cult. The white robe, someone summoned. Judging from her attire, this woman seemed to be an ally of the white robe. He didn't want to ask for details, nor did he dare. He was a man obsessed with power, believing that the arrival of the familiar would bring destruction. The Star Cult operated based on the ancient legend that the arrival of the familiar would bring destruction to humanity. It seemed that the leader's family had passed down certain ancient books, containing these legends, from generation to generation. At first, few people would believe this kind of street literature. Even he himself had previously scoffed at these things. But over a year ago, the families truly arrived. Perhaps the international community would publicly suppress some intelligence, but some would always leak and circulate on the black market. This was especially true in areas where the black market was rampant. At this time, in the places where the leader of the Star Cult had once preached his teachings, many people recalled his words. The family was real. Destruction was also real. Perhaps their numbers were small compared to the general public, but some were indeed beginning to gather around the leader. The Star Cult not only allowed believers to transcend destruction, but also to gain superhuman powers from the family. What an alluring offer! As the head of the cult's branch in this country, he felt a sense of peace and strength. As a high-ranking member of the cult, he was entitled to receive the blessing of the stars. The box Sakia opened contained the blessing he planned to present to the other party during this meeting. The cult isn't strong enough yet, so some things can't be done openly. Sometimes, it's easier to find someone from the underworld. For example, this time, the cult leader is looking for a woman with extraordinary abilities. The white-robed woman performed a ritual, but nothing happened. This woman isn't the target, the white-robed woman said calmly. But she has received the blessing of the stars. Although this kind of comatose reaction is new to me. According to common sense, she would either go insane immediately or regain consciousness and become one of us. The cult leader seemed a little surprised by this. Leave her to me. You have more important matters to attend to. The white-robed woman's voice remained emotionless. I understand. But first, I need her to negotiate a deal with the Swagelock. I hand her over to you later, okay? The cleric, with a humble yet resolute attitude, offered to borrow Sakia. She's nothing special. Perhaps she's just physically stronger. What are you going to do with her? The white-robed woman questioned. You and I both know that the Swagelock has arrived in this country, intent on destroying our source of power. To curb their actions, I need leverage. This also ensures the smooth completion of our search for our target. The cleric's reasoning was perfect and sufficient. Even the white-robed woman hesitated. All right then, don't let me down. The white-robed woman said this, turning and escaping into the darkness. As you command, ma'am. By the way, just a word. Where have you heard your voice before? Swish. Snap. A swirling red light emanated from the white-robed woman. Before the high priest could react, a scorch mark appeared on his upper arm, left by the intense heat of the cutting. The pain came a second later. Ah! He groaned, clutching the wound, and looked up at the white-robed woman in horror. The red light flew past the high priest and swirled back into her hand. Only then did he see clearly. It was a lightsaber. The lightsaber emitted a suppressed crimson glow. This was the first time the high priest had ever seen one in real life. The humming plasma blade reminded him that this was a real weapon. You talk too much, high priest. Get your bearings. The white-robed woman's voice remained calm, but this time it carried a murderous aura. The headmaster could only nod desperately. The white-robed woman ignored him, and simply walked into the darkness. Sakia's disappearance has the mysterious cult as the prime suspect. Following Director Chen's instructions, operators from Swagger around the world have begun investigating this mysterious cult. Of course, the local branch in Mexico wasn't idle either. Since the suspect is a cult, gathering information about them is a natural step. Xiuan appeared before the operators later. Miss Xiuan, you locked yourself in your room the entire night before. We were so worried. Operator J was relieved to see Xiuan emerge until almost noon. Chapter 189. Xian received new instructions from headquarters. The search for Sakya and the investigation of the cult must be carried out simultaneously. Sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. Xian's eyes were a little heavy, suggesting she hadn't rested well the previous night. I given the director the current intelligence. Now, we have a new mission, Xian said, pouring herself a cup of coffee and calling Jay. Jay nodded, and he immediately summoned everyone to the conference room. In the conference room, Xian shared the new instructions from headquarters. This intelligence made this cult a key target for investigation, and intelligence agents from nearby countries, mobilized by headquarters, were also converging on it. Xian and other agents from headquarters would need to support the intelligence agents with military force. It seemed that due to Sakya's disappearance, Swagger would have to resort to some drastic measures. The director told the agents not to use military force within another country's borders. But if some small-time thugs or those who were already members of the inner world disappeared, no one would care. Hey, it looks like the director is really trying. Kay smiled helplessly. After all, Sakya is Svager's current trump card. This cult, by some stroke of luck, has taken Svager's trump card away. It seems like Svager, the entire organization, is going to kill them. Are we going to torture her? Jay blinked, looking at Xian with interest. The conference room was buzzing with discussion. If necessary, the decision rests with the other party. If they don't cooperate. Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing Xian's words. It seems everyone understands, so I won't repeat myself. In short, we must bring Sakya back at all costs. Xian glanced at the operators in the conference room and nodded firmly. Disband? The operators quickly dispersed. Bringing Sakya back was the most important thing right now. Xian still had something to ask Pierce. The man in the suit the police had apprehended was the target of this transaction with the cult. He might know something. Pierce wasn't sure if the police would allow Xian to interrogate him, as Schwager was legally prohibited from participating in interrogations in this country. After Pierce's repeated requests, the police simply agreed to let Xian tell them the questions they wanted to ask, and let them conduct the interrogation on her behalf. Nevertheless, this was the outcome Xian had expected. Xian felt a pang of frustration. If she were to conduct the interrogation, the outcome might not be good. So let the police handle it. Pierce shrugged at Xian. It took a few hours. This was the best possible outcome. Xian was quite knowledgeable about this aspect of the matter. She was planning to go out for a stroll, and had told Pierce to let her know if the police had any information. As the head of the intelligence team, Xian was also a formidable intelligence agent. While she was still in her room, she had already arranged the work for the intelligence agents. Now, she wasn't just going out to wander aimlessly. She had arranged to exchange information with an intelligence agent at a tavern. Xian arrived at the inner streets of Mexico City. This was the city's most grimy place, a haunt of criminals. Xian wouldn't be foolish enough to strut in there in her Swagger uniform. Before setting off, she changed into the attire of a commoner. Her clothing was simple and inconspicuous. You're here. The man had already been waiting for Xian outside the tavern on the inner street. The intelligence agent was a middle-aged black man with graying hair. Although he recognized Xian the moment he saw her, the two had never met before. Swagger's intelligence agents wore special sensor earpieces in their ears when on missions. This earpiece allowed intelligence personnel to communicate over encrypted channels, and also provided feedback when both devices emitted identification codes, confirming each other's identities. So, when Xian and the black man approached, the devices in their ears had already communicated with each other. The two of them walked to a secluded corner of the tavern and sat down. What do you mean? You said you have information on Sakya? Xian whispered to the man. Yes, but it's not that I'm so powerful, it's just. The news was deliberately spread, and I just heard it. The black man looked at Xian nervously. If the news was deliberately released by the other party, then they are provoking the Swarovski regime. Was it that cult? Xian took a sip of wine. Yes, that religious organization, according to our investigation, is called the Cult of the Stars. They seem to be promoting strange apocalyptic theories, and attracting people to seek salvation or something. Not bad, you even found out the cult's name. What are the details about Sakya? Shine's primary goal now is to rescue Sakia. The uncle knew this, but there was one thing he had to remind Shiwan. Sakia is being held at this location. The uncle wrote an address on a piece of paper. It was a church in a gang-controlled area. Very good, I organize a rescue immediately. Shiwan raised an eyebrow. This information seemed very reliable. Don't worry. Miss Shiwan, they're asking you to go. This is clearly a trap. Although I don't know where they got the information about you. The black uncle shook his head slowly at Shiwan. He felt that she didn't need to take such a risk. Shiwan was also a little surprised. Logically, the people from Swager headquarters had only been here a few days. It made sense that they must have intelligence personnel. I didn't expect them to ask me to go by name. That cult is quite powerful. Shiwan narrowed her eyes. Just how far does this cult extend? Were they being targeted the moment they arrived in this country? Miss Cheyenne, let's go back and discuss our operations before we act. Alright, let's go, but we split up when we reached the branch. After a brief exchange, Cheyenne and the black man exchanged glances. Then Cheyenne stood up and left. After all, if the cult had already sent people to monitor them, Cheyenne might be under surveillance as well. Hopefully, this worry was unfounded. On the way back to the branch, Cheyenne deliberately took a detour, circling Mexico City. After returning to the branch, she contacted Operator K, and they had work to do. Cheyenne certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go into the tiger's den alone to rescue Shakia. That wouldn't be bravery, it would simply be walking into a trap. The necessary preparations still needed to be made. However, the fact that she was going into the meeting alone remained unchanged. Cheyenne also understood that there would undoubtedly be danger, and she had to be as prepared as possible. This time, Swager encountered an enemy that was even more cunning than his own clan. Chapter 190. Cheyenne was certainly aware of the risks of this operation, especially the fact that it could happen to her. But as long as there was a chance of saving Shakia, they had to give it a try. To avoid alerting the enemy, the combat operators only allowed K and J to accompany them. The rest was up to Cheyenne. At night, Mexico City was a scene of singing and dancing. People enjoyed their own pleasures. But beneath the bustling surface, there were corners where people, like wild beasts, abandoned their humanity and struggled for survival. This was society. Cheyenne was naturally aware of this. It was to such a corner that she was heading, along with operators J and K. However, they did not travel together. That would have been too conspicuous. They each changed into casual clothes, though it was unclear whether that would have any effect. Walking along the road where they had met the intelligence operators that day, they came upon a low-rise building. There was a strange difference in height between the buildings, and they were very close together, as if they were built this way intentionally. Amidst this low-rise landscape, a rather conspicuous old church stood out. That was their destination. Okay, I go ahead alone. You two find a high point to observe and cover, and be careful not to get spotted. Cheyenne prepared herself. This was the gang's territory ahead, and they would strictly scrutinize anyone passing through. Since Cheyenne had been summoned to this area, she had been given a code word. Be careful. Since we can't get close, we can only cover for you outside the church, Kay told Cheyenne through the invisible communicator. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I can always get outside. Shiwan said it lightly, but she wasn't sure. Then, be careful. Don't get yourself involved, or it won't be fun. J and K climbed onto the roof of a nearby bell tower. They quietly lurked in two clear-sighted positions, helping Shiwan gain visibility from the rooftop. I know my limits. Okay, I'm going in, Shiwan said, heading for the entrance to the area. At the entrance, two black men in floral shirts stopped her. Secret code. J, from high above, observed Shiwan through a tactical goggle. After a few words with the black men, they let her pass. The winding paths in this area were indeed a bit annoying. But Shiwan understood why it was built this way. This was the gang's headquarters, designed to be easily defended and difficult to attack. The castles in her own country were also built with this in mind. She walked cautiously but calmly, brushing past the gang members. They, too, stared at her with curiosity and vigilance until she passed them. Cheyenne noticed that no matter where she went, there were always these people watching her. Cheyenne, there are several patrolmen above you. They seem to be following you. Jay continued to provide Cheyenne with information about the surrounding situation. They're probably monitoring me. After all, they never dealt with Swager before. Cheyenne could see that the gang members were still a little nervous. As they usually do, seeing a beautiful woman in their area, shouldn't they approach and flirt with her? Being followed by a mob was naturally not pleasant. Especially when they kept a distance, acting as if they were watching but also monitoring. Xiuan meandered around, practically circling the area before reaching the church in the center. It had to be said that the gangs that had built this area were very thoughtful. This allowed for effective defense against both gang fights and police pursuits. And escaping wasn't easy. Xiuan noticed as she passed by that some areas were occupied by prostitutes. Passing one street, she saw prostitutes and men seeking pleasure. They were led by specialized gang members, and seemed to receive excellent service. Look over there. This place is quite complex. There's a watchtower at each of the four corners. Kay smiled at Jay. It's like a prison. Jay gave a helpless, wry smile. He couldn't possibly joke in this situation. He was right. This place did resemble a prison. They imprisoned women used by gangs as money-making tools. They also imprisoned young people who, after joining the gangs, didn't adapt to the rules of the underworld. These matters shouldn't have been the domain of organizations like Swagger, but this time, they acted on their own initiative and imprisoned the wrong people. That was Sakya. The church door opened. Cheyenne encountered no obstacles along the way. I'm here. I'm Cheyenne. Cheyenne announced herself loudly. Since the other party already had all the information, she had to at least maintain her presence. The church was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Didn't we agree to come here? What on earth are these people up to? Bang. Suddenly, a row of lights shone down on the platform at the front row of the worship chairs, and the person lying on the platform, illuminated by the lights, was none other than Shakia. She lay there motionless, and it was unknown what her current condition was. Cheyenne, observing this, cautiously walked toward the platform where Shakia lay. You're so punctual, Miss Cheyenne. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the area of the church illuminating the worship chairs also came on. 7 or 8 people wearing the uniforms of the Order of the Stars sat on the benches, their backs to Cheyenne, facing Shakia. A man in the front row slowly stood up, turned around, and smiled at Cheyenne. He greeted Cheyenne in English. This was exactly the same cleric that Cheyenne and the others had encountered during their previous operation in the slums, the one Shakia had been hunting. You done your homework well. I'm here, so let them go. Cheyenne stood there with her hands on her hips, glaring at the other man, with a hint of anger. Be patient, Miss Cheyenne. We brought your people to you as a demonstration of our sincerity. The cleric walked over to the reclining Shakia, speaking in a slow, measured tone that irritated Cheyenne. We invited you here to make a deal. A deal? We don't negotiate deals with people we don't know. Just let it go. Cheyenne took 2 steps forward and said, It doesn't matter. We make a good impression on this first meeting. It's too late. I've been treated like an animal all the way here, and I'm already getting quite annoyed. Cheyenne taunted back. Haha, those young people aren't from our order. They might not understand the rules. The patriarch circled the table where Sakya lay. Let's get down to business. I hope you, the Shivaji, will stop investigating. It won't benefit us. Chapter 191. If you really want to talk to us, why don't you release the people first? Xiuan didn't back down. How dare we? Your Swagger group has far more troops than ours. If you wanted, you could blow us to pieces, right? The cult leader looked at Xiuan with a forced smile. Since you know your own limitations, then tell me, what exactly is your cult hiding? Xiuan seized the opportunity to pursue them. After all, they were just testing each other's limits. Xiuan still didn't know what this cult was, or what they were up to. But they seemed to be gathering intelligence on Swagger. They were in the dark, while I was in the light, a very disadvantageous situation. Our intelligence officers have disappeared without a trace, strange albinism has appeared, and you have members who can transform into monsters. All of this has the cult's influence. It's hard not to arouse our suspicion. Xiuan had explained the reason for Swagger's investigation in detail, showing considerable sincerity. Impressive, Miss Cheyenne. You're more capable than I thought. The priest, hands behind his back, stepped down the steps from the altar. Behind him was the cross. Your candor will be rewarded. Let me answer your question. Cheyenne looked at the priest warily. Cheyenne. Gang members are gathering near the church. Be careful. Jay, through his invisible earpiece, promptly reported what he was observing outside to Cheyenne. But Cheyenne didn't have time to answer Jay right now. That's excellent. If the priest could explain the significance of the cult's actions, we don't want a pointless conflict. Will this guy really cooperate with Xiuan? We don't know his true identity yet, so we can only observe carefully. Our cult is a gathering of people seeking salvation from the apocalyptic judgment brought by the familiar. The leader didn't seem to be trying to deceive Xiuan, and explain the origins of the star cult and their goals. Sure enough, this cult knew about the familiar, Most people today don't understand the concept of family, and only vaguely know of such monsters. Furthermore, so far, the familiar have only appeared in New Spring and Autumn City, or targeted New Spring and Autumn City, to help them seize the Origin Cube. And during Sakia and her companions' time, these monsters once pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. That was about all Xiwan knew, not much more. Some of these things seemed similar to what she had heard from Director Qin, but there were many more she hadn't heard before. Of course, this might be their self-righteous explanation. But where did these people get such information? And the leader also said that the leader also inherited these things from ancient ancestors. So isn't that the same as Director Qin? The familiars are indeed capable of destroying a planet's civilization, which is why the Swagar structure was established. The name Swagar comes from the Sanskrit word for paradise, and this is exactly the long-cherished wish of the director Enjingsi, to enable humanity to resist the threat of the familiars and turn Earth into a paradise for all. This time, however, she heard that a group of people had taken a completely different path. The craziest thing was that the members of the Star Cult had chosen to side with the familiars. The leader had somehow discovered a method to transform people into descendants of the familiar. This was something Cheyenne had never heard of before, and it horrified her. Rather than being a good person, he chose to become a monster. Was this leader completely out of his mind? A sense of dread crept up Cheyenne's spine. You don't seem to be trying to trick me. Cheyenne gritted her teeth and spoke to the leader. Miss Cheyenne of Swagar, everything I say is true. Perhaps you're hearing a lot of this for the first time, right? Your superiors haven't told you much about the familiar. The leader could see Cheyenne wavering. Cheyenne remained silent. We're collaborating with gangs in this country, not to profit from it. We simply want to use them to find someone. That's all I know. Seeing this, the leader offered a piece of additional information. I know. There's been a lot of news lately about a lot of women mysteriously disappearing. It turns out you're involved. You actually confessed without being asked. Cheyenne was a little confused. The cult leader had indeed given her a lot of information today that would be helpful to Schwager's investigation. But what was he trying to achieve? Was he just trying to get Schwager to leave them alone? Haha, that's really harsh. If these women aren't the ones the cult is looking for, we let them join the cult and find redemption. Gang members willing to cooperate can also join the cult and find peace of mind and body. Isn't that wonderful? Providing them with food and clothing is better than these people starving and dying on the streets. So it sounded like the cult was actually doing good. However, this strong sense of dissonance bothered Cheyenne. You don't sound like the kind of people who would do charity. I'm sorry, Miss Yuan. Believe it or not, our leader is willing to provide every guarantee for anyone willing to gain the power of the clan and become an heir. He is such a great man. The leader smiled. Well, I can only say. Xiuan scoffed. You are all lunatics. Several nearby members of the cult, seeing Xiuan's rude remarks to the leader, tried to step forward. But the leader held out a hand to stop them, saying calmly, stand back. Xiuan glanced sharply at the surrounding cultists. It's okay, Miss Xiuan. I give you time to consider. Finally, I'd like to show you what you're investigating. It's exactly what you want. What? Xiuan watched as the leader clapped his hands, and a cultist beside him took a box and handed it to him. This metal box was the one he had brought with him when Sakia was hunting him. Inside this box will be the answer to your earlier question. I'd like Miss Cheyenne to confirm it, to demonstrate our sincerity. What could be inside this box? The priest approached, carrying the box, unlocking it for Cheyenne as he did so. Please. Cheyenne was straightforward. She was confident it wouldn't contain a bomb or anything like that, considering the priest had carried it herself. The priest watched as Cheyenne placed her hand on the box. She slowly opened it. A subtle smile played at the priest's lips. Cheyenne opened the box a crack, but in an instant, a strange phosphorescent light appeared before her eyes. For a moment, Cheyenne seemed to see the starry sky. This strange phosphorescent light seemed to be flowing out from the crack in the box. Instantly, Cheyenne sensed something was amiss. She was still much more cautious than Shakia. As if awakened from a daydream, Cheyenne immediately closed the box. The headmaster was a bit surprised by Cheyenne's action. What's the matter, Miss Cheyenne? Are you going to confirm the answer to the mystery you're waiting for? No need. If I accept this offer, wouldn't that mean I agree to Swager's retreat? I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Cheyenne changed the subject. She knew what the other party was planning. Chapter 192. That's a shame, the negotiations broke down. Seeing Cheyenne firmly holding the lid of the box, the headmaster had to withdraw it, and put on a look of regret. But it was obvious that this expression was an act. After all this talk, it's still useless. It seems you're not worthy of the family's blessing. Snap! The headmaster snapped his fingers. The door behind Cheyenne opened, and the gang members waiting outside poured into the church. Miss Cheyenne, the gang members are all inside. What's going on? J and K grew uneasy, and Jay was the first to ask Cheyenne. You don't need me to tell you, I know they surrounded me. Cheyenne naturally saw through their actions. What about us? Kay asked. Don't panic. If things get really bad, I run away. She glanced at the menacing-looking thugs entering from the church gate behind her. What? Still using those old threats? You're going to beat me up if I don't get your way? I thought you were smarter. Cheyenne looked at the priest with disdain. I'm sorry, Miss Cheyenne. We all shown our sincere interest, but you don't appreciate it. The people and the goods were all brought to you. The priest returned to the stairs. You were searched when you came in. You couldn't have come in with a weapon. The gang members here might be a bit rude in their way of sending guests away. Just disappear with the rest of your intelligence officers. It seems you're even more cowardly than I thought. I'm a weak woman, and you let so many people surround me. It's like facing a formidable enemy. Cheyenne turned around and watched as the thugs, armed with their usual fighting weapons, advanced on her. Miss Cheyenne, you don't seem panicked at all. Perhaps you have a hidden weapon. But that's not important now. The priest stood in front of the platform where Sakia lay, his hands behind his back, ready to watch the show. Humph. Cheyenne looked at the priest. He was quite experienced. He had long since seen that an agent like Cheyenne would have a secret weapon. The priest was right. Just because a high-ranking Swagger agent like Cheyenne didn't carry a gun, don't assume she was disarmed. The black gloves she wore were more than just decorative. I'm sorry, Mississippi. You're so beautiful, I really don't want to attack you. But the order paid a lot of money. And my sick mother needs it. A young man in a headscarf stepped forward and addressed Cheyenne. He carried a metal baseball bat, but didn't attack immediately. Cheyenne could tell some of these people were only there for the profit. You're such a filial son. Come on, give it your all. You get paid, right? Cheyenne had no choice but to use her kindness to dissuade these people. She waved at the young man. TSK, you're still so fussy even in this situation. I want the money. A bearded man shoved the young man aside and swung a bicycle chain at Cheyenne. It was all just street fighting. As a professional soldier, Cheyenne couldn't possibly take these guys seriously. Cheyenne's fighting skills weren't as outrageous as those of Shakia and Jinxie, but they were at least enough to outmaneuver ordinary people. Cheyenne ducked to avoid the swung chain, then advanced directly, twisting Big Beard's wrist and throwing him to the ground. Big Beard tumbled to the ground, wailing. It looked as if Cheyenne had broken his wrist. This was the military combat technique CQC. It was similar in spirit to the ancient martial arts Sakia subconsciously knew, but as a professional soldier, Cheyenne could fully unleash its power. Of course, on a real battlefield, CQC would be more likely to be used in conjunction with weapons, like firearms and daggers, not to encourage completely unarmed combat. But for now, against this gang of melee-wielding gang members, Cheyenne wouldn't be at a disadvantage even with her bare hands. Unless the enemy had a coordinated attack, attacking from both sides. However, this might be too much for this ragtag group, assembled for the sake of money. As expected of a Schwager agent. The headmaster rubbed his chin and shouted to the group, "Come on. You can't defeat her individually. We pay everyone." This statement was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the thugs. Wow! The group launched a frantic attack on Cheyenne, their previous timidity even more comical. More than a dozen of them chased Cheyenne, brandishing their weapons. But Cheyenne dodged and dodged between the church chairs, tricking them. Since they outnumbered her, Cheyenne wasn't going to be polite. In a gap between a chair, a fat man blocked Cheyenne's path. Cheyenne delivered a karate punch to his chest, though it didn't seem enough to send him flying. Cheyenne's fighting prowess wasn't that exaggerated. But after being hit by this punch, the fat man actually twitched in place. Ah! Then he screamed and bounced back, crushing several people. Cheyenne's gloves actually have an electric shock function. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. Cheyenne glanced at the shocked gang members with a smile and waved at them. Swagger's operators always take every precaution when carrying out their respective missions. While many intelligence operators aren't very capable in combat, Cheyenne, despite being the head of the intelligence department, often conducts field missions alongside the combat department. While it's understandable that the cult has used these methods to unexpectedly eliminate intelligence personnel, Cheyenne is very different. Cheyenne is a combination of combat and intelligence operators, often serving as a commander. Underestimating her would be a recipe for disaster. Combat operators possess numerous secret weapons. The electric shock gloves give Cheyenne the combat power to hold her own even in a one-on-many situation. For a moment, the gang members couldn't even get close to Cheyenne. A bunch of idiots. The leader was furious when he saw so many men unable to do anything to Cheyenne. He ordered the cult members to attack together. After all, after receiving the blessings of their familiar, their bodies were strengthened, and the two masked men he had brought with him, who could transform into monsters, were rare elite warriors. The cult members, who had been watching from the sidelines, also joined the fray, and Cheyenne was surprised to find that the electric shock gloves had no effect on them. Each of these men was incredibly strong. One of them caught Cheyenne's fist, lifted her up, and hurled her into a row of chairs, smashing them to pieces. TSK. Don't underestimate these people. Cheyenne struggled to deal with the cult soldiers. She struggled to her feet, the blow leaving her in pain all over. Determined to go all out, now with Shakia and her target both within sight, her plan was take it all. She removed one of her earrings and rushed towards the Patriarch. She threw the earring towards the Patriarch. Chapter 193. The earring Ziyuan threw flew toward the Patriarch, who reacted quickly, lunging to the side. Boom! The earring exploded, blasting a crater in the floor. Of course, Ziyuan had deliberately thrown it away from the platform where Shakia lay. While it didn't injure the Patriarch or the other members of the Order, the moment they dove and fell gave Ziyuan enough time to rush to Shakia's side. Shakia, let's go! Ziyuan lifted Shakia onto her shoulders, attempting to force her way out. Do you think it worked? Although the cult leader lay prone on the ground, he refused to give in. He shouted, "Take her!" Several cult members, distant and unaffected by the explosion, suddenly leaped up and landed beside Cheyenne. Cheyenne saw it clearly. This wasn't human strength at all. 2 or 3 of them quickly closed in on Cheyenne and pulled Shakia off her back. Cheyenne tried to counterattack with her electric gloves, but they had no effect. Ugh! Cheyenne received a solid punch to the chest, nearly suffocating her. What a powerful blow. These guys, maybe they already given up on life. They surrounded Cheyenne and beat her violently. Cheyenne could only curl up on the ground, shielding her head with her hands. Even then, she felt as if her bones were breaking. She had prepared a secret weapon, and so had the other party. This wasn't good. Cheyenne realized she had miscalculated. The situation had reversed. Could she still escape now? Xian wasn't sure. She hurriedly felt the sharp pain all over her body. The guys surrounding her and beating her up were hitting her with punches and kicks like construction hammers. Forget escaping. Cheyenne felt the pain was so intense that her consciousness was beginning to blur. K, you guys leave. Cheyenne connected to the 2 people outside and struggled to squeeze out these few words. Cheyenne? Wait, there's a plane coming. Landing on top of the church? But Jay didn't answer her. Instead, he reported the latest development in surprise. Plane? We didn't bring a plane? What's this? Kay was also curious. This plane had several nozzles, allowing it to hover in the air. And unlike ordinary jets, its engine noise was quieter. In her dazed state, Cheyenne seemed to hear the engine roar. Stop, stop, stop! If you keep hitting her, she'd die. We take her with us. The headmaster climbed to his feet, watching his men surrounding Cheyenne and beating her for a while before finally telling them to stop. Huh? Seeing Cheyenne lying there, uttering inarticulate moans, the priest smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the priest glanced up at the ceiling and heard a low, unidentified rumbling sound. While he was still trying to figure out what it was, there was a sudden, loud clang, and the stained glass on one side of the church was shattered by a group of men, a team of armed soldiers, rappelling down, kicked through the glass and entered the church. As they landed, they opened fire on the priest and the other members of the order. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The gang members at the door also panicked. How could they have known they would encounter such a force today? They fled in panic, leaving only the cultists to fight the heavily armed pair. It seemed as though this group's only target was the cult and the leader. The cultists who had assaulted Cheyenne were instantly struck by multiple bullets, but surprisingly, they didn't fall. Instead, they quickly rolled over and hid behind chairs. Damn it! Did she call these people? We should have retreated by now. The leader was caught off guard by such a fierce attack, and he had no choice but to order the cultists to take Sakia and retreat. Cheyenne was left behind, as the group had already reached her. Most of them chased the cultists out the back door, leaving a few to check on her. She's still alive, but badly injured. Dazed, Cheyenne heard the other party speaking in English. On the chest of the tactical vest of the man closest to her, Cheyenne vaguely made out the letters FBI. What? 2 people claimed to be Swager's men? Got it. Before she lost consciousness, Cheyenne heard the masked soldier, who had crouched down to check on her, say this over the comms. Then her whole body went limp, and she passed out completely. When she regained consciousness, Cheyenne found herself lying on a bed in the branch's lounge. An elderly man in a white coat was caring for her. What's going on? Cheyenne asked the man with difficulty. Oh, you're finally awake, Miss Cheyenne. Wait a moment. The elderly man grinned at Cheyenne's awakening. Although he spoke in English, a hint of Spanish accent was discernible. He must be a native of Mexico. Ouch. It hurts. As Cheyenne regained consciousness, the pain radiating from her body became more pronounced. She looked up at herself. Wow, there were quite a few bandages and splints. It looked like a real fracture. Those weirdos from the cult were really rough. If she hadn't been wearing invisible bulletproof vests, she would have been beaten to death in the church. What a mistake. Cheyenne felt so uncomfortable trying to sit up that she couldn't move. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed in the hallway. It was J and K, bringing the operators to visit Cheyenne. It was the old doctor in the white coat who had brought them there. Miss Cheyenne, you're finally awake. We were so worried. Jay took 2 quick steps and reached Cheyenne. You? Cheyenne tried to sit up. Seeing this, Jay tried to help him, but the old doctor stopped him. Stop! Don't move her. Do you want to dislocate her bones again? The old doctor shouted. Jay retracted his hand in fear. Also, Miss Cheyenne, don't move, at least not for now. Just lie still. Cheyenne sighed at the old doctor's words and remained motionless. Pierce also walked over to Cheyenne's bed and sighed. I heard from Jay and Kay about this. You're really reckless. Pierce put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. No, according to common sense, you almost succeeded. I didn't expect the other party to cheat, Cheyenne said dejectedly. Okay. At least you're alive. That's more important than anything else. Pierce smiled. By the way, this is a doctor I contacted. He usually provides medical support to our branch. Pierce introduced the doctor to Cheyenne. He was a personal friend of Pierce's, named Eric. He also worked at a major hospital in the city. Don't you have a medical team in your branch? Cheyenne was a little surprised. No, it's really not easy for our small branch. I apply for one for you next time. Cheyenne suddenly realized how difficult it was for Pierce and the others. Chapter 194. Oh, Jay. I vaguely remember a group breaking into the church and engaging in a fight with the cult members. What happened? Cheyenne remembered the last thing she remembered before she lost consciousness. Oh, them. They seemed to be the FBI, and they seemed to be targeting the cult as well. We saw some of their men guarding the place outside, so we contacted them and came to rescue you. Jay briefly described what had happened there. The FBI. It seems the Gale Nation has finally lost their patience and taken action. This isn't going to be a simple matter. And Shakia, I was just about to rescue her. Sigh. I wonder if the FBI found her, or if she was taken away again. Cheyenne blinked, as if pondering. Shakia. Did you see her? Jay was a little surprised. After all, they had only brought back the unconscious Cheyenne last night. They hadn't had time to ask about the specific events that took place in the church. Yes. I tell you about what happened in the church later, Jay. Jay nodded and replied, understood. I see you privately later. Excuse me, Kay. Could you please report this incident to the director on my behalf? Cheyenne called to Kay again. Tell him I saw her kidnapped by the cult, but unfortunately, I almost rescued her. I failed. Kay, of course, had no choice but to accept Cheyenne's request. Besides, Cheyenne needed to rest and recuperate now, so these matters were easy for Kay to handle. Don't worry, Miss Cheyenne. Leave it to me. Cheyenne and Kay and his team have been working together for a long time, and they have a strong rapport. Kay and Jay led everyone out of Cheyenne's hospital room. Pierce was leaving for a while. He needed to handle the police interrogation of the man in the suit. In this branch, many of Schwager's tasks depended on police assistance, and Pierce, a former detective, served as a bridge between the two. Pierce also planned to contact the FBI to share information about the cult and Sakia's whereabouts. After all, Jay and Kay had heard that it was armed officers with FBI logos on their shirts who raided the cult. It was also they who had identified the injured Cheyenne in the church and handed her over to Schwager. Jay and Kay went to the communications room and began preparing to report the situation. I mean, something seemed a little strange last night. I wonder if I need to report it. Jay seemed to be hesitant to speak. Kay smiled, as if he knew what he was going to say. Tell me, let me see if I notice something too. Last night, when J and K discovered a new type of aircraft had launched a surprise attack on the church, they rushed to the gang control area. The two gang members, who had been checking entrance at the entrance, had been subdued by four heavily armed men, forced to lie prone on the ground with their hands on their heads. It looked like they were cordoning off the area. But when they saw J and K rushing over, they surprisingly didn't forcefully stop them. Instead, they simply asked if they were Swager's men. J and K, because the situation was urgent, didn't think much of it. The FBI of Gale Country, the FBI, itself an international intelligence agency with connections to Swager, knew that Swager wasn't a big deal. Seeing the two admit their identities as Schwager agents, the FBI agent immediately let them into the church. He also told them that a wounded Schwager soldier had been found inside. Then J and K ran to the church and retrieved the unconscious Cheyenne, who had been escorted out by armed FBI agents. Thinking back, it seems the FBI had known for a while that Schwager's agents were investigating the cult, and it seemed Cheyenne would also be going to the church to negotiate with the cult tonight. While Schwager had indeed been investigating the cult for some time, and Pierce had frequently sought the assistance of the police, could he have contacted the FBI at that time? But the FBI's ability to immediately identify J and K as Schwager agents upon their arrival proves they were familiar with the reinforcements from headquarters. Then why didn't the FBI in Gale Country proactively contact Schwager for a joint investigation? The more J and K pondered, the more questions arose. Moreover, even with Schwager restricting the use of large-scale force, these FBI guys actually prepared a strike team, a new transport plane, and even staged a rappelling raid. It seems that to be so bold, the FBI must have sufficient evidence against the cult and have designated them as terrorists. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the FBI is, such an operation would be too conspicuous. It seems we're on the same page, Kay said with a smile. Then, let's see if the director can contact the FBI. Jay stroked his chin, lost in thought. If we can cooperate with the FBI, then this operation will definitely be more effective. However, I wonder what their position is on this matter. If they were cooperative, they should have contacted the director long ago and notified our agents to assign tasks. If the FBI were a competitor to Swager this time, that would be a different story. Of course, there's no point competing in this kind of situation. If their target is also the cult, it would be much easier. Swager's goals are simple. First, rescue Shakia, and second, defeat the families. If this cult is connected to the families, then they're just unlucky to have stood in Swager's way. If they continue to oppose Swager, then when the time comes, Swager will be just as forceful as the FBI was this time. With that, the content of the report to the director is basically ready. In New Spring and Autumn City, Jingxi and the director listened to the report from across the ocean. This time, Kay relayed the news of Ziyuan's injury. The main points of the report are as follows. Ziyuan nearly rescued the unconscious Shakia and was injured in the battle with the cult members and is currently recuperating. And the FBI. The FBI in Gale Country seems to have also set its sights on the Star Cult and is employing more aggressive methods to apprehend them. However, no notification of the joint FBI-Swager operation has been received. This time, Cheyenne obtained some basic intelligence on the Star Cult. Got it, Kay, thanks for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. The director's words were always reassuring, and Kay breathed a sigh of relief. According to the director's instructions, the operators continued their activities in Mexico, ready to respond to any situation. After listening to the report, the director rested his hands on his forehead and fell silent. The Star Cult. Do they also possess ancient texts? Jingxi, standing nearby, also stood up, her back to the director, and gazed through the French windows of the director's office at the artificial forest outside the command center. What are the origins of this group? Master Jingxi, what are your thoughts? This was the first time the director had heard of another organization possessing something similar. Logically speaking, the ancient documents passed down from the director's family, containing information about the Flashpoint Project and the families, should be kept secret only by this branch of the family. If the Star Cult also has similar information, does that mean the founder of this cult has some connection to the director's family? Chapter 195. Who exactly is the leader of the Star Cult? Could that leader be the member of the cult who holds the Flashpoint Project and the clan's data? That's impossible. They wouldn't covet the clan's power. Although, considering that person might be behind this. Jingxi felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. He sensed a massive conspiracy was about to surface. Surely, there's no one else who knows the inside story of the clan or the Flashpoint Project. Besides that person. I seem to have heard you mention it a long time ago, the one you used to work with, who later stole your origin cube. The director turned and looked at Jinxie. Exactly. If you're talking about other forces related to the clan, I can't help but think of that person. Jinxie's speculations were always accurate. And that energy that grants cult members immense strength and superhuman physiques, we need to be wary of that too. The director also felt a bit apprehensive. This was the first time he heard of a method to transfer the clan's power to a human. What kind of sorcery did these cult members employ? Jinxie also found it puzzling, and he planned to use his connections to investigate. The director agreed, stating that in such matters, the only option was to seek help from friends operating covertly in this world. This organization, called the Star Cult, clearly viewed its followers as objects of worship. In Swager's eyes, it was naturally dangerous and shrouded in mystery. Even someone as knowledgeable as Jinxie knew very little about it. Furthermore, it was said that Sakia was unconscious when Cheyenne found her. Had he been injected with some kind of anesthetic? But Jinxie felt that this shouldn't be the case. Someone whose body was strengthened by breathing techniques shouldn't be affected by anesthetics. Just in case, after saying goodbye to the director, Jinxie once again headed to the underground storage room where Sakia's root cube was sealed. It had been a while since she'd been here. Normally, the storage room was managed remotely, with intelligent machines operating. Ordinary people who came too close to the root cube would be unable to withstand its powerful energy radiation. The exceptions were those chosen by the root cube, like the executor. Descending down the elevator to the bottom of the tunnel, Jinxie activated the equipment and observed the root cube's data and status. Since Sakia had established a connection with this object, it should also be able to provide some feedback on energy exchange. Jinxie knew to do this because it was one of the few crucial fragments of his remaining memories. Currently, the preservation and testing of the origin cube relies on ancient documents passed down by the director's family, and first-hand information from Jinxie, the executor. Sure enough, Jinxie discovered a particularly active value in the data provided by the instrument. Jinxie recorded this particularly active value. This reaction suggests that the origin cube's protection within Sakia is resisting some kind of intrusion. Anything that can trigger the origin cube's energy to react is likely related to the familiar. Recalling that the Star Cult possesses a method for exchanging energy between humans and familiar, Jinxie had a bad feeling. However, with the origin cube, Sakia should be fine. But letting things go is also dangerous. Jinxie decided to contact her external support. This data was crucial evidence. Jinxie printed out the data and left the Swager base. It was nighttime, on the outskirts of New Spring and Autumn City, and the mountains were still a bit chilly. A beam of light suddenly appeared above the mountains and landed near Jinxie's Zen temple. Jinxie was meditating in the temple when his eyes suddenly snapped open. He knew the person he had contacted had arrived. Jinxie stood up, walked to the inner courtyard door, and opened it. A woman in a long robe outside seemed startled by this sudden opening. As expected of you, you knew I was coming before I even knocked. Although the woman's face was covered, her surprise was palpable in her tone. Lizerta, or should I call you Ashua, come in quickly. Jinxie urged the woman to hurry inside. Really? You're so eager to help me when I need you, but you never contact me normally. The masked woman in a long robe, who previously called herself Leatherda, but was now referred to by Jinxie as Ashua, seemed somewhat resentful of Jinxie. Leatherda, like Jinxie, had another name she used when needed. Just as she knew Jinxie's real name, Jinxie knew hers too. Entering the house, Jinxie poured Leatherda a cup of tea. Director Chin isn't here today? Well, I'm too lazy to wear my headscarf. It's getting hot outside. Go ahead. Jinxie turned to retrieve the documents she wanted to show Leatherda, while Ashua lifted her hood and removed her veil. She revealed her head and face. Aoshua's head had two gracefully curved, milky white horns, located on either side of her head, slightly above her ears. From the outside, the strange protrusions on her head were likely caused by these horns. Her long, jet-black hair gave her the appearance of a classic Oriental beauty, and the white horns created a dreamlike beauty. However, her nose was a bit high, not entirely consistent with human appearance. Her face, from her forehead to her nose, was covered in a layer of milky white, keratinous crust. It looked more like dragon scales than crust. Not only there, but also from her neck to her cheeks, and even after removing her gloves, her wrists were covered in these keratinous scales. Even more astonishingly, when she removed her black robe, she revealed a tail behind her. It was a scaly tail, like that of a dragon or even a lizard. What kind of creature was she? After removing her robe, she wore a short-sleeved outfit that resembled ancient Oriental costume. Jinxie handed her the printed materials, but didn't seem particularly concerned about her appearance. He must have seen it all before. That's why I hate monks. Hey, I finally changed into new clothes to see you, and you don't even show any appreciation? Aoshua felt a little disappointed when she saw Jinxie's indifference to her true appearance, which she hadn't shown for a long time. I think this dress is quite nice. You dragon people have much better taste than humans today. Okay, little dragon girl, let's get down to business. Jinxie's answer still left her speechless. Hey, this guy definitely did it on purpose. Aoshua lowered her head helplessly. Jinxie sat down beside her and began to explain the situation in detail. This technology involves the ability to transfer clan energy into the human body. Perhaps the rare dragon people who roamed the other side of the world in ancient times would know something about it. Furthermore, the dragon people, who have long collaborated with Director Qin and his family, who inherited ancient texts, might have some new information regarding the origins of the star cult. They are far more knowledgeable about the affairs of this civilization than modern humans, or the executors, like Jinxie, who were thrown in mid-transit. The last time I worked with you like this was when I was a child. Aoshua listened to Jinxie's explanation, lost in memory. Yes, you were still young then. Your parents were also very capable people. Ahem. Jinxie cleared her throat, signaling him to finish the important matters first, allowing her to slowly reminisce. Okay, I get it. Aoshua spread her hands. Chapter 196. Long ago, Jinxie and Director Qin's ancestors also collaborated with the Dragon Clan. The people Jinxie and her team collaborated with back then were the parents of Aoshua, the Dragon Clan woman before them. Of course, these past events were not the focus of their current meeting. Jinxie needed to utilize the Dragon Clan's super technology to investigate the cult's activities, and seize the initiative in this incident. If the situation weren't urgent, Jinxie wouldn't have called Aoshua, a Dragon Clan member, so hastily. What measures would Jinxie and Aoshua take? According to Jinxie, at least Sakia, as the executor, would not be affected by the Cult of the Stars tactics. The protection of the root cube was not something easily shaken. Across the ocean, Sakia was brought to the white-robed woman. The cult leader had kept his promise. After the cult leader left, the white-robed woman used her lightsaber to break Sakia's handcuffs. Take her to the gathering point. The white-robed woman handed her over to the cult subordinates, who then took Sakia away. During her coma, Sakia had been in a strange dream. The dream was told from a first-person perspective. Sakia found herself in what seemed to be a military training ground. Before her stood another soldier, engaged in a mock battle. Near her were many other soldiers also engaged in similar pairing training. In the dream, she expertly used swordsmanship and martial arts to engage the enemy. The two seemed to have perfect rapport as they exchanged blows. This seemed to be a well-trained and powerful force, and Sakia was one of them. The scene shifted, and the soldiers arrived on a real battlefield. This was a city in ruins. Sakia's army faced hordes of monsters. Some flew through the air, others crawled on the ground. Were they all the familiar? Everyone, armed with guns, fired at the overwhelming monsters, which came in all sizes. Some were small, charging in for close combat, while others towered, firing beams for long-range coverage. Explosions echoed around them, and countless soldiers vanished in the sea of monsters. Our side also had towering mobile weapons, clearing the way for the ground infantry. A closer look revealed that these mobile weapons bore a striking resemblance to Trom. Even so, Sakia and her squad were still surrounded by the small monsters. She realized she had run out of ammunition, and the last magazine had been emptied and discarded. But the soldiers around her showed no fear. They drew their lightsabers, determined to fight the encircling monsters to the death. Brandishing blue, green, and yellow lightsabers, the teammates charged at the small monsters, each more than 2 men tall. Sakia also possessed a blue lightsaber. The monsters that charged were chopped to pieces by the lightsaber. She watched as her lightsaber skillfully swung, gradually suppressing the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, several monsters of a different kind burst through the wall behind a building, firing spikes and killing several soldiers in a surprise attack. Sakia found herself using her lightsaber to deflect the incoming spikes. The soldiers reacted and focused their fire on the monsters, forcing them back. Sakia rushed forward, slicing them in half with her lightsaber. Sakia! A soldier behind her called out to her. Turning back, she saw him throw a rifle. Besides the name, the soldier said something else to Sakia, but she couldn't understand the other words. But apparently, in the dream replay, she could understand and speak the language. The squad continued to advance. Is this a memory of Sakia's past? Sakia felt as if she were playing a first-person shooter, experiencing these scenes. Of course, she couldn't actually control the action, so she could only watch silently. Her squad bypassed the main battlefield and entered the flank. It seemed they were going to conduct some diversionary operations on the flank to buy time for our main force. The torrent of monsters was being contained by our main force of giant robots from the front. The mecha troops seemed to be guiding the monster army into a canyon within the city. The complex terrain of the city indicated that the civilization that built it had a very advanced construction technology. Sakia's team needed to demolish the mountain above the canyon to complete the containment formation. The tactic seemed to be to use the destruction of the terrain to separate the monsters' fighting forces. Of course, what these people were saying was vague because it was a dream, and Sakia couldn't hear clearly. As before, the soldiers' conversation didn't seem to be in a language Sakia had heard before. Sakia, now dreaming this dream, couldn't understand the language. They made their way up the ruined streets. A few small monsters occasionally appeared to obstruct them, but they weren't a major problem. Sakia discovered how skilled she was with a lightsaber. Within the squad, she was practically the close-quarters combat specialist, responsible for dealing with enemies who suddenly darted out from the shadows to attack the team. She had minimal ammunition, having long since exhausted her previous ammunition, and now relied on her teammates' weapons. Arriving at the designated location in the canyon, Sakia and her teammates began placing explosives. The explosives they used to detonate the mountain were more like a mysterious energy bomb than a chemical weapon like dynamite. These bombs were the size of a ping-pong ball, but they could produce a tremendous explosion. This principle also applies to portable explosives like grenades used by soldiers. Instead of creating smoke and fire, their grenades emitted a pale blue energy field. When placed in the right way, they could create a variety of directional blasting effects. After the team members arrived at their designated locations, they began placing bombs according to the operational instructions. Many troops were assigned to the demolition operation, ensuring the traps could be set up quickly. Suddenly, a group of monster reinforcements appeared from the sky, seemingly discovering the ground troops conducting the demolition. Incoming! The aerial monsters swooped down, snatched up the soldiers caught in their sight, and flung them into the canyon below. Duh. The soldiers began firing fiercely into the air, while our fighter planes in the air began to support them. The flying monsters deftly dodged the aircraft's fire, firing a barrage of energy beams at them. This beam, Sakia seemed to have some recollection of it. It was the same type fired by the small families that flew out of the giant families when they were fighting the behemoth in the cyberspace. A closer look revealed that the monsters bore a resemblance to the small families they had seen before. The crackling energy beams also rained down on the infantry on the ground, like rain. Chapter 197. This scene reminded Sakia of the intense fire from the aerial families in cyberspace. Back then, the antivirus team led by Sakia, Li Jiai, and others had struggled mightily to withstand several waves of attacks. The power of the mechanical spirit played a crucial role in that battle. But the scene she witnessed in her dream this time was truly eye-opening. She saw her hands draw their lightsabers and begin to dance. Some soldiers also swirled their lightsabers, their movements actually deflecting the beams fired by the aerial monsters. Of course, some soldiers who weren't so confident in their lightsaber defense quickly retreated behind cover. But Sakia, clearly, wasn't one of those people back then. She noticed a barrage of bullets coming from behind her. It turned out to be the soldiers hiding in the cover, launching a barrage of fire into the air. It was precisely because of the brave warriors outside drawing the monsters' attention that the soldiers behind dared to launch a counterattack. They launched a powerful energy bomb with a wide-area destructive force, wiping out the flying monsters in droves. Our fighters also provided timely support, finally suppressing the enemy's air power. The task of planting the bomb in the mountain was finally able to proceed. Just as the mission was about to be completed, a low roar echoed from the sky. Sakia raised her sights and looked around at the sky. Overhead, diagonally behind everyone, a massive humanoid figure appeared. It hovered in the sky in the shape of a giant letter X. This slender figure looked exceptionally strange and terrifying. The dim sky obscured Sakia's details, but her silhouette confirmed it to be a member of the Hungry Ghost clan, the same clan Sakia had defeated the first time she rode Trom. There were several more massive figures in the distance, seemingly heading to different areas. They were rushing to support this particular battle, and the one above them was specifically meant to deal with these soldiers. The soldiers began to shout, as if urging the exposed troops to seek cover quickly. The fighter squadrons in the air also began to attack the giant in the sky. But as expected, the giant's eyes blazed with deadly beams. With a single sweep, The fighter planes transformed into fireballs in the air. Sakia and the other soldiers ran, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the light. They felt a surge of heat behind them, and then their vision was suddenly obliterated by a blinding flash. The next moment, everything was dark. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the darkness before her. It was the earth, loosened by Shakia's movements. Shakia was lucky. When the energy beam struck the area they were in, she instinctively lunged forward and fell into a pit. The explosion threw up dirt, burying her. Climbing out of the pit, Shakia exhausted her strength. A hollow appeared before her eyes. The ruins and the soldiers who had been there were gone. A feeling of despair spread throughout her body, not only to the owner of this vision, but also to the now amnesiac Shakia dreaming. It was like a memory etched into her body. The pit where she was buried was near this depression. So, miraculously, she had survived. She rolled over on the ground, lying exhausted. Several mecha squads appeared in her field of vision, attacking the giant from the air. A giant-sized clan like this could only be resisted by mecha units. Even with amnesia, she somehow remembered this logical connection so clearly. In a sense, Sakia knew she was saved. Whether she was the person then or the Sakia watching this now in her dream. The sound of a mobile weapons engine descended rang in her ears. The viewer turned her head and saw a mecha landing beside her, seemingly to rescue the surviving soldiers. This mecha was different from the Tron-like robot she had seen before. It looked like a commander or some special model. The joy she felt at being rescued was as vivid as before, and it was transmitted to Sakia watching all this now. Of course, if these were Shakia's own memories from back then, her body would naturally remember them. That was perfectly normal. A helmeted man dismounted from the machine, ran directly to Shakia, and lifted her up. He said something else, but Shakia couldn't remember it clearly. The dream grew increasingly hazy, and her vision gradually faded into darkness. In the cult's secret base, the woman in white robe seemed to be leaving, and the cult leader escorted her to the gate. The new group has arrived. I trouble you now, the cult leader said respectfully to the woman in white robes. Well, if you can find the person we need, it'd be a great accomplishment for you. The white-robed woman seemed to be going somewhere to screen someone for the order. The order's car is ready. No need. Riding in a car is still too unsafe. I can go on my own. Last time, there was such a big fuss. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? The white-robed woman seemed to be talking about how they had been targeted by the FBI. Yes. The master lowered his head, unable to refute the previous misstep. Speaking of which, what did you do with that girl? The master mentioned Sakia. She was sent to a central point as a failed candidate. It was your usual procedure. The white-robed woman replied calmly. I thought you, your excellency, cared so much about that person, and thought she was special. The master muttered softly. But he saw the woman's hand tremble, and the hilt of her lightsaber loomed in her sleeve. No, I'm fine. The cult leader quickly shut up. He watched the woman in white leave, then wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. The concentration point the woman in white was heading to was a cult-designated location for the captives. It was a former hospital converted into a stronghold. This stronghold was located in an area controlled by a certain gang. The cult's collaboration with certain gangs was also to gain access to these resources. The cult leader had tasked the leader with capturing a woman who was crucial to the cult's future. This woman was said to possess extraordinary superpowers. But no one knew her specific appearance or name. All they knew was that she had appeared in this country. This mission posed a difficult challenge for the cult. They had no choice but to rely on the influence of local gangs to abduct women based on a few given characteristics. The cult would then conduct a screening. The White Zone incident, which had previously attracted media attention, was also a trace left during this mission. After several twists and turns, the cult finally located their target in Mexico City. However, shortly after they began their operation, the swastika group arrived. The captured individuals needed to be screened and identified to determine if they possessed the legendary supernatural powers. This task fell to the leader's collaborator, the white-robed man, who dispatched a white-robed woman to oversee it. Chapter 198. The woman in white left alone, and Sakia also woke from her dream. Ugh, ah! The scene before her gradually became clearer, and Sakia found herself lying limply in a room. How long had she slept? Her most recent memory was after catching up with the patriarch and opening the chest, discovering the strange yet wonderful sight within. That eerie phosphorescence filled her vision, engulfing her consciousness. Then, she fell into that strange dream. It was incredibly real, very similar to Sakia's previous dreams of piloting giant robots in battle. The despair of losing her companions, and the relief of being rescued still surged within Sakia. But the current situation didn't allow her to remain lost in her dreams. She needed to immediately ascertain her surroundings. Still limp, Sakia struggled to sit up, discovering a room with bare walls. By the window, 1 or 2 women lay on the ground. Sunlight streamed in through the window. The weather outside looked fine. Where is this? Sakia tried to stand, but found no way, no matter how hard she tried. Desperately, she used breathing techniques, barely able to stumble to her feet, holding onto the wall. She walked to the window and tried to wake the women, but there was no response. After reaching out to check their breath, she was at least certain that they were still alive. Sakia glanced out the window. Beyond lay forest and mountains. It seemed she needed to reassure herself of her location. She was still wearing the same civilian clothing she wore during the infiltration operation, which at least kept the Swagger terminal and other equipment from being stolen. Of course, the downside was that it made it harder for her to move. Leaning against the window, she took a few breaths, regaining some of her strength. But it seemed that this was all she could do for now. Outside the window, Sakia saw some armed militants guarding the area. This looked like a dangerous place. The militants outside wore no uniforms or uniforms. Only a few, passing by, wore the cult uniforms Sakia had seen before. Sakia realized she had been captured and taken to one of the cult's bases. She had to find a way to escape. Thinking this way, she scrambled towards the door, holding onto the wall, and tried to open it. Squeak! The old wooden door gave a sharp creak, startling Sakia. It was so quiet. Normally, if someone was imprisoned, the door should at least be locked, right? Sakia found herself standing in a quiet corridor. The remnants of chairs and posters hinted at a former hospital. Huh? Sakia looked at the seemingly long-abandoned hospital, feeling a pang of anxiety. She quietly exited, closing the door behind her, slowly moving along, holding onto the wall. She quietly opened the door of the next room, and found 4 or 5 women lying inside. The room across from her, and the room next to the next, all had the same scene. Some of the women in the rooms appeared to be awake, their eyes open, but they showed no reaction. Even when Sakia slapped her, she didn't react. To use a literary metaphor, it's like the soul being pulled out of the body. Looking at this scene, Sakia felt a surge of fear and unease. Huh? What's wrong with these people? She began to understand why the door was unlocked. The women imprisoned here were all in a coma or stupor, and their captors were convinced they wouldn't wake up without their help. So how did Sakia wake up? But she wasn't like these ordinary people, so perhaps this wasn't surprising. More importantly, what exactly was this place? Recalling the disappearance of women she heard about at the police station, it seemed this might be the answer to the mystery. Thumb, knock, knock. Suddenly, Sakia heard footsteps coming up the stairs below. She quickly moved, hiding in a room, closed the door a crack, and lay down beside it. The footsteps approached from afar. Someone seemed to be patrolling. Hopefully, they hadn't noticed Sakia's stumbling steps in the hallway earlier. After all, in such a quiet environment, anyone's footsteps are easily noticeable. Through the crack in the door, Sakia saw a pair of leather-shod feet approach. Leaning closer for a closer look, she saw it was an armed guard. It looked like there was still minimal security here. Acting blindly wasn't the right move. While the guard was descending the stairs at the other end of the corridor, Sakia hurried out again. She also wanted to check downstairs. After waking up for a while, Sakia's strength had gradually returned. At least now, she could walk without holding onto the wall. This was perfect. Walking slowly and quietly would avoid making any noise. It was strange. This place, nestled in a forest, sparsely populated, should be filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. But there was no natural sound at all. There was only the soft patter of her own footsteps, and the distinct tread of the patrolling guards on other floors. This made it easier for Sakia to locate her position. Judging her distance from the guards by the sound, and wary of possible enemies elsewhere, Sakia finally made it down to the lower level of the building. However, the footsteps of the patrolling guards she had heard earlier had suddenly ceased. Sakia cautiously stalked the wall. If the guard emerged from one of the rooms and ran into her, it would be troublesome. At this moment, she was limp and weak, barely able to walk, but she wasn't in a good position to fight. So with each room she passed, Sakia listened carefully for any sounds before moving on to the next door. Thankfully, the rooms she passed were generally quiet. Click, click. As she passed a room, Sakia heard what sounded like movement inside. She quickly stopped and peered through the crack in the door, only to find the guard sprawled on the ground, motionless. What had happened? Had someone come in to rescue her? Since she saw the guard knocked down, it proved that even if there was someone inside, they weren't from the cult. Sakia decided to take a gamble and confront them. Practicing breathing techniques to boost her strength again, Sakia pushed open the door. Entering the room, the guard lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious, and several women were still lying there. Sakia closed the door, puzzled, wanting to check on the guards, perhaps even finding their weapons. Just as she closed the door, a pair of hands reached out from behind and covered Shakia's mouth. Before she could even scream, Shakia was wrestled and thrown to the ground. The man pinned her to the ground, his mouth covered, preventing her from making a sound. Chapter 199. Shakia discovered that the person holding her down was a woman, dressed in a jacket, tights, and other easy-to-moving clothing. This woman had long, golden hair, neatly tied up on her head. This hair color was the same as the women lying on the ground, but it was a strikingly brighter color. It seemed rare to see such pure blonde hair. This woman's race seemed somewhat different from Caucasian. If compared to current global demographics, she resembled a Middle Eastern beauty. She looked slightly older than Shakia, and didn't appear to be in cahoots with the women's captors. Shakia shook her head frantically, indicating that she wasn't one of them. The woman checked Shakia's body, finding she was unarmed, and slowly released her. "Who are you? Where are we? What are you doing?" Shakia asked the woman, panting as she lay on the ground. But the woman didn't seem to understand her. Shakia spoke every word she knew, but it seemed the other person still didn't understand. This was a thorn in her side. This woman seemed to be from some strange ethnic minority, wasn't she? She saw Shakia's constant questions, and although she didn't understand, she could roughly guess what she meant. She spoke a few words, which Shakia still didn't understand. Finally, the two of them resorted to using gestures to introduce themselves. Shakia pointed at herself, and repeated the word Shakia. The other woman pointed back, and repeated the word Ninive. For now, they knew the other person's name. Then, using gestures, Shakia told the woman calling herself Ninive that she too had been captured and was hoping to escape. The other person gestured, seemingly telling Shakia who they were looking for. Though the two used simple syllables and gestures, they were able to roughly understand each other's meaning. Shakia discovered that the woman did know some simple local words, and a few colloquial English phrases. But forming sentences was still difficult. Niwei pointed at a woman on the ground, making as if she were carrying her, then pointed out the window, and waved her finger, suggesting a flight. Shakia nodded, then pointed at herself, indicating that she wanted to escape as well. Niwei seemed to be explaining the next route to her. Although she didn't understand a word, Shakia indicated that she should just follow Niwei. Niwei, with a helpless expression, gestured for Shakia to stay where she was. She hid the unconscious guard behind the door, quietly opened it a crack, and peered outside. "Okay," she whispered to Shakia, waiting for her to follow. Shakia tiptoed out of the room, following Ningma. Ninive was indeed looking for someone. She opened each door and searched carefully, while Shakia stood guard at the door. It seemed she wasn't trying to rescue everyone. She was simply searching for a specific person. Thankfully, because they didn't speak the same language, they mostly communicated through gestures, which greatly reduced the chances of making any noise. Finally, in an empty room at the end of the floor, Ninive spotted a younger girl. She happily greeted Shakia. It seemed her goal was to rescue this little girl. The little girl was probably about 15 or 16, her eyes closed, like the others, slumped on the ground. Sakia gestured to Nineveh, telling them that no matter what they did, they wouldn't wake up. Nineveh, however, didn't pay much attention. A ball of golden light appeared in her hand, and she made a pulling motion in the air. Sakia was surprised to see that with Nineveh's pull, a strange ball of energy appeared within the girl's body. A closer look revealed that it was the same indescribable light she had seen when she opened the box. With a single stroke, Nineveh pulled the ball of energy out, as if it were being controlled by an invisible hand. Who the hell was Nineveh? Nineveh then made another kneading motion, and the indescribable ball of energy dissipated. "Wow, how are you so powerful?" Sakia exclaimed softly. Of course, she knew the other party couldn't understand her. After the device was pulled from the girl's body, her eyes actually began to move. The girl blinked, waking up. "Sister." Hearing the girl call him that, Ningma happily stroked her cheek. Of course, the girl spoke Spanish, a language Sakia didn't understand. But Nineveh seemed to understand her language. When the girl woke up, she whispered a few words to Nineveh, and Nineveh clearly responded with her body language. In this situation, Sakia could only shrug and continue to keep watch. When the girl woke up, she seemed to feel completely limp, so Nineveh simply carried her on her back. Nineveh pointed at Shakia and repeated the name Shakia to the girl on her back. Shakia, thank you, the girl said. Although she couldn't understand the language, Shakia could deduce the general meaning from her tone. She smiled at the girl and continued to observe the corridor. It seemed the security here was quite lax. The guard had been down for so long, and no one had come to check. It seemed that fate had truly shown its will. If we didn't flee now, when would we? Shakia signaled to Ningma, who was carrying the little girl, to leave, and the two of them quietly continued downstairs. The little girl had been found on the 3rd floor. When they descended to the 2nd floor, they found the terrain had become more complex. Nineveh, however, had searched the 1st floor, floor by floor, and gestured to Shakia that she would lead the way. Having someone familiar with the terrain was best. Shakia followed Nineveh through the rooms. In one of the rooms in the corridor, the three of them encountered two guards smoking and chatting. The door to this room was open. To get down to the 1st floor through the corridor, one had to pass through this doorway. The little girl on Nineveh's back and Shakia looked at each other, unsure what to do. The three of them lurked at the doorway, pausing for a moment. Shakia looked around, trying to find something to throw far away to attract the guards' attention, but the abandoned hospital was remarkably clean, and the corridor was empty. Shakia turned and saw Nineveh reach out her hand again, her gaze focused. Suddenly, the two guards in the room seemed to be lifted up by some force, and their heads collided heavily. Bang! A dull thud. The two guards in the room fainted and collapsed to the ground. You did it? Shakia realized immediately. This woman has a story. After witnessing such extraordinary people as Jinxie, Shakia was quite sensitive to such matters. Nineveh smiled mysteriously at Shakia, motioning her to continue following. Chapter 200. Reaching the 1st floor, victory is not far away. Sakia and Nineveh successfully reached the 1st floor. As soon as the three of them descended the stairs, they heard the sound of a car engine outside. The three of them quickly hid in an empty room and observed the situation outside. From this place, the nearest room down the stairs could see the situation outside the hospital compound. Although it took a few turns to reach the lobby, it was not far from the exit. At this critical juncture, some members of the cult seemed to have arrived. A sedan and two pickup trucks arrived. Sakia and the other two stood by the window of the room, carefully observing the situation outside. A woman in a white robe got out of the sedan and stood outside the hospital gate, waiting to unload the pickup trucks. The cult members and some gang members in the pickup truck unloaded a lot of people. It seemed that this was how those women were brought here. The woman in the white robe waited for the women to be unloaded, then stroked their heads one by one. But the group didn't seem to include the person they were looking for, and the white-robed woman shook her head. So, the other guards moved the group into the hospital. However, Sakia noticed that the white-robed woman seemed to be constantly looking up in her direction. Is it an illusion? Whether it's an illusion or not, they can't wait here any longer. Nine's eyes sharpened. This isn't good. Once they start moving people in, the guards' attack will be immediately exposed, and they realize there's an intruder. She turned and saw Sakia staring at her. It seemed the two of them were on the same page, even without speaking. We had to flee immediately. While the group was concentrating on unloading the goods, however, even though this hospital was dilapidated, it was still walled. Now that the entrances and exits were blocked by the cult's convoy, the only way to escape unnoticed was to scale the wall. The three of them immediately fled from their hiding room, as it was still empty, and a new group would surely be moving in soon. Nineveh looked at Sakia's weakened state, and shook her head helplessly. Perhaps if she were alone, she could have forced her sister out, but now Sakia was there. The best option now was to escape undetected. The three of them dodged the incoming guards, and slipped into the restroom. Sakia noticed the restroom window was barred, and the footsteps of the guards outside grew louder. She signaled Nineveh to quickly find some way to break down the bars. Nineveh naturally prepared to do so. Sakia clung to the toilet wall, nervously watching the cult members' every move outside. Although the three of them had entered the women's restroom, with the hospital practically deserted, those guys probably wouldn't care. It would only take a few minutes for them to break in. Thankfully, the first wave of people arrived and carried the unconscious women upstairs on stretchers. Hurry, hurry! Sakia urged Nineveh quietly. Nineveh's hands danced in the air, as if operating some invisible tool. The bars of the toilet window gradually twisted and split under Nineveh's manipulation. Considering her sister's physical condition, Nineveh wanted to remove the iron window completely. The second group is coming in. Sakia turned and saw that the iron window was already halfway removed. But if this continued, the abnormality would soon be noticed. She didn't want to force her way through a group of armed criminals in this state. Nineveh's sister came over, took Sakia's hand, and whispered something to her. She seemed to be encouraging Sakia, as if to reassure her not to worry too much and to trust her sister. Sakia frowned. She wanted to calm down, but she couldn't. The second group headed towards the stairs near Sakia and her group. Listening to the clattering footsteps, the cold sweat on Sakia's forehead grew thicker. Even the little girl beside Sakia wiped her sweat. Click, click. Just a little bit left. Sakia watched Nineveh remove the last iron bar. Just then, Shakia saw someone coming down from upstairs, apparently wanting to use the restroom. They were heading straight for her. This guy. Luckily, Shakia saw they were alone, so she grabbed a brick from the old, worn-out wash basin. If this guy gets here, he never come back. The little girl also cautiously hid behind Shakia. The two of them huddled against the wall near the restroom door, holding their breath as they waited for the thrilling moment. The footsteps grew closer, their voices louder. If Shakia hadn't been so limp and powerless, she wouldn't have been so afraid of such a situation. Luckily, the men's restroom was a little ahead of the women's, so the footsteps stopped just outside and turned into the men's restroom next door. Huh? Sakia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart hadn't been this rattled in her throat for ages. Crack, creak. Nineveh had finally completely removed the bars. She carefully lifted them, but unexpectedly, a twisted iron bar suddenly fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Sakia shuddered, turned around, and put her finger to her lips, making a hushed gesture to Nineveh. But perhaps it was a little too late. The people next door seemed to have noticed the noise. He heard footsteps, leaving the restroom to check next door. The three of them had nowhere to hide in this nearly demolished toilet, reduced to just 3 pits and 4 walls. The guard actually peeked into the women's restroom. As he entered, he saw the back of a strange woman. "What are you doing?" He was about to say it, but suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, rendering him speechless. Nineveh once again demonstrated her extraordinary abilities to Shakia. With her back to the enemy, she slowly raised her hand, and the cultist was lifted from the ground and lifted into the air. Shakia, watching from the doorway, gaped in surprise. "Ugh!" Cough. "Ugh!" Holding the cultist by the neck, the cultist writhed in pain, unable to utter a sound, only her legs kicking aimlessly in the air. Nineveh slowly turned, and the cultist was being hoisted towards her. Then Nineveh's hand clenched violently, and the cultist collapsed. Shakia stepped forward to check the man's breath. He was already dead. She looked up at the blonde woman in surprise. It seemed Nineveh was a ruthless person who would strike when the time came. Shakia had never actually killed a human enemy before. It seemed this time was a unique situation. There was no telling when Shakia would be forced to kill again. Nineveh waved to Shakia and her sister, and the three of them escaped through the window of the hospital building.